When Pangu cleaved apart heaven and earth, all primordial life sprang into being. After the opening heaven calamity, the fierce beast calamity, the dragonhan calamity, and the war between the demonic and orthodox paths, the chaos demon god Hongjun was reincarnated and established the Tao within the primordial realm, spreading his teachings to all sentient beings. His 6 great disciples each achieved the supreme fruit of sainthood. He further conferred the titles of male and female immortal chiefs, commanding the Eastern Duke and Western Queen Mother to establish the immortal court to govern the primordial realm. Ages pass uncounted in the primordial realm, yet its great waves never cease. On this day, a terrifying force descended rapidly from beyond the 33 heavens, instantly alarming all the powerful cultivators of every race across the primordial realm. Not long after, above the primordial sky, a colossal black scroll unfurled at tremendous speed. The astonishing scroll blotted out the sun and sky, enveloping heaven and earth, spanning the void, as if reaching everywhere. Is this a saint's divine ability, or a primordial treasure? It gives a feeling that shakes one's very spirit. It must be a treasure. Could it be St. Nuwa's Mountain River Scroll? No, the Mountain River Scroll reflects the rivers and mountains of the primordial realm, but it would not cause our hearts to tremble so. What on earth is this thing? For a moment, every race across the primordial realm trembled, all raising their heads to gaze into the distant sky, expressions of utter shock upon their faces. Such a magnificent treasure clearly surpassed the might of many Saint-tier artifacts. They were extremely curious. Who exactly controlled this treasure? At the summit of Kunlun Mountain, within the Hall of the 3 Pure Ones, the 3 pure saint sages all revealed expressions of surprise, exchanging glances with one another. Could this be a decree from our master? Could it be that our master still possesses treasures we do not know of? Though they were saints whose single thought knew all things at this moment, they could not deduce the origin of this scroll. Even a single trace of information about it could not be divined. And Laozi and Yuanshi, as controllers of primordial supreme treasures, could naturally sense that this scroll that had suddenly appeared and stood across the sky had already exceeded the might of any single treasure in their possession. In the West Mount Shumi, Jane and Juanti looked at each other in disbelief, and amid their shock, greed welled up thickly in their hearts. Senior brother, if this treasure were to enter our Western sect, the West would be able to look down upon the entire primordial realm. Junior brother, do not be hasty. The emergence of such a treasure will surely cause upheaval. We brothers should wait and observe how things unfold. On Fengqi Mountain, outside the Nuwa Palace, Fushi's brows knitted tightly as he divined for a long time, only to find that he could not deduce the origin of this treasure. Nuwa beside him was equally shocked. She activated the might of a saint to evolve the secrets of heaven, but like the 3 pure ones, she discovered this treasure could not be probed at all. Buzz! At this moment, golden light flashed atop the enormous scroll, emanating astonishing Tao essence. Soon at the very top of the scroll, 5 incomparably mystical, enormous characters appeared: supreme, primordial ranking. In an instant, every powerful being of all races across the primordial realm felt these great characters in their hearts, and a sense of inexplicable awe arose within them. In the primordial chaos atop the grand hall of the Zixiao Palace, that thin, frail old man slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of shock passed through his gaze. Who exactly has summoned forth such a treasure, disturbing the secrets of heaven? Even the heavenly Tao itself cannot detect it. Why has even this Tao ancestor been drawn out? Before speaking, the old man had divined for a long time, only to discover that even he, the Tao ancestor of the primordial realm, the teacher of saints, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, could not make out the origin of this supreme primordial ranking. Could it be that within the primordial realm there lies hidden an existence even more powerful than him? If that were so, how terrifying would that be? An existence that even the heavenly Tao cannot perceive must have already transcended the heavenly Tao realm. Such a being could easily destroy the primordial realm. This Tao ancestor shall test it today. As his words fell, the old man lightly raised his hand, gathering supreme magical power, and gently pressed it toward the direction of the primordial realm. At this moment, above the primordial sky, violent forces of heaven and earth madly condensed, evolving into an enormous palm spanning hundreds of millions of miles. The might of a saint swept across heaven and earth from that palm, causing an irresistible urge to worship to arise in the hearts of all powerful beings across the primordial realm. Is a saint making a move? Such magnificent power, it is too terrifying. Indeed, it seems this treasure is not fated to be ours. Too fearsome. The might of a saint is terrifying beyond words. At this moment, all the powerful beings across the primordial realm cried out in astonishment. Beyond their shock, there was even more a sense of emotion and reverence, and they knew in their hearts that such a treasure had nothing to do with them anymore. Is that Master's aura? Is Master making a move? This means it wasn't Master who summoned the treasure. The various saints at this moment all revealed expressions of shock. They had never expected that even their master had been alarmed, even to the point of making a move to seize this treasure. Of course, beyond their shock, there was also regret in their hearts. Had they known it was not their master's treasure, they would have acted long ago. Perhaps they could have obtained a treasure surpassing the primordial supreme treasures. Just as the colossal palm condensed by Hongjun was about to touch the edge of the scroll. On the scroll, strands of Tao essence suddenly appeared, condensing into a spear of the Tao that terrified heaven and earth, charging toward the enormous palm to meet it. In an instant, cracks appeared across the surrounding spatial barriers, as if they would shatter completely. In just a single moment, the spear light pierced into the enormous palm condensed by Hongjun. Terrifying Tao patterns rapidly spread, covering every corner of the enormous palm, causing it to collapse with a thunderous roar. After several breaths, everything had returned to calm. There was no thunderous crash, no trembling, no violent energy aftermath, as if this had not stirred the slightest ripple. Yet whether the powerful beings of all races across the primordial realm or the 6 saints of the primordial realm at this moment, they were already so shocked that their mouths hung open, unable to make any sound for a long time. And within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjuan's form trembled violently, his aura instantly becoming chaotic, and a thick sense of shock and wariness appeared in his eyes. He vaguely sensed that the spear's strike from just now contained the power of the great Tao. So he hurriedly stood up, bowed toward the direction of the scroll, and was about to open his mouth to inquire. However, at this moment, the enormous scroll trembled slightly. Supreme Primordial Ranking Volume 1 Primordial Treasure Ranking is about to begin. Stay tuned. Hongjun intended to destroy the Supreme Primordial Ranking. The treasures in his possession will only be ranked and shall receive no reward. An exceedingly ethereal and mysterious voice rang out, shocking all beings across the primordial realm. Even Hongjuan's form could not help but tremble again, vaguely feeling that he had lost something rare and precious. After a long while, Hongjun returned to his seat and sat cross-legged in meditation. Does this Tao ancestor still lack treasures? Do you know that the primordial supreme treasures possessed by this ancestor's disciples were all bestowed by this ancestor? And do you know how many of the countless primordial supreme treasures of this realm came from this ancestor's own hand? The Tao ancestor dares to be punished. Is this a ranking list created by the heavenly Tao? Should you not make a sound? This is most likely created by an existence even more terrifying than the Tao ancestor. Did you not see that even a single strike from the Tao ancestor was blasted apart? This is far too terrifying. We are simply incomparable. All the mighty beings of the myriad races of the primordial realm sensed it. Hongjuan's palm had been shattered, and divine retribution descended upon him. Especially the 6 great saints of the primordial realm, and those beings who had once listened to the Tao in the Zixiao Palace. They had believed that Tao ancestor Hongjuan's power was sufficient to intimidate any mighty being in the primordial realm. But now it appeared there existed another powerful being they had never heard of. Unfortunately, no matter how they tried, they could not divine who this person was. In an instant, all kinds of speculations spread endlessly. The Dragon Clan declared that this was most likely the resurrection of the ancestral dragon, who had directly reached a realm beyond the saints, and announced that the Dragon Clan was about to flourish. The Wu clan declared that their father Pengu had not died, and that the mysterious being who had shattered the Tao ancestor's strike was their father god. The long-hidden Demon Clan also emerged, declaring this must certainly be Demon Ancestor Luoho, who had not died in that ancient contest between the Tao and Demon paths, but had instead retreated into the chaos, becoming even more powerful before finally returning. In the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun naturally sensed all the endless speculations, but he denied each one. This being must certainly be someone who had never appeared before. Otherwise, how could he not know of them? It seemed necessary to summon the 6 saints of the primordial realm to the Zixiao Palace to deliberate on how to respond to this so-called supreme primordial ranking. However, before he could transmit his decree, threads of terrifying Tao essence began to manifest atop the supreme primordial ranking. Supreme primordial ranking, first ranking primordial treasure ranking update beginning. All treasures of the primordial realm shall be ranked according to their power. Those who hold treasures ranked within the top 99 shall receive rewards. Primordial treasure ranking 99th place, binding demon rope. Lower grade, innate spiritual treasure. Holder Saint Nuwa. Ranking reward 1 strand of Honghuang merit. It has begun. Quick look. Divine patterns have appeared on the supreme primordial ranking. It is Saint Nuwa's treasure. Quick everyone look, the 99th place actually rewards a strand of Honghuang merit. Isn't that astonishing? It seemed that wanting one's own treasure to enter this supreme primordial ranking was not so easy after all. After all, this 3 life stone only ranked at the 99th position. And within the Honghuang Palace, Nuwa's brows knit slightly together. Though this treasure of hers possessed some power, she had barely used it. How had the other party come to know of it? And what of this so-called reward? Was it real or false? It could actually reward Honghuang merit. How could that be possible? Primordial treasure ranking 98th place, Execution Heaven Axe. Supreme grade, acquired spiritual treasure. Holder Great Wuxing Tian. Ranking reward, Cultivation Method, Battle Heaven Art. The Heavenly Court, a Demon Emperor Palace. Seated high upon the Great Hall's throne, Tai could not help but coldly snort. Just a great Wu of the Wu clan, and he has the qualifications to be ranked. Exactly. A mere minor Wu clan. They don't even cultivate a primordial spirit. Those treasures are just weapons. What qualifications do they have? Jun also coldly snorted, his face full of dissatisfaction. Yet he dared not step forward to question the supreme primordial rankings ordering, so he could only swallow his anger. Seeing this, Shihi, who sat beside Jun, smiled and said, "Husband, uncle, do not mind it. Our demon clan's treasures are numerous and shall surely surpass the Wu clan." And among the Wu clan, Xing Tian burst into hearty laughter. Although he did not cultivate a primordial spirit, this rewarded cultivation method, just from its name, he knew it was suited to enhance the power of the physical body. Primordial treasure ranking 97th place, 9 Dragon Divine Fire Cover. Lower grade, innate spiritual treasure. Holder sect of interpretation, disciple Tai Jinren. Ranking reward 1 strand of purple, star heavenly fire. My, what kind of treasures are these? Could it be that all treasures ranked within the primordial realm's top 99 are of this caliber? Exactly. Is something wrong with this ranking? It's obviously ranked at random. Aren't this seat's treasures far superior to that so-called 9 Dragon Divine Fire Cover and Execution Heaven Axe? Exactly. Upon hearing of several acquired spiritual treasures, the mighty beings of the myriad races were still composed, but the disciples of the saints' lineages and various great powers all revealed dissatisfaction. In their view, these were all treasures of merely average power. How were they worth watching? Primordial treasure ranking 90th place, Dragon Binding Rope. Mid-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Holder sect of interception, disciple by Shao. Ranking reward treasure enhancement by 1 grade. Primordial treasure ranking 80th place, Supreme Clarity Seal. Mid-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Holder Saint Laozi. Ranking reward 1 strand of sealing law power. Primordial treasure ranking 70th place, 7 Arrows Book of Nail Head. Postnatal supreme treasure. Holder son of Jun Luya. Ranking reward 1 strand of void flame. Seeing these rewards, though many mighty beings were shocked, they felt it all seemed somewhat unreal. Rewarding the law of space. Isn't this making it clear that it cannot be realized? Aren't laws something one comprehends? More and more beings began to harbor threads of doubt in their hearts. However, when this ranking updated to the 60th place, the mighty beings of the myriad races were stunned once again. Primordial treasure ranking 60th place, 5-colored divine light. Postnatal supreme treasure. Holder son of Yuan Feng Kong Xian. Ranking reward 1 strand of innate 5 elements origin. 5 elements origin. How could this be? What exactly is happening? This time the reward was actually the 5 elements origin. Comparable to rewarding laws or Xianwang merit, it was even more astonishing. Son of Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng actually has descendants remaining in the primordial realm. Even those top-tier quasi-saints could not help but feel their hearts tremble slightly upon seeing this reward. They wanted to know where Kong Xian was. Could they slay him and seize his treasure? Especially the 4 Seas Dragon clan, fallen from their ancient hegemony, and the Qilin clan hidden upon the Buzhou mountain. Although they too were remnants, they at least still had some clansmen. Not all of them had been captured by those powerful beings to serve as laborers and mounts, or had perished. The Phoenix clan had been without news for a long time. Now that news had finally appeared, it was a Phoenix clan prince who possessed a postnatal supreme treasure and could obtain the 5 elements origin. Honghuang Palace. A colorful clothed child beside Nuwa wore an expression full of worry, kneeling directly before Nuwa. Our clan prince has finally emerged into the world. I beg the empress to extend her protection. Nuwa slightly nodded and said, "This palace has already divined his location. However, this child shall have another opportunity of his own. This palace need not act." Just as Nuwa had foreseen, atop the Kunlun mountain, Tongtian Jiaozhu had already stepped out of the 3 Clarity Hall with a beaming smile. This child bears the fate energy of the Phoenix clan. Let him enter this venerable one sect as a registered disciple. With a great laugh, his form vanished from where he stood, speeding toward the great marsh in the southern primordial realm. Simultaneously, beings from the Dragon clan, Qilin clan, Demon clan, and even Wu clan all headed toward the great marsh in the southern primordial realm. Regardless of whether this ranking's reward was real or false, if they seized the so-called 5-color divine light first, then once the reward was distributed, it would surely belong to them. Deep within the Nanfang days of Honghuang, Kong Xian rubbed his head in exasperation. He had only just taken humanoid form, yet his identity and treasures were already exposed. Was this not a blatant move against him? Regardless of whether the treasure ranking list would actually grant rewards, he was undoubtedly a marked man now. I must flee first. Kong Xian sighed bitterly, immediately gathering his belongings and making a swift escape toward the extreme south. Meanwhile, the treasure ranking of the Supreme Hongmeng list continued its relentless updates. On the Honghuang treasure list, ranked 49th, the Shoa Purgatory Blade, a top-tier innate divine treasure wielded by the demon king Bo Sun of the demonic clan. Rank reward the Hundun Mojing. The demonic clan. I had always assumed that Bo Sun belonged to the Azura race. Who would have thought he was truly of the demonic bloodline? How could such a demon be allowed to survive? Hush! Did you not hear? That wretch has already pledged allegiance to the sovereign of the Juyo Shuahai. Upon seeing the name of Bo Sun the Mighty across all races fell stunned. This news outweighed even the affair of the Yuan Feng's offspring. Long ago the demonic ancestor Luo Ho had secretly instigated the great war between the three races seeking to prove his Dao through slaughter and rival the current Dao Zu. That Luo Ho had also drained the spiritual veins of the West, rendering the western reaches barren and desolate to this day. Thus upon seeing the names of these two, the sentient beings of the West erupted in wrathful curses, and even the two Shengrian atop Shumi mountain wore faint traces of cold fury. On the Honghuang treasure list ranked 34th the Sanbao Yuru, a supreme grade innate divine treasure held by Shengrin Yuan Shi. Rank reward 1 specimen of the innate spiritual root Tian Lei Gua. On the Honghuang treasure list ranked 33rd the Panlong Biangguai, a supreme grade innate divine treasure held by Shengren Laozi. Rank reward 1 specimen of the innate spiritual root Wu Dao Chashu. On the Honghuang treasure list ranked 32nd the Qingping Jian, a supreme grade innate divine treasure held by Shengren Tong Tian. Rank reward 3 strands of the Jian Dao Bin Yuan. Ha ha ha. If these rewards are truly distributed, this venerable might just overpower all the Shengrian of Honghuang through the sword Dao. Tong Tian, who had been on the verge of seeking out Kong Xian, burst into unrestrained laughter. Should he truly acquire the Jian Dao Bin Yuan, his power would undoubtedly surge to new heights. For one must remember this did not merely concern the Qingping Jian, he also possessed the far more formidable Zhu Xian four swords. When that time came, who in Honghuang would dare challenge him? As for Yuan Shi and Lao Zi, though they felt a twinge of temptation upon seeing their own rewards, they each merely shook their heads slightly. Their prizes were merely innate spiritual roots requiring cultivation naturally inferior to Tong Tian's gift. On the Honghuang treasure list ranked 31st Yuan Tu and Abai, a supreme grade innate divine treasure held by Lao Zu Minghe. Rank reward 1 strand of Hongmeng Ziqi. Upon reaching this point, the Hongmeng treasure list suddenly ceased its updates. Instantly, that ethereal and profound voice resonated once more in the ears of all races across Honghuang. The latter 69 ranks of the Honghuang treasure list have finished updating. Rewards shall be distributed in 10 days, after which the top 30 shall commence their updates. All rankings encompass the intrinsic nature of the divine treasures themselves. Should anyone feel the rankings unjust, it is solely due to their own failures in refining the treasure's binding arrays. Rewards shall be granted according to the final rightful holder of each treasure. What? Could I have heard aright just now? Are all these rewards truly being distributed? Who is it that just received the Hongmeng Ziqi? It is actually Hongmeng Ziqi. I nearly failed to process it. Upon hearing that the rewards would be issued within 10 days, the entire Honghuang was thrown into uproar. Especially when they learned that Lao Zu Minghe's reward was none other than Hongmeng Ziqi. A sliver of covetous desire sprouted in every heart. That was the ultimate catalyst for ascending to Shengren. In ages past, Hongjun had merely allocated 7 strands of Hongmeng Ziqi, and the final strand had been bestowed upon that Hongyun, ultimately inviting his ruinous fate. Hongjun Dao Zu had explicitly informed all the mighty that no Hongmeng Ziqi remained. Yet this supreme Hongmeng list awarded such a thing, and to Honghuang's top-tier quasi-saint Lao Zu Minghe. If that man successfully comprehended it, would Honghuang not simply birth another Shengren? At this moment, compared to Lao Zu Minghe's imminent acquisition of Hongmeng Ziqi, the affairs of Kong Xian receiving the Wuxing Bin Yuan, or the demonic Bo Sun claiming the Hundun Mojing, held absolutely no allure whatsoever. Even the multitude of mighty experts who had prepared to march upon the Nanfang days found themselves halting their steps, their gazes instinctively turning toward Juyo. Within the Sanqing Hall on Kunlun Mountain, Lao Zi and Yuan Shi exchanged a glance, their voices heavy as they spoke. Second brother, that Hongmeng Ziqi ought to fall into the hands of our Pangu Jingzhou. Eldest brother speaks most rightly. Since our third brother is absent, this elder brother and I shall make a journey to the Juyo Shuahai together. Yuan Shi nodded slightly in agreement. Their own attainment of Shengren had been intrinsically linked to the Hongmeng Ziqi. Should Honghuang witness the birth of another Shengren, it must certainly be one nurtured under their Sanqing Menxia. With those words spoken, Lao Zi and Yuan Shi rose abruptly, summoning their mounts, and sped toward the Juyo realm. Within the palace of Nuwa on Fengqi Mountain, Nuwa gazed toward Fu Shi, who was still divining heavenly secrets, and said, "Elder brother, please wait here. Your humble sister shall fetch that strand of Hongmeng Ziqi and bring it back to you." Fu Shi hastily interjected, "Sister, you must not. A sense of dire calamity stirs within my heart. This mission shall surely fail. Elder brother, the coming Liangjie is upon us." Nuwa's gaze remained unwavering. As a Shengren, her knowledge naturally surpassed Fu Shi's, and she harbored a latent conviction that he would face grave peril within this very Liangjia. Now having suddenly learned that Lao Zuming he was about to obtain a strand of Hongmeng's Qi, she was determined to gamble everything for Fu Shi. In the western reaches of Honghuang, upon Shumi Mountain, the figures of Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti had long since shot into the heavens speeding toward Juyo. The west was barren, possessing the fewest treasures, and thus their obtained rewards were naturally inferior to those of the Xianmin Minxiao, and even surpassed by Nuwas. If the west were ever to rise, a trip to the Juyo Shuahai was mandatory. Perhaps they could slay that boast Sun in passing. Yet it was not the Shengren who grew frantic at this moment, but those top-tier quasi-saints. Each of those men had eyes burning crimson, desperately wishing to cut down Lao Zuming. He instantly. Within the heavenly court, the Yao Huanggong, Di Jun and Tai Yi departed almost simultaneously, leading a host of Yao Shun toward the Juyo realm. In the depths of the Beihai within the Baiming, the figure of Kuan Peng moved at tremendous speed, his eyes subtly darkening to blood red, radiating an aura of slaughtering gods and Buddhas alike wherever he went. Upon Wanshou Mountain, Zhen Yuan Zi wore an expression of profound shock. After a long moment, he gritted his teeth, shifted his form, and sped toward Juyo. Even the 12 Zhu Wu had already stepped beyond their Zhu Di. Being geographically closer to Juyo, they were the first to charge forward. Gradually, the myriad Shengren of Honghuang and all great powers fixed their gaze upon Juyo, accelerating their movements, terrified of being preempted by others. Gradually, the myriad Shengren of Honghuang and all great powers fixed their gaze upon Juyo, accelerating their movements, terrified of being preempted by others. Above the Blood Sea in Juyo, Patriarch Mingyi stood with his hands behind his back, elated at the prospect of soon obtaining the Hongmeng purple Qi. Even if the final reward were never issued, he had already flaunted the two paramount killing treasures in his grasp, Yuan-Tu and Abi, and he even held a top-grade innate spiritual treasure that had not made the list. Suddenly, waves of crisis made his body tremble involuntarily. His gaze darkened, and the aura around him began to surge wildly, whipping up monstrous blood waves across the entire Blood Sea. Damn it! Yuwu clan are not yet worthy of this patriarch's treasures. Even if the Demon Emperor were to come, so what? Jin Yuanzi. Kuanpeng. Sages. Damn it. Even the sages have come. How is this still a fight? How can these people be so shameless? At first, sensing the 12 ancestral witches stepping into Juyo, Mingyi had been brimming with confidence that he could repel them, and he had not feared even the arrival of the Demon Emperor. Yet the deeper he probed, the heavier his expression grew, until he finally could not help but curse aloud. He had already sensed one powerhouse after another entering the land of Juyo. The supreme quasi-sages of Honghuang, and even the 6 sages of Honghuang, all had come. Their intention was obvious. They sought the 2 swords Yuan-Tu and Abi, plotting to seize the treasures and await the reward. With this many powerhouses arriving, did it not resemble the might of the Longhan tribulation? Even if he was confident in his own strength, how could he resist when those sages made their move? At the thought, he steeled himself and shouted, Azura clan, all of you go into hiding. Do not fight the arrivals. All matters shall be handled by this patriarch. Hearing this, all the Azura clansmen shuddered. They had battled heaven and earth. When had they ever shrunk back? Unless the one who appeared was someone even the patriarch had no certainty of handling. They longed to charge out and meet the invaders, but they had to obey the patriarch's decree, so they swiftly concealed themselves. Meanwhile, astonishing, baleful blood aura erupted above the Blood Sea. Patriarch Mingyi's figure slowly rose into the air, while the 12-grade karmic fire red lotus beneath his feet released might that shook heaven and earth. Then streams of blood god avatars charged out of the Blood Sea, and in a single breath, their number reached 480 million. He would not simply run away, but he had to prepare every contingency. After all, this battle had too many enemies and meant life or death. It could not be taken lightly. 100 million hide throughout Juyo. 100 million guard the Azura clan. 80 million take the chance to rush out of Juyo and conceal yourselves within and beyond Honghuang. The remaining 200 million follow the patriarch to battle all comers. Each of these 480 million blood god avatars bore a sliver of Patriarch Mingyi's divine soul. This was his greatest trump card. Even if his true body perished, as long as a single avatar remained, he would be immortal. Mingyi, hand over Yuan-Tu and Abi, and we will spare your life. That's right, hand them over. Otherwise our brothers will trample this Juyo flat and slaughter the entire Azura clan. The 12 ancestral witches arrived first near the Blood Sea, shouting loudly in succession at Patriarch Mingyi above the Blood Sea. Before Patriarch Mingyi could answer, Diju and Tai and other demon clan experts had already rushed to the Blood Sea. They first cast a glance at the 12 ancestral witches, then began demanding the treasures from Patriarch Mingyi as well. Soon after, Zhuan Yuanzi, Kuanpeng, the remnants of the Dragon clan, the remnants of the Qilin clan, and top experts from every side arrived one after another. Even the 6 sages appeared one by one near the Blood Sea. The instant the sages appeared, the momentum of those supreme quasi-sages stalled, and even the 12 Wu clans and the 2 demon emperors had to draw back a few steps. The 6 sages exchanged glances. At this point Nuwa stepped forward and called loudly to Patriarch Mingi, give me those 2 treasures, and I will shield your Azura clan. Fellow Daoist Nuwa, these treasures are fated to the Western School, so they should enter the Western School. All smiles. Jane and Junti blocked Nuwa's way and looked at Patriarch Mingi. Such treasures naturally belong under the control of the Mystic Gate. Whoever dares to step forward shall be annihilated. Tong Tian had given up his search for Kongxian and hurried to this land of Jiuyou, joining Laozi and Yuanshi precisely for the 2 killing swords Yuantu and Abi. At that moment, how could he allow the 2 sages of the Western School to have their way? The third brother is perfectly right. Yuantu and Abi must enter the Mystic Gate. Any who dares to rob them shall be destroyed. Yuanshi let out a cold sneer, and terrifying killing intent radiated from his form. Laozi did not speak, but he too stepped forward, standing alongside Yuanshi and Tong Tian. For a moment, the many powerhouses present trembled and dared not retort for a long while. Yet both Laozi and his brothers still underestimated the lure of the Hongmeng purple chi. The 12 ancestral witches were the first to take out the banners of the 12 Dutian divine, fiend grand formation, slowly advancing and fixing their eyes on the 3 pure ones. You sages already possess numerous treasures. Why do you still come to snatch this opportunity from us? If so, we can only summon the true body of our Father God to fight you. Usually they would not provoke sages, but since this involved the opportunity to become a sage, they had no choice but to brazen their way forward. For a time, the powerhouses before the Blood Sea had not even made a move against Patriarch Mingi before they were already embroiled in fierce disputes. Even the prestige of the sages could hardly suppress their restless hearts. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. For 10 consecutive days the battle still had not erupted. After all, not only were the quasi-sages locked in mutual restraint, but the sages were equally divided into 3 camps, none yielding to another. Under these circumstances, Patriarch Mingi could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. So long as these powerhouses fought among themselves, his danger would quickly subside, and he might even find a way out. The Supreme Hongmeng, ranking the final 69 places, have stabilized. Rewards are about to be distributed. All holders of listed treasures, be ready to receive them. Just as the many powerhouses in Jiuyou were about to act, that elusive voice slowly sounded, shaking all of Honghuang. Will rewards really be given? Is that for real? Then should we strike at Mingi right away? I hope they are not deceiving us. At that moment, all the powerhouses in Jiuyou, as well as the treasure holders ranked on the Honghuang treasure list, raised their heads and looked toward the colossal Supreme Hongmeng ranking. Rewards for ranks 99 to 90 have been distributed. Rewards for ranks 89 to 80 have been distributed. Rewards for ranks 49 to 40 have been distributed. Rewards for ranks 39 to 31 have been distributed. Voices rang out one after another, shaking the very heavens and earth of Honghuang. At once, streaks of faint golden light emerged from the enormous scroll and darted toward every corner of Honghuang. They were distributed. There really are rewards. My treasure has advanced. Mine too. I've obtained a wisp of law power. Haha. The old ancestor's reward has arrived. This is indeed the Hongmeng purple chi. At this moment, Patriarch Mingi within the Jiuyou Blood Sea burst into peals of wild laughter. However, before his laughter had even faded, the powerhouses who had intended to seize the treasure almost simultaneously turned their heads and stared at him. Everyone, this reward, I suspect, was granted by a supreme being who surpasses even the Dao ancestor. Now that the reward has been given, if you try to seize it, do you not fear that being's chastisement? A thought flashed through Patriarch Mingi's mind, and he immediately hit upon an idea to awe the assembled powerhouses. Hearing this, the 6 saints, the powerhouses of the Wu and demon races, and even the top-tier quasi-saints from all sides, all began to feel a flicker of doubt. For a moment, no one truly dared to act rashly. This made Patriarch Mingi curl the corners of his mouth. With a flicker of his body, he stirred up towering waves of blood, and in that instant the 200 million blood god avatars charged madly out. Since he had truly obtained the Hongmeng purple chi, he naturally had to find a way to escape the encirclement of the powerhouses, even if he had to flee into the chaos itself. As long as he could comprehend the Hongmeng purple chi, he would surely break through to the Saint Realm in one fell swoop. Mingi, you are seeking death. Chaos Bell, suppress. Tai gave a cold snort, gritted his teeth, and offered up the Chaos Bell, sending it to suppress the many blood god avatars of Patriarch Mingi. No matter what, he absolutely could not allow Patriarch Mingi to leave easily. While everyone was making their move to block him, a burst of humming sounds rang out once more from the enormous scroll, and the Honghuang treasures ranking updated again. The Honghuang treasures ranking 30th place, the Hunyuan Golden Dipper. Top grade, innate spiritual treasure. Holder Yunxiao, disciple of the Jia sect. Ranking reward, a wisp of Hongmeng purple chi and the Heavenly River Grand Array diagram. Moi. Another wisp of Hongmeng purple chi. This, a junior disciple of the Jia sect, actually possesses such a treasure. The powerhouses who had been trying to block the blood god avatars all paused at this moment and could not help but look at Tontian. Oomph. Whoever dares to have designs on my disciple shall be killed without mercy. Tontian let out a cold snort. Sword intent erupted wildly from his body, and the might of a saint instantly enveloped the entire Geo, even suppressing the blood fiend aura that Patriarch Mingi had condensed. This made the powerhouses who had just harbored covetous intentions tremble inwardly. Compared with facing Saint Tongtian, they still felt that joining forces to deal with Patriarch Mingi was easier. At that moment on Santian Island in the Eastern Sea, Yunxiao, with delicate features and clad in a rainbow-colored long dress, felt her body tremble violently, and a thick joy immediately appeared on her face. She knew that the Hongyuan golden dipper in her hand possessed formidable power, but she had never expected it to be ranked even above her master's Qingping sword. Could it be that she had not yet fully unleashed the treasure's might? Sister, that this treasure of yours can earn the Hongmeng purple chi as a reward is truly incredible. Congratulations, eldest sister, on obtaining a wisp of Hongmeng purple chi. Wonderful. With this Hongmeng purple chi, eldest sister will surely ascend to the ranks of the saints in the future. Around her, a man and two women, after their initial shock, all offered their congratulations. Among them Zhao Gongming, who possessed the top-grade innate spiritual treasure Dinghai Pearl Xiongxiao, who owned the golden flood dragon scissors, and Bi Xiao, who held the dragon-binding rope, had all already received their rewards. Therefore they all believed that Yunxiao's reward would certainly be granted this time. And at this moment, in the far southern reaches of Honghuang, Kong Xian, who had just been about to cross the Busi volcano, suddenly stopped. He raised his head slightly and looked at the supreme Hongmeng ranking stretching across the sky, where Yunxiao's treasure ranking had appeared, and a trace of envy flickered in his eyes. Finally, I no longer have to worry about being surrounded. Now that two wisps of Hongmeng purple chi have appeared and drawn the covetous gazes of powerhouses from 10,000 races, I can slowly comprehend the 5 elements' origin in the Phoenix race's ancestral land. After heaving a sigh, Kong Xian was about to step into the Busi volcano and cultivate in peace. But before he could even move, waves of astonishing might came rushing at great speed from afar. Kong Xian, I am Randeng, deputy leader of the Chan sect. Hand over the 5-colored divine light and the 5 elements' origin, and I will spare your life. Randeng's figure appeared first. From another direction, Nanji Immortal and several Chan sect disciples arrived, seemingly intending to surround Kong Xian. They knew that powerhouses from every side, even their master Yuanshi and the remaining 5 saints, had all gone to the Jiuyo lands to contend for the Hongmeng purple chi. Thus they naturally lacked the strength to take part in that contest, so they had to settle for the next best thing and come after Kong Xian. But before they could make a move, even more figures appeared one after another. A middle-aged man in a black robe with a profound look in his eyes stepped forward and smiled at Randeng and the others. Fellow Taoist, Kong Xian has a karmic connection with my Western sect. I hope you will be merciful and allow me to lead him back to the Western sect. Your Western sect is truly shameless. There is no race in all of Honghuang that is not connected to you. Meanwhile, several Jie sect disciples led by Duobao appeared not far from Kong Xian. At the same time, more powerhouses from the Dragon race and the Qilin race also came, surrounding Kong Xian in the center. If you have the guts, fight me one by one. If any of you can defeat me, I will split off half a wisp of the 5 elements' origin and give it to you. How about that? At this moment, Kong Xian vaguely sensed that he could not escape, so he had to think of a fallback to divide the 5 elements' origin into 2, thereby at least retaining the remaining half for himself, enough to comprehend a trace of the great Tao of 5 elements. You are not qualified to bargain with me. If you do not hand over the treasure, you shall fall here. That's right. Do you think this is still the age of the ancient 3 races hegemony? Now that Yuan Feng has fallen, the Phoenix race is but a relic of antiquity. If you do not hand over the 5 elements' origin, I, this poor Taoist, will personally slay you here. Randeng and Nanji Immortal spoke first, shouting harshly at Kong Xian. On the other side, experts from the Dragon, Wu, and Demon races all closed in on Kong Xian. Even the Jie sect people wore cold expressions, and with a flicker of their forms they blocked the space above Kong Xian. And at that moment, another new ranking appeared on the supreme Hongmeng ranking. Sensing the information of this new ranking, the disciples of the saints and the powerhouses of all races around Kong Xian were all taken aback. The Honghuang treasures ranking 29th place, the Phoenix staff. Top grade, innate spiritual treasure. Holder Yuan Feng, attendant of the Taichu Dao Lord. Ranking reward, Chaos Flame. What is going on? Yuan Feng is actually still alive. How is that possible? Did Yuan Feng not fall after the ancient Great War? Exactly. What is happening? For a moment, the many powerhouses around Kong Xian all changed expression drastically. Now that Yuan Feng was not dead, it was highly likely she would strike secretly to protect Kong Xian. If they surrounded and killed Kong Xian here, once Yuan Feng appeared, how could she possibly let them off? This Kong Xian, they could no longer move against him. The 9 nether depths. The many top-tier quasi-saints who were blocking Patriarch Mingi along with the 6 saints of the primordial wilderness could not help but come to a stop. Although the fact that Yuan Feng was still alive shocked them greatly, it was not entirely beyond acceptance. Yuan Feng was an innate being. If even a wisp of his remnant soul remained, he could still be resurrected. But the most critical part of this information was neither that Yuan Feng had not died, nor the treasure's ranking, but the introduction that appeared before Yuan Feng's name. He actually obtained the Chaos Flame. That is the divine fire of the great Tao, enough to incinerate all creation. It would be no exaggeration to call it the primordial source of fire. Rank 29th, and he already possesses such a treasure. Haven't you seen those words? It says Yuan Feng is actually a servant. A servant. An existence as proud as Yuan Feng has fallen to the status of a servant. At that moment, all living beings of the myriad races in the primordial wilderness, mighty figures from every direction, the 6 saints, and even the Tao ancestor of the Zixiao Palace were utterly astonished. They had finally discovered a name they did not recognize. And this Taichu Tao Lord had actually subdued the not yet dead Yuan Feng. Most importantly, Yuan Feng had willingly become his servant. Just how powerful would such an existence have to be? In the past, Yuan Feng, the ancestral dragon, and the primordial Qilin had all been existences who dominated heaven and earth, not even placing the Tao ancestor in their eyes. How could they be willing to become a Tao Lord's servant? Could it be that this person was even more formidable than the Tao ancestor? Before the doubts and shock in the hearts of the many mighty beings of the primordial wilderness could subside, the primordial treasure's ranking on the supreme Hongmeng ranking updated once again. No. 28 on the primordial treasure's ranking, Qilin Seal. A supreme grade innate spirit treasure. Holder, the primordial Qilin servant of Taichu Tao Lord. Ranking reward 10 wisps of the primordial source of earth. What is going on? Our ancestor did not die after all. Why has he become someone else's servant? That's impossible. I watched the ancestor fall with my own eyes. Did he not transform into the Qilin cliff on Kunlun Mountain? The Qilin clan was utterly shocked. Especially Yuanshi Tianzuan's steed, the foreign likes. At this moment it hardly knew whether to be shocked or overjoyed. Even Yuanshi himself revealed a trace of confusion. He had not personally witnessed the primordial Qilin's fall, but he had sensed it. After all, the other had perished at Kunlun. Yet the primordial treasure's ranking of the supreme Hongmeng ranking had unexpectedly implicated Yuan Feng in the primordial Qilin. Could the creator of the supreme Hongmeng ranking have deliberately revived these 2 ancient beings? Yuanshi was not the only one. The other great saints shared the same doubt. Hongjun of the Zixiao Palace could not help but rise to his feet, but when he thought of the might of the supreme Hongmeng ranking, he could only heave a sigh and sit back down. To step forward and verify the matter at this moment was hardly wise. What if he ended up discovering nothing and losing face once more? No. 27 on the primordial treasure's ranking, Ancestral Dragon Pearl. A supreme grade innate spirit treasure. Holder, the ancestral dragon servant of Taichu Tao Lord. Ranking reward 10 wisps of the primordial source of water and the water of all things. The ancestral dragon is alive too. How can the chieftains of the 3 clans submit to one person simultaneously? Wave after wave of towering shock surged once more in the hearts of the mighty beings of all races in the primordial wilderness. This primordial treasure's ranking had brought them far too much astonishment. What was even more critical was that when they saw these 3 ancient existences who should have fallen long ago appear on the primordial treasure's ranking of the supreme Hongmeng ranking, they actually believed it without much doubt. Could it be because the ranking had granted rewards? Haha, our dragon clan ancestor never fell. The dragon clan can rise again. At this moment, the dragons, suppressed by all sides and long afraid to step out from the 4 seas to thrive, burst into excited roars. The only thing they found hard to accept was that their ancestor had actually become a comrade of Yuan Feng and the primordial Qilin, all 3 serving one person. If that were so, did it truly mean they could no longer make a move against Kong Xian? No. 26 on the primordial treasure's ranking, Beast Sovereign Halberd. A supreme grade innate spirit treasure. Holder, Shin Ni, the Beast Sovereign Guardian of Taichu Tao Lord. Ranking reward 10 wisps of the primordial source of slaughter and 10 wisps of the primordial source of baleful qi. What's going on? Wasn't the Beast Sovereign Shun Ni suppressed? When did he emerge? Why are we all unaware? What exactly has happened? Even we saints do not know. When they saw the name of the Beast Sovereign Shun Ni, those below the quasi-saint level, or those who had only recently entered it, were not especially shocked, mainly because the name Shun Ni was too distant from them. But many top-tier quasi-saints, especially the 6 saints of the primordial wilderness and Hongjun, the Tao ancestor of the Zixiao Palace, felt their minds tremble, their faces flooded with shock. In ancient times, the ferocious beast race ran rampant across the primordial wilderness. With the Beast Sovereign Halberd Shun Ni, the Beast Sovereign warred across heaven and earth and ravaged all the myriad races, filling every clan with wrath. Only after Hongjun summoned several ancestor-level existences marshaled the strength of the three clans and drew upon a wisp of the power left by Pangu in the primordial wilderness did they drive the ferocious beast race out of the primordial wilderness and suppress Shin-Ni the beast sovereign. But now how had this beast sovereign who should have remained suppressed escaped? How could such an unyielding existence, one that would rather die than retreat, be willing to become someone else's guardian? Why did even the heavenly Tao know nothing of this? Could that mighty being have already transcended the heavenly Tao realm? At that thought the corners of Hongjuan's mouth could not help but tremble. Earlier he had assumed that the being who created the supreme Hongmeng ranking might have reached the heavenly Tao realm enough to shield himself from the heavenly Tao scrutiny. But he had never imagined that this being would make the ancestors of the three clans submit free the beast sovereign from his seal and turn him into a guardian. To have deceived him and concealed it from the heavenly Tao so completely. How could this not shock him? Even Pangabak then might not have been able to accomplish this. No. 25 on the primordial treasures ranking 9-colored chaos lamp. A supreme grade innate spirit treasure. Holder Taichu Dao Lord of Hongmeng Palace. Ranking reward 1 wisp of the primordial source of chaos. This. Who exactly is Taichu Dao Lord? Could he be the founder of the supreme Hongmeng ranking? If so, is he giving himself a reward? Besides, it's only a lamp. A supreme grade innate spirit treasure at best. Why are you rewarding it with the primordial source of chaos? Is that the primordial source of the 3,000 great Daos? At this moment the myriad races of the primordial wilderness were too shocked to speak, especially the 6 saints and Hongjun the Tao ancestor. As top-tier existences they naturally understood just how astonishing this so-called primordial source of chaos was. Even the many chaos demon gods of antiquity had merely been nurtured by the great Tao. Obtaining the primordial source of chaos formed from the convergence of the 3,000 great Daos was utterly beyond them. After a long while a chain of doubts surfaced almost simultaneously in the minds of the mighty beings of the primordial wilderness. Where was the Hongmeng Palace? Who exactly was Taichu Dao Lord? Had the supreme Hongmeng ranking been founded by Taichu Dao Lord? Why would he grant himself such an excellent reward? Does this not count as cheating? South of the primeval continent atop the immortal demon volcano, Kong Xian gazed at the supreme primordial Hongmeng ranking hovering in the sky, his expression shifting continuously, as if he vaguely sensed the inherited power within his bloodline slowly awakening bit by bit. After a long while he knelt and bowed toward the supreme primordial Hongmeng ranking, crying out loudly, "Lord Taichu, this humble one willingly submits. I beg you let me see my mother." However, after his words fell silent, there was no response from the supreme primordial Hongmeng ranking, as if the Yuan Feng had no intention of seeing him. Huh? Kong Xian, how could such a mere demon bird possibly receive a response from Lord Taichu? Indeed. We advise you to hand over the treasure. We can accept you into the Chan sect, granting you instruction from a sage. The numerous powerful figures around him, though unwilling to act rashly, believed that taunts and threats would not provoke the wrath of such a terrifying existence. Moreover, most of those speaking were disciples of the sage's lineage. How would the Yuan Feng serving as an attendant dare to challenge a sage? Even if the powerful beings from these 3 races joined forces, they still would not stand a chance against a sage. Yet at that moment a crisp cry echoed from above the 33 outer heavens. Immediately following this, a terrifying flame plummeted down, causing the temperature across the entire primeval continent to surge rapidly. Is this nirvana fire? That Yuan Feng truly has not perished. In the 9 netherworld, the 2 great demon emperors who had been intercepting ancestor Mingi's escape halted in their tracks, their eyes revealing profound shock and envy. Having been born from the solar star, they could naturally sense that this fearsome flame was precisely the nirvana fire unique to the Yuan Feng. If they could acquire such a treasure, their combat strength would increase dramatically. Even if the 12 ancestral witches summoned the 12 divine spirits of Pangu to invoke Pangu's true body, they could handle it with ease. Meanwhile, atop the immortal demon volcano in the primeval continent, the many powerful figures who had been mocking Kong Xian all changed expression. Randang immediately said sternly to the Chan sect disciples, "Let's go. This place is untenable. Let's go. Accelerate to full speed and leave here." Duo Bao also hastily moved his body, no longer caring about the 5-colored divine light or the 5 elements' origin, for they had already witnessed the terrifying flame transform into a colossal phantom of the Yuan Feng, heading straight toward the immortal demon volcano. "Flee. We cannot withstand this power whatsoever. Once it lands upon us, death is certain." The witch and demon race experts beyond the sage traditions all let out loud roars, fleeing rapidly into the distance. Only some members of the Dragon Clan and Qilin Clan remained behind. It was not that they lacked fear. They had discovered an invisible force locking them in place, rendering them unable to move at all. Within the 9 netherworld, the 6 sages of the primeval continent, 2 great demon emperors, and 12 ancestral witches all turned their heads to gaze toward the immortal demon volcano in the primeval continent. Yuan Feng, if you dare harm my disciples, I shall not show mercy. Yuanshi stepped forward first, waving his hand lightly to send a golden cloud mass surging into the void. When that cloud mass reappeared, it had already descended near the immortal demon volcano, enveloping the fleeing Chan sect disciples. Tong Tian also bore a grave expression, sweeping his hand to strike out with a blade glare. That blade glare similarly vanished into the void, reappearing above the immortal demon volcano to confront the Yuan Feng phantom born from the Nirvana fire. Boom! A massive roar echoed across the primeval continent. The ferocious sword intent and the sages might continuously resisted the terrifying impact of the Nirvana fire, yet they struggled to break through it for an extended period. At this very moment, the powerful figures from various factions also unleashed their treasures across the void, enveloping their respective disciples, subordinates, and clansmen in an effort to evacuate them from the immortal demon volcano's vicinity. He has actually attained power capable of opposing me. No wonder he dared to act openly before my presence. It seems this Yuan Feng has surpassed the quasi-sage realm, reaching a level comparable to our own as sages. Tong Tian felt the astonishing power radiating from above the immortal demon volcano and could not help but exclaim in shock. He never imagined that the Yuan Feng's strength would become so terrifying. After all, he was a sage himself. This time, when he exerted himself to block the opponent's attack, he even mobilized the power of this entire world, yet he still could not shatter the Yuan Feng phantom. This demonstrated that the Yuan Feng's strength had grown beyond recognition. Burnt. At this moment, the Yuan Feng phantom emitted an exceptionally sharp cry of rage. In an instant, scorching flames scattered in all directions, igniting the surrounding air and transforming the tens of millions of li around them into a sea of fire. Except for Kong Xian and the members of the Dragon and Qilan clans, all the sage tradition disciples and powerful figures from various factions shuddered, as if severely wounded. Even those protected by sages could not escape the impact of this power, all spitting out mouthfuls of essence blood, their faces turning extremely pale. At this moment, the powerful beings of all races were shocked. How was it possible for the Yuan Feng to force its way through and injure those sage tradition disciples despite the protection of numerous sages? Could the opponent have already entered the realm of sages capable of suppressing all sages with sheer force? If a bunch of ants dare to plot against my son. From the sky above, a crisp voice rang out, echoing across the primeval continent and startling the powerful beings of all races. A terrifying firelight rapidly condensed, enveloping Kong Xian and carrying him toward the 33 outer heavens. That beast is far too arrogant. If I were present, I would activate the Panga banner to strike him down. Standing at the edge of the Blood Sea in the 9 Netherworld, Yuanshi could not help but let out an angry shout. He had just unleashed the power of the heavenly blessed cloud to protect the Chan sect disciples, yet they still ended up injured. This was nothing short of a blatant slap in the face. How could he swallow such indignity? You sages and powerful figures from all directions, unable to even withstand the servant of Lord Taichu. How laughable, truly laughable. Ancestor Mingyi burst into loud laughter upon witnessing this scene. Just now, while the many powerful figures were engaging each other from afar, numerous blood divine child clones had already broken through from the 9 Netherworld, carrying that wisp of primordial purple chi to conceal themselves across the primeval continent. Therefore, at this moment, his confidence surged rapidly, and he could not help but mock the powerful figures and sages. Mingyi, you seek your own death. Do not blame me for unleashing my supreme treasure to destroy you. Yuanshi was already extremely furious, and upon hearing Mingyi's words, killing intent erupted as he summoned the innate supreme treasure, the Panga banner. In an instant, terrifying power enveloped the entire 9 Netherworld, and the violent force caused the surrounding powerful figures to shudder, forcing them to activate their treasures to resist the lingering waves of the Panga banner's power. Just as Yuanshi activated the Panga banner to launch his attack, another line of golden text appeared on the supreme primordial Hongmeng ranking, causing all races in the primeval continent to display expressions of shock and suspicion. Primeval continent treasure ranking 24th place, rock of bestowing treasures. Top grade innate spiritual treasure. Holder Daozu Hongjun. Ranking reward none. Rock of bestowing treasures. Such a remarkable treasure. If I had known earlier, I would have seized this treasure back then. But why is there no reward? Could this be targeting Daozu? In the depths of the netherworld, the faces of the 6 primordial sages darkened with extreme complexity. The Dao ancestors' treasure had been listed on the board, yet no reward was granted. Compared to the astonishing rewards given to the primordial Dao Lord, the disparity was painfully clear. Hongjun Daozu was their master. If their master lost face, they too suffered humiliation, and there was no chance to restore their honor. As the 6 sages were momentarily distracted, Ancestor Mingyi stirred up towering blood waves, hundreds of thousands of Zhongtal, with countless blood god avatars hidden within, surging rapidly toward the exit of the netherworld. Though a single blood god avatar could bring him back to life, the conditions required were numerous and the process grueling. Naturally, he hoped that more avatars could escape. Ideally, even his true body would evade the siege of these mighty beings. If successful, he could immediately comprehend the primordial purple chi after escaping and break through to the quasi-sage realm before other powerhouses. Meanwhile, within the Zishao Palace, Hongjun's face had turned extremely grim. He was the esteemed master of all sages in the primordial world, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao and existence of supreme authority. Yet he had received no reward at all. Primordial Tao Lord, you are slapping this old Tao ancestor's face. After a few cold snorts, Hongjun's gaze swept toward the supreme primordial, ranking, a trace of icy coldness forming on his face. The rewards for the primordial treasure rankings on the supreme primordial ranking were all exceedingly staggering. There were even treasures that shocked Hongjun himself. If his own treasures were listed, shouldn't he at least receive some rewards like the essence of chaos? After all, he still possessed the chaos supreme treasure in his hands. Perhaps it could even claim the top rank, granting him a chance to transcend the constraints of the heavenly Tao. Yet now he had received nothing. Only the exposure of his treasure's rank and a public humiliation. How could he possibly accept this? Sooner or later, this old Tao ancestor will find out exactly who you are and what you intend to do. Snorting coldly once more, Hongjun closed his eyes, no longer paying attention to the supreme primordial ranking, trying to calm his mind. At that moment, the many mighty figures in the netherworld unleashed their powers and shattered the surging blood waves. Meanwhile, treasures flew through the air, bombarding the blood god avatars. A swarm of ants. What difference does quantity make? Yuan Shi snorted coldly. With a gentle wave of the Panga banner, he annihilated over 10 million blood god avatars. Jieyin and Zhuan Ti, smiling all the while, drove their treasures down upon the 12-petal karmic fire red lotus. In their view, the might of this 12-petal karmic fire red lotus was no weaker than the two swords Yuan-Tu and Abi. Moreover, since the supreme primordial ranking had not yet revealed its position, they might as well seize it first. The moment the sages made their move, Ancestor Mingi found himself in dire peril. Patriarch, we shall aid you. Patriarch, these scoundrels are utterly shameless. We can no longer stand by. Kill. The hidden Azura clansmen erupted in furious roars. Led by the 3 great demon kings, the 4 demon generals, and the 72 Azura princesses, they charged forth into battle. That Poxin is not here. Did he flee in fear? Zhuan Ti swept his gaze downward, wanting to locate Poxin first and slay him immediately. Yet after scanning carefully, he found that among the entire Azura army, only the heavenly demon Poxin was missing. Ancestor Mingi also sensed this, and fury stirred within his heart. Though he had never expected Poxin to come to his aid in that moment, any remaining trust toward him had evaporated completely. The Azura race dwells in the netherworld and feeds on the souls of all living beings in the primordial world. You deserve no existence. Today this emperor will annihilate every last one of you. Chaotic Bell, annihilate. Tai let out cold shouts. With a flicker of his form, he charged directly toward the hundreds of millions of Azura soldiers below. Dijun followed closely behind, his body ablaze with towering flames, unleashing a great tide of primordial fire to burn the Azura army to ashes. Damn it! Among you there are not only sages, but also rulers of various realms. Yet you shamelessly strike at the juniors of the Azura race. Today this old ancestor will fight you all to the death. Seeing this, Ancestor Mingi's aura soared wildly. Countless blood god avatars released shocking bloodfiend energy and rapidly assembled together, seemingly preparing to form a mighty formation. However, at that moment, a startling crimson light shot forth and slammed fiercely into the 12-petal karmic fire red lotus, causing it to tremble violently. On the other side, Yuan Shi once again swung the Panga banner, extinguishing tens of millions of blood god avatars in an instant, leaving almost none within a mere moment. Then the Panga banner swept down once more, carrying an overwhelming, terrifying might directly toward the 12-petal karmic fire red lotus. The strike was about to land. Above the primordial sky, the colossal supreme primordial ranking trembled once again. A new treasure ranking emerged. Primordial treasure ranking 23rd, Netherworld Blood Sea. Innate, baleful, wondrous treasure. Holder Ancestor Mingi. Ranking reward 10 drops of Panga's essence blood. 1 life-saving opportunity. The blood sea never withers, and Mingi never dies. This blood sea was formed from the naval blood of Pangu, and it is also the birthplace where Ancestor Mingi was conceived. It could be considered an extremely fearsome innate spiritual treasure, and it had long been refined by Ancestor Mingi. But after seeing the reward for the Netherworld Blood Sea's ranking, everyone was stunned. What? 10 drops of Pangu's essence blood. A life-saving opportunity. Attack quickly. We cannot wait for the reward to be granted. Exactly, swiftly slay Ancestor Mingi. Once the reward is issued, we may no longer be able to kill him. At this moment, the many shocked powerhouses snapped back to their senses and immediately drove their treasures toward the 12-petal karmic fire red lotus. Especially the Panga banner about to descend upon Ancestor Mingi. Its power surged dramatically, and the ferocious attack collapsed the surrounding spatial barriers as if it would shatter the entire netherworld itself. Seeing the overwhelming barrage of attacks, Ancestor Mingi felt a profound sense of impending doom. His expression darkened. Raising his head abruptly, he cried out, "Primordial Tao, Lord, save me. This old ancestor is willing to pledge himself to your service." Although his blood god avatars could escape, who knew if these sages and powerhouses would follow his aura and track down every last avatar? Even with the Blood Sea as his refuge, if all those mighty beings joined forces, they could evaporate it completely. By then, seeking help from anyone would be impossible. If the reward could truly be granted in advance, he would be willing to submit to the founder of the supreme primordial ranking, perhaps gaining an unexpected opportunity. Nonsense. Today, all of us sages are here, and powerhouses gather from every direction. How could that hidden existence possibly act ahead of time to save you? Indeed, accept your death. Annihilate. Suddenly, waves of derisive laughter echoed through the netherworld. The primordial treasure rankings had not even finished updating. How could the rewards possibly be distributed early? Moreover, these powerhouses also wished to seize the 12-petal karmic fire red lotus and intercept the reward. If they managed to obtain it, wouldn't they gain an extra life-saving opportunity in the primordial world? Thus, whether it was Yuan Shi who had struck the surrounding sages, or the various mighty beings, all of them already viewed Mingi as a dead man. Yet at that very moment, the space above the netherworld blood sea violently trembled, splitting open into a tens of thousands of zhang-wide rift. Immediately after, a terrifying war halberd radiating boundless baleful aura slowly emerged from within it. In an instant, the violent baleful aura swept across the primordial wilderness, and the astonishing killing intent crashed directly upon the minds of the myriad saints and powerful beings. The holder of the Netherblood Sea shall receive the ranking reward early delivered by the guardians of the Hongmeng Palace. The supreme Hongmeng ranking trembled slightly, emitting a faint melodious voice that made heaven and earth quake. All the saints and mighty figures of the primordial wilderness were utterly shocked. They had known that the guardian of the Hongmeng Palace was none other than the beast sovereign Shun Ni, and the war halberd that emerged was the beast sovereign halberd. However, when Shun Ni had been suppressed back, then he had not yet reached the saint realm, and the beast sovereign halberd was merely a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. What right did it have to block them? Can a being who is not even a saint stop us? Indeed, do you think a single top-grade innate spiritual treasure can hold back this venerable one-eye? This time we saints have been looked down upon. You ensure quickly slay Mingi. Second brother, unleash the supreme might of the Panga banner. At this moment, the scant pride remaining in the saints' hearts surged wildly as they spoke out one after another to express their discontent with the supreme Hongmeng ranking. From the bottom of their hearts, they felt that even if Shun Ni arrived, it would be utterly useless. These words seemed to infuriate the unseen beast sovereign Shun Ni. The terrifying beast sovereign halberd in the sky trembled violently, radiating even more dreadful might, and shot straight toward the powerful beings in the netherworld. At the same time, a golden light emerged from the supreme Hongmeng ranking and sped toward the beast sovereign halberd. Instantly, the might of the beast sovereign halberd soared by hundreds of millions of times. The terrifying force caused the entire netherworld to tremble violently. The surrounding space collapsed at terrifying speed, and it seemed that wherever it passed, all would turn into nothingness. How is this possible? Strike now? Block this blow. The six saints' expressions changed drastically as they vaguely sensed that even without the enhancement of the supreme Hongmeng ranking, Shun Ni's strike was not to be underestimated. Moreover, they felt from the beast sovereign halberd a power even more formidable than that of Yuan Feng. Shun Ni seemed to have already stepped into the Honghuang realm, and his strength faintly surpassed that of the saints present. Heaven and earth, Xianhuang Linglong Tower, block it for me. Green Lotus Sword, go. Chaotic Bell, suppress. At this moment, the saints and mighty beings of the primordial wilderness all activated their treasures and rushed to meet the beast sovereign halberd. Yet the beast sovereign halberd trembled slightly and suddenly changed direction, striking toward Patriarch Mingi and the countless Azura clansmen. This stunned the many powerful beings in the netherworld once again. Were they not supposed to protect Patriarch Mingi's life? Why did it suddenly change its attack direction? Was it because they were afraid? However, Patriarch Mingi, hidden beneath the 12th grade karmic fire red lotus, felt not the slightest crisis, and even the premonition of his doom had vanished completely. Buzz! Just as the beast sovereign halberd was about to descend upon the 12th grade karmic fire red lotus, it suddenly released a dazzling golden light, enveloping Patriarch Mingi and the countless Azura clansmen in protection. At the same time, the Panga banner and the treasures of many mighty beings all came hurtling toward the beast sovereign halberd. Unfortunately, before those treasures could collide with the beast sovereign halberd, thousands of beams of light emerged from the supreme Hongmeng ranking and blasted toward the incoming treasures. This is the power that shattered the teacher's palm strike. Cease. Recall your treasures at once. Laozi was the first to sense something wrong. He hastily withdrew the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong tower he had unleashed and suspended it above his head. Hearing this, all the mighty beings' minds trembled. They hastily withdrew their treasures, shifting from offense to defense. They had witnessed the might of the supreme Hongmeng ranking. Even their teacher, the Taoist ancestor Hongjun, could not shake it. Clearly this time, it was merely using the beast sovereign Shinni's strike to deliver the reward. They could also sense that if they continued to attack, not only would they fail to kill Patriarch Mingi, but they would most likely suffer the punishment of the supreme Hongmeng ranking, just as Hongjun had. If it came to that, the loss would outweigh the gain. After all, whether it was the 3 pure ones, the 2 sages of the West, or Demon Emperor Tai, the 12 ancestral witches, and Xinyuanzi, all of them still had powerful treasures that had not yet appeared on the ranking. Once their strongest treasures were ranked, and there were no rewards left, they would regret it to death. Perhaps sensing that everyone's will to attack had vanished, the condensed beams of light merely floated around the beast's sovereign halberd and did not continue to blast outward. Phew. I thank the supreme Hongmeng ranking, thank the beast sovereign, and thank the great Tao Lord Taichu. At this moment, Patriarch Mingi, within the 12th grade karmic fire Red Lotus, let out a deep sigh of relief. He then spoke, repeatedly expressing gratitude to the supreme Hongmeng ranking Shen Ni and the mysterious great Tao Lord Taichu. In this primordial wilderness, the only ones who could stop the saints and the mighty beings of all races were none other than the Taoist ancestor Hongjun of Zixiao Palace and the beast sovereign Shen Ni, before them, empowered by the supreme Hongmeng ranking. However, Shen Ni was merely a guardian. From this, one could see that the strength of the great Tao Lord Taichu was likely even more terrifying. Oomph. A mere guardian acts so arrogantly. If not for the blessing of the supreme Hongmeng ranking, this venerable one would surely not let you off. At this moment, Yuanshi could not help but snort coldly, as if trying to salvage some dignity. Yet no one responded to him at all, as if his words were completely disregarded. The many mighty beings looked at the beast sovereign halberd still suspended in midair side, and then departed toward the outside of the netherworld. If they continued to act now, they might very well be punished by the supreme Hongmeng ranking, so they could only leave for the time being and scheme another day. Buzz. At this moment, surging power gathered upon the supreme Hongmeng ranking once more as a new treasure was revealed. Primordial treasure ranking 22nd red embroidered ball. Top grade innate spiritual treasure. Holder Saint Yuhua. Ranking reward 10 strands of primordial creation origin. Primordial treasure ranking 21st, 24th grade reincarnation purple jade lotus seat. Top grade innate spiritual treasure. Holder attendant before the Hongmeng Palace red cloud. Ranking reward primordial chaos demon god's physical body. The karmic treasure red embroidered ball is only ranked 22nd. Who would have thought the red embroidered ball possessed such immense power? Red cloud. 24th grade reincarnation purple jade lotus seat. Primordial chaos demon god's physical body. Is this a joke? At this moment, the myriad mighty beings in the netherworld were all shocked. Ha ha ha. This old friend of mine not only did not die, but also obtained such a fortuitous encounter. It seems that before long he will return to the primordial wilderness and avenge the grievances of the past. Xinyuanzi burst into loud laughter, and a flicker of icy coldness passed through his eyes as he gazed at Kunpeng and the 2 demon emperors. In truth, he was somewhat puzzled. Back then, after Red Cloud was ambushed, his physical body was destroyed, and only his primordial spirit managed to escape to the netherworld before disappearing without a trace. Both he and many other mighty beings had believed that Yun Zongzi, a disciple under Saint Yuanshi, was the reincarnation of Red Cloud. Yet unexpectedly, his old friend had not died. Not only had he obtained the top grade innate spiritual treasure 24th grade reincarnation purple jade lotus seed, but he had also received the astonishing reward of a primordial chaos demon god's physical body. Above the 9 Netherblood Sea, Patriarch Mingi let out a deep sigh of relief. Regardless of whether that Red Cloud was alive or not, he had at least escaped this tribulation. Should he fully comprehend the primordial purple chi, he would undoubtedly advance to Hunyuan in the future, rendering him unafraid of those powerful experts who came to ambush him. Mingi, your opportunity to safeguard your life has been exhausted. As for the remaining rewards, they shall be distributed alongside others. You had best take care of yourself. At this moment, a resonant voice echoed in Patriarch Mingi's ears. The massive spatial rift above slowly closed, and the beast's sovereign halberd was correspondingly drawn back. Patriarch Mingi hastily spoke. I respectfully thank Senior Shenhui. Since I once swore an oath, I should be permitted to submit to the primordial palace. The you of now does not yet qualify for submission. Shenhui's voice sounded once more. This time it was not merely directed at Patriarch Mingi, but was also heard by the myriad holy fathers of the primordial world and the powerful experts of all races. What? He hasn't even reached Huanyuan, yet he doesn't qualify to submit. Is this true? Could it be that everyone within the primordial palace is a Huanyuan existence? Impossible, definitely impossible. Waves of shocked exclamations resounded across the primordial world, causing the spiritual minds of all powerful experts to shudder. Patriarch Mingyi's strength was sufficient to withstand attacks from a holy father. Such an existence ranked among the top few experts of all races in the primordial world. Yet his attempt to submit was flatly refused. How many powerful experts truly dwelled within the primordial palace? Could it really be that they were all beings comparable to saint-level existences? A string of questions surfaced in the minds of the myriad powerful experts across the primordial world. Even the numerous holy fathers were utterly dumbfounded at this moment. A top-tier quasi-saint possessing the primordial purple chi, someone even they wished to recruit, had been disdainfully rejected by that Shenhui. Rather, he should say he was spurned by the master of Shenhui, the lord of the primordial palace. How could they not be shocked, not be bewildered? Primordial treasure ranking 20th place, Zixiao Palace. Progenital supreme treasure. Holder Dao ancestor Hongjun. Ranking reward none. This, Zixiao Palace, is indeed a progenital supreme treasure. Just hearing about it initially made this seat feel a sense of suppression. Teacher didn't receive any reward either. Hush. Teacher has merged his physical form with the Tao and now constitutes the very body of Heavenly Way. Naturally, he would look down upon such treasures. Wait a moment. We are only at 20th place, and a progenital supreme treasure already appears. What in the world is this? The myriad powerful experts and numerous holy fathers of the primordial world had barely steadied their spiritual minds after the incident of Patriarch Mingyi's rejected submission when the supreme primordial ranking once again delivered a staggering shock to them. That Zixiao Palace was a progenital supreme treasure could have been guessed by most experts. However, what they could not fathom was that such a treasure ranked only 20th. What did this signify? Could there truly be more than 10 treasures whose might surpassed that of Zixiao Palace? At this very moment within Zixiao Palace, Hongjuan's eyes gleamed with faint traces of gloom, his heart even more profoundly shaken than that of the myriad experts in the primordial world. Though the might of Zixiao Palace paled in comparison to the Chaos Bell Panga Banner Taiji diagram, or even the 4 swords of bitter pole combined with the formation array, it remained, after all, a progenital supreme treasure. Within and without the primordial world, there were likely not many treasures stronger than it, right? Why did it rank only 20th? Moreover, there was no ranking reward. To target him once or twice was acceptable, but could he be continuously targeted like this? Primordial treasure ranking 19th place, Heaven and Earth Yellow Profound Pagoda. Postnatal Merit Supreme Treasure. Holder Saint Laozi. Ranking reward can be elevated to a progenital merit supreme treasure. This yellow profound pagoda was born after the creation of heaven and earth, containing boundless profound merit. Its defensive power was astonishing. As suspended above the head, it rendered the wielder inviolable to myriad laws, ensuring an unassailable position. Once elevated to progenital status, its formidable power would naturally increase manifold. Look quickly. The treasure rankings on the supreme primordial list have updated again. It's St. Laozi's treasure. It can actually be promoted to a progenital merit supreme treasure. A wave of astonished cries echoed throughout the primordial world. A progenital merit supreme treasure was about to be born. In that case, St. Laozi's strength would likely increase once more. Postnatal advancing to progenital. Can it truly be accomplished? At this moment, a trace of perplexity appeared on Laozi's face as well. He possessed 2 supreme treasures in hand. One was the progenital supreme treasure Taiji diagram, and the other was this postnatal merit supreme treasure, the Heaven and Earth Yellow Profound Pagoda. If the promotion were truly possible, his combat prowess might even begin to close the gap with his teacher Hongjun. Primordial treasure ranking 18th place, Taiji diagram. Progenital supreme treasure. Holder Saint Laozi. Ranking reward 10 strands of the original source of the Yin-Yang Great Tao. The original source of the Great Tao. Could it be that the Taiji diagram only ranks 18th? Although a hint of excitement stirred within Laozi's heart, the fact that his Taiji diagram merely secured the 18th position seemed somewhat difficult for him to comprehend. At the very least, it ought to have ranked within the top 5, or even the top 3, shouldn't it? How many supreme treasures existed in the primordial world altogether? Could it be just as they imagined, that even more terrifying treasures had yet to emerge into existence? Primordial treasure ranking 17th place, 4 swords of bitter pole and the bitter pole formation array. Top grade progenital spiritual treasure. Holder Saint Tongtian. Ranking reward treasure advances by 1 rank. Myriad boundless sword formation array. The 4 swords of bitter pole are about to advance to progenital supreme treasure level. Not only that, but there's also a myriad boundless sword formation array. Could it be even more formidable than the bitter pole sword formation? The terrifying prowess of the bitter pole sword formation was well known to numerous holy fathers and top-tier quasi-saints of the primordial world. Even when it was merely a top-grade progenital spiritual treasure, it could not be broken unless all 4 saints joined forces, its killing intent shaking the entire primordial world. Now that it could advance to a progenital supreme treasure, would it become utterly unbreakable even by the combined efforts of the four saints in the future? Ha ha ha. This venerable one finally possesses a progenital supreme treasure. It is more than enough to stabilize the fortune of the Jie sect. From this day forward the Jie sect shall reign as the #1 sect in the primordial world. This venerable one shall become the #1 saint of this primordial world. Tong Tian could no longer restrain himself and burst into mad laughter. If the four swords of bitter pole all became progenital supreme treasures, he would possess 4 such treasures. Within this primordial world, which saint could possibly be mentioned in the same breath as him? Third brother, do not let arrogance cloud your judgment. You should be aware that both your treasures and eldest brothers were meant to be among the foremost in the primordial world, yet neither managed to crack the top 10. What is there to be excited about? It seems among us 3 brothers we can only look to this venerable one's Panga banner. Seeing the displays of Laozi and Tongtian Yuanshi could not help but shake his head. His Panga banner was forged from the blade of the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Pangu Axe, and its offensive power ranked first among all treasures in the primordial world. It had not yet appeared on the Supreme Primordial ranking. He believed firmly that the Panga banner's placement would undoubtedly enter the top 10, perhaps even the top 3, or claim the #1 spot. At that time, he might even receive rewards that far exceeded imagination. Meanwhile, the other saints, Jane Juanti and Yuhua, shared equally grim expressions. The treasures of the 3 pure ones far surpassed their own, capable of unlocking unimaginable rewards, whereas they possessed neither such fortuitous opportunities. The primordial demon world treasure ranking 16th place, the Chaos Bell. A primordial supreme treasure. Holder Emperor Tai of the demon clan. Ranking reward, unlock all the seals of the Chaos Bell. A vat of Chaos Fiend Crow Essence Blood. Chaos Fiend Crow Essence Blood. Could it be one of the 3,000 chaos gods who once fought the great god Pangu? Tai shall in the days to come likely have the opportunity to attain the way and merge into the primordial chaos. Rather than unlocking all the seals of the Chaos Bell, what truly captivated the myriad powerful beings of the primordial demon world and the multitude of saints was that vat of Chaos Fiend Crow Essence Blood. This was not a single drop or 2, but an entire vat. One must understand that essence blood differs vastly from ordinary blood. This was tantamount to bestowing upon Tai all the essence blood the Chaos Fiend Crow had amassed across countless cosmic eras. Within the celestial court, inside the Demon Emperor's palace, Jun and Tai, who had been fretting over their failure to obtain the primordial demonic purple chi, suddenly caught sight of the Chaos Bell's ranking reward, and their expressions shifted to extreme excitement. Unlocking all the seals meant Tai could unleash the full power of the Chaos Bell, causing his combat strength to surge dramatically. And that vat of Chaos Fiend Crow Essence Blood, whether it be Tai Jun or even their descendants, all could refine and integrate it. It doesn't even qualify as an opportunity to attain the way. What is there to be astonished about? Even if both Jun and Tai were to break through to the primordial chaos, they would still not be our match. At this moment, the myriad saints all revealed traces of disdain. Yet within the immortal court, the Lord King of the East and the Queen Mother of the West both wore expressions of grave concern. With the demon clan's strength on the rise, they would surely grow even more reluctant to submit to their authority in the days to come. Alas, the treasures in their possession could never compare with the primordial supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, and at this moment they could only envy the demon clan. The primordial demon world treasure ranking 15th place, the Panga banner. A primordial supreme treasure. Holder Saint Yuan Shi. Ranking reward 10 strands of heavenly Tao origin. What is going on? Why has my treasure only been ranked 15th? How is this possible? I ask you. Within this primordial demon world, or even within the primordial chaos, what treasured artifact could possibly be worthy of comparison with my Panga banner? Is this ranking broken? Moments ago, Yuan Shi had been filled with unshakable confidence, yet the very update that had just appeared was precisely the primordial supreme treasure, the Panga banner, that he had been certain would claim the top spot. This was something he found difficult to accept at first. Even though the reward was an astonishing 10 strands of heavenly Tao origin, it suddenly seemed far less appealing to him. Face. More than any other saint, he cared deeply for his reputation, and now this was a tremendous loss of face. Second brother remained composed. Was it not rewarded with heavenly Tao origin? If you are able to comprehend and integrate it, the benefits that await you will be profoundly astonishing. Indeed, second brother, though your reward cannot compare to this young brother's, it is still remarkably formidable. Laozi hastily spoke words of comfort, yet Tonton beside him revealed a trace of pride, as if countering those very words Yuan Shi had just uttered. Meanwhile, the myriad powerful beings of the primordial demon world were utterly stunned. Heavenly Tao origin. Could it be that by obtaining heavenly Tao origin one can refine and merge with the heavenly Tao itself? Wait, that cannot be right. Lord Daogu has already merged with the Heavenly Tao, and now is the Heavenly Tao. How could Saint Yuan Shi still obtain Heavenly Tao origin? For those supreme powerhouses beyond sheer astonishment lay an undercurrent of jealousy, envy, and resentment. For the somewhat weaker powerful beings among the myriad races, however, this was simply staggering news. They could not fathom why Yuan Shi had been granted Heavenly Tao origin. Sigh, who would have thought Yuan Shi could obtain Heavenly Tao origin? Senior brother, our school may never hope to stand alongside the three pure ones. Juanti let out an involuntary sigh. Regardless of where the Panga banner ranked, they had already forfeited any such opportunity. And they were certainly not alone in this realization. In that very moment after their initial shock subsided, the hearts of the myriad powerful beings in the primordial demon world all grew somewhat despondent. After all, even the primordial supreme treasures had already been ranked. The treasures yet to appear could only grow ever more fearsome. How could the artifacts in their possession possibly compare? Nevertheless, from this point onward, they gazed at the immense supreme primordial demon ranking with even greater intensity than before. They were eager to discover what manner of treasure surpassed the supreme Yin-Yang diagram, the four swords of Zhuxian, and even the Panga banner, and who among the realms of existence could possibly possess such artifacts. Look quickly, the supreme primordial demon ranking has updated once more. Could it be that treasure of Lord Daogu himself? Impossible. Lord Daogu's treasure is a supreme chaos treasure. Then what manner of treasure could it be? Hush! The moment those characters had barely materialized upon the supreme primordial demon, ranking the myriad powerful beings of the primordial demon world had already turned their gaze skyward in unison. All were speculating what manner of treasure could possibly surpass the Panga banner. The primordial demon world treasure ranking 14th place, the Chaos Cloud Tribulation Fly Whisk. A chaos spiritual treasure. Holder Hongjun, the page boy before the Hall of Primordial Chaos. Ranking reward 10 strands of chaos origin. Chaos spiritual treasure. Chaos origin. Was it not said that chaos spiritual treasures no longer existed? And this chaos origin, could it be akin to the bounty granted to Lord Taichu comprising the 3,000 primordial Tao origins? This reward is simply transcendent. That Hongjun has truly struck an unimaginable stroke of fortune. This seat longs also to be ambushed and survive, to seize such an opportunity. This one wishes to pledge allegiance to the primordial chaos palace, even if it means serving as a mere attendant, a guard, or a page boy. In an instant, the myriad powerful beings of the primordial demon world were thrown into uproar, their cries of astonishment shaking heaven and earth. Some went so far as to imitate ancestral Master Ming, he kneeling and prostrating themselves directly before the supreme primordial demon, ranking vowing to submit to the primordial chaos palace. Alas, no matter how fervently they cried out, no response came. What manner of treasure is this Chaos Cloud Tribulation Fly Whisk? How could it possibly surpass my Panga banner? How could its reward be superior to mine? Upon Mount Kunlun, the thunderous roars of Yuan Shi echoed forth. Second brother, remained composed. Did you not see that it is a chaos spiritual treasure? Ultimately, it rests one rank above our primordial supreme treasures. That it precedes us is only fitting. You must take care not to provoke Lord Taichu, the one who stands behind the supreme primordial demon ranking. We brothers dare not cross him. Laozi hastily spoke words of reassurance, for regardless of whether Lord Taichu truly commanded the supreme primordial demon ranking, they could not afford to anger him. After all, a mere page boy in his service already possessed a chaos spiritual treasure. How could they possibly compare? Upon Mount Sumeru, Jane and Junie fixed their eyes fiercely upon the ranking of the Chaos Cloud Tribulation Fly Whisk as it surfaced upon the supreme primordial demon, ranking, their faces etched with profound astonishment and bitter jealousy. A chaos spiritual treasure. That is a chaos spiritual treasure. Had this seat's Western sect been granted even a single such artifact, our Western sect would have surged ahead of the Xianmin to become the preeminent orthodox path in the primordial demon world, and we ourselves would have seized the opportunity to suppress the myriad saints. Though shocked beyond measure, the mighty beings of the myriad races of the primordial wilderness all understood that this red cloud was none other than a servant of that mysterious Hongmeng palace, boy, a subordinate of the enigmatic Taichu Tao Lord. Even if they wished to fight for the treasure, they would likely be no match and would only throw away their lives. At this moment, the supreme Hongmeng ranking shimmered with light, continuing to update the treasure list. Primordial Wilderness Treasure ranking 13th, Primordial Chaos, Great Tao Furnace. A Primordial Chaos Spiritual Treasure. Holder Taichu Tao Lord's Attendant Yuan Feng. Ranking reward 100 strands of fire origin essence. 1 Hunyuan pill. Hunyuan pill. Could it be a pill that directly elevates one to the Hunyuan realm? And why are the origin essences counted in hundreds? Waves of shocked exclamations resounded, shaking the entire primordial wilderness. Primordial Wilderness Treasure ranking 12th, Primordial Chaos Overlord Shield. A Primordial Chaos Spiritual Treasure. Holder Taichu Dao Lord's Attendant, First Qilin. Ranking reward 100 strands of Earth Origin Essence. 100 strands of Overlord Origin Essence. 100 strands of Kingly Path Origin Essence. 3 Great Dao Origins, each 100 strands. Is that First Qilin's treasure really that terrifying? It's just a shield, isn't it? I can't bear it anymore. I want to join Hongmeng Palace too. Great Taichu Dao Lord above my clan is willing to pledge eternal loyalty to Hongmeng Palace. Shouldn't we swear loyalty to the supreme Hongmeng ranking itself? At this moment, after hearing First Qilin's rewards, many mighty beings of the primordial wilderness began to shout. They knew very well that Yuan Feng and First Qilin could never have obtained primordial chaos spiritual treasures on their own. In other words, either the Lord of Hongmeng Palace bestowed them, or the Master of the Supreme Hongmeng ranking granted them, or perhaps both were one and the same. Though they were still unclear whether the Taichu Dao Lord ruled over the Taichu era, they had to try regardless. Who knew? If they were chosen and successfully submitted, perhaps the fortune they gained would not be inferior to Yuan Feng's or First Qilin's. Primordial Wilderness Treasure ranking 11th, Primordial Chaos Myriad Thunder Mountain. A Primordial Chaos Spiritual Treasure. Holder Taichu Dao Lord's Attendant Ancestral Dragon. Ranking reward 100 strands of Water Origin Essence. 100 jars of Primordial Chaos Thunder Liquid. Primordial Wilderness Treasure ranking 10th Origin Primordial Evil God Armor. A Primordial Chaos Supreme Treasure. Holder Hongmeng Palace Guardian Shinanai. Ranking reward 100 strands of Primordial Chaos Origin Essence. 1 jar each of the blood essences of the 3,000 Chaos Demons. This, a Primordial Chaos Supreme Treasure. That Shinanai actually has a Primordial Chaos Supreme Treasure. How is that possible? How can there be a treasure of such a level? Doesn't only Senior Hongjun possess a creation jade die? At this moment, the mighty beings below the quasi-saint realm were dumbfounded utterly beyond further shock. As for those above the quasi-saint realm, especially the 3,000 mortal guests of Zixiao Palace, the disciples of the saints the Wu and Yao clans Dongwangong, and Zhuangmu ancestor Mingi, Xinyuanzi, and existences of that level, their hearts trembled violently. They understood that a primordial chaos supreme treasure represented absolute terror, boundless mystery, and supreme might. Back when Pangu split heaven and earth, the Pangu axe he used was a primordial chaos supreme treasure, which later divided into the 3 treasures of creation, the Pangu banner, the Taiji diagram, and the chaos bell. The primordial chaos green lotus was also in existence at the level of a primordial chaos supreme treasure. It gave rise to no fewer than 10 top-grade innate spiritual treasures, each mighty and renowned throughout the primordial wilderness. Ancestor Hongjun, however, obtained a fragment of a primordial chaos supreme treasure, and only through it did he comprehend the path of severing the 3 corpses to attain sainthood, enlightening the countless mighty beings of the primordial wilderness. Yet this Shun Ni was merely the sovereign of primordial ferocious beasts born from the blood essence of chaos demons. How could he possess a primordial chaos supreme treasure? Big brother, should we take a gamble? Yes, big brother. After we receive our rewards, let us go find Shun Ni and fight him. If we can suppress him, we may obtain a heaven-sent opportunity. Yuanshi and Tongtian were eager to try, faintly wishing to deduce the location of Hongmeng Palace and go there to challenge Shin Ni. But Taishang Laojun remained level-headed. He quickly waved his hand. Nonsense. An existence wielding a primordial chaos supreme treasure surely has combat strength no less than ours. Do not act rashly. Even so, in his heart, he too felt a great longing for Hongmeng Palace. Perhaps their chance to transcend the heavenly Tao lay within that very palace, in the chaos within Zixiao Palace. Hongjuan's gaze slowly fell upon the heavens above the 33rd outer heaven. He received a subtle sensation from the heavenly Tao, vaguely sensing that the Hongmeng Palace they sought might reside within that space above the 33rd outer heaven. However, at this moment he did not dare to go investigate rashly. Previously, because he had tried to refine the supreme Hongmeng ranking and acted recklessly, he was not only suppressed and humiliated. Now he had even been stripped of rewards in the treasure rankings. The 10th place has reached a primordial chaos supreme treasure. I wonder how this ancestor's creation jade die will rank. Primordial Wilderness Treasure ranking 9th Creation Jade Die. A Primordial Chaos Supreme Treasure. Holder Ancestor Hongjun. Ranking reward none. Still no reward. Seeing his Creation Jade Die ranked only 9th, Hongjuan's expression shifted, thick shock surfacing on his face. Although he could not say that no treasure could surpass the Creation Jade Die, it originated from Pangu, and was also a top-tier existence even among the lifetime treasures of the 3,000 Chaos Demons. Yet it was only ranked 9th. It can't be. The teacher's creation jade die is only 9th. Isn't that too far back? Could there really be treasures surpassing the creation jade die? Could it be that the Pangu axe has been restored? At this moment, many saints were immediately astonished. They knew well that even among primordial chaos supreme treasures there were immense differences in rank. The creation jade die obtained by their teacher was inferior to the Pangu axe in attack and inferior to the 36th grade primordial chaos green lotus in defense, but it contained the origin of the Tao and was filled with peerless mystery. Yet even such a mighty treasure was ranked only 9th. Could it be that the final 8 treasures were all even more terrifying than the creation jade die? At this thought, everyone turned their gaze toward the supreme Hongmeng ranking. Why hasn't it updated yet? I want to see what kind of treasures outrank the creation jade die. Indeed. I also wish to know what treasures are so formidable. Are they truly capable of convincing us all? While the saints and the mighty beings of all races in the primordial wilderness watched with rapt attention, a new treasure ranking slowly emerged upon the supreme Hongmeng ranking. Primordial Wilderness Treasure ranking 8th, Great Tao Origin Furnace. A top-grade Primordial Chaos Supreme Treasure. Holder Taichu Tao Lord. Ranking reward 1,000 strands of the origins of the 3,000 Great Taos. 100 fragments of Hongmeng. 1 world tree of the Primordial Chaos Spiritual Roots. At the sight of this, the entire primordial wilderness fell into absolute silence. The rewards had surpassed their imagination. They truly did not know how to put it into words. A top-grade chaos treasure. The Taichu Tao Lord is indeed terrifying. A treasure like this could probably be used to refine origin source elixirs, right? But why does a top-grade chaos treasure only rank 8th? Could it be that the Taichu Tao Lord possesses an even more terrifying treasure? The 6 saints of the primordial world were the first to react, their expressions turning extremely complicated. It would be a lie to say they were not envious. If they could own a treasure like that, they would probably be able to surpass the rank of saints and suppress the entire chaos. Even the heavenly Tao might no longer be able to command them then. That would be true freedom and perfect ease. Inside Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun's body trembled slightly, and he suddenly stood up. A dense chill flashed through his gaze, a wariness that came not only from himself, but also from the heavenly Tao. The might of a chaos treasure once unleashed would be enough to destroy the primordial world and shatter the heavenly Tao. After all, this primordial world was hewn out by Pangu with the chaos treasure, the Pangu axe. And the Taichu Tao Lord's chaos treasure bearing the word top grade is probably already no weaker than the Pangu axe. It updated again. The treasure ranked 7th has appeared. Before the powerhouses of the myriad races of the primordial world could remain shocked for long, the supreme Hongmeng ranking once again revealed lines of characters radiating dazzling light. Primordial World Treasure ranking 7th place, Spatial Origin Pearl. Top grade Chaos Treasure. Holder Taichu Tao Lord. Ranking reward 2,000 strands of the origins of the 3,000 Great Taos. 200 Hongmeng fragments. 10 strands of Hongmeng Tao essence. Another top grade Chaos Treasure. What is that Hongmeng Tao essence? Could it be the Tao essence from the age of Hongmeng? Isn't that something even more terrifying than the origins of the 3,000 Great Taos? By now the rewards had already surpassed the comprehension of the powerhouses of the myriad races. Even the saints, and even the Tao ancestor Hongjun, could not help revealing glimmers of scorching desire in their eyes. Some of them had already obtained great Tao origins, and though they could not compare with the rewards for the 7th-ranked treasure, they still counted as some consolation. The Hongmeng fragments, let alone the Hongmeng Tao essence, were things they had never seen and thus yearned for intensely. If they could obtain a single strand of Hongmeng Tao essence, not to mention transcending the heavenly Tao, they might even have a chance in the future to transcend the fetters of the great Tao. Back then, precisely because Pangu wanted to transcend the fetters of the great Tao and attain the position of a great Tao saint, he was schemed against by the great Tao, surrounded by chaos demon gods, and then having opened the primordial world fell from exhaustion. If Pangu had possessed this Hongmeng Tao essence back, then the master of the primordial world would ultimately not have been Hongjun, nor would it have been the heavenly Tao. It would still have been Pangu. Primordial World Treasure ranking 6th place. Time Origin Bell. Top grade Chaos Treasure. Holder Taichu Tao Lord. Ranking reward 3,000 strands of the origins of the 3,000 Great Taos. 300 Hongmeng fragments. 30 strands of Hongmeng Tao essence. 10 strands of Hongmeng vitality. Primordial World Treasure ranking 5th place. Karma Origin Bracelet. Top grade Chaos Treasure. Holder Taichu Tao Lord. Ranking reward 100 strands of Hongmeng Tao essence. 1,000 Hongmeng fragments. 30 strands of Hongmeng vitality. Primordial World Treasure ranking 4th place. Scepter of Destiny. Top grade Chaos Treasure. Holder Taichu Tao Lord. Ranking reward 1,000 strands of Hongmeng Tao essence. 100 strands of Hongmeng vitality. Hongmeng embryo. Space-time karma and destiny have all appeared. Could this Taichu Tao Lord be a great Tao saint? Why are you still going on about great Tao saints? Haven't you noticed that the rewards have changed this time? Hongmeng embryo. Could it be that it can create a new Hongmeng world? If a new Hongmeng world is nurtured, will this world of ours collapse? I don't know. I don't dare to think about it. At this moment, it was not only the figures of the myriad races of the primordial world that trembled. The saints of the primordial world, the Tao ancestor Hongjun, and even the sky and earth of the entire primordial world all began to shake. Rumble. The terrifying roar made the faces of the powerhouses among the myriad races change drastically. They could faintly sense a reverence rising from the depths of their hearts. Laozi Yuanshi, Tongtian Yua Jin, and Junyi shot into the air, racing madly towards Zhixiao Palace. As saints, they could sense that this tremor of the primordial world came from the heavenly Tao's shock and fear. Or rather, the heavenly Tao was afraid. Inside Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun's face had become extremely grim, and a hint of panic unexpectedly surfaced in his eyes. If the Taichu Tao Lord casually cast out one of his treasures, it would be enough to shatter the primordial world. And that Hongmeng embryo, it is the vessel that breeds the great Tao of Hongmeng. Once it takes form, never mind the heavenly Tao. Even the 3,000 great Taos throughout chaos would tremble, wouldn't they? At this moment, 6 figures descended swiftly before Zhixiao Palace. We pay our respects to Master. Master, that Taichu Tao Lord. Silence. Speak only after you have entered Zhixiao Palace. Sensing that Tongtian was about to discuss the Taichu Tao Lord, Hongjun hastily rebuked him. If that Taichu Tao Lord truly possessed such a terrifying treasure, once Tongtian uttered his name, I'm afraid they would inevitably draw his attention. Hearing this, Tongtian's expression changed. It seemed he had also realized this, so he hurriedly shut his mouth and followed his 2 elder brothers into Zhixiao Palace. Inside Zhixiao Palace, the might of the heavenly Tao surged, swirling above Hongjun's head, unable to calm down for a long time. Seeing this, the 6 saints trembled and immediately knelt down toward Hongjun. Before the master and his disciples could speak, an ethereal voice resounded throughout the primordial world and beyond. Now announcing the top 3 treasures on the treasure ranking. Please pay attention. Primordial World Treasure ranking 3rd place. Hongmeng Palace of 10,000 Origins. Hongmeng Spiritual Treasure. Holder Taichu Tao Lord. Ranking reward 1 chance to experience the birth and destruction of Hongmeng, and you may bring up to 10 followers to observe. A Hongmeng Spiritual Treasure. It's actually a Hongmeng Spiritual Treasure, so its full name is the Hongmeng Palace of 10,000 Origins. Could it be the source of all origins? Wasn't it said that when Hongmeng collapsed, all Hongmeng grade treasures were shattered along with it? And yet the reward is a chance to experience the birth and destruction of Hongmeng. This, I fear, even the Tao ancestor Hongjun has never had such an experience, has he? There are observation slots too. Doesn't Hongmeng Palace seem to have that many people? I wonder if we would have a chance if we joined Hongmeng Palace now. Forget it. Even that wretch Mingyi isn't qualified to submit. I'm afraid only saints who submit would have a chance, right? Sai, if we could observe, we might be able to step directly into the Honghuang realm. For a moment, cries of shock, sighs, and frustrated roars rose from every corner of the primordial world. Many powerhouses even began kneeling and bowing toward the supreme Hongmeng ranking, hoping to catch the attention of that Taichu Tao Lord. At the same time, within chaos, a shocking will was faintly converging, subtly probing toward the primordial world. Inside the Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun and the 6 saints all trembled, staring in shock toward the direction of chaos. Deep within that chaos, a power so despairing that even saints would feel hopeless was faintly gathering. Master, is this the great Tao? Could the great Tao be astonished? How is that possible? Ever since the primordial world was born and the heavenly Tao evolved, the 3,000 great Taos have never reappeared. Master, the 6 saints of the primordial world all turned to look at Hongjun. Ever since the ranking of the creation jade disc, the astonishment on their faces had never faded. At this moment, the might of the heavenly Tao above Hongjun's head slowly began to revolve. After a few breaths that might gradually dissipated, only then did Hongjun speak. This is the great Tao prying. The great Tao prying. Could it be that even the great Tao cannot know the origin of that being in the Hongmeng Palace? Impossible. Could this Taichu Daojun be the one who presides over fate? That should not be. That one should also have been born from the great Tao, shouldn't he? Hearing about the great Taos prying, the shock on the 6 saints' faces surged once more. They simply could not understand. If the heavenly Tao could not know his origin, then how could the great Tao also fail to know it? Even if he were one of the 3,000 chaos demons, he should have been born from the great Tao. So why could the great Tao not know his origin? A Hongmeng-level treasure might indeed be able to block the great Tao's prying gaze. But as for that being in the Hongmeng Palace, your master still cannot tell exactly how powerful he is. Hongjun's voice sounded again. Master, this disciple has a question. If it pleases Master, could you resolve my doubt? At this moment, Jane and Juanti exchanged a glance. Then the 2 rose, knelt before Hongjun, and asked with solemn expressions. This made Hongjun's brow furrow slightly, and he nodded to the 2. Master, that being in the Hongmeng Palace has already obtained the chance to experience the rise and fall of Hongmeng and can permit 10 beings to observe. Now, counting everyone in the Hongmeng Palace, there are probably not even 10. Since we are saints, if we made a request, would that being permit us to observe? As he spoke, Jane kept studying Hongjun's expression as if afraid that one misstep in his words would bring punishment. Hearing this, Hongjun's expression darkened slightly, and for a long time he said nothing. Was this Jane actually planning to defect to that Taichu Daojun right in front of his own master? And he even dared to ask aloud. Did he think no punishment would come? Jane, stop parading your petty schemes before master. If you want to submit to that being in the Hongmeng palace, just go and try. Why ask master? Exactly. Jane Junti, the two of you already harbor thoughts of submission, don't you? Beside them, Yuanshi, seeing Hongjun's expression, immediately rose and berated Jane and Junti. Tong Tian and Yuhua also rebuked them again and again, looking down on the pair with undisguised contempt. Even Laozi was furious, flicking his sleeves as if he wanted nothing more to do with them. Master, we absolutely have no intention of betraying you. We merely thought of observing for a while. I hope master will not blame us. As for making us submit to that being in the Hongmeng palace, that is utterly impossible. The faces of Jane and Junti turned somewhat grim. At that moment, they faintly sensed a dangerous aura and hastened to explain themselves. Enough. Enough. I know what is in your hearts. Is it not simply that the West is barren, treasures are scarce, and this time you did not receive sufficient rewards? Rest assured, since the Supreme Hongmeng ranking has a treasure ranking, perhaps there will be other rankings as well. These words were only Hongjun's speculation. He simply did not wish to say more to the two Western saints on the matter. He was not certain whether the Supreme Hongmeng ranking would have a second volume, a third volume. Now announcing the second place treasure on the treasure ranking. Please take note. Primordial World Treasure Ranking. Second place, Supreme Hongmeng Ranking. Hongmeng Supreme Treasure. Owner none. None. What? This Supreme Hongmeng ranking truly has no owner. And it is a Hongmeng Supreme Treasure. Could it be that it is not the treasure of that Taichu Daojun? But wait, the problem is that this treasure is so terrifying yet it is only ranked second. Why? A treasure like this should suppress chaos. Why can it only rank second? Waves of astonished cries resounded through the primordial world, and the mighty experts of 10,000 races were astonished. The Supreme Hongmeng ranking had given out so many rewards, yet it was ranked second. What was the meaning of this? The problem was that this treasure had no owner, so why had it given Taichu Daojun so many rewards? Moreover, where did all these rewards come from? Dumbfounded. The entire primordial world, the mighty experts of 10,000 races, was utterly dumbfounded. At this moment their minds were filled with huge question marks, and they had no idea where to seek answers. In the heavenly court at the Yaoshan Palace, Dijuan and Tai could not help exchanging a glance. Elder brother, that is an ownerless Hongmeng supreme treasure. Our demon race should make one gamble. Second brother, no. Even the Tao ancestor can barely suppress this treasure. If we strike, we may bring a calamity that annihilates our race. Dijuan hurriedly rose and stopped Tai. His thinking was exactly the opposite of Tai's. Making a move to test the Supreme Hongmeng ranking was truly unwise. But elder brother, what if someone else obtains this treasure? What should we do? Second brother, you are confused. With the Tao ancestor still in the primordial world, who could possibly have the chance to refine this treasure? Besides, there is still the Hongmeng Palace. Know that Tao Lord in the Hongmeng Wanyuan Palace, who is yet to make his move. We should wait and see how things unfold. Dijuan's tone brooked no dissent. He was thinking not only of Tai, but of the entire demon race. At this moment the whole race could not be wagered on something utterly hopeless. At this moment such thoughts stirred not only in Tai of the demon race. The 12 ancestral witches of the Wu race, Dong Wanggong of the Immortal Court, and Xinyuanzi of Wanshou Mountain all faintly harbored a sliver of ambition. Yet like Dijuan, they were deeply wary of the Supreme Hongmeng ranking and dared not act rashly. Inside the Zixiao Palace, both Jane and Junti had glimmers of sharp light rising in their eyes. But having just been belittled by Yuanshi and the others, they did not dare speak rashly, and instead raised their heads to look at Hongjun once more. At this moment Laozi, Yuanshi, Tongtian Yuhua, and even Hongjun all had glimmers of sharp light in their eyes. Master, should we go and investigate? Master, this treasure has no owner. Could we? Tong Tian and Yuanshi were the first to be unable to hold back, and asked Hongjun in low voices. But before their words had faded, Hongjun suddenly swept his hand, cutting them off. Alas! A treasure of the Hongmeng level likely possesses spiritual intelligence and is sufficient to suppress chaos. Even if we all make our move, there is not the slightest chance of refining it. Such a treasure can only choose its own puppet. It is not for us to refine. Hongjun let out a sigh. When he had once sought to refine this treasure, he lost several opportunities to receive rewards which convinced him that the Supreme Hongmeng ranking possessed no ordinary intelligence. Now he had no desire to provoke that treasure again lightly. Compared with this Supreme Hongmeng ranking, what Hongjun actually cared about more was what the number one treasure truly was. Now this second-ranked treasure was precisely the supreme ranking that spanned the entire Honghuang. It had already become a Hongmeng supreme treasure. Then the first-ranked treasure must certainly be one as well. It was simply unknown what kind of treasure it was, who its owner was, what reward it would bring, and what enormous waves it would stir. Hum. At this moment, waves of extremely ethereal humming sounds came from the supreme Hongmeng ranking. Immediately after, streams of terrifying might began to converge. Now the top treasure on the treasure ranking is announced. Since this treasure's rank surpasses the supreme Hongmeng ranking, it shall no longer receive a ranking reward. Phew. Finally, no reward. Haha, what does first place matter? It still gets no reward. Exactly. Upon hearing the voice from the supreme Hongmeng ranking, the mighty beings of the myriad races in the Honghuang, the 6 sages of the Zixiao Palace, and even Hongjun the Dao ancestor, all breathed a sigh of relief. If this time it truly rewarded them with something beyond what their Dao hearts could endure, leaving their Dao hearts flawed, what would they do? Puny little broken ranking. It was tolerable that you once borrowed this lord's power to act, but now you actually refuse to give a treasure reward. Are you forcing us to strike out and shatter you? At that moment, a cold snort suddenly came from the sky above. It was the voice of Beast Emperor Shini, who had previously acted to rescue Ancestor Mingi. The moment this voice rang out, it echoed across the Honghuang, shocking all the myriad races. This supreme Hongmeng ranking was a Hongmeng supreme treasure that dared to punish even the Dao ancestor. Was Shini tired of living? No way. Judging by Shini's words, is the #1 treasure that Dao Lord Taichu's. Really, Dao Lord Taichu actually has a treasure beyond the supreme Hongmeng ranking. This. If one has such a treasure, why ask for any reward? Exactly. Naturally, it was impossible for the mighty beings of the myriad races not to feel envy, jealousy, and resentment. They naturally did not want Dao Lord Taichu to obtain any more rewards. Shini, the guard of the Hongmeng Palace, has served the supreme Hongmeng ranking. He shall receive a wisp of Hongmeng purple chi to be issued together with his treasure ranking reward. The supreme Hongmeng ranking trembled slightly, and an extremely ethereal, mysterious voice came from it, shaking the entire Honghuang. No way. Even saving Ancestor Mingi earned him a wisp of Hongmeng purple chi. Has Hongmeng purple chi become that plentiful now? How can this be? Could the Honghuang really be about to produce more sages? Also, wasn't it called the Hongmeng Wanyuan Palace? Or is it simply the Hongmeng Palace? The dialogue between Shini and the supreme Hongmeng ranking had already shocked the mighty beings of the myriad races in the Honghuang. Even the sages who had acted before were now filled with regret. If they had known this would happen, why would they have fought to seize Mingi's treasure? Wouldn't it have been better to simply act to protect him? Though this emperor is but a guard, I do not care for that Hongmeng purple chi. Do not think this treasure can cancel the treasure ranking reward of my lord. As his voice fell, a shocking spatial rift suddenly appeared above the supreme Hongmeng ranking. Immediately after, the beast emperor halberd shot out from within the rift, hurtling toward the supreme Hongmeng ranking to smash it. This. Is he too impulsive? Even the Dao ancestor could not suppress it. How dare beast emperor Shini touch it? After all, he was born of ferocious beasts. No matter how strong he is, his brain might not be of much use. Alas, does he not fear the punishment of the supreme Hongmeng ranking? At the sight, the eyes of the mighty beings of all races in the Honghuang almost popped out of their sockets. A Hongmeng supreme treasure that even the Dao ancestor could not suppress. How could it be suppressed by a mere beast emperor halberd? Did Shini not fear the supreme Hongmeng ranking's retaliation? What if there were other rankings in the future that all refused to reward the people of the Hongmeng Palace? Wouldn't they suffer a tremendous loss? Inside the Zixiao Palace, the 6 sages all stood up at once, extending their divine senses to sweep swiftly across the Honghuang, focusing on Shini's strike. They wanted to know just how far Shini's strength had reached and whether he would be punished. If he were not punished at all, perhaps in the future they too could attempt to refine and subdue this supreme Hongmeng ranking. Just as the beast emperor halberd, full of primordial ferocious baleful chi, was about to touch the supreme Hongmeng ranking, a colossal pillar of light suddenly emerged above the ranking and forcibly blocked the halberd. Shini, the beast emperor and guard of the Hongmeng Palace, has attempted to destroy the supreme Hongmeng ranking. He shall be punished. From now on, all lists, all rankings. Quick. The supreme Hongmeng ranking is going to punish Shini. It truly is an ownerless Hongmeng supreme treasure, so mighty that it won't even spare the face of Dao Lord Taichu of the Hongmeng Palace. Who cares about beast emperor Shini? Who cares about the guard of the Hongmeng Palace? Before this supreme Hongmeng ranking, he can't stir up any waves. Before the supreme Hongmeng ranking had even announced its punishment, many beings of the myriad races, green-eyed with envy over the Hongmeng Palace's treasure rewards, burst into loud laughter. The same was true of several top-tier quasi-saints who had been blocked by beast emperor Shini earlier, and thus could not snatch Ancestor Mingi's treasure. Even the 6 sages in the Zixiao Palace revealed pleased expressions. This Shini is truly audacious. The best thing would be to deduct all the rewards the Hongmeng Palace has received. Yes, exactly. Although they feared Dao Lord Taichu and the existences within the Hongmeng Palace, this was the punishment by the supreme Hongmeng ranking, so they were naturally delighted to see it. Hongjun, seated in the great hall, had remained silent, but even he revealed a faint, barely perceptible smile. What about all the rankings? At that very moment, however, a cold snort suddenly came from the spatial rift Shinny had opened. That voice was even more ethereal than the supreme Hongmeng ranking, as if it had traveled through countless dimensions. Even Hongjun, the Tao ancestor, could not discern the cultivation realm of the voice's owner. From this moment on, all ranking rewards for Beast Emperor Shinny shall be issued as normal. The supreme Hongmeng ranking trembled slightly, and the might it had just unleashed rapidly contracted. The punishment it had decided to inflict seemed as if it had never existed. What's going on? Wasn't it punishment? What kind of punishment is this? All rewards issued normally. Is that a punishment? What is happening? At this moment, all the mighty beings of the myriad races in the Honghuang were stunned. Especially those creatures who had just clapped and cheered, waiting to watch a good show, now wore faces filled with disbelief. It had clearly been announced that punishment would befall him. How in the span of a single sentence had all the rewards returned to normal? Could it all be because of that voice? Or had the supreme Hongmeng ranking simply lost its nerve? Inside the Zixiao Palace, the 6 sages of the Honghuang looked at one another in bewilderment. The one who spoke just now is probably that Tao Lord Taichu, isn't it? He can even threaten a Hongmeng supreme treasure. Could his strength really have surpassed the teacher's? In this moment, the countless living beings of the primordial world, the mighty ones of myriad races, the many sages, and even Tao ancestor Hongjun were utterly astounded. The might of the supreme primordial chaos ranking which spanned the heavens suppressed the entire primordial world. Not even the 6 sages, nor even Hongjun himself, could restrain its power. Instead, they were chastised by it. Yet now, because of a single cold snort, the punishment had been altered. If that was not cowardice, what was? The question was, why would the supreme primordial chaos ranking, which could bestow terrifying rewards and even grant a primordial chaos embryo, behave in such a manner? At that moment, the terrifying supreme primordial chaos ranking spanning the heavens trembled slightly, causing the hearts of countless living beings across the primordial world to tremble along with it. The number 1 treasure on the treasure ranking shall now be announced immediately. Stay tuned. Finally, the number 1 treasure is about to be revealed. Here it comes, here it comes. The number 1 treasure is here. What treasure could it be? Even the source of the great Tao was given as a reward. Could it be that an entire Tao is being bestowed? Judging by this momentum, it must be a treasure beyond our wildest imaginations. Hurry up and update. At this moment, countless living beings across the primordial world were filled with anticipation. Many of them first sought a place of safety, halted their movements, and looked up at the supreme primordial chaos ranking, fearing that shock might plunge them into crisis. Meanwhile, within the purple firmament palace, Hongjun and the 6 sages of the primordial world all steadied their weapons and their minds, consolidating their Tao hearts. Primordial world treasure ranking number 1, the primordial calamity pearl. A primordial chaos supreme treasure. Holder Taichu Daojun. This treasure embodies the origin of the primordial annihilation calamity. He who possesses this treasure commands all calamitous forces. The heavenly Tao can be extinguished, the great Tao can be extinguished, and even the primordial chaos itself can be extinguished. This is the number 1 treasure. The heavenly Tao can be extinguished. The great Tao can be extinguished. The primordial chaos can be extinguished. How can it be so terrifying? Even though the countless living beings and mighty warriors of myriad races across the primordial world had already braced themselves mentally, cries of astonishment still erupted one after another. This was a treasure that commanded the primordial calamity. No, this was the very embodiment of the primordial calamity itself. It was this very power that shattered the primordial world of all chaos and caused the great Tao to diverge. Within the divine demon palace, the figures of Dijuan and Tai involuntarily trembled. The annihilation of the 3 clans back then was the influence of calamitous force. Could it be that this Taichu Daojun was orchestrating it all from behind the scenes? This is too beyond belief, isn't it? In the ancestral land of the witch clan, the 12 ancestral witches suddenly rose to their feet, all staring at the number 1 treasure displayed upon the supreme primordial chaos ranking. When Father God opened the heavens and split the earth, he suffered the great calamity of creation. Could it have been the work of this Taichu Daojun behind it all? Big brother, that's impossible, isn't it? How could anyone command the power of calamities? That is a force capable of plunging even the heavenly Tao into chaos. Exactly. Have you not seen the might of the treasure described above? If the great Tao itself can be extinguished, what is the heavenly Tao in comparison? This. Could it truly be that this Taichu Daojun schemed against Father God? The voices of the 12 ancestral witches rang out in succession. They could not help but recall the matter of Pangu's fall, a memory ingrained in their blood, one they understood more clearly than any outsider. Thus, even the 12 ancestral witches who feared neither heaven nor earth felt a trace of dread stirring within their hearts at the sight of the number 1 treasure. The description of this treasure was too horrifying. To guide a calamity, Perhaps they could accomplish it by paying a sufficient price to offset a calamity. Perhaps the sages could manage it through careful scheming. But to command calamities, even the heavenly Tao could not do such a thing, let alone the fact that it also included calamities unknown to them. Within the purple firmament palace, upon the faces of the 6 sages expressions of terror began to appear. They were hardly better off than the demon emperor of the demon clan or the ancestral witches of the witch clan. Master, is there truly a treasure that can serve as the source of calamities? Is there truly someone who can command all calamities, even the primordial calamity? After a long silence, Laozi was the first to look toward Hongjun, his face filled with doubt. They could not help but suspect that this final treasure had never truly existed at all. An ordinary calamity might be triggered by beings like the demon emperor or the ancestral witches of the primordial world, though at a tremendous cost to offset. An immeasurable calamity could bring about the very birth and death of the heavenly Tao. All beneath the sages would be doomed to annihilation, and even the sages would find it nearly impossible to withstand. A chaos calamity would bring about the birth and death of chaos itself, and all things would return to the age of primordial chaos. A primordial calamity would bring about the birth and death of the primordial chaos itself, causing an entire era of primordial chaos to undergo reincarnation and renewal. If this treasure were truly the root of the primordial calamity, then would it not be effortless for it to destroy the primordial world, to destroy the sages, and to destroy the heavenly Tao itself? This could no longer be called a heaven-defying treasure. This was a treasure that ought not to exist in the first place. The heavenly Tao is profound and mysterious. Even your master cannot transcend it. The great Tao is boundless, and without end it cannot be commanded. As for such a terrifyingly powerful treasure, even your master cannot say whether it truly exists. Faced with the inquiries of the 6 sages of the primordial world, Hongjun could only shake his head slightly. At present he was merely merged with the Tao. He had not even fully mastered the heavenly Tao. In fact, he had become its puppet. How could he possibly know whether a treasure that surpassed chaos and reached the level of primordial chaos truly existed? It cannot exist. If it truly did, would we not be reduced to mere ants? Then what purpose would our attainment of sagehood serve? Yuanshir's face twisted uncontrollably. Beside him, Tong Tianjuanti and Yuhua wore similar expressions, as though their Tao hearts had been wounded. Even the figures of Laozi and Jane trembled slightly. Deep down, they refused to believe such a treasure could exist. The top 30 treasures on the primordial world treasure ranking have been fully updated. In 30 days' time, the rewards shall be distributed. All rankings are based on the intrinsic origin characteristics of the spiritual treasures themselves. Should any ranking seem unfitting, it is related to the restrictions of the treasures one has refined. The distribution of rewards shall be based on the final holders of the treasures. Just as these sages, the Tao ancestor, and the mighty beings of all races in the primordial world were stunned that ethereal faint voice sounded beside their ears. This finally roused them from their shock over the number 1 treasure. The treasure rewards are about to be distributed. This emperor shall be able to obtain a vat of demon crow essence, blood and all the restrictions on this chaos bell shall be lifted. Let us see how the witch clan can contend against our demon clan in the future. This emperor's river chart and Luo writing shall also receive some rewards. In the days to come, the demon clan shall completely dominate the primordial world. This sovereign is about to obtain the source of the sword Daoha. These 4 immortal slaying swords shall also be elevated to supreme treasures. This sovereign shall also receive a reward. Excellent, excellent. It seems I ought to seize more treasures while I have the chance. We still have 30 days, brothers. Shall we storm the divine demon palace and seize the chaos bell? This emperor shall command the demon clan to hand over their treasures. As the news of the treasure ranking rewards spread, some rejoiced while others worried. However, with 30 days still remaining to contend for treasures, many mighty beings who had not received rewards began to harbor schemes of their own. If they could seize some powerful treasure within these 30 days, the final rewards would belong to them. In an instant, the entire primordial world was thrown into chaos. Powerhouses from every direction began to converge. Some wanted to charge into the demon clan and seize treasures from the demon emperors. Others made for Mount Wanshou, intending to seize Xinyuanzi's treasure. Still others headed toward Mount Kunlun, hoping to plunder the treasures of the disciples of the sage lineages. Many mighty figures who possessed powerful treasures, along with some disciples of the sage lineages, all became targets singled out by the powerhouses of the myriad races in the primordial world. If they joined forces 1 or 2 at a time, they might not pose much of a threat to such beings. But when hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of powerhouses led their own races into a united front, that momentum was unlike anything before. And so Ancestor Mingi of the 9 netherworlds, Xinyuanzi of Mount Wanshou, and the 2 demon emperors of the demon clan, normally beings whom no one dared to provoke, all became objects coveted by the powerhouses of the primordial world's myriad races. On Penglai Island, the immortal court, Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu had summoned a full 10,000 beings at the quasi-sage level. With a slight shift of his form, Dong Wangong appeared above the assembled powerhouses, radiating an awe-inspiring aura. Fellow Taoists, you all know that the shaman and demon clans of the primordial world have grown powerful. The two demon emperors refused to submit to the immortal court's authority. This defies heaven's will. As the head of all male immortals in the primordial world, personally appointed by the Tao ancestor, and as the lord of the immortal court, it is my duty to call the two demon emperors to account, overawe the demon clan, and maintain peace and stability in the primordial world. Are you willing to follow me into the demon clan's domain, slay the demon emperors, seize their treasures, and obtain rewards from the supreme Hongmeng ranking? We await the immortal emperor's command. That's right. We have long found Dijuan and Tai intolerable. Since the immortal emperor is leading us, we are willing to lend our strength. Wave after wave of war cries rang out, and a staggering momentum shook heaven and earth. Before long, the mighty army surged swiftly toward the demon clan. On the other side, among the ancestral shamans, the 12 ancestral shamans issued their own order and began mustering their great army. The ancestral shamans had never possessed many treasures. They relied primarily on the power of their physical bodies. Moreover, they bore old grudges against the demon clan, and all wished to contend for supremacy in the primordial world. Now that they saw the two demon emperors obtaining so many rewards, how could they simply ignore it and let the demon clan grow stronger and stronger? Inside the purple cloud palace, Hongjun's expression turned exceedingly grim as his gaze swept across the 6 sages one by one. This caused Laozi Yuanshi, Tongtian Yuhua Jin, and Zhuanti to tremble involuntarily. Most of the treasures on their persons had been bestowed by Hongjun. If Hongjun demanded those treasures from them, should they give them back or not? After all, those rewards were also extraordinarily striking, even for sages. Master, if this disciple obtains rewards this time, I will keep only a small portion. The rest will be left for you to choose from. Master, what senior brother said is exactly what this disciple wishes to say. At that moment, Jane and Zhuanti exchanged a glance, stepped forward, and bowed to Hongjun. Seeing this, the expressions of the 3 pure ones and Yuhua changed slightly. Those two fellows were remarkably open-minded. After all, the treasures they held were not ranked highly and could hardly compare with Yuhua's treasure. If that were so, the rewards they obtained would also be the most ordinary among the 6 sages. Once they set that precedent, the 3 pure ones and Yuhua would probably have to offer a major portion of their treasure-ranking rewards to Hongjun as well. A faint gleam flickered in Hongjun's eyes. Just now he had indeed harbored a vague desire to take back the 6 sages' treasures. Yet in the end he could not stoop to such a deed. Besides, demanding back the treasures he had bestowed would only make the sages wary and guarded against him in the future. Moreover, the heavenly Tao might not agree. After all, if he grew stronger, he might have a chance to transcend it. I appreciate your sentiments, but I am not interested in such treasure rewards. Return to the primordial world at once, and do not allow the primordial world to fall into chaos and disrupt the workings of the heavenly Tao. After a few breaths, Hongjun waved a hand toward Jin and Zhuanti, then issued a decree to the 6 sages. This made the 3 pure ones and Yuhua sigh with relief. They quickly stepped forward, saluted Hongjun, and accepted the decree. At this moment, outside Mount Wanshou in the primordial world, figure after figure arrived at lightning speed, and in an instant the entire Mount Wanshou was encircled. Who dares to trespass on Mount Wanshou? Are you seeking death? At the summit of Mount Wanshou, Xinyuanzi's expression became extremely ugly. The stone tome in his hand, radiating a terrifying might, vibrated slightly and gathered an enormous defensive barrier that enshrouded the peak. Taoist friend Xinyuanzi, I am Ao Ba of the Dragon Clan. I heard that you possess a treasure of great power and an extraordinary ranking, so I have come to visit in the hope of exchanging for it. Humph. Your Dragon Clan's ancestor has already joined the Hongmeng Hall. Why are you still wading into this muddy water? Taoist friend Xinyuanzi, I am Randang of the Chan sect. Open the defensive barrier at once, and I will lend you my aid. So long as you give me a portion of the Earth Book's reward. Xinyuanzi, I am Duobao of the Jia sect. Do not listen to Randang's nonsense. I have many treasures here and can trade with you. The reason these people were still so polite and had not made a move was simply their fear of Hongyun, the boy attendant of Hongmeng Palace. If not for him, they would have begun storming the mountain long ago. Humph. This great immortal has been occupied with matters recently and receives no guests. If you dare to attack, then I shall let you witness the might of the Earth Book. With a tremor of his spiritual aura, Xinyuanzi let out repeated cold snorts, showing no intention of yielding in the least. Even if there were no treasure-ranking reward, he would still never exchange away the Earth Book. At this moment, within the Demon God Palace of the Demon Clan, Your Majesty, Eastern Emperor, Dong Wangong of the Immortal Court, is leading several thousand powerhouses straight toward our Demon Clan. We have learned that they intend to seize the treasures of Your Majesty and the Eastern Emperor. Many demon gods hurried over and reported to the 2 demon emperors. Humph. If not for the Tao ancestors' decree, I would have suppressed that damned Dong Wangong long ago. And yet he dares to come looking for trouble with our clan. He is simply courting death. Jiuying Gixingzhao led 300,000 troops to hold them off for a moment. Remember, suffer a defeat first, then I will appear and take the opportunity to slay Dong Wanggong. We await the Eastern Emperor's decree. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of demon clan troops gathered, and led by the three demon gods rushed toward Dong Wanggong's party. Your Majesty, bad news. The ancestral shaman army has already assembled and is heading for our clan. Do these ancestral shamans intend to take advantage of the chaos and rob us? Elder brother, you and the demon master lead the army and hold them off for a while. Once I have slain Dong Wanggong, I will come to reinforce you at once. Neither Dijuan nor Tai had expected that the 12 ancestral shamans would take the initiative to march their armies toward the demon clan. Evidently, they too had come for the treasures held by the two demon emperors. At this moment, it was not just the demon clan and Mount Wanshou. A faint, unfamiliar, and powerful figures had also begun to appear around the cultivation grounds of the three Shao sisters. The entire primordial world was quietly falling into chaos, with many battles on the verge of breaking out. At the edge of the primordial wilderness, the figures of the six sages arrived with great haste. Upon returning to the primordial wilderness, their expressions shifted slightly. Each sensed that the great war over the treasures was about to begin. And this conflict would not merely involve the Wu and Yao races. Even the disciples of the sages were being watched by hidden powerhouses. These ants dare to spy on the primordial chaos purple chi belonging to this venerable one's disciples. Do they court death? Tong Tian frowned coldly as he perceived faint silhouettes flickering over the cultivation grounds of the three Shaos. Third brother, do not be enraged. This time we must jointly proclaim the teacher's decree and forbid conflict in the primordial wilderness, lest such battles impede the operation of the heavenly Tao. Laozi knew well that the mighty experts of all races had already been driven into madness. With only his own authority, stopping them alone would be impossible. Thus only the united effort of the six sages of the primordial wilderness in proclaiming the decree of Xuandu Hongjun could awe all races and the many top-tier quasi-saint powerhouses. Elder brother speaks truly. This younger brother was rash. Good. This matter shall be directed by senior brother Laozi. At that moment, Tongtian Yuanshi and Nuwa all responded to Laozi drawing closer to him. Yet Jane and Juanti remained silent, their eyes darting as though they too sought to seize a treasure before long. Witnessing this, Laozi's countenance darkened. Taoist Jane, Taoist Juanti, do you intend to defy the teacher's decree? No, Taoist Laozi misunderstands. The Yao race, the Wu race, and even the immortal court are on the verge of conflict. We brothers must personally proceed to prevent it. The matter of proclaiming the teacher's decree shall be handled by the four of you. Jane's lips curved slightly as he clasped his hands to Laozi. Before Laozi and the others could speak, Jane and Juanti transformed into streaks of golden light and sped toward the direction of the Yao race. Damnation! Those two shameless ones surely intend to seize Tai's primordial chaos bell. Three senior brothers, I shall go and stop them. At this moment, Nuwa's face darkened. She had already discerned the intentions of Jane and Juanti. As the saint of the Yao race, she would not allow them to act freely. With a flick of her form, she shot after them. This left Laozi Yuanshi and Tongtian's expressions grimly displeased. It seemed that even if the three of them proclaimed the teacher's decree, they might not suppress everything. So they could only try. Yet before the three pure ones could speak, an astonishing surge of divine might suddenly radiated from beyond the 33rd heaven. As the power descended upon the primordial wilderness, it trembled and condensed into the colossal figure of Shun Ni, illuminating the sky above. Look! There is a phantom in the sky, it seems like. It is Shun Ni, the beast emperor guardian of the Hongmeng palace. What does he intend? Could Shun Ni be about to proclaim a decree from the primordial beginning Tao Lord? For a moment, mighty experts of all races throughout the primordial wilderness beheld this scene with astonishment. By the command of the primordial beginning Tao Lord of the Hongmeng palace, I proclaim his decree. When the rewards of the supreme primordial ranking are distributed, the Hongmeng palace shall bestow 3 seats to observe the birth and extinction of the primordial chaos. All beings of every race in the primordial wilderness may come to the 33rd heaven. The Tao Lord shall choose those destined. With these words, the colossal phantom rapidly faded. Yet the voice lingered, endlessly resounding across nearly the entire primordial wilderness. What? The primordial beginning Tao Lord will grant seats to observe the birth and extinction of the primordial chaos. That is an opportunity even the Tao ancestor could not obtain. Hurry to the 33rd heaven. If we are late, the seats will be gone. Throughout the primordial wilderness, the mighty experts of all races who had prepared to seize the treasures were instantly struck with awe. Without the territory of the Yao race, the 12 ancestral witches were leading the Wu race army in swift approach. Upon hearing Shin Ni's voice, their movements halted. Elder brother, shall we continue attacking the Yao race? Elder brother, what should we do? The ancestral witches looked toward Dijiang with questioning eyes. Attack? Why attack? We brothers will immediately lead the Wu race powerhouses to the 33rd heaven. Perhaps we shall gain an even greater opportunity there. Dijiang made the decision without a moment's hesitation. The primordial chaos bell was a fine treasure, but seizing it would come at a tremendous cost. It was better to head to the 33rd heaven instead. Perhaps the primordial beginning Tao Lord would choose them to observe the birth and extinction of the primordial chaos. Even without cultivating their primordial spirits, they would surely reap great rewards. Within the Yao race's demon god palace, the figures of Dijuan and Tai trembled slightly as they instinctively gazed toward the 33rd heaven above. Elder brother, this is an opportunity that may not come even once in countless kalpas. We brothers must depart at once lest others seize it first. Good. All Yao powerhouses above the quasi-saint level shall accompany this emperor to the 33rd heaven. Hearing Tai's words, Dijuan nodded immediately and issued the decree to the Yao race. Soon the two demon emperors and countless demon gods rushed out of the demon god palace and sped toward the 33rd heaven. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Yao race, many experts of the immortal court already sensed the demon emperor's departure. Immortal emperor, shall we continue our assault on the Yao race? Immortal emperor, those are seats to observe the birth and extinction of the primordial chaos. If we delay, our chance shall be lost. Dong Wengong's expression darkened. What assault? Quickly follow this emperor to the 33rd heaven. With those words, Dong Wengong soared into the sky, and the multitude of experts about him hastily followed, surging with tremendous momentum toward the 33rd heaven. At the same time, from Mount Wanshou, the 9 hells, the GS sect, the Chan sect, the Western sect, mighty experts of all races and disciples of the saints' lineage all abandoned the treasure hunt and sped toward the 33rd heaven. Instantly, not a single battle broke out across the entire primordial wilderness. Instead, the sky was filled with dense throngs of mighty figures, astonishing every living being of all races. If a swarm of ants dares to contend with us brothers for the seats. Senior brother speaks truly. This time the seats for observing the birth and extinction of the primordial chaos shall all belong to the Western sect. Jane and Juanti, who had originally planned to head toward the Yao race, immediately quickened their pace and soared toward the 33rd heaven instead. Meanwhile, Tongtian and Yuanshi turned to Laozi and asked, Elder brother, shall we go as well? Third brother's suggestion is excellent. We should set out at once. Laozi made his choice immediately and sent word to his disciples. For the more people present, the greater the chance that the primordial beginning Tao Lord would select one of them. Before long, beneath the 33 outer heavens, countless mighty experts of the primordial world had gathered, tens of billions strong. The saints, including the three pure ones, Jane, Juanti, and Nuwa, had long since begun charging upward toward the 33 outer heavens. Charge. This time it depends on fate, not strength. Perhaps we too stand a chance. Yes. If we can obtain a place to observe the birth and destruction of Hongmeng, we might even be able to enter the Hongmeng palace and gain supreme opportunity. Charge. Seeing that even the saints had already begun their ascent toward the 33 outer heavens, the mighty experts of all races shouted and activated their treasures, shielding themselves, as they also rushed upward at great speed. The 33 outer heavens, as the name suggests, are heavens beyond the heavens, 33 layers in all. Beyond the 33rd layer lies chaos. Earlier, when they had gone to the Zixiao palace to hear the Tao, they had passed through these 33 heavens and continued into chaos. But this time they only learned that the so-called Hongmeng palace was located above the 33 outer heavens. In other words, there must be another space beyond the 33 outer heavens. In the 33 heavens, each time one ascended a layer, the oppressive pressure doubled. Living beings below the Tai golden immortal stage simply could not break through unless they relied on treasures. It was precisely because of this that countless beings were eliminated by this natural barrier. In the end, only those at the peak of the Tai golden immortal stage or above managed to rush beyond the 33 outer heavens, fewer than 1 in 100,000. Quick look, there's a vortex over there. I see it. There's a huge palace within the vortex. It must be the Hongmeng palace. It must indeed be so. This vortex is extremely terrifying. Even I cannot probe its secrets. It is definitely the Tao field of Taichu Daojun. For a time, the mighty experts of all races who had arrived above the 33 outer heavens were all attracted by the enormous vortex. Within the vortex, the faint silhouette of a grand palace floated into view, difficult to see clearly. Many mighty experts wanted to extend their spiritual sense to investigate, but they discovered that everyone's spiritual sense was blocked. Even the saints were no exception. From this, they guessed that the palace within the vortex was definitely the Hongmeng palace. Just as everyone was staring in shock at the enormous vortex, a terrifying heavenly Tao might suddenly appeared above them. Immediately afterward, a figure slowly materialized from the heavenly Tao might and landed in a single step before the saints. It was none other than Patriarch Hongjun. We welcome Master. Welcome, Master. The saints were the first to bow deeply to Hongjun and call out loudly. We pay our respects to the Tao ancestor. Pay respects to the Tao ancestor. The mighty experts of all races in the primordial world also bowed to Hongjun. At the same time, a hint of indignation arose in their hearts. The Tao ancestor had come here. Could he be intending to fight them for the chance to observe the birth and destruction of Hongmeng? On reflection, this was only natural. Such an opportunity would drive even saints mad, so Patriarch Hongjun must also yearn for it. And since Hongjun was the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, could the heavenly Tao itself also long to witness the scene of Hongmeng's birth and destruction? At that moment, the giant vortex before the mighty experts of all races opened a small rift. A terrifying might swept toward the mighty experts of all races in the primordial world. Even the saints found themselves retreating several steps. Only Hongjun, with strands of heavenly Tao might flickering around him, was the first to steady himself. Then a red shadow slowly emerged from the rift and condensed into a child of 7 or 8 years old. Seeing this, Hongjun and the 6 saints narrowed their eyes. They could faintly sense an aura spreading from that shadow, one no weaker than a saint's. Moreover, this aura was extremely familiar. I am Hongyun, the attendant of the Hongmeng Palace. The great master takes pity on the living beings of the primordial world and wishes to select 3 fated ones to enter the Hongmeng Palace and obtain supreme opportunity. Now I shall announce the names of the 3 chosen by the great master. Hongyun's voice sounded calm, yet it was like a thunderclap, causing the mighty experts of all races in the primordial world to unconsciously hold their breath. At this moment, the faces of many powerful demon experts changed, especially Kuanpeng, who had attacked Hongyun before. He could not help but retreat, as if afraid of being discovered by Hongyun. Now Hongyun was the attendant of Taichu Daojun. Perhaps one powerful treasure was all it would take to end his life. The first to obtain a place, Zhou Tianshuanu. Who is Zhou Tianshuanu? Why would the first one be an unknown existence? Could it be that this poor Taoist is unworthy of Taichu Daojun's consideration? Hearing the first name announced by Hongyun, the mighty experts of all races in the primordial world were stunned and could not help looking all around. Their faces were filled with intense shock and curiosity. They very much wanted to know what kind of divine being this so-called Zhou Tianshuanu was to have obtained such a fortunate opportunity. At this moment, a girl in a long white dress, her face full of shock and shyness, walked out from behind Shi Wangmu. Master, I'm afraid. My disciple. Only then did Shi Wangmu snap back to reality. She stared in disbelief at the disciple behind her and could not help revealing a trace of excitement. Don't be afraid. With Taoist Hongyun present, who would dare make a move against you? Beside her, Dong Wanggong showed an envious expression. But since Zhou Tianshuanu was after all his junior, he could not let it show too much. He could only laugh heartily and bask in pride before the mighty experts of all races. At this moment, Hongyun continued, the second to obtain a place, Hutu the ancestral witch. Ancestral witch? Why an ancestral witch? Those people do not even cultivate their primordial spirit. What qualifications do they have? Exactly. This kind of viewing should be focused on enlightenment. Wouldn't it be a waste of the opportunity if Hutu goes? For a time, the mighty experts of all races in the primordial world voiced their dissatisfaction one after another. What? Do you mean to fight me and my brothers? What Taoist Hongyun has announced are the names personally chosen by Taichu Daojun. Do you dare to object? At this moment, besides Hutu, the 11 great ancestral witches stepped forward one after another, each erupting with astonishing baleful aura as they roared at those who were dissatisfied. Whom do you want to have a bout with this poor Taoist and his fellow disciples? A group of people who do not cultivate their primordial spirit. What right do you have to observe the birth and destruction of Hongmeng? Jane and Zhuanti suddenly stepped forward, radiating astonishing saintly might. Laozi, Yuanshi, Zhuanti, and even Nuwa all looked toward the 12 ancestral witches with coldness appearing on their faces. The first one, Zhou Tianshuanu, was a junior, so they could not easily speak out. But Hutu was an ancestral witch of the Wu race who did not cultivate her primordial spirit. How could they be convinced? After all, there were only 3 places in total, and the first 2 had already been announced. If the third turned out to be Hongjun, wouldn't these saints have made the trip for nothing? How could they keep their dignity intact? Jane Juni, do you truly believe that we brothers fear sages? If you dare to step forward, do not blame us for activating the 12 divine capital celestial demon grand formation. That's right. Our younger sister's fortune was decreed by the grand primordial lord of the Hongmeng Palace. Are you showing dissatisfaction with the grand primordial lord? Even facing sages, the 12 ancestral sorcerers did not retreat in the slightest. This opportunity might even allow one of the ancestral sorcerers to be born as a sage-level existence, so even if they offended all the sages, they could not give it up. 12 ancestral sorcerers, if you yield this opportunity, the Wu race might yet have a chance to survive. Otherwise, one day the Wu race will be utterly annihilated. If you yield this opportunity now, I will not demand it directly. It shall be discussed together with the powerhouses of all races. Jane's words immediately drew the powerhouses of all races, who gathered around the 6 sages, seemingly ready to follow Jane and Zhuanti in pressuring the 12 ancestral sorcerers. After all, Patriarch Hongjun had not objected to Jane and Juni's words. In other words, Hongjun had tacitly approved the matter. The faces of the 12 ancestral sorcerers sank as they instinctively summoned the banners of the 12 divine capital celestial demon grand formation. If the other side truly attacked, they would have no choice but to fight. Elsewhere, Dong Wanggong secretly transmitted his voice to Zhuangmu. Taoist friend, can you yield the 9 heavens mysterious maiden quota? You must understand that the mysterious maiden's cultivation has not reached the Deluo realm. If she goes, it would be far better for this emperor to instruct her well and gain more in return. Dong Wanggong greatly hoped that Zhuangmu would step forward and persuade the 9 heavens mysterious maiden to give up this quota. In his view, the mysterious maiden's cultivation was too low, and even if she witnessed the primordial beginning and destruction of Hongmeng, she might not improve much. Meanwhile, numerous powerhouses began to crowd around the immortal court. The 12 ancestral sorcerers were not easy to contend with, so, if they had to seize a spot, they would rather struggle against the immortal court. At that moment, Hongyun's brows sank slightly as he swept his gaze over the powerhouses of the 10,000 races. However, he completely ignored their dissatisfaction and once again announced the final quota. The third person to obtain a quota is Nuwa. Nuwa, only one sage has been selected. Even the Tao ancestor was not chosen. It seems even sages have no special privileges. How can this be? The 3 quotas do not include my name. Do we truly have no chance at all? Hearing the final name, the powerhouses of all races could not help but reveal their disappointment. Nuwa was a sage, so they dared not try to seize her quota, yet clearly they were filled with resentment. Even more resentful were the 5 sages beside Nuwa along with Hongjun, who had made a special trip. This time Hongjun had come not only to obtain a quota, but also to enter the Hongmeng palace and explore it. Nuwa, however, was immensely excited. Although she was the first sentient being to step into the sage realm after Hongjun, her combat power still could not match the 3 pure ones, and she even lagged far behind Jane. Now that she had obtained this opportunity, she would surely gain enlightenment, and her cultivation would inevitably rise. Junior sister Nuwa, this quota. Daosit Nuwa. At this moment, Laozi Yuanshi, Tong Tianjin, and Jundi all looked toward Nuwa ready to speak, and hoping to exchange for this quota. 3 senior brothers, 2 Taoist friends. This quota was personally selected by the Grand Primordial Lord. I will absolutely not hand it over. If you truly want it, why not go and beg the Grand Primordial Lord yourself? Nuwa coldly cut off the words of Laozi and the others, showing she did not even want to listen, her attitude resolute. Nuwa, we are not acting for ourselves, but for our teacher. Could it be that you want our teacher to make this trip in vain? Hearing Nuwa's words, Jane revealed a sinister expression and spoke loudly, seemingly intending to use Hongjun's prestige to demand the quota obtained by Nuwa. Yet even after Jane spoke, Hongjun did not voice any objection, seemingly tacitly approving his words. Nuwa's expression shifted slightly, and for a moment, she did not know what to say. Around the 12 ancestral sorcerers and the immortal court, a dense crowds of powerhouses from all races had already gathered, making the atmosphere even more tense than around the sages. At this moment, the corners of Hongyun's mouth curled slightly, and he once again spoke. There is still one special quota. Another. Could it be a sage? No, it must be the Tao ancestor. Hearing these words, the powerhouses of all races did not feel much hope in their hearts. Instead, Laozi and the other sages, and even Hongjun, looked up at Hongyun. Hongyun spoke indifferently. Mingi, this special quota belongs to you. Mingi. Why? Should it not be this saint? It should be someone from the western lands, right? Exactly, it should be someone from the west. At this moment, the faces of the 5 sages drastically changed, feeling as if they had been toyed with. Even Hongjun's expression could not help but turn gloomy. After all, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Dao said, Hongyun, I think this is unfair. These 4 quotas should all belong to us sages and our teacher. Yes, unfair. At this point, Jane and Juanti exchanged a glance and stepped forward together, shouting at Hongyun. The 3 pure ones were also filled with anger at this moment. Tontian faintly wanted to step forward and speak, but was pulled back by Laozi. Speaking now would be unwise. Humph. Can the decree of the Grand Primordial Lord be changed by the likes of you? Can the one chosen by my master be threatened by you? Just then, from within the enormous vortex came a series of rebukes. In an instant, all of the 33rd outer heaven trembled. Following that, a terrifying might surpassing innate treasures and even chaos treasures spread out from the Hongmeng palace within the massive vortex. The origins of the 3,000 great Daos faintly materialized instantly, suppressing the aura of the powerhouses from all races. Some weaker beings could not help but feel an intense urge to worship, instinctually wanting to kneel toward the direction of the Hongmeng palace. Are you planning to act wildly before the Hongmeng palace? If so, then let me fight with you. I would like to see after all this time what progress you have made. At the same time, Hongyun's figure suddenly stepped forward and his aura began to rise wildly. A horsetail whisk radiating terrifying might slowly emerged. Its 3,000 white strands trembled, releasing surging primordial chaos energy. Within that chaos energy, traces of tribulation power faintly appeared, extremely terrifying. Red Cloud. Seeing this Taoist ancestor, do you not even address me as master? At that moment, Hongjun's figure slowly rose into the air, his expression dark as he fixed his gaze upon Red Cloud, sharp glints flickering within his eyes. Hearing Hongjun speak, the mighty beings of the myriad races in the primordial wilderness all revealed expressions of surprise, pausing in their movements to turn their gazes toward Red Cloud. Before Red Cloud could respond, a resonant humming sound swept across the entire primordial world. Immediately after, the colossal Supreme Primordial List trembled slightly. Supreme Primordial List Volume 1 rewards for the top 30 treasures of the primordial world are now being distributed. Please be prepared to receive them. 30th place reward distribution. 29th place reward distribution. 28th place reward distribution. 3rd place reward distribution. 2nd place reward distribution. 1st place reward distribution. In an instant, streams of dazzling light surged forth from the Supreme Primordial List, most of them racing toward the heavens beyond the 33rd layer of the sky. Ha! This seat's reward has arrived. This sovereign's sword Tao origin is truly profound and miraculous. This emperor now fully controls the Chaos Bell. Henceforth I dare do battle even against a saint. In that moment, the three pure ones who had been locked in a tense standoff with Red Cloud, along with all those who had received rewards, erupted in exclamations of surprise. Jane and Juanti, who had not received satisfactory rewards, wore grim expressions, their discontent growing ever deeper. Hongjun, witnessing this, furrowed his brow tightly. Evidently his prestige as the Taoist ancestor had been greatly diminished by the Supreme Primordial List. In the past, without a single word from him, the three pure ones and Nuwa would already have launched an attack against Red Cloud. Even Nuwa would have voluntarily offered up the quota she had obtained. But now the three pure ones were engrossed in inspecting their treasure rankings and rewards, while Nuwa nervously averted his gaze, clearly unwilling to surrender the quota this time. At this thought, his aura began to surge steadily, an awe-inspiring might radiating outward in all directions. The mighty beings of all races who had been elated by their rewards or secretly scheming at the sight of others receiving theirs instantly snapped back to attention and turned toward Hongjun. Since the conflict between the demonic and orthodox paths, this Taoist ancestor had rarely revealed his might. Now could it be that he was enraged because of Red Cloud? And was he about to make a move? Yet none could say whether this was the ancestor's own intent or the will of the heavenly Tao. Though they did not know the exact extent of his power, it was certain to surpass the saints, perhaps even reaching the half-step heavenly Tao realm. As for Red Cloud, his imposing aura appeared no weaker than that of a saint, yet the countless mighty beings, and even the 6 saints, could not discern his true cultivation level. This was precisely why Hongjun, despite displaying such overwhelming might, had not immediately struck. At this moment, Red Cloud's body radiated breathtaking, chaotic, primordial energy. Though it was merely his Dharma body, his aura continued to surge unrelentingly. What is happening? Could it be that Red Cloud's true body is currently merging with the reward? Right, I recall Red Cloud's rewards include the physical body of a chaos demon god and the primordial chaos origin. If he truly fuses with the body of a chaos demon god, wouldn't Red Cloud's power be enough to suppress even the saints? Waves of exclamations rose into the air, reaching the ears of Hongjun, Laozi, and the other saints. This made Hongjun, who had been poised to act, hesitate once more. Or rather, it was not his own hesitation, but the will of the heavenly Tao which cautioned him against rashly stepping forward to attack. Red Cloud, why are you so slow? Choose your people and bring them in at once. The master has grown impatient. If anyone dares to obstruct, you simply waste their cultivation and be done with it. At that moment, the vortex around the Hongmeng palace trembled slightly. Cold, disdainful voices drifted out from within the palace. Immediately after, 4 auras no weaker than Red Clouds manifested in the sky, conjuring the phantom images of Shun, Ni, Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Primal Qilin. The 4 phantoms loomed a full 100,000 zhang tall, exuding terrifying might that made the mighty beings of all races dare not meet their gaze. At this moment, even Hongjun could not help but shudder. Those figures before him were no longer comparable to their past selves, and the most enigmatic Taichu Daoist had yet to appear. If he made a move now, he feared he could not even set foot within the Hongmeng Palace. After a long moment of deliberation, his aura rapidly receded, and his form flickered as he departed into the chaos. The Hongmeng Palace must not be offended lightly. At the same time, Hongjun's voice resounded in the ears of the 6 saints. The faces of the 3 pure ones, Jane and Juanti, stiffened, and with soft sighs they restrained their auras and descended below the 33rd outer heavens. Has the Taoist ancestor simply left? The 5 saints have left as well. What about? We thought the ancestor would attack the Hongmeng Palace this time. Could it be that he is afraid? Shoo! Are you tired of living speaking recklessly of the Taoist ancestor? Though the mighty beings of all races dared not openly discuss the ancestor, and the saints they still burst into murmurs of astonishment. They never expected that even before the legendary Taichu Taoist had revealed himself the Taoist ancestor, and the saints would already have lost their nerve. The first volume of the Supreme Primordial List is now complete. In 1,000 years the second volume will be released, the Cultivation and Combat Power Ranking. Stay tuned. At that moment the voice of the Supreme Primordial List echoed in the ears of all living beings across the primordial world. Second volume. 1,000 years. Cultivation and Combat Power Ranking. Must we wait that long? Within 1,000 years our cultivation may yet improve greatly. Indeed 1,000 years is nothing to us. Perhaps we may even obtain the primordial purple chi. In an instant the mighty beings of all races cried out in excitement. In other words, in 1,000 years they would learn just what realm the Taichu Taoist of the Hongmeng Palace truly stood at. Moreover, if they cultivated with fanatical fervor over that millennium and raised their strength, they might well break into the top 99 and receive rewards. Or perhaps this ranking would be divided by cultivation realm, meaning countless mighty beings could obtain rewards. In that moment, those who had been ready to fight to the death for advantage swiftly changed their minds. Second brother, let us return to the demon race at once, and continue cultivating, striving to elevate our cultivation and combat power. Elder brother, second brother, we must hurry back to Kunlun Mountain. This younger brother intends to comprehend the origin of the Sword Tao. Let's go. Return at once, and enter secluded cultivation immediately. Within 1,000 years I shall heed no worldly matters, and devote myself entirely to cultivation. Many mighty beings, even the saints, began to abandon their thoughts of contending for treasures. With the rewards already distributed, starting a conflict now would not yield such easy gains. Some mighty beings went so far as to directly manifest protective treasures and begin cultivating on the spot here in the heavens beyond the 33rd layer. As the myriad races experts prepared to return to their respective domains for secluded cultivation, Red Cloud lightly waved his hand, sending forth several streaks of crimson light that enveloped Jiutian, Xuanu Hutu, Ancestor Mingi, and Yuhua. Follow behind this seat, and do not move recklessly. If you fall into that vortex and perish, you have only yourselves to blame. With these words, Red Cloud's figure soared toward the colossal vortex. Yuhua, Hutu Mingi, and Jiutian Xuanu hastily followed, terrified of falling behind and being swallowed by the swirling vortex. At the instant Hongjun stepped into the colossal vortex with Yuhua, Hutu, Jiutian Xuanu, and Mingi. Jane cast a meaningful glance at Juanti. Juanti's form trembled faintly, and he vanished from the spot. At the moment the vortex's gap closed, a barely discernible golden light shot over with extreme speed and plunged straight through. HM. Taoist Jane, have you forgotten the teacher's warning from just now? At this moment Laozi seemed to sense something and reminded Jane in a low voice. Are the three of you not curious? Do you not wish to know what secrets are hidden inside the Hongmeng Palace? Jane smiled faintly, as if attempting to draw the three pure ones into his scheme. After all, the two of them did not possess any truly formidable treasures and could not even hope to match Hongyun or the guardians of the Hongmeng Palace in battle. This time Juanti had only managed to slip into that colossal vortex by employing a secret art. Thus Jane wanted to drag a few saints along with him, so that if anything went wrong they could lend support to Juanti. Humph. This venerable one has no time to court trouble alongside your Western sect. Once this venerable one comprehends the origin of the Sword Tao, and completely refines the 4 immortal slaying swords, when the next Supreme Hongmeng ranking publishes the Cultivation and Combat Power Rankings, I may well be invited by Tao Lord Taichu into the Hongmeng Palace. Tong Tian gave a cold snort, looking utterly disinterested. This time his reward was better than those of both his elder brothers, so there was naturally no need for him to enter the Hongmeng Palace and seek trouble. However, Yuanshi and Laozi standing nearby were subtly tempted. Third brother, do not be hasty. Let us wait here for a while. Who knows? Perhaps Taoist Juanti will indeed uncover some earth-shaking news. Laozi murmured a few words to himself, slowly raised his head, and gazed at that terrifying vortex. Beside him, Yuanshi's face also turned rather solemn. Since Laozi and Yuanshi would not leave, Tong Tian, who had wanted to return, could only halt and stand by their side. Seeing this, Jane could not help but reveal a faint smile. This way, even if a problem arose, he would have others to aid him. At this moment, the many disciples of the saints' orthodox lineages were taken aback as well. Since their teachers were not leaving, it was only proper for them to remain and get to the bottom of the matter. As for the mighty beings of the myriad races who had been shifting about to return to the primordial wilderness, they too seemed to sense something. The saints are not leaving. Could they be planning to probe the Hongmeng Palace? It would seem so. Otherwise, why would they not immediately return to their own abodes? Even if they do not cultivate themselves, they should still be expounding the Tao to their disciples, elevating the strength of those under them, should they not? Just as the mighty beings of the myriad races wore looks of curiosity, a series of startling collisions rang out from within the Hongmeng Palace. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, even the enormous energy vortex trembled. Immediately afterward, a terrifying saintly might surged madly out from the vortex. Yet after merely half a breath, that saintly might collapsed with a thunderous crash. "Shenny, how dare you attack this poor Taoist? And you, Hongyun, we were friends in the days of old." At this moment, Junti's terrified voice rang out, causing every mighty being above the 33 outer heavens to freeze and reveal a shocked expression. They finally understood why the saints had not left. It turned out that Junti had secretly infiltrated the outer perimeter of the Hongmeng Palace. Found out. Jane's expression changed drastically, and the saintly might around his body soared wildly. "Taoist, lousy Taoist, Yuanshe Taoist, Tongtian, I beg the three of you to lend this poor Taoist your aid and rescue my junior brother." "Taoist Jane, stay your impatience. Even if we were to act together at this moment, we might not be able to breach that terrifying vortex." Laozi waved his hand, showing no intention of intervening, and instead tried to persuade Jane. "Elder brother is absolutely right. Let us wait a little while. I believe Taoist Juni will be fine." Yuanshe also chimed in with agreement. Although they wished to know what was happening within the Hongmeng Palace, they had never agreed to help Jane charge inside and rescue anyone had they. "Humph. You folk of the Western lands truly have dull minds. You defy the teacher's warning, so this outcome serves you right." Tongtian, however, did not have such a good temper. Wasting his cultivation time. Was it all for him to charge inside and save that Juni? Don't even think about it. Just then an astonishing rift appeared on the surface of the colossal vortex. At this moment, whether it was Jane, the three pure ones, or the mighty beings of the myriad races, all of them witnessed the scene within. Saint Junti, like a ball, was being kicked and stomped by two figures tumbling without end. All around lay scattered seven-colored glimmers of spiritual light, and several innate spiritual treasures drifted down. Clearly Junti had put up a fierce resistance, and then his resistance had unquestionably been futile. This Junti is a saint, and yet he was pummeled like an ant. That Shenny and Hongyun are truly terrifying. No way. Tao Lord Taichu did not even appear. This is simply too terrifying. All of the mighty beings of the myriad races wore astonished expressions. This was a saint after all, yet he had fallen to such a state. How could they not be shocked? "Shenny, Hongyun, you dare to lay hands on my junior brother, you." Jane's expression underwent a violent change, and his body abruptly stepped forward. But before he could advance any further, Laozi standing beside him urgently sent him a voice transmission. "Taoist Jane, do not court your own ruin. Even if all of us joined forces now, we might still be unable to rescue Taoist Juni." Laozi had already noticed that those seemingly casual kicks and punches were subtly suffused with the power of the great Tao. Even if they advanced together with their combined strength, they likely would not be able to save Junti. Moreover, they had never intended to act in the first place. Seeing Junti in such a miserable state only stirred a sense of empathy. They did not wish to watch Jane, a fellow saint, go forward and suffer humiliation as well. Boom, boom. One thunderous crash after another rang out. A full quarter of an hour passed before Shinny and Hongyun finally came to a halt. Junti trespassed into the Hongmeng Palace and deserves to be obliterated, but the Lord is merciful, granting him a chance to live. He shall be suppressed above the 33 outer heavens for 100,000 years. The moment Shinny's voice fell, a shocking might materialized above the Hongmeng Palace and swept directly toward Junti. Then above Junti's body, a towering mountain range manifested, suppressing him on the spot, and began moving outward and away from the colossal vortex. It did not stop until the towering mountain came to rest before the saints, including Jane, as though testing whether these saints would make a move. Can a saint be suppressed so easily? This is too terrifying. Those in the Hongmeng Palace must not be provoked. Sighs of shock rose from the mighty beings of the myriad races. Then one after another they hastened down from the 33 outer heavens, terrified that one misspoken sentence would see them suppressed by the existence in the Hongmeng Palace as well. Before that towering mountain, Jie Yin's form trembled uncontrollably. He opened his mouth several times, yet no sound escaped his lips. Laozi, Yuanshe, and Tongtian were likewise struck with utter astonishment. Though they had never thought highly of Junti, he was still a sage. Seeing him suppressed with almost no resistance filled their hearts with profound dread. "Senior brother, it's only been 100,000 years. Do not act rashly. This Hongmeng Palace is far too terrifying." Junti's voice sounded beside Jie Yin, but before he could finish his words, his voice was abruptly cut off, as if completely crushed beneath that towering mountain. Jie Yin's gaze flickered, and his aura swiftly receded. In the end, he gave a slight shake of his head and vanished in a beam of golden light. "Second brother, third brother, leave this place at once. The Hongmeng Palace must not be probed lightly." Laozi urgently whispered to Yuanshe and Tongtian, whereupon the three of them sped away toward Kunlun Mountain. In the end, the mighty beings above the 33rd heaven all departed. Only the towering mountain that suppressed Saint Junti remained, along with the colossal vortex radiating terrifying power. Within that enormous vortex, Hongyun stepped into the awe-inspiring Hongmeng Palace, followed by the astonished Niwa Hudu ancestor Mingi and Ninth Heaven mystic maiden. At that moment, looks of extreme shock appeared on Nuwa and the others' faces. Strands of astonishing primordial essence swirled around them. Entering this place felt like being able to sense the origins of the 3,000 great Daos. Now they finally understood why the rewards given by the master of the Hongmeng Palace were so extraordinary. Because this place inherently possessed treasures of terrifying magnitude. Anything even slightly inferior would never catch the eye of the one within the Hongmeng Palace. Soon Nuwa and the others were led into the great hall of the Hongmeng Palace. At that instant their forms trembled and surging primordial essence enveloped every one of them. Not far from them several figures slowly materialized, none other than Shun Enai and Hongjun, who had violently beaten Junyi earlier. Behind them followed a figure radiating five-colored light, Kong Xian, the son of Yuan Feng, who had been brought into the Hongmeng Palace earlier. After a long while, three figures appeared on either side of the Hongmeng Palace Master's throne. One was a woman of exquisite beauty, another was an old man with gray hair and beard, and the last was a burly bald-headed man. The auras of these three figures seemed hardly weaker than those of Shun Enai and Hongyun. Are these Yuan Feng, Ancestor Dragon, and Ancestor Qilin? Where is Great Beginning Dao Sovereign? And these beings' cultivation levels? I cannot even probe a single one. Nuwa was already showing a face full of shock. She realized that even as an all-capable sage, she was like a drifting leaf within the boundless sea inside this Hongmeng Palace. Unable to see the end, unable to sense the cultivation of the other beings present. With a bitter laugh in her heart, Nuwa could only withdraw all her aura and obediently wait for the viewing to begin. Huta, though somewhat bolder, managed only a single glance around before she could no longer continue looking. She found that the terrifying pressure of the Hongmeng Palace made it difficult for her to turn her head any further. Rather than lose this heaven-defying opportunity, she could only wait patiently, just like Nuwa. Ancestor Mingi and the Ninth Heaven Mystic Maiden were comparatively more well-behaved. Meanwhile, Kong Xian, who had been brought into the Hongmeng Palace earlier, looked around with unconcealed curiosity, glancing at Nuwa and the others, as if he found the whole affair quite amusing. The birth and extinction of Hongmeng form an endless cycle. When Hongmeng is born, all things condense, and the great Tao first appears. When Hongmeng shatters, the great Tao evolves, and chaos takes shape. Primordial gods are born, warring ceaselessly, seeking to transcend. A profoundly mysterious voice resounded softly, jolting the minds of everyone present. At that moment, not only the outsiders like Nuwa, but even Shun Enai and others of the Hongmeng Palace were equally shaken. As the voice fell, the scenery within the Hongmeng Palace began to transform rapidly. Gradually, they witnessed everything from the birth of Hongmeng, the evolution of chaos, the nurturing of living beings, and the opening of worlds, to the decline of those worlds, the annihilation of all things, and the return to Hongmeng once more. The ceaseless transformations of Hongmeng's birth and extinction were filled with such profound mysteries that they inspired supreme enlightenment. Amid those astonishing scenes, a solitary figure seemed to appear throughout, as if experiencing everything. As for Nuwa, Mingi, Ninth Heaven Mystic Maiden, and Hutu, their auras were also soaring. The Ninth Heaven Mystic Maiden in particular was continuously breaking through in cultivation. The primordial wilderness, the demon clan, the demon god palace. The demon army had long since gathered, and was patrolling everywhere, every single one of them wearing vigilant expressions. At this moment, they had every reason to be tense. Both demon emperors, the demon clan's grand master, and numerous demon gods, any being whose strength surpassed the Deluo golden immortal realm, were all crazily in seclusion cultivating. If a powerful enemy were to attack now, they truly might not be able to withstand it. However, their worries seemed unnecessary. At this very moment, throughout the primordial wilderness, almost every being who believed they could increase their strength somewhat within 1,000 years had entered seclusion to cultivate. They were also gambling, hoping that the cultivation and combat power ranking would not select 99 names from among the myriad races of the primordial wilderness. The Witch Clan's territory. Rumbling sounds echoed endlessly. The Witch Clan did not cultivate their primordial spirits. At this moment, nearly the entire race was honing their physical bodies, and the 12 ancestral witches were no exception. Although their clan had not tasted the benefits of the treasure ranking rewards this time, Hutu had obtained an opportunity that even sages would envy. Clearly, the rewards of the supreme primordial Hongmeng ranking were not undeserved. Moreover, they had to raise their cultivation and combat power as much as possible, surpassing the demon clan in order to obtain even greater rewards. Wanshou Mountain. The ginseng fruits had ripened. This time Xinyuanzi did not send them to the sages or to the fellow Taoists he had known before. Instead, he took them all for himself and consumed them. He too wished to seize the chance to elevate his cultivation, hoping to obtain a good rank on the next cultivation and combat power ranking. Time in the primordial wilderness is not counted in years. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. From all across the primordial wilderness, astonishing auras ceaselessly shot up into the sky. Some broke through to Deluo golden immortal, with the flower of Deluo blooming in full Some successfully severed a corpse and stepped into the quasi-sage realm. Others refined the rewards from the previous treasure, ranking their auras skyrocketing wildly. At this moment, the top powerhouses of the primordial wilderness emerged from seclusion one after another, their eyes fixed solemnly upon the supreme primordial Hongmeng ranking. They had gone madly into seclusion for 1,000 years precisely to secure a good ranking and obtain excellent rewards. But if the cultivation and combat power ranking on the supreme primordial Hongmeng ranking turned out to be different from what they imagined, their Tao hearts might not be able to withstand it and could fracture. Thus, at this very moment, countless living beings across the primordial wilderness were all waiting for the supreme primordial Hongmeng ranking to make its move. In the sky of Honghuang, the supreme primordial rankings list that spanned the entire primordial world had remained silent for 1,000 years. Under the watchful gaze of powerful beings from all races across Honghuang, it finally trembled. It has begun. Finally, it has begun. I have secluded myself for 1,000 years waiting for this very moment. I am certain to appear on the rankings. Here it comes. After a millennium of cultivation, I have already broken through 2 consecutive realms. There should be a place for me. After 1,000 years had passed, hearing that ethereal voice, once again billions of living beings across Honghuang all let out startled cries. They had sealed themselves away for 1,000 years, shunning all worldly affairs, all in anticipation of this moment, hoping the supreme primordial rankings would not disappoint them. At the Sanxing Hall atop Kunlun Mountain, the gazes of the 3 pure ones opened almost simultaneously. They exchanged a glance, and their terrifying aura was swiftly restrained. Congratulations, third brother, on your considerable cultivation advancement. Eldest brother flatters me. I must also congratulate eldest brother and second brother on your respective cultivation breakthroughs. Eldest brother, second brother, let us summon our disciples at once and gather them here. Perhaps we can enhance their combat capabilities. That is precisely so. Excellent. The 3 pure ones laughed heartily and immediately summoned their disciples to gather at Kunlun Mountain, each designating a territory to boost their disciples' combat prowess, while listening to the supreme primordial rankings. In contrast to the 3 pure ones' excitement, Jane atop Mount Sumeru appeared quite desolate. He had previously devoted himself to advancing his cultivation, neglecting his disciples in the process. Now it turned out the rankings were divided by cultivation realm. Would the disciples of the Western sect hardly stand a chance? More critically, Junti was sealed above the 33 heavens and unable to advance his cultivation. In the ranking above saints, would he inevitably bottom out? All disciples come at once. At this moment, he could only rally his disciples as quickly as possible and find ways to strengthen their combat abilities. Within the Purple Heaven Palace in the Chaos Realm, Hongjun's expression darkened slightly, a glint flashing in his eyes. Since he had avoided provoking the supreme primordial rankings this time, he presumed there would be some reward for his ranking. Over the past millennium, he had vague suspicions that the Taoist Lord of Taichu from the Hongmeng Palace might not have surpassed him in cultivation. The other party could have merely relied on treasure artifacts to shock Honghuang. He had already established communion with the heavenly Tao and stood to directly attain its power, perhaps even becoming the most formidable combatant. The Honghuang cultivation combat rankings are organized by tier, with the top 10 from each of 5 major cultivation realms selected. These 5 cultivation realms are Golden Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, Daluo Golden Immortal, Quasi-Saint, Above Saint. During the ranking period, cultivation levels may only increase, never decrease. The final ranking will be determined by combat power alone. Cultivation serves only as reference and treasure items are excluded. Ha ha ha. I was right to bet on this. I spent a millennium at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal, deliberately holding back my breakthrough, all waiting for this moment. Only the top 10 from each realm are selected. Are you serious? How can us quasi-saints at the early stage be ranked alongside those at the peak? Why is it set up this way? Why are treasures excluded? Treasures are part of combat power. Precisely. I barely managed to obtain an excellent treasure thinking it would help me break into the top 10 among Daluo Golden Immortals, only to have it disregarded entirely. Hearing that the rankings would be organized by cultivation realm, the myriad powerful beings across Honghuang fell stunned. One moment some erupted in wild laughter, the next others were overcome with despair. Especially those who had originally been near the pinnacle of Golden Immortal, but had broken through to Tai Golden Immortal, or even Daluo Golden Immortal, and Quasi-Saint, all felt their Tao hearts tremble, faint cracks appearing within. Moreover, their last hope of weakening their cultivation to drop back to a lower realm had been shattered. As for the rule excluding treasures from combat evaluation, the vast majority of the myriad races' powerful figures strongly supported it. After all, only a handful of hegemonic races or saint lineage sects possessed truly powerful treasures. If they were included, where would there be any chance for ordinary cultivators? The Honghuang Cultivation Combat Rankings Golden Immortal Combat Tier Rankings begin updating now. Stay tuned. It has begun. Update quickly. Hush. It's starting right now. Hearing the Golden Immortal Combat Tier, countless Golden Immortal level beings grew extraordinarily excited. Every one of them fixed their gaze upon the supreme primordial rankings list in the sky, expressions full of earnest anticipation. Golden Immortal Combat Tier ranking 10th place, AO Guang. Dragon Clan. Golden Immortal Peak. Ranking reward 3 drops of Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Innate Spiritual Treasure Water Spirit Pearl. AO Guang of the Dragon Clan. Never heard of him. To rank in the top 10, I refuse to accept this. Agreed. Neither do I. Let us go together to the Dragon Clan and challenge that AO Guang to a fight. As soon as the first ranking was announced, a flood of Golden Immortal level experts became extremely indignant and set off toward the Dragon Clan to demand a reckoning from AO Guang. Deep beneath the eastern sea, AO Guang suddenly heard his name called and let out a long, resonant cry to the heavens. With ancestral dragon bloodline essence and an innate spiritual treasure in reach, he would one day have the opportunity to lead the Dragon Clan to rise again. Golden Immortal Combat Tier ranking 9th place, Zhuhan. Wu Clan Wu General. Golden Immortal Peak. Ranking reward mid-grade innate spiritual treasure Yearmoon Spear. 1 drop of Panga Bloodline Essence. Wu Clan. Panga Bloodline. And a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. How can some obscure nobody from such a minor clan deserve treasures of this caliber? Billions of living beings across Honghuang expressed utter astonishment, stunned that the first 2 announced rankings were both unknown youngsters from relatively inconsequential backgrounds. Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Tier ranking 8th place, Blood-Winged Black Mosquito. Innate Ferocious Insect. Golden Immortal Peak. Ranking reward 1 thread of Devouring Law. Innate Spiritual Treasure Blood, Fiend Demonic Armor. Moi. A ferocious insect. Even a mere bug ranks above me. How is this possible? This old master refuses to accept this. Find that insect and I shall crush it beneath my foot. At this moment, not only did numerous Golden Immortal cultivators voice their grievances, but even many supreme beings displayed traces of confusion. This ferocious insect possesses genuine capability. It should join the Western sect. Jane smiled and immediately condensed a divine projection heading toward the Netherworld. Jiaoying. Present. Immediately lead your forces to the 9 Netherworld and retrieve that blood-winged black mosquito for me. I obey your Imperial Majesty's decree. Within the Demon God Palace, Jun issued his decree. Since this entity ranked 7th in the Golden Immortal Combat Tier, its future cultivation potential was immeasurable. Subduing it beforehand would prove immensely useful in the days to come. Meanwhile, near the edge of the Netherworld's blood sea, a crimson figure slowly rose, a flicker of surprise in its gaze. What? How was I exposed? We're finished, completely finished. Won't all those cultivators from Honghuang come seeking trouble with Old Master? The blood-winged black mosquito instinctively sensed waves of danger closing in. He hastily burst out of the blood sea, intending to leave Jiuyo and find another place to conceal himself. Once he obtained his reward, he would devour one by one all those who sought to make trouble for him. Look, that is the blood-winged black mosquito. Seize him. That reward should belong to the Azura race. Indeed, the ferocious insect born from the blood sea should be under Azura control. At that moment, several Azura warriors spotted the blood-winged black mosquito and immediately recognized him. They hurriedly closed in around him. The blood-winged black mosquito was born from the blood sea, so they did not dare to kill him carelessly. They simply had no intention of letting him leave Jiuyo. Get out of my way. Otherwise I will unleash a massacre. The blood-winged black mosquito let out a roar. With a violent tremor of his aura, he transformed into over 100 fist-sized avatars that shot off in every direction. Soon every avatar vanished, and his true body was nowhere to be found. At that moment, the blood-winged black mosquito had already reached the exit of Jiuyo and was about to depart. Suddenly, shocking auras surged in from beyond Jiuyo and found his trail in an instant. Blood-winged black mosquito, by order of the Demon Emperor, we have come to escort you to the Demon God Palace. Why do you not hurry over? Humph. The demon race is merely one of the races ruled by the Immortal Emperor. How dare you speak out before us envoys of the Immortal Court? This blood-winged black mosquito is quite formidable. He should come to the Immortal Court and pay respects to the Immortal Emperor. The Immortal Court was only established by that upstart Dong Wangdong. Blood-winged black mosquito, you are fated with the Western sect. Come with me to the Western sect. One startling voice after another rang out, bringing the blood-winged black mosquito to an abrupt halt. Every one of those figures wore a vicious, menacing air. How could they look like they were recruiting him? He immediately turned around and headed for another hidden exit of Jiuyo. Yet no sooner had he started moving than the experts of many great powers rushed into Jiuyo. Terror drove the blood-winged black mosquito to flee at full speed. In his heart, he repeatedly prayed for the supreme Hongmeng list to update at once, ideally revealing every existence more powerful than himself so that he could divert the attention of those creatures. Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat ranking 7th, Z. Esher, the human progenitor. Peak Golden Immortal. Ranking reward, 3 volumes of the Human Clan's Sacred Canon, and the Innate Divine Treasure, the Martial Dao Heavenly Steel. The Innate Divine Treasure, the Martial Dao Heavenly Steel. Huh. The human race. How could such a weak race merit a reward like this? Their human progenitor is only at peak golden immortal, truly weak. If it were not for Sage Nuwa's creation, I could destroy them with a wave of my hand. After the name of Yu Chaoshi from the human race appeared on the ranking list, many experts among the myriad races curled their lips in disdain. In their view, Ziyi Shi was probably the strongest human, yet she was only at peak golden immortal, far too weak. Yet they forgot that the human race had existed for less than 10,000 years and had received no instruction from any mighty teacher. The very fact that a golden immortal had emerged was due entirely to self-cultivation, with no great power guiding them. The Demon God Palace. Dijun and Tai Yi frowned slightly. Elder brother, this human race was created by the goddess Nuwa. Is their old ancestors' cultivation really only at peak golden immortal? Merely a tiny race of ants. Ing Zhao, go to the human race and have them submit to the demon race immediately, or they will be shown no mercy. Your Majesty's decree shall be obeyed. Ing Zhao accepted the order and hurried away toward the humans. Elsewhere in the Wu clan territory nearest the humans, great shaman Qi Yu advanced toward the human race with a ferocious, murderous aura, apparently after the same goal as the demon race. At the same time, 2 figures also shot out from the immortal court, heading straight for the human territory at the foot of Mount Buzhou. The human race. 3 beings whose auras far surpassed ordinary humans sat together in a circle. A woman in a long dress with delicate features showed a trace of worry. Now that I have appeared on the Supreme Hongmeng list, I am afraid it will invite disaster upon us. Why worry? We were created by Holy Mother Nuwa. Who would dare come looking for trouble? A being wreathed in flickering flames answered in a loud voice, seeming full of confidence. The last one, a gaunt middle-aged man, immediately showed reverence when he heard Nuwa's name. Before the 3 could continue speaking, an astonishing murderous aura suddenly arose to their west. Immediately afterward, Qi Yu landed outside the human territory, a huge figure with 2 horns growing from his head. I am Qi Yu, great shaman of the Wu clan. You ants, why have you not crawled out quickly to pay your respects? If you make me displeased, I will treat you as living prey and devour you all. The moment Qi Yu's words landed, his murderous aura surged toward the crowd. Qi Yu, these humans were created by the goddess Nuwa. Do you truly dare to slaughter them? Humans, do not be afraid. I am Ing Zhao, the demon god, under the demon emperor. If you submit to the demon race, you will receive the protection of the demon race. All you need do is offer me 10 clan members as blood offerings every day. Not far away, Ing Zhao's massive frame swiftly appeared, emitting a frightening murderous aura that collided violently with the aura radiating from Qi Yu. Humph. The Wu clan and the demon race truly are brutal without limit. The race created by the goddess Nuwa, you would devour them as well. We find you utterly contemptible. The immortal emperor has decreed the human race is one of the myriad races of the primeval wilderness. It may submit to the immortal court, present treasures, and from now on receive its protection. The immortal court envoy first mocked Qi Yu and Ing Zhao, then loudly proclaimed Dong Wanggong's decree. This made Qi Yu and Ing Zhao's faces turn grim, yet for a time, neither wished to fight the immortal court over the human race. The 2 did not retort at once. Instead, they looked toward the 3 ancestors of the human race. Human race, it is time for you to choose. That's right, humans. Make your choice. Otherwise, I will annihilate every one of you completely. Perhaps because of the immortal court envoy's arrival, the tones of Qi Yu and Ing Zhao clearly bore a sense of tacit alliance. In that instant, the faces of the human race's 3 ancestors changed dramatically. Behind them, many human figures trembled continuously under the suppression of that terrifying aura. Is this truly the catastrophe facing the human race? No. If this treasure is handed over, the human race may never be able to grow strong in the future. Yu Chaoshi, the 2 of us must fight with everything we have to protect Ziyi Shi and let her slip away while she can. Swearenshire spoke rapidly, giving Yu Chaoshi and Ziyi Shi a series of earnest instructions. Then he and Yu Chaoshi took a fierce step forward, their auras soaring wildly. They actually have 2 Tai golden immortals. As I said, a race created by the goddess Nuwa would be too abnormal if it did not have even a single powerful being. Ing Zhao revealed a trace of icy amusement. He looked extremely surprised, but in truth he did not take Swearenshire and Yu Chaoshi seriously at all. Qi Yu and the immortal court envoy did the same at this moment, their figures creeping forward as though ready to strike. Just at this moment, a rift suddenly tore open in the sky above. Amidst it, an even more dreadful power swept downward like a surging tide. This caused the figures of Qi Yu, Ing Zhao, and the celestial court envoy to suddenly halt, barely able to withstand the dreadful pressure as they plunged rapidly toward the ground. Is this sage-level power? Could it be Empress Nuwa? No, this is absolutely not Sage Nuwa's aura. At this moment, Qi Yu, Ing Zhao, and the celestial court envoy all broke into exclamations of shock. Their strength was at the peak of the grand golden immortal realm, half a step into quasi-sage, yet under this terrifying pressure they lacked even the qualification to ascend into the air. From this, the newcomer's power was surely countless times beyond theirs, perhaps even reaching the sage level. But Sage Nuwa was still within the Hongmeng palace. How could she give up observing the birth and destruction of the primordial chaos for the sake of the human race? Taichu Daojun has decreed the human race shall not be destroyed. Now leave the human territory at once or face annihilation. At this moment, an icy voice emanated from the rift above. Though no figure appeared, it already caused the faces of Qi Yuing Zhao and the celestial court envoy below to change drastically. Then the rift contracted rapidly and vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. This, Qi Yu, wasn't your Wu race set on conquering the humans? How about I, this demon god, yield this opportunity to you? Ying Zhao's gaze flickered a few times as he goaded Qi Yu. Though I am unwilling, I am no fool. If you want to go yourself. Qi Yu snorted coldly. Regardless of Taichu Daojuan's intentions in protecting the humans, he could not make a move at this critical moment. After all, their Wu race's ancestral witch Hutu was still in the Hongmeng palace. Ying Zhao Qi Yu, since Taichu Daojun has issued his decree, the celestial court shall do all in its power to guard the human race today. If your two races intend to scheme against the humans, you must first get past me. The celestial court envoy, who had moments ago demanded the human submission, abruptly turned around to face Ying Zhao and Qi Yu with an air of righteous dignity. This made Ying Zhao and Qi Yu's faces darken. This fellow certainly knew how to play his part. Had it been them, they would never have uttered such shameless words. Meanwhile, the three ancestors of humanity were all stunned. It wasn't just them. A huge question mark surfaced in the minds of every human present. Though they were eager to gain Taichu Daojuan's protection, they seemingly had nothing worth scheming for by such a mighty being. And weren't Qi Yuing Zhao and the celestial court envoy supposed to be killing them or forcing their submission? Why had they now all lowered their banners and silenced their war drums, some even acting as guardians of humanity? At this moment, atop Mount Kunlun, the gaze of the three pure ones simultaneously fell upon the human race. Elder brother, you founded the human teachings and took in a human disciple. Can you discern what makes the human race extraordinary? Third brother speaks well. Elder brother, what abilities do the humans possess to stir Taichu Daojun into issuing a decree? Tong Tian and Yuanshi spoke almost simultaneously, asking Laozi. This matter is difficult for me to deduce as well. Yet the human race was born bearing the mandate of heaven. They surely have their purpose and must not be destroyed. However, Taichu Daojuan's sudden intervention in the primordial world may not be a good thing. All we can do now is wait and see. Laozi shook his head slightly. If even Hongjun could not clearly deduce the matters of Taichu Daojuan, how could he know? Still, for such a mysterious existence to actually care about a tiny human race, could there be ulterior motives? Mount Shumi. A trace of sharp brilliance flickered in Jane's eyes. Since even Taichu Daojun cared about the human race, there must be something suspicious in this. Perhaps the Western teachings could seize the chance to gain some benefits. Dizong. Jinchanzi. You too shall go to the human race and secretly spread the might of the Western teachings. We obey the master's decree. Dizong and Jinchanzi accepted the order and secretly headed toward the human race. Meanwhile, the supreme Hongmeng ranking standing across the primordial world's heavens updated once again. Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking 6th place, Shun Gongbao. Disciple of the Chan teachings. Peak, Golden Immortal. Reward, 10 strands of lightning law. Middle grade, Primordial Spirit Treasure Qilin Armor. Moi. That spirit beast that eavesdropped on the master's lectures actually has some combat power. Alas, such a fellow making the list is a disgrace to our Chan teachings. Within the Chan teachings, Guangchengzi and the others wore looks of displeasure. They had always treated Shin Gongbao as a mere spirit pet, never as an official disciple. Unexpectedly, this fellow still managed to appear on the Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking. Enough. Since he has some combat power, he may receive this venerable one's guidance in the future. Yuanshi slightly raised his head and glanced at Shun Gongbao in the corner. After all, he was someone who had made it onto the Supreme Hongmeng ranking. He might accomplish something in the future. Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking 5th place, Dashizi. Disciple of the Western teachings. Peak, Golden Immortal. Reward, 10 strands of good and evil law. A vat of primordial spirit liquid. Middle grade, Primordial Spirit Treasure, 9 heavens, demon subduing ring. Not bad. Our Western disciples' combat power can actually outmatch the disciples of the Chan teachings. It seems this poor Taoist instruction has been of some use. Seeing Dashizi's ranking, Jane finally revealed a faint smile. Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking 4th place, Ding Guang. Disciple of the Jie teachings. Peak, Golden Immortal. Reward, 10 strands of Yin Yang law. Top grade, Primordial Spirit Treasure, Heaven Escaping Shuttle. Ding Guang is it? Since he has obtained treasures and laws, this venerable one will properly instruct him in the future. Tong Tian revealed a slight smile and glanced toward Ding Guang. Making the list this time could also be considered a display of the Jie teaching's prestige. Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking 3rd place, Immortal Dewey. Celestial Court Immortal. Peak Golden Immortal. Reward 10 strands of 5 elements law. 100,000 years of power. Top grade Primordial Spirit Treasure, Celestial Mechanism Disc. Ha ha ha. Our Celestial Court truly produces talents in abundance. Their combat power even crushes disciples of the sage's lineage and members of the Wu and Yao races. Dewey, come to the Great Hall at once. This immortal emperor will richly reward you. Though it was only the Golden Immortal rankings, Dong Wengon felt greatly honored and was extremely pleased. These people are either sage disciples or Celestial Court immortals. Is it only by joining a major power that one can obtain great strength? Impossible. How could I be weaker than these nobodies I've never even heard of? Exactly, something must be wrong. That Shen Gongbao is nothing but a traitor of the Yao race. What combat power can he have? Indeed, that Ding Guang seems to be from the long-eared tribe. I could swallow 10 of him in one breath. How can he be ranked? Among the mighty beings of the 10,000 races of the primordial world, many golden immortals, who believed themselves stronger than these listed figures, cried out one after another. In their view, those fellows had merely found a powerful backer and were no match for them at all. Chill, haven't you noticed that the top 2 have not yet been announced? Perhaps the top 2 are none other than us. Indeed, my combat power far surpasses those fellows by a wide margin. Surely a place among the top 2 is reserved for me. Dissatisfied as they were, what power did they possess to alter the decree of a primordial treasure that even the Tao ancestor could not suppress? For now, all they could do was hope that the top 2 would include them. Within the 9 netherworlds, having sprinted all the way and finally arrived at a hidden exit, the blood-winged black mosquito wore a face full of fury. So many beings with combat power greater than his had already been revealed, so why were those figures behind him still relentlessly pursuing him? Was he truly so sought after? Worst of all, even the members of the Azura tribe were surrounding him from every direction. Since they all dwelt within the 9 netherworlds, why could they not lend him a hand? Hurry up and finish the ranking and grant the rewards. If this drags on any longer, I might be captured before I even receive my reward. After uttering a silent plea, the blood-winged black mosquito rushed out of the 9 netherworlds. Behind him, figures arrived at breakneck speed. Yet the instant they were about to charge out after him, every one of them halted abruptly. Golden Immortal Combat Power List 2nd place, Xueji, Princess of the Azura Tribe. Peak Golden Immortal. Ranking reward 100 strands of Primordial Bloodshot Chi. 10 strands of Slaughter Law. Superior grade Primordial Spiritual Treasure Blood Execution Blade. What? The Azura Tribe has such an existence. Though only at peak Golden Immortal, she was granted so many rewards. The crowd that had been chasing the blood-winged black mosquito froze, then turned their heads to stare at the approaching members of the Azura Tribe. So many rewards. At this moment, a delicate-looking Azura woman with an alluring figure revealed a face full of delight. That woman over there. Seize her at once. Xueji, is it? Are you willing to submit to the demon race? You are fated to be with the Western religion. The many mighty beings immediately shifted direction and charged toward Xueji. Just then, at the edge of the netherworld blood sea, a series of terrifying auras suddenly rose into the air. Humph! I am Shiva, Demon King of the Azura Tribe. How dare you besiege the princess of the Azura Tribe? You shall all be annihilated. Kill! At this moment, behind Shiva emerged the figures of the 4 great demon kings of the Azura Tribe alongside the converging horde of countless Azura warriors. In an instant, astonishing waves of bloodshot energy and demonic aura surged outward, crashing toward those who sought to approach Xueji. Damn it! I am the demon god of the demon race. If any of you dare act rashly, you shall be annihilated. I am a disciple of the Western religion. Do you dare strike at me? Are you courting death? Among those who had come this time were not only disciples of the sage lineages, but also demon gods of the demon race, as well as mighty beings from countless ancient races of the primordial world. Although the Azura tribe boasted an overwhelming presence, the others harbored little fear. Suddenly, a terrifying killing intent manifested above the blood sea. Immediately afterward, a blood god child avatar radiating staggering aura slowly materialized. Those who cause chaos in the netherworld shall be slain without mercy. After that cold shout, monstrous blood waves suddenly rose from the blood sea, towering hundreds of thousands of feet high as they swept directly toward the arrogant mighty beings from before. Damn it! It's the blood god child avatar of ancestor Nether River. Flee! All at once, those who had been so fierce and arrogant moments ago cried out in terror and turned to flee toward the passage through which the blood-winged black mosquito had departed. Ancestor Nether River was now observing the birth and extinction of primordial chaos within the Hongmeng Palace. In the future, he might very well become a subordinate of the primordial Taoist. Thus, if Ancestor Nether River chose to slaughter them at this moment, even the elders of their respective sects or the demon emperor of the demon race would not dare to save them. Beyond the 9 netherworlds, the mighty beings of all races across the primordial world all turned their gazes toward the supreme primordial list. Now that only the first place on the Golden Immortal Combat Power list remained unrevealed, they wished to know who among the Golden Immortals of the primordial world possessed the supreme combat power. No need to look further. It must be one of our demon race. There is no need to think twice. It should be some mighty figure of the Wu tribe. Perhaps the Immortal Court is home to the number 1 Golden Immortal in combat power. The Jia sect has countless disciples. The one ranked first ought to be one of mine. At this instant, whether it was the demon race, the Wu tribe, the Immortal Court, or the various sage lineages, each seemed convinced that the foremost seat on the Golden Immortal Combat Power list belonged to their own people. Golden Immortal Combat Power list, first place, 9 Heavens Mysterious Maiden, disciple of Queen Mother of the West. Peak, Golden Immortal. Ranking reward 1 strand of Honghuang merit, 1 strand of heavenly Tao origin. Superior grade primordial spiritual treasure, 12-petaled world purifying white lotus. That disciple of mine indeed gained no small harvest within the Hongmeng Palace. Not only has she reached peak Golden Immortal, she has also obtained the top seat on the Golden Immortal Combat Power list. Excellent, excellent. The Queen Mother of the West could not help but burst into laughter. Even she had never imagined that the 9 Heavens Mysterious Maiden would gain so much in just 1,000 years and become the number 1 figure on the Golden Immortal Combat Power list. Taoist friend, this emperor believes that once the Mysterious Maiden returns, she ought to be rewarded. It would let the entire primordial world know how magnanimous our immortal court is in nurturing the younger generation. The Eastern Prince also revealed a smile of satisfaction. After all, the 9 Heavens Mysterious Maiden was a member of the Immortal Court, and claiming the top seat on the Golden Immortal Combat Power list meant that the might of the primordial Immortal Court had suppressed all the lineages and major powers of the world. While the Eastern Prince and the Queen Mother of the West were elated, the mighty beings of the myriad races showed expressions of disbelief. How could it possibly be that 9 Heavens Mysterious Maiden? We have seen this 9 Heavens Mysterious Maiden before. She had not even reached Golden Immortal back then. In merely 1,000 years, how could she become the number 1 on the Golden Immortal Combat Power list? Impossible. There must be some hidden scheme at play. Yes, there must be a conspiracy. A conspiracy. No, I must challenge this 9 Heavens Mysterious Maiden to a battle and let all the races of the primordial world witness my victory. Throughout the primordial world, mighty beings of countless races erupted in discontented shouts. Of course, over half of them were at the Golden Immortal level. Even those of greater power also appeared displeased, for rankings for their own cultivation levels would also be released soon. If the rankings and rewards were to go to some utterly unknown figures, then they truly would not accept it. At that moment, the supreme primordial list emitted a low rumbling hum. A trace of astonishing might surfaced upon it, spreading rapidly across the primordial world, causing the entire realm to tremble. At once, the myriad mighty beings who had been shouting only moments before fell silent. They finally remembered that this supreme primordial list was a primordial treasure, a terrifying divine artifact that even the Tao ancestor could not suppress. If the supreme primordial list were to launch an attack, then not just themselves, but even the entire primordial world would face annihilation. Perhaps sensing the discontent of the powerful figures among the myriad races of the primordial world, or perhaps this was already a predetermined procedure, a series of ethereal voices emanated from the supreme Hongmeng ranking list. The rankings of the Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power list have been updated. Rewards shall be distributed after 1 year. Furthermore, the challenge arena shall now be opened. All Golden Immortal existents who dispute these rankings may proceed to the arena for challenge. The use of treasures is prohibited during the challenge. The victor shall claim the elevated ranking, while the defeated shall face punishment. Can we challenge? Could it be that if we were to defeat Jiutian Xiannu, we could claim the top position and receive the rewards? Is this true? This is justice indeed. It seems we were too rash before. Upon hearing that ethereal voice, the entire primordial world was thrown into shock. They had believed there would be no opportunity to alter the rankings. Now it appeared they had misjudged. There remained a chance and opportunity to obtain a ranking and its rewards. Should they succeed in their challenges, they would instantly supplant the current standings and claim a spot among the top 10. Rumble. At that moment, terrifying auras suddenly manifested upon the supreme Hongmeng ranking list in the heavens above. A massive fissure tore open from the blank area beneath the supreme Hongmeng ranking list. Immediately thereafter, 10 enormous arenas adorned with mysterious divine patterns slowly materialized. Those arenas radiated astonishing power enough to astonish even the saints. These arenas must surely be terrifying treasures, don't you think? The divine patterns upon them appear extraordinarily terrifying. Could they possibly be part of the supreme Hongmeng ranking list? After the saints' voices fell silent, the powerful beings among the myriad races followed in shock. Especially those golden immortal level experts who faintly sensed waves of summoning energy, as if urging them toward challenge. Before the myriad race experts could recover from their astonishment, astonishing power surges erupted from the 10 arenas racing across the primordial world. Meanwhile, at the seabed of the Eastern Sea, Guang of the Dragon Clan was waiting with an arrogant expression for the reward distribution. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of power descended, engulfing his form and propelling him toward an arena suspended in the heavens. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free. In the Wu tribe, the Zhu Jiuyin clan's territory, Zhu Han was still marveling at the grandeur of the challenge arena when a terrifying wave of power swept him away, carrying him swiftly toward one of the arenas. This power was simply too terrifying. Even the ancestral Wus dared not intervene to stop it. On the western frontier of the primordial world, Shuichi Heiwen was creeping forward, quietly fearful of drawing the attention of powerful beings. Before he could find a secure hiding place, a terrifying surge of power enveloped him, hurling him toward one of the arenas in the sky, the ancestral grounds of the human race. The three ancestors of humanity were pondering how to strengthen their race after receiving the rewards so they would never again be bullied by other factions. In response, Zishur was seized by a powerful force and drawn skyward at tremendous speed. Gradually, the top 10 powerhouses from the Golden Immortal Combat ranking were summoned by the Supreme Hongmeng List's power, each transported to the arenas in the heavens. Within the Hongmeng Palace beyond the 33 outer heavens, Jiao Tianxian Nu's figure trembled slightly as she stirred from her state of enlightenment. Go forth. Display the demeanor befitting the number 1 on the Golden Immortal Combat power ranking. An astonishing voice echoed beside Jiao Tianxian Nu's ear. Immediately thereafter, a dark portal materialized before her. A surge of power swept her inside, and when she reappeared, she found herself standing at the edge of the arena below the supreme Hongmeng ranking list. Soon a powerful aura surged forth, enveloping Jiao Tianxian Nu and pulling her into the arena. What is happening? Weren't rewards meant to be distributed? Why must we accept challenges, even against our will? Guang Shuichi Heiwen Zhuhan. Even Jiao Tianxian Nu emitted waves of bewildered murmurs. Witnessing golden immortal powerhouses rising toward the heavens from various regions across the primordial world, their expressions darkened accordingly. Suddenly they realized that being ranked among the top 10 of the Golden Immortal Combat power ranking wasn't quite as appealing as they had imagined. To receive the rewards, they would need to endure challenges from numerous powerful beings. And what if they were killed accidentally? Number 10 Arena 10th ranked Golden Immortal Cultivator Guang has arrived and may accept challenge. Number 9 Arena 9th ranked Golden Immortal Cultivator Zhu Han has arrived and may accept challenge. Number 8 Arena 8th ranked Golden Immortal Cultivator Shuichi Heiwen has arrived and may accept challenge. Number 2 Arena 2nd ranked Golden Immortal Cultivator Shui Ji has arrived and may accept challenge. Number 1 Arena 1st ranked Golden Immortal Cultivator Jiutian Xin Nu has arrived and may accept challenge. Soon that ethereal voice rang out once more, sending the multitude of golden immortal experts throughout the primordial world into fervor as they accelerated toward the 10 floating arenas in the sky. I shall challenge that Jiao Tianxian Nu. So shall I. I refuse to believe Amir Jr. could be so formidable. In an instant, countless golden immortal experts gathered around each of the 10 arenas. Some of those most confident in their abilities made their way toward arena number 1, where Jiao Tianxian Nu awaited. At that moment, the gaze of numerous saints and the primordial world's apex powerhouses shifted toward those colossal arenas. Those of the Chan sect with golden immortal cultivation may go forth and challenge. Those of the Jie sect with golden immortal cultivation may go forth and challenge. Golden immortal level beings of the demon clan immediately go forth and challenge. Wu tribe warriors likewise may exercise your strength. Aside from challenging at Zhuhan's location, there are no restrictions. The Western sect. Whether the 3 pure ones, the 2 saints of the Western sect, the great demon emperors, the various ancestral Wus, or the immortal emperor of the celestial court, all issued the same decree almost simultaneously. Soon each of the original top 10 golden immortal combat power rivals found themselves facing their first challenger. The matches have begun. Look, someone has stepped onto the arena. Let us hasten to observe and see whether these top 10 golden immortals live up to their reputations. Let us go together. Soon the skies above the primordial world grew thick with spectators surrounding each challenge arena. On arena number 1, Jiao Tianxian Nu stood facing a massive demon race fighter with a wolf's head and human body. This demon was a member of the Tianlang clan, a powerhouse at the peak of golden immortal cultivation who possessed some measure of renown within the demon race. Jiao Tianxian Nu, out of respect for your status as a disciple of Zhuangmu, I shall spare your life. Withdraw immediately and all shall be at peace. Save your useless words. Strike first. Though Zhou Tianxian knew had felt some tension initially upon truly facing the Tianling clan powerhouse, she immediately steeled herself. A terrifying aura erupted from her form, subtly suppressing the opponent's presence. Not only had a challenger appeared on Arena No. 1A, but before each of the remaining top 10 Golden Immortal powerhouses, a peak-level Golden Immortal expert now stood. These challengers ought to have been near the very top of Golden Immortal combat strength. Even if they could not match the top 10, they were still extremely powerful. A mere flying bug, yet you dare to remain. Get off the arena at once if you don't want to lose your life. Before the blood-winged black mosquito, a huge toad with a massive build roared repeatedly, looking extremely ferocious. Dragon whelp, will you get off by yourself, or shall I swallow you whole, as a mouthful of flesh and blood? On the other side, a monstrous bird also appeared before Ao Guang, seemingly a powerhouse of the Rock clan. The challenge begins. Time limit, 3 days. The moment that ethereal voice faded, Zhou Tianxuan knew, on Arena No. 1 had already made her move. A seemingly feather-light fist instantly slammed into the skull of the Heavenly Wolf clan man. Power surged upon that fist with an awe-inspiring force of laws faintly emanating. You boom. Before the Heavenly Wolf clansman could even react, his skull was blasted apart, utterly extinguished. What is going on? One strike. How is a Golden Immortal able to channel the power of laws? This is too terrifying. We thought she was only the weakest, but she is actually this strong. A sea of startled cries immediately erupted from the watching crowd. Most of them had not thought highly of Zhou Tianxuan, assuming the ranking was rife with corruption. But the result was that the self-confident Heavenly Wolf clansman died in a single strike, without even a chance to fight back. This was far too horrifying. Could it be that this Zhou Tianxuan truly possessed top-tier combat strength at the Golden Immortal level? Next one. Since you all refuse to accept this girl will let you experience the genuine power of the top-ranked existence. After killing her opponent, Zhou Tianxuan's gaze became sharp and fierce. She suddenly discovered that battles of this kind could integrate the insights she had previously gained within the Hongmeng Palace. Naturally, she was unwilling to give up such a magnificent opportunity. At this moment, agonized screams emanated from Arena No. 8. The giant toad, which had just displayed such imposing aura, was now enveloped in a bloody haze, surrounded by over 100 fist-sized, blood-winged black mosquitoes spinning relentlessly. In mere breaths, the giant toad's flesh was devoured clean, leaving only a set of ghastly white bones. Tisk, it seems this is not such a bad thing after all. At least it lets me enjoy a hearty meal. Who is next? Get up here now. I cannot wait to begin the next course. From among the hundreds of avatars, the true form of the blood-winged black mosquito slowly surfaced, its eyes tinged with murderous intent. This vicious insect is too terrifying, even more so than that Zhou Tianxuan on Arena No. 1. Once a terrifying being like this matures, it will inevitably bring calamity to the primordial wilderness. Oh, weren't you the one who wanted to challenge him moments ago? This is exactly the chance. I never said that. The Golden Immortal beings gathered around Arena No. 8 grew extremely prudent, one after another hesitating to advance, seemingly daunted by the blood-winged black mosquito's brutality. Quick look, the Azura princess has also finished her battle. Wasn't her opponent a disciple of the Western sect? Ended so soon. She actually killed a Western sect disciple. On Arena No. 2, Xueji was wiping away the bloodstains on her arm. In front of her lay a blur of flesh. Her opponent had already been blown to pieces. In front of her lay a blur of flesh. Her opponent had been blown to pieces. It is true that Azura women are beautiful and powerful. How did I never realize this? It is only that she is too brutal, otherwise she could. Chill. Do you want to die? I heard that Patriarch Mingi has entered the Hongmeng Palace and hasn't come out yet. Who knows if he will remain there forever? The clamor of many onlookers continued, but once Patriarch Mingi was mentioned, they all fell silent. At this moment, discussing Patriarch Mingi was hardly a wise choice. Before long, the first round of challenges came to an end. Unexpectedly, not a single member of the original top 10 on the Golden Immortal Combat Power Ranking was defeated. This astounded the experts of all races across the primordial wilderness. Initially, they had still been unconvinced. But now, with the evidence plainly before them, they quietly understood that the supreme Hongmeng ranking had not deceived them. It could only be said that they knew too little, or perhaps they had never paid attention to such unremarkable juniors. The first challenge is over. Get up there now. Those guys might already be worn down. Yes, let's use a relay of battles. I refuse to believe we can't defeat them. When the first round yielded its results, many of those intending to challenge burst into shouts. They might not necessarily be the top 10's equals, but by fighting in relays they could certainly beat them all. At worst, they could simply recruit more people to cooperate. The first round of challenges has ended. The arenas will provide spiritual energy recovery. From now on, the starting time of each challenge shall be determined by the arena master. Each challenge lasts up to 3 days, and each victor will obtain spiritual energy recovery. How can this be? then won't our plan be impossible to carry out? If they recover after each battle, how can we use relay tactics? A wave of furious voices arose. They had just conceived a method to win, but the supreme Hongmeng ranking had already shattered it completely. Forget it. I will go first. I can definitely defeat Jiutian Xuannu. That's right. A true master disdains such lowly tricks. I will personally slaughter Zhu Han of the Wu clan. Move aside. This one will exterminate that little insect. In the end, wave after wave of self-assured top-tier golden immortal experts stepped onto the arenas. Unfortunately, challenge after challenge was initiated and concluded. For an entire year, none of the challengers managed to secure a single victory. Instead, the top 10 of the supreme Hongmeng ranking fought on to the very end, their combat strength skyrocketing. The farther they went, the faster they won. Gradually, the surrounding spectators grew numb. Another one killed. This Jiutian Xuannu has already slain 100 challengers and heavily wounded countless more. She does not even rest, finishing one battle and immediately starting the next. This is maddening. Is it just her? Aside from that rabbit, all of them seem terrifying. Inside the top 10 of this golden immortal combat power ranking are truly monstrous. We submit. We are entirely convinced. We can't keep going up to die anymore. Feeble cries rose and fell. After disappointment and shock, a deep awe took root in the hearts of the many experts. They realized that the rankings of the supreme Hongmeng ranking could not be doubted. These people were absolutely worthy of their reputation. The Golden Immortal Combat Power Ranking Challenge has concluded, and the top 10 on the Combat Power Ranking have remained unchanged. The rewards for the Golden Immortal Combat Power Ranking are about to be distributed. Reward distribution for 10th place on the Golden Immortal Combat Power Ranking. Reward distribution for 9th place on the Golden Immortal Combat Power Ranking. Reward distribution for 2nd place on the Golden Immortal Combat Power Ranking. Reward distribution for 1st place on the Golden Immortal Combat Power Ranking. The Golden Immortal Combat Power Ranking has been updated. In 1 year, the Tai Golden Immortal Combat Power Ranking will be released. Please stay tuned. Finally, the rewards are being distributed. If we kept fighting, I would hardly be able to resist breaking through. The top 10 of the Golden Immortal Combat Power Ranking on the 10 arenas were also enduring great hardship. They could have broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm long ago, or even higher realms, but they were worried that once they broke through, the rewards would no longer be granted to them. Therefore, they had no choice but to forcibly suppress their cultivation bases. Only after the rewards were distributed did they finally heave a sigh of relief. At that moment, waves of astonishing might radiated from the 10 colossal arenas, enveloping Jiutian Xuannu and the others on the platforms, and sending them off toward all corners of the primordial world. Jiutian Xuannu, for instance, was directly delivered to the Immortal Court on Penglai Island. As for the other 9, they either returned to their respective lineages or were sent far away from the place where the myriad race powerhouses had gathered. They just vanished like that. We were going to seize that blood-winged black mosquito and force it to submit. And that Ao Guang, the dragon clan, has already declined. That fellow should join the Western sect. Astonished cries rose one after another. Around the arenas, many were still channeling their magical power, preparing to intercept the top 10 of the Golden Immortal Combat Power Ranking as they walked out from the platforms. But in the end, those top 10 fellows vanished one by one. Even quasi-saint powerhouses were unable to trace their whereabouts. Kunlun Mountain Sanqing Hall, Laozi Yuanshi and Tong Tian were sitting cross-legged. They had been expounding the Tao to their disciples for a long time, and since it was impossible to elevate their cultivation in such a short period, they all returned to the Sanqing Hall to observe the series of challenges beneath the supreme primordial ranking. That Ao Guang does have some ability. It would be fitting for him to join the Jie sect and receive my personal guidance. Tong Tian said with a smile, gazing toward the eastern sea as if he intended to bring Ao Guang into the Jie sect. Yuanshi beside him, however, revealed a trace of displeasure. Third brother, the disciples beneath your door are far too noisy. Those creatures with fur and horns born from dampness and eggs. You had better stop recruiting such beings or troubles are bound to arise in the future. Third brother, your second brother's words do hold some reason. Furthermore, the supreme primordial ranking sent the top 10 away, clearly not wishing all sides to fight over them. We had better not easily recruit them. Laozi also spoke calmly, as if he thoroughly agreed with Yuanshi's words. This made Tong Tian's countenance turn rather unpleasant. With a cold snort, he rose and left the Sanqing Hall, heading toward the disciples of the Jie sect. At this moment, Ding Guang had already landed in the center of the disciples. A tremor of aura burst from his body, and his aura began to surge upward. Seeing this, Tong Tian was extremely gratified. After the frantic battles on the arenas, Ding Guang's combat power had improved considerably. After breaking through, his strength would inevitably skyrocket. And at this moment, Ding Guang was not the only one breaking through. Inside the Immortal Court, Jiutian Xuannu's aura was also soaring with spiritual energy surging toward her from all directions. The Queen Mother personally protected her disciple, while Dong Wenggong ordered all the immortals on Palai Island to be on strict alert to prevent any disturbance. Even the blood-winged black mosquito, which had been pursued all along, had now reached an extremely hidden place and begun its breakthrough. To the west of the primordial world, Mount Sumeru, Jane cast a glance toward the hiding place of the blood-winged black mosquito. Several times he rose as if to go capture it and bring it back to Mount Sumeru, but every time he stood he would think of Xuanti, who was suppressed. He could also sense that the Supreme Primordial ranking did not want them to strike at the top 10 of the Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking immediately. Although the master of this Supreme Primordial ranking was not Taichu Daojuan, it was ultimately a supreme treasure of primordial chaos. If he truly offended this treasure and was suppressed again, the Western sect would utterly collapse. Even the sages have not moved. It seems those fellows are really under the protection of the Supreme Primordial ranking. Alas, had I known this earlier, I would have struck first and killed those fellows. Such benefits would surely have fallen into my demon clan. The myriad race powerhouses surrounding the arenas of the Supreme Primordial ranking realized that the sages showed no sign of acting, and they understood that the top 10 of the Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking this time were indeed under the protection of the Supreme Primordial ranking. Otherwise, even if the sages on Kunlun Mountain did not act, that one in the west would certainly have made a great show of recruiting them. As a result, the myriad race powerhouses all revealed traces of chagrin, yet they no longer dared to complain about the Supreme Primordial ranking. A single year was nothing more than a blink of an eye to the myriad race powerhouses. As soon as the time arrived, the Supreme Primordial ranking, which spanned the sky, trembled slightly. This caused the myriad race powerhouses of the primordial world to focus once more and gaze at the Supreme Primordial ranking. This time the Tai Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking was to be announced. Many Tai Golden Immortals with a modicum of renown revealed traces of yearning. If the first place on the Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking was rewarded with an ultimate grade, innate spirit treasure, and the origin of the heavenly Tao, then the reward for the top of the Tai Golden Immortal ranking would probably be even more astonishing. The Tai Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking is about to be updated. Please stay tuned. It's coming. The update has begun. I just wonder if there will still be challenge matches this time. Look, it's already started. The myriad race powerhouses burst into shouts one after another, their faces filled with excitement as they stared at the Supreme Primordial ranking. Tai Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking 10th place, Jin Chanzi, disciple of the Western sect, peak of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Ranking reward high grade, innate spirit treasure, reincarnation, divine staff. 10,000 years of magical power. 3 threads of the law of reincarnation. Even the 10th place reward is already so astonishing. Perhaps the top of the Tai Golden Immortal ranking can obtain a shocking treasure and opportunity. Right. Even the 10th place already has law rewards, the further up, the more astonishing. However, that Jin Chanzi seems to have evolved from the 6-winged heavenly silkworm, right? That fellow seems extremely vicious. Who would have thought he actually pledged himself to a sage's lineage? Seeing the name and rewards of the 10th place on the Tai Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking, the myriad race powerhouses were all astonished. It was beyond expectation that the 10th place had not only a high-grade innate spirit treasure, but also low rewards. Thus, the rewards for the upcoming ranks were even more eagerly anticipated. Very good. Jin Chanzi, if you obtain the magical power and the law of reincarnation this time, you will surely be able to dissolve the evil thoughts in your heart and attain a higher cultivation. Jane had never imagined that the first to appear on the ranking would be Jin Chanzi, whom he had brought back from Kunlun Mountain. This child was originally the transformed form of a 6-winged golden cicada, which had evolved from the innate vicious insect, the 6-winged heavenly silkworm. Although his origins were astonishing, he carried innate greed. For so long, in order to wear away such greed, his cultivation had remained stagnant. Unexpectedly, he had now gained a considerable amount of rewards. In the future, if carefully nurtured, he might well become a top-tier quasi-saint and obtain an opportunity to realize the Tao. Reincarnation law. Master, this law is not the Tao I cultivate. Jin Chanzi was somewhat stunned. Although this reward was extremely astonishing, it was not the most suitable for him. What do you know? After obtaining the reincarnation law, even if you begin to comprehend it now, you will surely gain benefits far more astonishing than before. This time you also receive 10,000 years of spiritual power, which should allow you to break through to Daoyuo Jingxian. Jin reprimanded Jin Chanzi. If he had received such a reward during his Tai Jingxian period, his current strength would undoubtedly not be inferior to Laozi. Tai Jingxian cultivation power ranking 9th place, Yuan Hong, disciple of Jijiao, peak of Tai Jingxian. Ranking reward top grade, innate spirit treasure, god slaughtering staff, demon gods, indestructible body. 3 strands of the law of strength. Could it be the law of strength? Who is Yuan Hong? I have never heard of him. Another disciple of a sage's lineage. If we disregard the treasures, do you think I cannot defeat that fellow? Once this Tai Jingxian cultivation power ranking is fully updated, I shall challenge this youth and obtain that law of strength. Upon hearing that Yuan Hong had obtained the law of strength, all the powerful beings of the myriad races across primordial heaven were greatly shocked. The law of strength was among the most esteemed of the 3,000 great Taoists. As the saying goes, one force can shatter 10,000 laws. In ancient times, Pangu was the primordial demon god nurtured by the Tao of strength. Especially among the Wu clan, numerous beings at the Tai Jingxian level were already eager to try their luck. Though they did not cultivate the primordial spirit, should they obtain the law of strength and integrate it into their physical bodies, they would reap enormous benefits. Ha ha ha. This old master casually accepted a registered disciple who turns out to possess such strength. It seems I should summon him to Kunlun Mountain and instruct him properly. At this moment Tong Tian's lips curled slightly, and he could not help but burst into hearty laughter. This Yuan Hong was a white ape he had casually enlightened during his travels across the primordial world. Yet when he convened his disciples to expound the Tao this time, he had not even thought of that little one. He never expected that the creature would manage to rank upon the Tai Jingxian power ranking. It seemed necessary to summon the youngster over and provide proper instruction. Within the hall of three Purest Yuanshir's gaze tightened slightly. Not a single disciple among my third brother's followers catches this old master's eye. Eldest brother, you ought to counsel our third brother, as well lest those fur-bearing, horned, damp-born, and egg-hatched creatures bring chaos upon Kunlun Mountain in the days to come. Upon seeing disciples of Zhejiao appear on the ranking, Yuanshir felt a subtle undercurrent of displeasure. Fortune and misfortune are both decreed by heaven. Let the third brother comprehend this matter on his own this time. Laozi shook his head gently. Though he shared Yuanshir's low regard for Zhejiao's disciples, he also understood Tong Tian's temperament. If he pressed the matter too far, it might sow discord between the brothers. Tai Jingxian cultivation power ranking 8th place, Yuding Jinren. Disciple of Chanjiao. Peak of Tai Jingxian. Ranking reward top grade, innate spirit treasure, demon punishing sword. Grass sword art. 10 strands of the sword Tao law. 10,000 years of spiritual power. My. Why does this Chanjiao disciple's reward fall short of the 9th rank Zhejiao disciples? How could it possibly be inferior to that Yuan Hong? Have you not noticed the additional 10,000 years of spiritual power? Just 10,000 years of spiritual power. How can these 10 strands of sword Tao law compare with the law of strength? It certainly can. There are 7 extra strands here, making this reward superior in every way. Upon hearing the 8th place's rewards, the powerful beings of all races could not help but begin to discuss among themselves. Many powerful beings felt that the sword Tao law could not compare with the law of strength. Of course, others argued that these were merely rewards of law. Without the ability to refine them or comprehend deeper mysteries, even 100 strands would be of no use. Gradually, the discussions among the myriad primordial powerful beings escalated into heated arguments, and the arguments into outright conflicts, threatening to unleash chaos. Kunlun Mountain, the Hall of Three Pures. Yuanshir's brows knitted slightly. He cast a glance over his Chanjiao disciples, and finally rested his gaze upon Yuding Jinren. At this moment, a trace of unusual expression flickered across Yuding Jinren's face, as though dissatisfied with the reward. Yuding, this reward is well suited to enhance your combat strength. But master the sword Tao decree cannot compare with the law of strength. This disciple does not understand. Why is it that though this disciple ranks higher, the reward is inferior to that of an outsider disciple of Zhejiao? Yuding Jinren hurriedly posed his inquiry, hoping Yuanshir would provide clarification. Such thoughts must not arise. You should know that 10 strands of the sword Tao law can indeed be weighed against the law of strength. After all, these are merely laws, not the origin of the Tao itself. Even if obtained, they may not be mastered. Even if mastered, they may not be suitable. Yuanshir's voice rang out coldly. He was now concerned not only with Yuding Jinren, but also with his other disciples, contemplating whether any of them might yet secure a place on the ranking. Tai Jingxian cultivation power ranking 7th place, Dizong. Disciple of Zifangjiao. Peak of Tai Jingxian. Ranking reward top grade, innate spirit treasure, 9 nether demon god staff. Top grade, innate spirit treasure, soulslayer pearl. 3 strands of the earthly Tao origin. 2 top grade innate spirit treasures. What ability does this Dizong possess? Indeed, how could there be a direct reward of 2 top grade innate spirit treasures? Not only that, but also the earthly Tao origin. Though the earthly Tao may not compare to the heavenly Tao, it remains terrifying. This one shall certainly measure prowess against this Dizong. Upon hearing that 2 top-grade innate spirit treasures were directly awarded, the powerful beings of all races could not help but reveal expressions of envy and astonishment. However, their words were also filled with jealousy, and many declared they would definitely test their skills against Dizong. Tai Jingxian cultivation power ranking 6th place, Guang Chengzi. Disciple of Chanjiao. Peak of Tai Jingxian. Ranking reward, 30 strands of the suppressing seal law. Postnatal supreme treasure, yellow heaven, demon sealing seal. Innate wonder treasure, Tao comprehending stone. Tao comprehending stone. Could it truly be such a treasure? It is said that upon obtaining this treasure one can accelerate cultivation speed and enhance the ability to comprehend the Tao. Guangchengzi is it? This one shall remember. Wait a moment. How many sage lineage disciples has this been now? Could it be that this Tai Jingxian cultivation power ranking will be entirely monopolized by disciples of the sage lineages? The faces of the myriad race's powerful beings once again displayed expressions of shock. This Tao comprehending stone was immensely tempting to them. Especially those who had encountered bottlenecks in their cultivation were at this moment longing to immediately clash with Guangchengzi, defeat him, and claim the ranking reward. At the same time, deep confusion stirred within their hearts. Why after all this time were all those on the Tai Jingxian cultivation power ranking disciples of sage lineages? What is going on? I am merely in 6th place. There is no logical basis for this. Who else could possibly rank above me? Outside the Hall of Three Pures on Kunlun Mountain, Guangchengzi, upon seeing his ranking, was initially exceedingly excited, but soon a trace of bewilderment appeared on his face. Among his Chanjiao disciples of the same generation, he considered himself the strongest, with the remaining dozen or so clearly inferior in power. Yet even so, he had only secured 6th place, meaning there were 5 beings ahead of him whose strength exceeded his own. Naturally, he harbored feelings of discontent within his heart. Alas! Apart from the saint lineages, could it be that no Tai golden immortal expert among the myriad races can enter this cultivation combat power ranking? Impossible. I deliberately kept my cultivation at the Tai golden immortal realm for 1,000 years, staking everything on this one chance. How could I fail to make the list? Exactly. I did the same. What I gambled on was precisely this Tai golden immortal cultivation ranking, and I am certain to stand at the very top. At this time, many powerhouses in the primordial world had deliberately refrained from breaking through to Duo golden immortal precisely because of this Tai golden immortal cultivation battle power ranking. The many saints of the primordial world naturally sensed the voices of those myriad race powerhouses, and all wore faint expressions of disdain. A swarm of ants. They probably do not know that when we saints instruct our disciples, we teach not only cultivation techniques, but also comprehension of the laws and insights into the Tao. With mere contentious clamoring, how could they possibly obtain the strongest combat power? This time the top spot is surely within the grasp of the Jia sect. Tong Tian's voice rang out calmly, reaching the disciples of the Jia sect, every word brimming with pride. As he had said, many powerhouses in the primordial world were indeed remarkable in battle. But in the end they had no saint to guide them, and their understanding of the laws naturally fell short of the disciples of the saint lineages. Moreover, they had few divine powers and techniques. What use was a mere body of magical power? In the Hall of the Three Pure Ones, Laozi and Yuanshi held the same view. The only thing that frustrated Yuanshi was that Guangchengzi had already been placed on the Tai Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking, leaving no Chan sect disciple at the Tai Golden Immortal realm who could still make the list. Tai Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power ranking 5th place, Xuandu. Human sect disciple. Peak Tai Golden Immortal. Ranking reward, Innate Treasure, Myriad Spirit, Pildao Furnace. Innate Treasure, Myriad Spirit Garden. 30 strands of alchemy Dao laws. 10 drops of Pangu's essence blood. A human sect disciple. Could he be from the human race? The human race actually has such an existence. It seems that the earlier decree of Taichu Daojun protecting the human race had its reasons. This Xuandu actually obtained the alchemy Dao laws. Could he be a master of the alchemy Dao? The myriad race powerhouses of the primordial world were startled to see a human sect disciple. After all, the sage Laozi had accepted only one disciple, and the myriad race powerhouses knew perfectly well that he was of the human race. They simply had never expected that such a weak race could produce such an existence. Adding to this was the earlier decree of Taichu Daojun protecting the human race, which led them to vaguely suspect that the human race must still harbor some secret. At this very moment among the human race, the faces of the 3 ancestors of humanity all showed a hint of oddity. Xuandu actually ranks 5th on this Tai Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power ranking. It seems his combat power has already surpassed us. So having a saint to teach them truly makes a difference. Ziyisher spoke first, appearing somewhat concerned about Xuandu's cultivation. Humph, that fellow cut off all contact after leaving the human race. He has probably forgotten where he came from. Swearenshire's voice was extremely cold, and his eyes were full of displeasure. When the human race suffered disasters in the past, Xuandu never returned to help, nor did anyone hear of the sage Laozi, showing any intention to protect them. If not for the single decree of Taichu Daojun, the human race would likely have become an appendage of another race by now, or perhaps have been slaughtered in great numbers. Enough. Do not discuss Xuandu anymore. The 3 of us should quickly study the human race sacred codex and the martial Tao heavenly stele, so as to answer our people's doubts and help them grow stronger as soon as possible. The key to our race's rise may lie precisely in these 2 treasures. Yu Chaoshi spoke soothingly to Swearenshirer, and the three continued to contemplate the human race sacred codex and the martial Tao heavenly steel. At that moment, the supreme Hongmeng ranking updated once again. Tai Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power ranking 4th place, Zhao Gongming. GS Sect Disciple. Peak Tai Golden Immortal. Ranking Reward Supreme Grade Innate Spirit Treasure Honghuang Divine Armor. 10 Strands of the Law of Wind. All Heaven's Art. 100,000 Years of Magical Power. Another Saint Lineage Disciple. This Zhao Gongming is said to have attained the Tao from a wisp of clear wind. He is merely a nominal disciple of the sage Tongtian, so how is he ranked so high? It seems we should choose this Zhao Gongming as our opponent. Perhaps we can rise to 4th place on the Tai Golden Immortal Cultivation ranking in one go. The myriad race powerhouses could not help but be stunned. Just now Dizong Guangchengzi and Xuandu were the chief disciples of 3 great saint lineages, yet Zhao Gongming, only an outer disciple, was ranked even higher than those 3. Huh! Zhao Gongming, come quickly to your master. This master shall surely reward you handsomely. Tongtian laughed uproariously. Another GS Sect disciple had made the ranking, so he was naturally pleased. Zhao Gongming was also elated. He had never imagined that his combat power would be ranked ahead of Dizong Guangchengzi and Xuandu. Thus his prestige as the GS Sect's grand senior brother of the outer sect would also shock the myriad races of the primordial world. Meanwhile, Dizong Guangchengzi and Xuandu, among the Chan sect, human sect, and Western sect, all wore grim expressions. None of them had ever imagined that their combat power would be inferior to Zhao Gongming, an outer disciple of the GS Sect. Quick look, as the ranking updated again. Another GS Sect disciple. Suddenly the myriad race powerhouses looked toward the supreme Hongmeng ranking, all revealing looks of astonishment. Just how many experts had that saint of the GS Sect trained? Tai Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power ranking 3rd place, Duo Bao Daoist. GS Sect Disciple. Peak Tai Golden Immortal. Ranking Rewards Supreme Grade Innate Spirit Treasure Merit Dharma Wheel. A Western Spiritual Vein. A golden body of merit. A strand of the origin of the heavenly Tao. Wasn't the Western spiritual vein drawn away by the demon ancestor Luoho all those years ago? How could there still be one? But isn't Duo Bao Daoist the great disciple of the GS Sect? How did he obtain the Western spiritual vein? Could it be that Duo Bao has some connection with the Western sect? And why do I feel that this Merit Dharma wheel has some inexplicable connection with the golden lotus of merit of the Western sect? The myriad race powerhouses had been startled by the Merit Dharma wheel in the first place. When they saw that Duo Bao had obtained the Western spiritual vein, they were taken aback and traces of astonishment appeared on their faces. On Mount Kunlun, Tongtian's gaze also contained a trace of thoughtful intent, and he glanced lightly at Duo Bao. This made Duo Bao's heart tremble, and deep frustration welled up in his mind. But he had no connection whatsoever with the Western sect, and he could never have expected to receive such a reward. Most crucially, he was now burdened with a suspicion that caused his master to doubt him. How could he not be infuriated? He therefore hurriedly bowed to Tongtian and said, "Master, your disciple is utterly loyal to the GS sect and has no ties whatsoever with the Western sect. I also wish to offer this Western spiritual vein to you, Master, for you to decide what to do with it. No need to be concerned. This reward was distributed by the Supreme Hongmeng ranking, so how could I possibly suspect you? Make good use of it. If you refine and absorb the Western spiritual vein, you will attain boundless merit in the future." Tongtian waved his hand. He had just performed a deduction and vaguely sensed that Duo Bao carried a strand of heavenly destiny. But the heavenly Tao was subtle and mysterious. For the moment he could not deduce it clearly, nor was he certain whether Duo Bao truly had any connection with the West. It seemed that once this ranking came to an end, he would need to unleash the heaven-severing divine power to get to the bottom of it, lest he end up raising an ungrateful wolf in the end. In the netherworld at the edge of the Blood Sea, the Azura warriors had gathered together, their faces turning extremely grim. Only the last 2 places remained on the Tai Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power ranking, and so far none of their Azura clan had appeared on it. A faint sense of disappointment stirred in their hearts. They recalled that when Xue Ji obtained her treasure earlier, many of her kinsmen were immensely envious. They had waited in silence for a long time, hoping to shake the primordial wilderness once more through this ranking. But now that hope seemed lost. In the demon clan at the Demon God Palace, Dijun and Tai Yi wore grim expressions as well. If none of their subordinates appeared on the Tai Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power ranking, would it not be telling the myriad races of the primordial wilderness that the demon clan was inferior to the saint lineage disciples? At the ancestral land of the Wu clan, the 11 ancestral witches and many Wu kings wore exceedingly icy expressions. They stared fixedly at the supreme primordial chaos ranking. In the previous treasure ranking, the Wu clan had fallen behind the demon clan and even lagged behind the immortal court. Now the Tai Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power ranking also bore no name from the Wu clan, filling their hearts with great unrest. At the immortal court, Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu were also watching the rankings on the supreme primordial chaos ranking. Since no immortal court cultivator appeared on the Tai Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking this time, Dong Wanggong was somewhat restless. The prestige of the saint lineages was soaring, while Dong Wanggong's authority as the immortal emperor and the fortune of the immortal court were inexplicably weakened. If this continued, how could he still command the primordial wilderness? While the mighty beings of the myriad races were gazing solemnly at the supreme primordial chaos, ranking golden words once again emerged upon it. Tai Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power ranking second place, Yun Shao, disciple of the Jia sect. Peak Tai Golden Immortal. Ranking reward post-celestial merit supreme treasure primordial chaos measuring ruler. 50 strands of slaughter law. 100,000 years of cultivation. 3 yellow middle fruits. Moi. A post-celestial merit supreme treasure. They actually rewarded the primordial chaos measuring ruler. This treasure originates from the same source as the human sect sage's heaven and earth profound yellow exquisite pagoda, and its offensive power is absolutely terrifying. It is said that this treasure bears profound yellow merits, and that killing with it incurs no karmic retribution. This Yun Shao, isn't she the one who, like Ancestor Mingi, obtained primordial chaos purple chi before? Yes, it's her. It seems that over this 1,000 years Yun Shao has already fused with the primordial chaos purple chi. At this moment, the mighty beings of the myriad races throughout the primordial wilderness were utterly astonished. No one had expected that a mere disciple of the Jia sect could obtain the post-celestial merit supreme treasure, the primordial chaos measuring ruler. What was most crucial was that this woman had previously relied on an extremely powerful treasure to obtain the primordial chaos purple chi. Now, having also obtained the post-celestial merit supreme treasure, her future cultivation would surely exceed all imagination. The Jia sect might very well produce another saint-level combat power. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Yun Shao has truly brought honor to me. This ancestral merit supreme treasure, the primordial chaos measuring ruler, possesses astonishing power enough to rival even my enhanced immortal slaying sword. One who obtains this treasure shall gain supreme fortune. From this day forward, Yun Shao shall be the foremost female immortal of the Jia sect and receive my true inheritance. Above Kunlun Mountain, Tongtian's laughter shook heaven and earth. He had initially believed that after Duobao's name appeared, the Jia sect could no longer ascend the Tai Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking. Unexpectedly, Yun Shao had now claimed the second place on the Supreme Primordial Chaos ranking. Earlier, Yun Shao obtaining the Primordial Chaos Purple Chi had already brought him immense joy. Her combat power had originally been inferior to Duobao's, yet after 1,000 years of comprehending the Primordial Chaos Purple Chi, she had unexpectedly surpassed him. As long as she held on until the rewards were distributed, Yun Shao would receive the post-celestial merit supreme treasure, the primordial chaos measuring ruler. Thus he would gain immense face before both his elder brothers, his fellow saints, and the mighty beings of all races. At that moment, within the hall of the three pure ones, Yuanshi's expression turned exceptionally icy as he instinctively glanced toward the gathering place of the Jia sect disciples. I never expected that Yun Shao would possess such combat power. Could it be due to her comprehension of the primordial chaos, purple chi? Yuanshi refused to admit that a Jia sect disciple could surpass the disciples of his Chan sect. Alas, this woman has profound fortune, and in the future she may truly have a chance to attain enlightenment. Laozi's expression was also displeased. He had never imagined that his sole disciple would be inferior to an outer disciple of the Jia sect. In the future, what right would they have to reproach Tongtian for accepting disciples? Outside the hall of the three pure ones, many Chan sect disciples revealed deep unwillingness. Could my cultivation really be inferior to those Jia sect creatures born from fur horns, dampness, and eggs? Exactly. How could we possibly lose to those useless fellows? There must be something wrong here. Today I'm going to settle this with those Jia sect disciples. Right? Let's go challenge the Jia sect disciples right now. As soon as Guangchengzi spoke, the Chan sect disciples all roared in agreement. They were deeply unconvinced and filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. After all, the primordial chaos measuring ruler possessed power comparable to an ancestral supreme treasure enough to intimidate the entire primordial wilderness. How could they accept it falling into the hands of a Jia sect female disciple whom they had always looked down upon? Thus, after their words were spoken, they marched in great numbers toward the Jia sect disciples' location. Yuanshi and Laozi naturally witnessed this scene. Second brother, will you not stop them? If you anger third brother, we will both lose face. Laozi looked toward Yuanshi and reminded him. But at this moment, Yuanshi's heart was already filled with intense unwillingness, and he also wanted to see what abilities the Jia sect disciples truly had that allowed them to suppress the Chan sect disciples. Therefore he did not speak up, but silently permitted the matter. Soon the Chan sect disciples arrived before the Jia sect disciples, each looking at Yun Shao, Zhao Gongming, and Duobao with unconcealed defiance. We pay our respects to Master Tongtian. We have just heard that the Supreme Primordial Chaos ranking was updated, mentioning the combat power rankings of junior sister Yun Xiao, junior brother Zhao Gongming, and junior brother Duo Bao. We have come specially to seek a contest. We ask Master to grant permission. Guang Qingzi stepped forward and cupped his hands toward Tong Tian. His words carried a hint of provocation. Tong Tian slightly furrowed his brow and immediately understood their intention, revealing a faint trace of disdain. When the Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking was previously updated on the Supreme Primordial Chaos ranking, countless challengers came, and all were defeated. This clearly shows that this ranking contains no falsehood whatsoever. Therefore you are no match for my disciples. Leave at once and cultivate in peace. After your strength has improved you may return to spar with my disciples. It was not that Tong Tian was unwilling to let Yun Xiao and the others teach these Chan sect disciples a lesson, but blades and swords knew no mercy. If they truly fought in anger and injured these Chan sect disciples, his elder brother would surely lose face. Master, in this disciples' view, these fellows are simply cowardly and afraid of losing face. Only the top 2 places on the Tai Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking remain unrevealed. Once they are announced, there will surely be challenges. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to settle it on the arena, even to life and death. That way we won't have to hold back for the sake of senior Uncle Yuanshir's face and spare your lives. At this moment, Duo Bao abruptly stepped forward. He first bowed to Tong Tian, then began mocking Guang Qingzi and the others. He had a belly full of frustration with nowhere to vent, and now that these Chan sect disciples had come knocking, he naturally had no kind words for them. Duo Bao you. Guang Qingzi's face suddenly darkened, and the aura around him began to surge. Behind him, many disciples of the Chan sect glared angrily, as if they were about to strike at Duo Bao. Guang Qingzi, do not presume that because you are the foremost immortal of the Chan sect you may act insolently before the master. If you dare shout like that again, I will not forgive you today. Duo Bao spoke, once more, a sharp edge appearing in his gaze. If not for Tong Tian being present, he would certainly have taught these Chan sect disciples, who usually seem to consider themselves superior, a good lesson. Fellow senior brothers, as senior brother Duo Bao said, if you refuse to accept this, you may challenge us on the arena. If you remain this rude before the master, then do not blame us for showing no mercy. Yun Xiao also slowly rose at this moment, a frightening aura emanating from her body. And at this moment Tong Tian released a wisp of sage might sweeping toward Guang Qingzi and the others. Guang Qingzi and the others' expressions changed drastically. They hastened to clasp their fists toward Tong Tian and retreated in dejection outside the Sanqing Hall. Seeing this, Yuanshir's face turned dark. He had still expected that when Guang Qingzi and the others clashed with the GS sect disciples, he could step forward and rebuke Tong Tian. Yet before he could act, his own disciples had already retreated. In that case, how could he still have the face to rebuke Tong Tian? I wonder who is the last one on the Tai Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking. I say it must be some powerful being of the demon race this time. Humph, your demon race might as well take a rest. If it is not a sage's lineage, then it is our Wu tribe. This time the top of the Tai Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking should be an immortal of the Immortal Court. Nonsense. This time the top shall be me. That's right. My combat power is invincible below the Deluo Golden Immortal realm. Even against a Deluo Golden Immortal level expert, I am still capable of fighting. This time the top ranking should be mine. At this moment voices of discussion rose from all corners of the primordial world. The mighty beings of all races in the primordial world were all guessing which expert would be the top of the Tai Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking. More importantly, they wanted to know what rewards the top would receive this time. After all, the top of the Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking had already obtained extraordinarily stunning rewards. Tai Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power ranking, first place, Hongjun, son of Yuan Feng, attendant of the primordial beginning Tao Lord. Peak of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Ranking rewards: Innate Supreme Treasure, Primordial Chaos 5 Elements War Armor, 10 Threads of 5 Elements Origin, 3 Xianwang 5 Elements Fruits, 100,000 Years of Cultivation Power. An Innate Supreme Treasure. He actually obtained an Innate Supreme Treasure. And even the origin of the Great Tao. One of the Supreme Great Taos. The origin of the 5 Elements Great Tao. This reward is too astonishing. Why isn't the top me? For a moment, earth-shaking exclamations resounded throughout the primordial world. The fact that Kong Xian had been brought to the Hongmeng Palace by Yuan Feng was known to many sages and quite a few experts, so they could accept that his strength was formidable. After all, Jiutian Xuannu had become the top of the Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking merely after visiting the Hongmeng Palace once. As for Kong Xian, not only had he entered the Hongmeng Palace much earlier, but Yuan Feng was also able to instruct him meticulously. Naturally, his strength was terrifying. However, this reward was too shocking, making it hard for the mighty beings of all races in the primordial world to accept for a time. One must understand that the top of the ranking would receive not only an innate supreme treasure, but also the origin of the Great Tao. By comparison, those spirit fruits and the 100,000 years of cultivation power seemed rather ordinary. The demon race, demon god palace. Dijuan and Tai's expressions both sank. If they had been ruthless earlier and directly seized Kong Xian into the demon race, that innate supreme treasure would probably have become a treasure of their race. Now, not only had their demon race failed to gain the top-ranking Tai's reputation as the only being beneath the sages to possess an innate supreme treasure would probably have to be rewritten. On Mount Sumeru, Jane, who had been excited because disciples of the Western sect had made the list, now had a livid face. Alas, even I miscalculated. Because he had not been decisive enough to seize Kong Xian directly, he had once again missed out on an innate supreme treasure by a hair's breadth. Thus Jane was filled with chagrin. If he had an innate supreme treasure to suppress the fortune of the Western sect, his Western sect would be strong enough to contend with the three sects of Xianmen. Kunlun Mountain, Sanqing Hall. The expressions of Laozi and Yuanshi both changed. Even though each of them controlled supreme treasures and had gained many benefits, they were still unwilling for Kong Xian to possess an innate supreme treasure. On the other hand, Tongtian outside the Sanqing Hall revealed a slight smile. This Kong Xian is indeed extraordinary. If he had become a disciple of mine earlier, the Jie sect would now have one more innate supreme treasure. After muttering to himself, Tongtian beckoned Duobao, Zhao Gongming, and Yun Xiao to his side. Now that the top of the Tai Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking had appeared, these disciples should also make preparations. Perhaps the challenge arena would soon be opened. The top 10 of the Tai Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power ranking have been fully updated, and the rewards will be distributed 1 year from now. Next, the challenge arena will open. All Golden Immortal Realm beings who are not convinced may go to the arena and challenge. During the challenges, treasures may not be used. The victor will obtain the new ranking. It's begun. The arena competition is about to start. Go forth and wait quickly. I will definitely test that Yun Xiao, who is ranked second. If you are going to challenge the number 1 Kong Xian. Shoo, do you not fear death? Hearing that the arena challenge was about to begin, the Tai Golden Immortal Realm beings among the mighty experts of all races in the primordial world began to choose their respective targets for challenge. They did not want to be killed as soon as they stepped onto the arena like those powerful beings of the Sword Immortal Realm had been. Therefore they became even more cautious. Buzz. At this moment, waves of power radiated from the arena below the supreme Hongmeng ranking, sweeping toward the beings on the various Tai Golden Immortal Combat Power rankings. Soon figures were enveloped by that power and brought back to the challenge arena beneath the supreme Hongmeng ranking. And at this moment, above the supreme Hongmeng ranking, a rift split open once more. A figure emanating astonishing 5-colored light descended toward arena No. 1. It was exactly Kong Xian, who had been observing the arising and ceasing of Hongmeng in the Hongmeng Palace. At this time, streams of sage aura began to appear rapidly. Sage might, and more than one sage aura. Could it be that all the sages are coming to watch? This is not watching at all. It's completely threatening us. At this rate, we won't be able to scheme against these sage disciples at all. Exactly. In the top 10 of this Tai Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking, except for Kong Xian, all are sage disciples. How can we scheme in secret? Shoo. That Kong Xian is a man of the Hongmeng Palace. His identity is even more terrifying. Sensing this, the hearts of the mighty experts from all races trembled, and they looked toward the sky one after another. At this moment, the figures of Laozi, Yuanshi, Tongtian, and Jane appeared not far from the challenge arena. Among the mighty figures challenged this time, apart from Kong Xian, the rest were all disciples of the sage lineages. The sages such as Laozi had come for 2 reasons: first, to protect their disciples, and second, to intimidate the mighty beings of all races in the primordial world, lest some reckless villains scheme against their followers. Lastly, they also wished to scout for beings with extraordinary talents, hoping to recruit them into their sects. If we defeat those sage disciples, would the sages directly strike at us? Exactly. If we truly catch the attention of a sage, unless we obtain a primordial supreme treasure, our lives will be doomed. A sage's wrath could shatter the primordial world. The appearance of the 4 sages sent tremors through the hearts of the Tai Golden Immortal experts who had intended to step forward, and for a long while none dared to advance. The arrival of sages is truly a rarity. We brothers pay our respects to the assembled sages. At this moment, the 2 demon emperors appeared swiftly, seemingly to embolden the demon race participating in the challenge. With their presence, the sages would hardly bully the weak by suppressing the Tai Golden Immortal experts of the demon race. A mere Tai Golden Immortal challenge. Why have even the sages come? Do they intend to influence the battle? At this moment, 11 ancestral witches brimming with fierce killing intent arrived in haste. Dijong at their head could not help but snort coldly. Now that many great powers of the primordial world had arrived, if they did not show themselves, would the Wu race not be suppressed? The Immortal Emperor and the Queen Mother of the West have arrived. The 11 ancestral witches had barely taken their positions when celestial music resounded, and Dongwangong and Zhuangmu arrived swiftly with numerous members of the Immortal Court. This time he had deliberately brought a group of Tai Golden Immortal level powerhouses to issue challenges. Merely a leader of immortals. What right does he have to claim the title of emperor? Well said, big brother. They are nothing but braggarts riding on the Dao ancestor's name. Dijuan and Tai were extremely displeased with the dramatic entrance of Dong Wenggong and Zhuangmo. Even the two demon emperors had not arrived with such ostentatious display nor announced their titles. It was truly beneath contempt. Buzz. At this moment, above the supreme primordial ranking within the spatial rift where Kong Xian had appeared, waves of terrifying power began to emerge. Strands of chaos flame surged forth, coalescing into the phantom image of primordial phoenix. Instantly, the temperature around skyrocketed, and beings of weaker cultivation began to descend, unable to remain suspended in the air. Dong Wenggong naturally overheard the words of Dijuan and Tai, and his brow furrowed. First he clasped his hands toward the four sages as a gesture of greeting. Then his aura surged violently, releasing astonishing might, and a dragon-head staff, radiating formidable power, materialized in his hand. This challenge is a grand occasion in the primordial world. Powerhouses of all races may participate. I have purposely come with fellow Taoist Zhuangmu to uphold justice for all races of the primordial world. You may all strike freely. If anyone dares to trouble you after the victors are decided, I will surely intervene to protect you. Dong Wenggong's thundering voice spread in all directions. Many beings who had hesitated moments ago now had a glint of determination in their eyes and slowly moved toward the 10 challenge arenas. Hearing Dong Wenggong's words, however, the three pure ones and Jane's expressions stiffened slightly. How dared Dong Wenggong speak like that before the sages? Did he not put the sages in his eyes? Not far away, the two demon emperors and the 11 ancestral witches also darkened. For the Wu and demon races, this Dong Wenggong was indeed playing the benevolent role. This ranking and challenge had all been initiated by the supreme primordial ranking. What did it have to do with Dong Wenggong? Yet he had the audacity to promise protection and claim to uphold justice. What justice can a puny immortal court uphold, and whom can it protect? Our demon race will be protected by this emperor and the Eastern Emperor. We have no need for the immortal court to uphold justice. It cannot manage the affairs of our demon race. Although I, this ancestor, do not care for the demon race, Dijuan's words carry some truth. The Wu race will naturally be protected by this ancestor and my brothers. The immortal court truly cannot govern the affairs of the Wu race. For a moment, the two demon emperors and the 11 ancestral witches all let out displeased snorts. Hearing these words, Dong Wenggong's expression turned extremely ugly. Now that both the demon race and the ancestral witches were mocking him, if he did not respond, the prestige of the immortal court would suffer. So he surged with aura, took a fierce step forward, and was about to rebuke the two demon emperors and the 11 ancestral witches. But before he could speak, an astonishing sage might erupted from above. In an instant, the bodies of all the mighty beings of the primordial world trembled, and a faint urge to worship welled up within them. Are you trying to disrupt the Tai Golden Immortal Combat Ranking Challenge of the Supreme Primordial Ranking right in front of me, my two brothers and fellow Taoist Jane? Laozi's voice was like a thunderclap, stirring waves of change among the mighty beings of all races, and even heaven and earth trembled in response. Fellow Taoist, Laozi speaks truly. With us, sages present, since when is it your turn to take charge? Withdraw at once, lest you incur punishment from the Supreme Primordial Ranking. Seated cross-legged upon the 12-pin golden lotus of merit, Jane radiated an even more formidable pressure. The words of the sages startled the hearts of all the mighty beings present. Even the two demon emperors, the 11 ancestral witches, and Dong Wenggong were unwilling to speak at this moment. Fortunately, after Jane's voice faded, the voice of the Supreme Primordial Ranking sounded in the ears of all mighty beings. Arena 10, Jin Chanzi 10th on the Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Ranking may accept challenges. Arena 9, Yuan Hong 9th on the Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Ranking may accept challenges. Arena 8, Yuding Jinren 8th on the Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Ranking may accept challenges. Arena 2, Yunxiao 2nd on the Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Ranking may accept challenges. Arena 1, Kong Xian 1st on the Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Ranking may accept challenges. This challenge will last for 2 years, with each challenge limited to 3 days. Begin. It has finally begun. Forget it. I will challenge the top rank. We shall challenge the last one, and see what ability Jin Chanzi has to be ranked in the top 10 of the Tai Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Ranking. I will choose one in the middle of the ranking. Guang Chengzi, do you dare to fight me? At this moment, many beings spurred on by the rewards for ranking rushed onto the challenge arenas without a second thought. Soon before Kong Xian, Yunxiao, Duobao, Zhao Gongming, Xuandu, Guang Chengzi, and others, beings radiating astonishing auras appeared one after another. On Arena 1, Kong Xian lifted his head slightly and cast a look of disdain at a massive demonic being with astonishing aura before him. Make your move, otherwise you won't even have a chance to attack. Kong Xian indeed paid little heed to his first opponent. Even without having set foot in the Hongmeng palace, he was not someone any ordinary being could challenge. However, his words did attract the attention of many mighty figures. After all, he was the top ranked on the Tai Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking, and among the rewards was a primordial supreme treasure. Many mighty beings of the primordial world also wished to know exactly how formidable Kong Xian's combat strength was. At the same time, they wanted to gauge whether their own disciples had any possibility of defeating Kong Xian. Above the supreme Hongmeng ranking, the colossal phantom of Yuanfeng quivered slightly, transforming into a figure dressed in a long gown, who then looked toward the arena where Kong Xian stood. The presence of this figure stirred a trace of wariness in the hearts of the three pure ones and Jane. Likewise, the two demon emperors and the 11 ancestral witches occasionally stole glances at that figure. They seemed to fear that the chaotic flame might suddenly sweep toward them. Arrogance. I am the demon commander under the demon god Jiuying of the demon race, Tuntianhao. Today I will defeat you and claim the top spot on the Tai Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking. Tuntianhao, standing opposite Kong Xian, seemed provoked by a single sentence. With a series of furious roars, his body trembled, and he directly manifested his true form, lunging ferociously at Kong Xian. Disobedience will lead to suffering. But since you are the first challenger, I shall spare your life in this battle. Kong Xian let out a few cold chuckles. Suddenly, astonishing five-colored divine light emerged behind him. Strands of primordial five-element power rapidly gathered, sweeping fiercely toward the lunging Tuntianhao. In an instant, Tuntianhao was enveloped by the astonishing five-element power. His mana rapidly dissipated, and he crashed heavily beside Kong Xian, utterly unable to rise. He solved it with one sweep. The five-colored divine light is truly terrifying. It left Tuntianhao without the slightest resistance. Wait, isn't the five-colored divine light a treasure? What's going on? Didn't this challenge prohibit the use of treasures? Kong Xian's five-colored divine light was listed on the primordial treasure ranking. Why can he use it? Doesn't this violate the rules set by the supreme Hongmeng ranking? Outside the arena, the mighty beings of 10,000 races had been astonished by Kong Xian's combat prowess. However, they suddenly remembered that Kong Xian's five-colored divine light had previously been listed on the primordial treasure ranking, and the arena challenge prohibited the use of treasures. Wasn't Kong Xian clearly cheating? Shouldn't he be punished and directly removed from the ranking? This, big brother, is it a treasure or a divine ability? If it is a treasure, should Kong Xian be judged the loser? Tai showed a trace of confusion and looked toward Dijuan. Dijuan was also bewildered at this moment, unable to determine whether Kong Xian had used a divine ability or a treasure. At that moment, the three pure ones and Jane, who was seated upon the 12-grade golden lotus of merit, revealed a hint of calmness. The five-colored divine light is both a divine ability and a treasure. Kong Xian merely employed the primordial five-element power. It is the origin power of the five elements great Tao, so it should not be considered excessive. Jane spoke calmly, offering an explanation to the mighty beings of the myriad races, his tone carrying an air of unquestionable authority. As he said, although Kong Xian manifested the five-colored divine light, what he employed was five-element power. It was a divine ability, and thus not subject to restriction. Kong Xian's battle had ended too quickly, leaving everyone only astonished and puzzled. Then the gaze of the mighty beings of the myriad races fell upon the second arena. At this moment, Yin Xiao was waving her hands in rapid succession, swiftly condensing waves of astonishing power and blasting furiously at her opponent. Her opponent held on for dozens of breaths, but finally could not sustain it, and was blasted away by a single strike. On the third arena, Duo Bao had already stirred up waves of terrifying power, trapping his opponent within it, then unleashing hundreds of fists in succession, quickly finishing off his opponent. Zhao Gongming Xuandu and Guang Chengzi each displayed supreme arts and divine abilities, forcing their opponents to retreat repeatedly, and swiftly completed their first battles. Gradually, the mighty beings of the myriad races of the primordial world noticed that the higher ones ranking, the faster the battle ended, nor did it appear too intense. The lower the ranking, the fiercer the battle. For instance, Dizong and Yuanhong, though they also suppressed their opponents, could not settle the outcome for a while. On the 10th arena, where Jinchanzi stood, fierce and baleful aura spread in all directions, as terrifying power clashed, interweaved, and cancelled out. His opponent unexpectedly fought Jinchanzi back and forth, creating a scene utterly different from the previous arenas. Jinchanzi, your strength is probably not enough to defeat me. I am Duan Mo, brother of Qi Yu, the Witch King of the Wu tribe. Today I will defeat you and proclaim the might of my Wu tribe. Duan Mo, while snarling angrily, rapidly expanded his body and forcibly blocked each of Jinchanzi's attacks. Then he abruptly stepped forward, power surging in both hands, and blasted fiercely at Jinchanzi. This caused Jinchanzi's expression to darken. He retreated again and again, barely managing to block Duan Mo's attack. His aura immediately became chaotic. Humph! With such combat strength, how dare you share the ranking with me? Too weak. If you lose to that Duan Mo, it will truly become a great joke in the primordial world. Having finished their first battles, Guangchengzi, Zhao Gongming, and even Duo Bao all spoke up their words full of mockery. Dizong, on the other hand, looked worried, afraid that Jinchanzi would be defeated. Yuanhong remained expressionless. He had barely won his first battle, so he should recover his strength immediately lest he end up as embarrassed as Jinchanzi. Look quickly at the 10th arena. This fellow Taoist might have a chance to win. Really? Where is that Jinchanzi so weak? If I had known, I would have challenged that fellow. It seems we still have a chance. Prepare quickly. Perhaps we can defeat one on the combat power ranking. The mighty beings of the myriad races all became astonished. At the same time, a trace of excitement emerged in their eyes. If Duan Mo could really defeat Jinchanzi, then it meant they also had a chance to win. Fellow Taoist Jane, if this old man remembers correctly, your disciple was originally the six-winged heavenly silkworm, right? Did you have him conceal his strength? Laozi looked at Jane. At this moment, Jane, instead of showing any worry, revealed a faint smile. Fellow Taoist, Laozi speaks correctly. Jinchanzi originally evolved from the six-winged heavenly silkworm, but I have been refining his evil thoughts, and thus his cultivation was delayed. However, this mere member of the Wu tribe wants to defeat my disciple. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. The moment Jane's words fell, a startling, baleful aura suddenly spread from Jinchanzi's body. Immediately after, his eyes turned blood red as he stared at Duan Mo. This is the end. As soon as the words fell, a phantom of a six-winged ferocious insect suddenly appeared above Jinchanzi's head, letting out a furious roar at Duan Mo, and then he walked toward him step by step. "Oomph! Do you dare to compete in murderous aura with me?" Duan Mo sneered at Jinchanzi, and his figure surged forward in a sudden attack. However, just as he was about to close in on Jinchanzi, his figure abruptly halted, as though bound by some power of the five elements. The treasure in Jinchanzi's hand smashed mercilessly into Duan Mo's body, sending him flying backward. It took fully over 10 breaths before Duan Mo managed to rise to his feet once more. Yet at this moment his mental state seemed to have been affected, and he stood frozen in place. What is happening? What's wrong with Duan Mo? What's going on? The myriad race experts gathered to witness this battle all paused, confusion spreading across their faces. Jinchanzi seemed like a completely different person, now his attacks exceptionally ruthless, while Duan Mo appeared to have fallen into some kind of illusion. There was no need to continue fighting. The outcome was already decided. This is the source of greed. It must be. This youth was born from within greed itself, a naturally evil being. It seems the warriors of my race are in grave danger. Not far away, Dizong's figure trembled, a trace of icy killing intent manifesting upon him. He thought of Jinchanzi's origins and immediately understood. Duan Mo was being affected by greed, trapped within an illusion. Without extraordinarily firm resolve, one would likely struggle to awaken, ultimately consumed by covetous desires. Laozi, Yuan Shi, Tongtian, the two demon emperors, and numerous powerful figures all turned their gazes toward Arena No. 10, where Jinchanzi was. At this moment, Jinchanzi steadily approached Duan Mo, step by step, the phantom of the six-winged heavenly silkworm above his head rapidly condensing into solidity. Then the six-winged heavenly silkworm phantom darted forth, swiping at Duan Mo and devouring his head in one bite. In an instant, Duan Mo's massive form had been completely devoured, leaving behind only a skeletal frame. This caused the expressions of the numerous Wu tribe experts to grow extremely grim. Had they not been on this arena, they would have long since charged forward and eliminated Jinchanzi. Ancestor, this Jinchanzi is far too vicious. A wicked creature like this absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Qi Yu urgently glanced toward Di Jiang and the other ancestral Wu, crying out loudly. At these words, the figures of the myriad race experts around them all shuddered. As Qi Yu had stated, Jinchanzi's methods were far too ruthless, causing many Tai Golden Immortal experts who had been preparing to challenge him to feel a sudden reluctance. Meanwhile, Di Jiang and the other ancestral Wu turned their heads to look at Jane, who was seated upon the 12-level merit golden lotus. What kind of saint's disciple is this? He is even more vicious than us. I never would have imagined the Western sect would accept such disciples. Exactly. The way this youth behaves is so ruthless. Is he truly raised by a saint? This Jinchanzi actually harbors the source of greed. How can such a wicked being join the lineage of a saint? The voices of the ancestral Wu rang out loudly, not merely venting their dissatisfaction, but also questioning Jane's standards for accepting disciples. Their remarks also planted seeds of doubt within the hearts of the myriad race experts. After all, Jinchanzi was a naturally evil being. Could he truly be taught by a saint? It seems we must avoid contact with the Western sect from now on. They accept any manner of creature as disciples. Precisely. If such wicked disciples can enter the Western sect, then perhaps we could go there as well. The Western sect's lands are already so barren, there is no need to go. Indeed, not only are they barren, but they also harbor such wicked disciples. It seems the character of those two Western sect masters. Shill. With a Western saint present, do you wish to lose your lives by speaking recklessly? Exactly. If the disciples are this vicious, then the teachers must be even worse. The myriad race experts began whispering amongst themselves. Although obtaining a saint's guidance was considered the supreme opportunity for them, many were unwilling to associate with such naturally evil beings. If the Western sect was filled with vicious and fearsome disciples like Jin Shanzi, then just how many wicked creatures had the Western sect actually accepted? Oomph. Just then Jane could no longer contain himself and let out a cold snort. In that brief moment, although Jin Shanzi had won and defended his ranking rewards, the reputation of the Western sect had inexplicably declined, and its fortune had weakened considerably. Those from the Wu tribe were far more ruthless than his own disciples, yet they were the ones being blamed. Jane, is this how your Western sect teaches its disciples? Had we not been on this challenge arena, I would have directly ordered my disciples to eliminate him. At this moment Yuanshi cast a glance at Jane, a trace of coldness appearing in his eyes. In his view, such a wicked being should not be tolerated by the heavenly Tao. Who knew what disasters he might unleash in the future? It would be better to extinguish him early. Friend Yuanshi, you misunderstand. My disciple has been continuously suppressing his evil thoughts all along. This time he merely employed these methods to protect the ranking rewards. Once this battle concludes, I will seal away his evil thoughts and guide him onto the righteous path. I will also ensure that all living beings of the great desolate myriad races understand that my Western sect's disciples are all virtuous individuals. Jane was forced to explain loudly. He also took this opportunity to warn those myriad race experts that they should exercise caution when slandering the Western sect. If he did not stop the myriad race experts' discussions, the Western sect's fortune would likely continue to decline, which would prove far more costly than the benefit gained. After all, the Western sect's fortune was already inferior to that of the three teachings of Xianmen. Should this continue, the Western sect might face the calamity of destruction. Were you not the one who wished to challenge that Jin Shanzi just now, eh? No. I cannot be bothered to deal with such a wicked being. I might lose control and kill him. I will go find the number 1 ranked Kong Xian for a battle instead. Exactly. If you are going to challenge the top ranked. Although the myriad race experts no longer mentioned the Western sect, their words still carried deep contempt for Jin Shanzi. Many who had originally planned to challenge Jin Shanzi turned instead and headed toward Arena No. 1. Although Kong Xian's combat power was far more terrifying, at least they would have hope of surviving regardless of the outcome. That was far preferable to gaining nothing while losing their lives. Kong Xian naturally sensed this shift, and a trace of coldness appeared upon his face. He needed numerous strong opponents to gradually refine his comprehension from the Hongmeng Palace, and to practice his divine abilities along the way. Such an opportunity, top experts of the same cultivation level coming to challenge him one after another, did not arise often. You all should not be in such a hurry. Line up one by one. I shall defeat each of you in order. Perhaps you can all keep your lives. Though he spoke thus, Kong Xian already felt a trace of killing intent rising within his heart. Back then, when he had been surrounded by experts from all sides, had it not been for his mother's intervention, he would have become a pawn for one of the factions. This karma he intended to settle thoroughly. Compared with the lively scene around Kong Xian, many confident powerhouses had also gathered before the other arenas. Yet their numbers were far fewer than the challengers for the Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking. After all, those who had managed to cultivate to the Tai Golden Immortal stage either possessed extraordinary origins, had powerful backers, or were blessed with remarkable fortune. Moreover, most of them had witnessed the challenges on the Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking. They also understood that Kong Xian and the others were indeed true experts of the primordial world in terms of Tai Golden Immortal Combat Power, and that challenging them successfully would be extremely difficult. While the powerhouses of all races were watching the battle on Arena No. 1, Jane's gaze fell upon Honghuang on Arena No. 9. Honghuang was a member of the demon race, yet he was not one of the demon race's key nurtured figures. Even the 2 demon emperors had not known that he could make it onto the Tai Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking. Mile, your disciple is here. Have you discerned Honghuang's weakness? Master, your disciple is dull-witted and has not discovered it. No hurry. Watch carefully. Although Honghuang possesses immense strength and an agile body, his origins are not as exalted as yours and his stamina is insufficient. He is not suited for a prolonged battle. Jane's voice continued to ring out, and this entire exchange was not hidden from the powerhouses of all races, as if deliberately done. Miles' cultivation had indeed reached the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal stage, but he had only broken through to that level not long ago. Naturally, his name did not appear in the top 10 of the combat power ranking. Nevertheless, among the Western sect, he was the one whose strength was closest to Jin Shanzi's. Thus, Jane wanted to teach him on the spot, identify Honghuang's weaknesses, and let Miles step forward to challenge him. Before that, however, he needed more beings to challenge Honghuang and force him to expose even more weaknesses so that Miles could note them all down one by one. A sage is openly analyzing Yuan Hong's weaknesses. Is that true? If we know his weaknesses, we may have a chance to win. Ha ha ha, then I shall be the next challenger. At that moment, numerous powerhouses at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal stage rushed toward Arena No. 9. They were afraid that someone else would get there first. At least they already knew one of Yuan Hong's weaknesses. Meanwhile, Yuanshi, also a sage, beckoned to Tai Jinren behind him. Go to Arena No. 9 and challenge Yuan Hong after mile. Your teacher will personally tell you his weaknesses. Your disciple obeys your decree. Tai Jinren was overjoyed. He hurriedly nodded, accepted the order, and set off toward Arena No. 9. At the same time, Yuanshi's voice sounded in his ear, and he learned several of Yuan Hong's weaknesses. Has the sage Yuanshi also sent his disciple to Arena No. 9? Could it be that he has also told his disciple Yuan Hong's weaknesses? That's allowed. The powerhouses of all races could not help but look curious. They very much wanted to know whether Yuan Hong would be the first person in the top 10 of the Tai Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking to be defeated. However, Dijuan and Tai's expressions turned extremely ugly. Jane Yuanshi, you are sages of the primordial world and should be respected by all races. Yet now you use the authority of sages to scheme against the Tai Golden Immortal of my demon race. Is this not a little too shameless? Tai stepped forward and looked straight at Jane and Yuanshi. As soon as his voice fell, the faces of Yuanshi and Jane darkened. Tai, are you speaking to this venerable one? Yuanshi cast a cold glance at Tai. A wisp of sages might emerged from around him and swept straight toward Tai, enveloping him. If Laozi, who was standing nearby, had not reached out to stop him, he would have already unleashed his supreme treasure and smashed it at Tai. This was not because he had an irritable temper. Rather, having been exposed for what he had just done, he had flown into a rage from embarrassment. Tai, I was merely teaching my disciple. If you are unconvinced, you are welcome to join the Western sect. I will certainly impart to you the supreme enlightenment of the Tao. Jane, however, showed a faint trace of a smile. After all, he was the one who had started this scheme. But since Yuanshi had already taken the blame, there was no need for him to threaten Tai. It was better to try to recruit him, which would also make him appear magnanimous. Yuanshi, Jane, the two of you are going too far. This emperor is not one of those ants, and my demon race is not a small race that anyone can bully. Chaos Bell emerged. Tai let out a few cold shouts, then directly summoned the Chaos Bell. It hovered above his head, releasing terrifying chaos chi and blocking the wisp of sage's might that had come rushing at him. By now he had fully refined the Chaos Bell, and the power he could unleash from it was several hundred times greater than before. Naturally, it was not something that could be suppressed by just a wisp of sage's might. Sensing the might of an innate supreme treasure, the powerhouses of all races turned toward Tai. In particular, the many ancestral sorcerers, along with Dong Wenggong and Zhuangmu of the Immortal Court, had deep solemnity in their eyes. The power erupted from the Chaos Bell made their hearts tremble. In the future, it would probably not be easy to suppress the demon race. At that moment, a trace of scheming seemed to rise in Dong Wenggong's heart. He abruptly stepped forward, his aura surging madly, and glanced at Tai. Tai, do you know where this place is? Could it be that you intend to stir up conflict in the primordial world, provoke the supreme Hongmeng ranking, and affect the operation of the heavenly Tao? If so, do not blame this emperor for descending with punishment and chastising your entire demon race. Dong Wenggong said as he walked toward Tai. Although his aura was not as strong as Tai's, he took out a treasure bestowed by the Tao ancestor, as if to proclaim his status as the chief of immortals. What a fine celestial emperor of the immortal court. This emperor thinks you are simply afraid of the sage's might, and that is why you are targeting the demon race. With such conduct, who among the myriad races of the primordial world would be convinced? In truth, Tai was also well aware that the sages would not necessarily be willing to lower themselves to make a move. After all, this was only the Tai Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking. Above it were the Daluo Quasi-Sage, and even higher rankings of cultivation and combat strength. The sages could not be so impatient. As for Dong Wenggong, he thought he could control the primordial world and even punish the demon race. He was nothing but a buffoon. Moreover, the other party's words had already stirred a trace of anger in his heart. Not convinced. This emperor was appointed by the Tao ancestor as the head of all male immortals. Every male immortal in the primordial world should come to pay homage. You are merely one of the demon emperors among the myriad races. How dare you question this emperor's decision? Could it be that you do not even take the Tao ancestor's appointment seriously? Dong Wenggong spoke again, directly leveling a heavy accusation at Tai. The celestial emperor's words are correct. Tai, if you speak like this, you deserve supreme punishment. A sharp glint flashed in Jane's eyes. His aura trembled slightly, and he sneered coldly at Tai. Tai, do you dare to be disrespectful to the teacher? On the other side, Yuanshi's face had also darkened. Dong Wenggong's sudden appearance displeased him somewhat. Otherwise, if it had been left to him, how could Tai have had any chance to be so arrogant? The two sages are absolutely right. Tai, if your demon race does not want to be annihilated, then quietly watch this Tai Golden Immortal Combat Power Ranking Challenge. Otherwise, this emperor will command the myriad races of the primordial world to wipe out your demon race. Dong Wanggong let out another cold shout, and a trace of complacency appeared on his face. Umph. Since when did our demon race ever heed the words of the Tao ancestor? As for you, Dong Wanggong, you are merely a celestial chief appointed by the Tao ancestor. Your deeds are unjust, your strength insufficient, and you lack the ability to govern the entire primordial world. After this matter is settled, we shall go to the Zixiao Palace and petition the Tao ancestor to strip you of your title as Lord of Male Immortals. At this moment, Dijuan's aura surged violently. He stepped forward abruptly, radiating a terrifying wave of scorching might. Although Dong Wanggong stood at the peak of the quasi-sage realm, he was utterly insignificant before the demon race. Even if the sages spoke on his behalf, they would not strike against the demons for the sake of a single Dong Wanggong. Since that was the case, they might as well depose Dong Wanggong, crush the celestial court, and seize his position instead. How dare you? Do you dare show such disrespect to the celestial emperor? At this moment, countless immortals of the celestial court rushed forward, shouting reprimands at Dijuan and Tai. The Queen Mother of the West frowned slightly, yet she still moved closer to Dong Wanggong. After all, the prestige of the celestial court was at stake. Even if she felt that Dong Wanggong's actions were questionable, it was not the time to voice such doubts. The audacious ones are you. This emperor and my second brother govern billions of demon kin. Do you think we fear a few scattered cultivators like you? Where are the demon gods? Zhuiying is here. Bai Zhe is here. Yingzhao is here. Guoche is here. In an instant, demon gods of the quasi-sage level arrived from the distance at tremendous speed, swiftly gathering behind Dijuan and Tai. More demon warriors swarmed in like a tide, swiftly forming an army of over 1 million encircling the people of the celestial court. Are the demon race and the celestial court about to clash? Interesting. I was just thinking this arena challenge was dull. Who knew such a fine spectacle would unfold? Fall back quickly lest we get caught up in the battle. At this, the mighty beings of all races in the primordial world retreated far into the distance, no longer paying attention to the challenges on the arenas. Compared to the battles of Tai Golden Immortal level, the clashes between these top-tier powerhouses seemed far more intriguing. Why are there no more challengers? At this moment, Kong Xian had just finished a battle and was about to start the next one, only to discover that the area around the arena had emptied. The demon race and the celestial court had all rushed back to their respective camps with no heart for challenges. Meanwhile, the mighty beings of all races had withdrawn far away, waiting for the clash between the two forces. Dull, truly dull. Murmuring to himself, Kong Xian sat cross-legged and turned his gaze toward the demon race and the celestial court. Dijuan Tai, you have committed the crime of insubordination. Your offense is worthy of death. Dong Wanggong, this conflict was provoked by you. Unless you atone with your death, every living being in the celestial court shall be annihilated. You truly believe this emperor fears your demon race? High in the sky, Dong Wanggong, Dijuan, and Tai roared at one another in fury. Curses and taunts echoed endlessly. At this moment, the mighty beings of all races in the primordial world leaned more toward the demon race. After all, the demons were mighty, while Dong Wanggong, relying on his position as celestial chief, had suppressed the myriad races everywhere, earning the resentment of many powerhouses. Even the Wu race, who had always looked upon the demons with disdain, now drew closer to the demon side. Of course, the ancestral shamans did not truly intend to aid the demons. They merely wanted to seize the opportunity to reap the spoils at the critical moment. Just as the two factions were about to clash, Laozi above furrowed his brow slightly. The challenges for the Tai Golden Immortal Combat ranking on the Supreme Hongmeng list have not yet concluded. Do you intend to wage war at this very moment? If so, this old man shall have no choice but to intervene. Laozi's voice carried an awe-inspiring sage's might, causing the faces of Dong Wanggong and the two demon emperors to stiffen. What the eldest brother said is right. If you disrupt the reward ceremony for this venerable one's disciple, then do not blame me for suppressing you all together. Tong Tian also stepped forward at this moment, his sword intent surging outward rapidly, causing hearts to tremble involuntarily. A terrifying sage's might erupted, bearing down upon both the demon race and the celestial court. Diju and Tai, were it not for the words of Laozi and sage Tong Tian, this emperor would have suppressed your demon race here and now. After this matter is concluded, this emperor shall go to the Zixiao Palace to petition the Tao ancestor and strip you of your positions as demon emperors. Dong Wanggong let out a cold snort, then withdrew his aura and led the people of the celestial court in retreat. Compared with the Wu race and the demon race, the celestial court had existed for far too short a time, and its true strength was nowhere near that of the demon race. If the demons truly disregarded the Tao ancestor's authority and attacked, the ones to suffer would undoubtedly be his side. Thus, the moment Laozi and Tong Tian spoke, he seized the chance to step down gracefully. Dong Wanggong, this karmic debt is far from settled. Before long, we brothers shall lead the mighty warriors of the demon race to tread upon Penglai Island and enter your celestial court to have a proper discussion with you. Though Dijun and Tai wished to slay Dong Wanggong on the spot, the sages had already spoken. If they forcefully continued the conflict, they would very likely be suppressed by the sages. However, they could not simply let this matter go. If the demon race wished to dominate the primordial world, they would have to sweep away the celestial court as an obstacle. When the demon race and the celestial court separated, the mighty beings of all races revealed looks of disappointment. They had thought that even if a large-scale battle did not break out, at least Dijun and Tai would exchange a few rounds with Dong Wanggong and the Queen Mother of the West. In the end, it was all thunder and no rain, no battle at all. Thus they once again turned their gazes toward the 10 arenas. At this time, Hong on Arena 9 had already entered the stage of deciding victory against Mithria. Though Mithria had discerned Hong's weakness, Hong's physical power surpassed Mithria's by a margin. In the end, he relied on overwhelming strength to blast Mithria flying. Yet although he won this battle, it was not as effortless as before. At that moment, Tai Jinren arrived hurriedly, seizing the chance while all the mighty beings were focused on the conflict between the demon race and the celestial court, and became the new challenger. Not long after, Hong recovered his mana and initiated a new challenge. Tai Jinren shot forward and landed directly upon the arena. Hong, I advise you to get off this arena at once, and perhaps you may yet live. Otherwise, I will take your life. Following Yuanshir's instructions, Tai Jinren knew many of Hong's weaknesses. As long as he made no mistakes, Hong was doomed to defeat. I refuse to believe that you can defeat me. Kill. Hong roared in fury and charged straight at Tai Jinren. At first, Tai Jinren was at a disadvantage, narrowly escaping danger in every collision. However, the tide soon turned. He suppressed Hong and even forced him into a corner of the arena. No way. Hong is actually at a disadvantage. Could this Chan sect disciple actually win? Tai Jinren is strong, but isn't his strength no match for Hong's? Hong's combat power seems to have weakened considerably. Could it be that Tai Jinren has used some secret technique? What other secret technique could it be? It's simply that a sage has deduced Hong's weakness. There's no helping it. Who told him to have a sage as his teacher? At this moment, the mighty experts of all races in the primordial wilderness were startled, turning their eyes toward Arena No. 9. They vaguely felt that Hong would probably become the first being on the cultivation combat power ranking to be defeated. Just as they said Tai Jinren had a sage as his master, so his backing was naturally more advantageous than that of Hong, who was merely under a demon god. Even if Tai Jinren was originally no match for Hong, understanding Hong's weakness was equivalent to enhancing his own combat power countless times. Soon wound after wound was blasted onto Hong's body by Tai Jinren. Seeing that Hong was about to lose, even more Tai Golden Immortal experts made their way to Arena No. 9. Once Hong was defeated, Arena No. 9 would naturally belong to Tai Jinren. If they challenged, then their chances of victory would be even greater. Roar. It seems I must use my trump card. Demonic ape shakes the world, all things perish, malevolent chi enters the body, heaven and earth can be shattered. At this time, Hong suddenly let out bursts of roars, and an aura of fierce balefulness that shook heaven and earth appeared around him. The fierce baleful aura surged violently, transforming into a heaven-shaking demonic ape phantom that rapidly merged into Hong's body. This caused Hong's strength to surge dramatically. He blasted out a punch that forced Tai Jinren back. Then, as if channeling all his power, he launched over 1,000 attacks in an instant. Tai Jinren could hardly hold on for a moment longer, and with no other choice, he conceded, preserving his life. Even with a sage's guidance, it's useless. It's not that the sage's guidance was useless, it's that Tai Jinren's combat power was too weak. Exactly. If it were us, we could definitely defeat Hong. Seeing Tai Jinren's humiliated appearance, the mighty experts of all races in the primordial wilderness started sneering and mocking in low voices. This made Yuanshir, who was above in the air, darken his face. When he looked at Tai Jinren again, traces of displeasure appeared. However, he also knew that this was not Tai's fault. It was Hong who had stimulated the power of his bloodline at the critical moment. Otherwise, Tai was sure to win this battle. Those who challenged Hong next were not as lucky as Tai Jinren. From the very start, Hong displayed supreme might, and his terrifying baleful aura cowed the mighty experts of all races, causing challenger after challenger to fall. The challenge time for the Tai Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power ranking continued to pass. However, before it had ended, there were no challengers left around the arena where Hongxian stood. Many Tai Golden Immortal experts knew clearly that even if they stepped onto the arena, they would be defeated by a single sweep or a single punch. Going up any further truly held no hope of victory. The challenge for the Tai Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power ranking has ended. The rankings have not changed. The ranking rewards for the Tai Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power ranking are about to be distributed. The reward for the 10th place on the Tai Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power Ranking is being distributed. The reward for the 9th place on the Tai Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power Ranking is being distributed. The reward for the 2nd place on the Tai Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power Ranking is being distributed. The reward for the 1st place on the Tai Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power Ranking is being distributed. Ha ha ha, I've obtained the power of laws. I finally have a top grade innate spiritual treasure. This reward is quite good. Oh, I can immediately break through to Daluo Golden Immortal. On the arena, the beings ranked in the top 10 on the Tai Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power Ranking all burst into laughter. At the same time, a startling divine might emerged on the arena, rapidly enveloping their figures and sending them back to their respective factions. Only Kong Xian's figure was sent beside the primordial phoenix phantom above. Even so, no mighty expert dared to strike at Kong Xian at this moment. The Tai Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power Ranking has been updated. 1 year later, the Daluo Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power Ranking will be announced. Stay tuned. Finally, it's time for Daluo Golden Immortal. This is what counts as the backbone of the primordial wilderness, right? There are so many Daluo Golden Immortal experts. I wonder which being will be able to ascend the ranking. I hope I can have a place on it. I also want a supreme treasure to dominate the primordial wilderness. Waves of shouts rang out from the mouths of the mighty experts of all races. In their view, the Golden Immortal and Tai Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power Rankings indeed had many experts and rewards that shocked them. What they truly cared about, however, were the rankings of Daluo Golden Immortals, even quasi-sages, and those above the sage realm. Only experts of this level could awe the primordial wilderness and become the pillars of a faction. Buzz. Just as the mighty experts of all races were about to leave. From beneath the spatial rift above the supreme Hongmeng ranking, waves of buzzing sounds suddenly came. At this moment, Kong Xian did not immediately step into the rift. Instead, he sat cross-legged, radiating astonishing five-colored light. Strands of innate 5 elements power converged toward him, rapidly forming a huge vortex around him. My, is this guy about to break through? It certainly looks that way. But with the primordial phoenix phantom condensed from chaotic flame guarding him, I'm afraid we have no chance to make a move. I just wonder how many grades the flower will bloom for this Kong Xian. Probably only 8 grades. After all, 9 grades is the limit. Compared with the sages of the past, Kong Xian is still somewhat lacking. Waves of exclamations rose, and the mighty experts of all races instinctively looked toward Kong Xian. When they saw the black primordial phoenix phantom not far from him, the schemes that had just emerged in their hearts dissipated. They even began to speculate how many grades the Daluo flower would bloom when Kong Xian advanced to Daluo Golden Immortal. Fellow Taoist Laozi, how many grades do you think this young man's flower can bloom? Jane smiled and turned to Laozi. Since he observed the birth and destruction of Hongmeng at Hongmeng Palace, I think it is extremely likely to be 9 grades. Laozi responded calmly, but his gaze remained fixed on the primordial phoenix phantom, as if analyzing the phoenix's true strength. Elder brother saying Kong Xian can bloom 9 grades. Isn't that going too far? Exactly. Back then, even we were only about this much. How can this Kong Xian be compared to us in our prime? Yuanshi and Tongtian both spoke up at this time, seemingly unwilling to compare Kong Xian to their own past. The 3 flowers are condensing. Look, those 3 flowers have become a Daluo flower and are about to bloom. As the voices of the many mighty experts faded, Kong Xian's figure in the air trembled violently. A huge Daluo flower condensed above his head and began to bloom slowly. Grade 1 bloom. Grade 2 bloom. Grade 8 bloom. Grade 9 bloom. As expected, a 9-grade bloom surely possesses the qualifications to attain the Tao. Worthy of being the son of the primordial phoenix, his potential is indeed not to be underestimated. The mighty experts of all races revealed looks of envy. Many Daluo Golden Immortals had not possessed such aura when they advanced back then. However, at that moment, the Daluo flower above Kong Xian's head trembled slightly and unexpectedly began to bloom once more. Look, that guy's Daluo flower hasn't withered. It seems it can still bloom. Grade 10 bloom. Perfect Daluo Golden Immortal. Seeing the Daluo flower atop Kong Xian's head, the powerhouses of all races trembled in their minds. Even Laozi, Yuanshi, Tongtian, and Jane bore expressions of utter shock. 10 petals. Could it be that Kong Xian's origins have surpassed theirs? Or perhaps he has obtained some unimaginable opportunity within the Hundong Palace. What's happening? The flower hasn't finished blooming at 10 petals yet. What is this situation? Look quickly, it's opened another petal, now 11. The expressions on the faces of the powerhouses of all races had become indescribable. Surrounding Kong Xian, the laws of the 5 elements swirled, and a strand of primal 5 elements power merged into the Daluo flower, emanating an astonishing aura. 12 petals. It's still blooming. What's going on? Is the number 9 we previously understood as the ultimate limit actually false? Impossible. When the ancestral Tao spoke of the Deluo path, he once said that 9 is the ultimate number. Exactly. How can Hongxian transcend the limit of 9? How could the Deluo flower bloom to 12 petals? Shoo. It's not 12 petals, it's still blooming. What? The powerhouses of all races across the primordial world closed their mouths at this moment, and the entire sky instantly fell into complete silence. It wasn't that they didn't want to speak, but rather they simply didn't know how to put it into words. The Deluo flower above Hongxian continued to bloom endlessly. 12 petals, 13 petals, 14 petals, 15 petals. Does this Hongxian possess talents that even surpass us saints? Brother, was there something wrong with our cultivation methods back then? Exactly, brother, we never had such extraordinary phenomena back then. Look, the might of heaven and earth has already swept toward that selection. This is power that only a saint can command. 16 petals. It hasn't ended yet. At this moment, Yuanshi and Tontian could no longer contain themselves, their faces filled with shock as they looked at Laozi. Even Jane, standing aside, wore an expression of disbelief. This youth cannot be compared using our cultivation methods anymore. It seems after witnessing the emergence and dissolution of Hongdong, his comprehension has exceeded our imagination. Once he grows, he may very well surpass us all. Laozi too bore an expression of shock, yet he still responded to Yuanshi, Tongtian, and Jane. However, he could only explain it by referencing Hongxian's earlier observation of Hongdong's rise and fall, for even he found it difficult to deduce the hidden secrets within. At this moment, the Deluo flower above Hongxian emitted a series of hums, still continuing to bloom. Extraordinary phenomena had already emerged upon it, its radiance illuminating the entire primordial world. Whether in the depths of Juin above the 33 heavens, or within Zixiao Palace, this scene could be clearly witnessed. Within Zixiao Palace, Hongjun's expression darkened slightly, his form trembling involuntarily. Could this youth possibly surpass my own cultivation? Could it be? Has he been chosen by the great Tao? As the ancestral Tao and the founder of the primordial cultivation system, Hongjun had always believed the Deluo flower could only bloom to 9 petals. Yet Hongxian forcibly taught him a lesson, shattering his previous understanding. Thus not only were the powerhouses of all races and numerous saints in shock, but even he revealed an astonished gaze. After several breaths, his surrounding power surged rapidly, and terrifying heavenly Tao energy condensed above his head into a massive vortex. His form slowly rose, stepping toward the vortex. In the primordial world, in the sky above the supreme Hongdong ranking, Hongxian's Deluo flower had not withered and bloomed once more. 16 petals, 17 petals, 18. Finally, that Deluo flower reached 24 petals. 24 petals? With 24 petals blooming, what kind of aptitude is this, eh? The qualifications to achieve the Tao. No blooming 9 petals already grants such qualifications, right? Destined to achieve the Tao. 100% certain to achieve the Tao. Seeing Hongxian's Deluo flower finally stabilize at 24 petals, the powerhouses of all races in the primordial world erupted once more in thunderous shouts that shook heaven and earth. The 2 demon emperors who had originally left the challenge platform and intended to return to the demon god palace, the 11 ancestral witches, Lord Dongwang, Queen Westwang. Many top-tier powerful beings hurried over at this moment. They too, like the powerhouses of all races, displayed expressions of disbelief. This youth's future is limitless. Since he has reached the golden immortal of Deluo, he should visit the immortal court to converse. Lord Dongwang was the first to recover, about to step forward and speak with Hongxian. But before he could move, Dijun and Tai Yi from not far away blocked his path. What is there to visit in such a minor faction as the immortal court? This Hongxian should go to the demon race and become their demon god. Dijun and Tai Yi valued not only Hongxian's astonishing phenomenon of 24 flower petals, but also the Yuan Feng behind him, as well as Tai Chu Dao Jun, the master of the Hongdong Palace. If they could truly bring Hongxian into the demon race, they might also get a glimpse into that Hongdong Palace. Be quiet. You who have not become saints are ultimately mere ants. This youth has affinity with the Western sect, and could become the 3rd leader of the Western sect. Jane rebuked the 2 demon emperors and Lord Dongwang coldly, then spoke loudly, expressing willingness to offer the position of Western sect leader to win over Hongxian. As long as Hongxian joins the Western sect, he might be able to use Hongxian's relationship with Yuan Feng to overlook past karma and release Jundi earlier. In the future, the Western sect might produce another saint-level powerhouse. Nonsense. Your Western sect is barren, devoid of resources, lacking treasures. How can you teach a disciple with such aptitude? Hongxian must join the Chan sect and be personally taught by me. Yuanshi issued a series of cold rebukes, with every sentence undermining Jane's position. This made Jane's expression darken, though he found it difficult to refute. Second brother Hongxian should join the Jie sect. Doesn't your Chan sect refuse to accept those with fur and horns, those born from moisture and eggs? Furthermore, when Kong Xian was previously besieged by various parties, I intended to recruit him into the Jie sect, but was merely delayed by certain matters. This youth should naturally join the Jie sect and become my personal disciple. Tong Tian stepped forward at this moment, offering a faint smile to Yuan Shi. When the Supreme Hundong ranking had previously announced the treasure rankings, he had indeed wanted to take Kong Xian as a disciple, but Kong Xian had been taken away by that Yuan Feng. Second brother, third brother, cease your quarrel. This time the Ren sect has only one disciple. This old man should also recruit a second disciple. At this moment Laozi also spoke, seemingly moved by the thought of taking on another disciple. In an instant the four great saints each walked toward Kong Xian, seemingly intent on recruiting him. The saints value Kong Xian so highly. Could they actually come to blows over taking him as a disciple? Surely not. How come we don't have such opportunities? Could it be these saints have their eyes on the supreme treasures upon Kong Xian? High in the sky, the phantom of Yuan Feng guarding Kong Xian suddenly let out a cold snort. This sent a tremor through the hearts of all the mighty beings of the primordial myriad races, who abruptly recalled that Yuan Feng was still present. Taoist friend Yuan Feng. This old man is willing to accept Kong Xian as my disciple and guide him. I bear no ill intent. Taoist friend Yuan Feng, this poor priest, is also willing to devote every effort to teach Kong Xian, to make him the third patriarch of the Western sect and command the entire Western sect. Sensing the might of Yuan Feng's phantom formed by the chaos flame, Laozi and Jane spoke up first, each revealing their intentions. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian were not to be outdone, hastening forward. Taoist friend Yuan Feng, if Kong Xian were to enter the Chan sect, I could bestow upon him a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, impart the supreme dharma, and surely help him attain the cultivation of a sage. Taoist friend Yuan Feng, if Kong Xian were to join the Jie sect, I am willing to entrust him with the 4 immortal slaying swords. In the future, should anyone in this primordial world dare to oppose him, I will personally take action. Tong Tian, in his eagerness to take Kong Xian as his disciple, was even willing to gift the 4 immortal slaying swords, which had been elevated to an innate supreme treasure. Hearing these words, the mighty beings of the primordial myriad races once again revealed envious expressions. Willing to part with an innate supreme treasure. Becoming his principal disciple directly. A top-grade innate spiritual treasure isn't bad, either. A disciple for whom sages would go to such lengths to recruit. Kong Xian was truly unprecedented and likely never to be seen again. All the living beings of the primordial myriad races, even many powerhouses at the quasi-saint level, yearned for such treatment. As for the existing disciples of the saint lineages, each and every one of them wore jealous expressions, desperately hoping that Kong Xian would not join their particular lineage. If that happened, would they not be looked down upon? My son, are the likes of you even worthy of teaching him? Do you possess a chaos supreme treasure? Do you possess a Hongmeng spiritual treasure? Even if you did, would you be willing to bestow it upon my son? The phantom of Yuan Feng trembled slightly, letting out waves of disdainful laughter. At these words, the 4 sages' countenances drastically changed. This was too stinging. However, what Yuan Feng had said was not without reason. Let alone their lack of treasures at that level. Even if they had them, how could they bear to part with them for Kong Xian? Refused. This Yuan Feng actually does not want Kong Xian to cultivate under the sages. How could they give up such an opportunity, just like that? The jaws of the mighty beings of the primordial myriad races nearly dropped, especially Dijuan Tai and Dong Wenggong, who had just attempted to win Kong Xian over. The conditions they offered could not even compare to those of the sages, let alone meet Yuan Feng's demands. Fortunately, they had not stepped forward, otherwise would it not have been asking for humiliation. At that moment, an awe-inspiring might manifested in the sky. The heart-quaking power of the heavenly Tao rapidly emerged, forming a colossal vortex. Hongjun's figure slowly descended from within the vortex. The heavenly Tao has issued a decree. Kong Xian's flower has bloomed with 24 grades, establishing the ultimate realm of Daoyuo. He shall receive supreme karmic merit as a reward. From this day forth, those who ascend to Dao Golden Immortal may surpass the 9-grade Daoyuo flower. The ultimate limit shall be 24 grades. The decree of the heavenly Tao spread throughout the primordial world, and wisp after wisp of astonishing merit descended from above, enshrouding Kong Xian. However, that merit was not directly absorbed by Kong Xian. Instead, it gathered above his head, held aloft by the Daoyuo flower, unable to enter his body. This caused the might of the heavenly Tao to tremble slightly. And Hongjun, as the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, also had a slight frown on his face. At this moment, the phantom of Yuan Feng, condensed from the chaos flame, moved swiftly, landing directly in front of Kong Xian. This caused the surging might of the heavenly Tao to suddenly stabilize. Hongjun cast a glance at the phantom of Yuan Feng, but made no further sound. Do we also have a chance? From now on, Daoyuo Golden Immortals will be completely transformed. Why is this so? I have already stepped into the Daoyuo Golden Immortal realm. Does that mean I no longer have such an opportunity? The mighty beings of the myriad races burst into waves of exclamations. Some were excited, others were disheartened. But they forgot that their own strength was insufficient. Even if the Daluo flower could bloom with 100 grades, they still would never reach it. At this moment, above the supreme Hongmeng palace, Kong Xian's Daluo flower slowly contracted, enveloping the supreme merit and returning together into Kong Xian's body. Kong Xian's body then trembled violently as astonishing innate 5 elements power radiated outward in all directions, emitting an overwhelming presence. Although Kong Xian was only at the early stage of Daluo Golden Immortal, his display made the hearts of many top-tier Daluo Golden Immortal powerhouses quiver. It was only then that Hongjun slightly raised his head and cast a glance at Kong Xian. Not bad. For the primordial world to produce such a prodigy is truly a blessing for all races. Kong Xian, are you willing to study under this Tao ancestor and become my 7th disciple? As soon as Hongjun finished speaking, the aura around him soared violently, faintly merging with the power of the heavenly Tao above, overawing all living beings of the primordial world. What? The Tao ancestor is taking another disciple. He is the teacher of the sages. Could it be that he also wants Kong Xian as a disciple? It seems this Kong Xian is surely destined to step into the Hunyuan realm and attain the sage fruition. Otherwise, why would the Tao ancestor have spoken up? All living beings of the primordial myriad races heard Hongjun's voice, and at this moment, they burst into shocked exclamations. In the past, the Tao ancestor had accepted only 4 formal disciples and 2 nominal disciples. These 6 disciples were precisely the 6 sages of the present primordial world. Although it was said that there were 3,000 mortal guests at the Zixiao Palace back then who had all listened to the Tao ancestor's lectures, they did not even have the chance to become nominal disciples. The teacher also wants to take Kong Xian as a disciple. Wouldn't Kong Xian then become our junior disciple? Even the 4 sages behind Hongjun were stunned, staring at Hongjun in disbelief. Now that Hongjun had merged with the Tao and become the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, if he was accepting a disciple at this time, was he doing so on behalf of the heavenly Tao? Taking a disciple. Mother, do I need to take a master? Kong Xian was also somewhat shocked at this moment, but he still looked toward Yuan Feng's phantom first and asked, "No need. Isn't your old mother's teaching enough for you?" "Enough. With mother's guidance, your child naturally does not need to take another as master." Hearing Yuan Feng's words, Kong Xian hurriedly nodded in response. But Hongjun's face darkened slightly as he spoke again. "Yuan Feng, I, the Tao ancestor, am conveying the decree of the heavenly Tao. Should you not consider? Sorry, but my son should be taught by me and me alone." The phantom of Yuan Feng trembled slightly, then directly enveloped Kong Xian and carried him toward that spatial rift. What? The Tao ancestor takes a disciple. No, the heavenly Tao's decree ordered the Tao ancestor to take him as a disciple, and yet it was refused. Oi, are you serious? That was the decree of the heavenly Tao? Did Yuan Feng just defy it outright? This is too thrilling. Look, the might of the heavenly Tao is surging. Chastisement might soon descend. While the mighty beings of all races were stunned, Hongjun's gaze darkened. An astonishing might of the heavenly Tao emerged around him, releasing a terrifying pressure, and he took a heavy step forward. Is the Tao ancestor going to make a move? Really? Is the Tao ancestor truly going to deal with that Yuan Feng? This is going to be quite a show. Shut up. Leave here at once. If they really start fighting, even the entire Honghuang might not be able to withstand it. Go. Leave immediately. Below the supreme Hongmeng list, the mighty beings of all races gasped as they witnessed this scene rapidly retreating into the distance. Even Diju and Tai Dongwangong and the many ancestral witches were retreating step by step at this moment, terrified of being caught in a clash of such magnitude. Although they did not know Yuan Feng's exact strength the last time she displayed her power, she had even shaken and injured the disciples who were under the protection of sages. From this, Yuan Feng had most likely reached the Hunyuan level. Of course, in their hearts, they still supported Hongjun, all the more for at this moment Hongjun represented the heavenly Tao and wielded its might. Yuan Feng's phantom naturally sensed this and immediately accelerated, dashing toward the spatial rift. Seal. But at that moment, Hongjun suddenly let out a cold shout. The enormous spatial rift began to close rapidly, as if to sever the path of Yuan Feng's phantom and Kong Xian. At this instant, Yuan Feng's phantom trembled and abruptly halted its movement. Yet the Kong Xian wrapped within her phantom transformed into a streak of light, shooting toward the soon-to-close spatial rift. When the gap was still a few zhang wide, the primordial supreme treasure, the Chaos 5 Elements armor, on Kong Xian rapidly materialized, surging with astonishing primordial 5 elements power, causing Kong Xian's speed to soar. Simultaneously, the merit Kong Xian had just acquired swiftly manifested, causing the might of the heavenly Tao around the spatial rift to momentarily pause. This merit had just been bestowed by the heavenly Tao. How could it be used against a being that had just rendered meritorious service? At the instant the heavenly Tao's might stalled, Kong Xian's figure had already vanished into the rift. At the sight of this, all the sages were taken aback. They had never expected Hongjun to make a move directly and block Kong Xian's departure. He had just intended to recruit the other as a disciple, yet the situation changed so abruptly that, not to mention the mighty beings of all races, even they could hardly react in time. Equally shocking to them was that Kong Xian had actually escaped from under the might of their master. Now, with the heavenly Tao's power surging, perhaps even they as sages ought to display their capabilities. Why should the master trouble himself for this? It is merely a phantom formed by a wisp of divine sense and chaos flame. Your disciple can extinguish it with a single move. Exactly, a Dharma body like this hardly requires the master's intervention. The four sages stepped forward one after another, ready to suppress the phantom image of Yuan Feng. You juniors are indeed unworthy of teaching my son. Rather, it should be said that the heavenly Tao of this Honghuang is unworthy of my son addressing it as master. At this instant, Yuan Feng's phantom trembled violently, letting out a series of cold sneers. Meanwhile, the astonishing chaos flame blazed fiercely, causing the surrounding space to tremble as well. In an instant, the black chaos flame spread swiftly, scorching heat sweeping across the Honghuang, and the entire sky dimmed in response. How dare you? Yuan Feng, we are no longer what we once were. All of us have entered the Hunyuan realm and attained sagehood. Do you truly believe you are still our match? That's right. Setting aside this solitary Dharma body, even if your original body came, we could slaughter it just the same. The four great sages all let out furious roars at this moment. Tong Tian and Yuan Shi went even further, directly offering up their respective treasures, glaring menacingly at Yuan Feng above the sky. So what if you are a sage? So what of the Tao ancestor? So what of the heavenly Tao? Since you dare to test me, you shall pay a sufficient price. Yuan Feng's phantom let out a cold sneer and then exploded violently. In an instant, the terrifying chaos flame transformed into billions of fire sparks raining down upon the entire Honghuang. What appeared to be merely a wisp of firelight instantly ignited everything it touched. Even spiritual energy became fuel. The entire sky of the Honghuang turned into a sea of flames plunging straight downward. This. What are you still looking at? Run. If we don't flee now, we'll die here. That's chaos flame. The mighty beings of all races were greatly alarmed, crying out in terror as they hurriedly activated their treasures and fled at speed toward their respective lairs. Yuan Feng, do you intend to destroy the Honghuang? The four sages, shocked, moved their bodies rapidly toward the sea of flames below, unleashing their supreme sage might in an attempt to resist the dreadful chaos flame. Unfortunately, even their sage power was gradually ignited by the chaos flame, forcing them to activate their treasures just to momentarily check the fire sea. At the sight, Hongjun's expression turned extremely grim. The might of the heavenly Tao above began to churn madly, and the terrifying vortex spun rapidly, generating an astonishing pulling force that descended toward the all-encompassing sea of fire. In that moment, the boundless sea of fire rolled incessantly, rushing swiftly toward the great vortex above. Yet this chaos flame was so fearsome that it rapidly drained the heavenly Tao's power overhead. We are saved. With the sages and the Tao ancestor acting, this chaos flame will surely be extinguished. At this, the mighty beings of all races breathed a slight sigh of relief. They had truly thought they would be buried beneath that endless sea of fire. The heavenly Tao actually has to consume its own origin power just to draw away this chaos flame. Impossible. Is this chaos flame truly that terrifying? Of course. Just look at the expressions on those sages. Nevertheless, many powerhouses at the quasi-sage level had already sensed the depletion of the heavenly Tao's power and could not help but cry out in amazement. They also noticed that the expressions of the four sages were grim. Especially Jin. Wisps of fire had already appeared on his 12-petal merit golden lotus, and if he continued to resist, that top-grade primordial spiritual treasure might be damaged. Yet it was at this very moment that the spatial rift, which had just closed, split open once more. A terrifying aura of a Hongmeng spiritual treasure surged out, swiftly coalescing into the phantom of a colossal Hongmeng palace. The phantom Hongmeng palace trembled slightly, radiating waves of terrifying power that caused the entire Honghuang to quake violently. At this instant, the supreme Hongmeng list below seemed to be stirred, immediately erupting with astonishing power as it faintly began to resist this terrifying might. However, the supreme Hongmeng list only protected itself from the impact of that power. It paid no heed to the myriad races of the Honghuang, nor to Hongjun and the four sages, nor even to the heavenly Tao of the Honghuang. Sensing this terrifying pressure, the faces of Hongjun and the four sages changed drastically. This was the power of a Hongmeng spiritual treasure, second only to the supreme Hongmeng list. Even Hongjun felt his heart tremble. Even the heavenly Tao's power above could not help but shudder, abandoning its attempt to continue absorbing the chaos flame. Master, is this? Is this the power of a Hongmeng treasured artifact? Can we suppress it? Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tong Tian hurriedly positioned themselves behind Hongjun. Jane, though somewhat slow, managed to draw near. They were all filled with dread toward the might of the Hongmeng treasured artifact, yet Hongjun was already surging with heavenly Tao intent, leaving them no choice but to advance. Hongjun's expression grew extremely grave, his body's heavenly Tao power churning endlessly as if weighing whether to intervene. At this moment, terrifying power erupted from within the spatial rift, manifesting the phantom forms of the primordial phoenix and the beast emperor Shen and I. The primordial phoenix phantom stepped forward, casting a cold stare toward Hongjun and the four sages. Hongjun, you as the Tao ancestor should be maintaining stability throughout the prehistoric world, yet you dare lay hands upon this Lord's son. How shameless. Today, granted permission by the Tao sovereign, I shall borrow a trace of Hongmeng Palace's might to fight alongside you. As her words fell, divine runes surged rapidly across the Hongmeng Palace, and terrifying primordial fire essence erupted forth, even more fearsome than the chaos flame from earlier. I had some dealings with you, Hongjun, back in those days. I never expected that you would degenerate into a puppet of the heavenly Tao. How lamentable. But this time you have provoked the wrong person. Since you wish to make a move, come at me together. Let me show you the might of the Hongmeng Palace. The Shun Ni phantom also stepped forward, exuding a fearsome aura that shook the very foundations of the prehistoric world. Shen Ni, primordial phoenix. Do not think that by borrowing the might of a Hongmeng treasured artifact we shall fear you. If you dare show further disrespect toward our master and the heavenly Tao, we shall go all out and drive you out of the prehistoric world. The four sages advanced together, issuing stringents of cold rebuke. Shen Ni and the primordial phoenix were openly provoking Hongjun and the heavenly Tao before their eyes. They could not simply pretend ignorance. Is that so? Although Hongmeng Palace is merely a Hongmeng treasured artifact ranked below the supreme Hongmeng list, its offensive power alone does not lag behind the Hongmeng ultimate treasure in the least. Today this lord wishes to see whether you truly possess the ability to withstand the might of the Hongmeng Palace. Shun Ni issued another cold sneer, then bowed slightly toward the Hongmeng Palace phantom, offering a respectful gesture. The Hongmeng Palace phantom solidified rapidly, and terrifying primordial great Tao origin power surged forth from its form, affecting all great Tao law and spiritual energy throughout and beyond the prehistoric world. In an instant, inexplicable dread rose within the hearts of all living beings across the myriad races of the prehistoric world. Every creature's power seemed to slip beyond their control. Even the top-tier quasi-saints, the four sages, and Tao ancestor Hongjun felt their bodies tremble slightly. The heavenly Tao power that had been surging around Hongjun's body hesitated for a moment, as if its might itself had been suppressed. At this point, Jane could no longer contain himself, whispering secretly to Hongjun, "Master, this artifact exceeds all imagination. We cannot oppose it through force. Master, this artifact is far too terrifying. Once battle commences, the prehistoric world will surely struggle to endure. Master." Laozi and Yuanshi at that moment also sensed the creeping peril, whispering to Hongjun. Only Tong Tian had already summoned the Zhuxian four swords and activated the Zhuxian sword array, seemingly preparing to fight alongside Hongjun. Hearing the words of Jane, Laozi and Yuanshi, Hongjun's expression tightened. He sharply turned his head and first cast a glance at Jane. This struck Jane as though he had suffered a devastating blow. He was sent flying backward, a trickle of blood welling from the corner of his lips. At the same time, Laozi and Yuanshi felt the oppressive weight of the heavenly Tao and were forced to bow their bodies before Hongjun. Having suppressed the sages, the heavenly Tao's power trembled violently and began bit by bit to conceal itself. Hongjun then stepped forward, gazing up at Shun Ni and the primordial phoenix. Shun Ni, primordial phoenix. This Tao ancestor was merely acting under heavenly Tao decree, intending to recruit Kong Xian as my disciple and bestow upon him the supreme Taoic teachings. Although I employed a few means, I did not cause him any harm. Let us let this matter pass here, shall we? Even a trace of a smile appeared on Hongjun's face as he spoke. At this moment, Tong Tian, who stood behind Hongjun, was taken aback. Master! Silence! You all should withdraw immediately. Hongjun issued a cold rebuke, cutting off Tong Tian's words. This left Tong Tian bewildered, wanting to protest further, but was restrained by both Laozi and Yuanshi. We shall heed our master's decree and depart at once. Laozi and Yuanshi hurriedly replied, then grabbed Tong Tian and headed toward Kunlun Mountain. On the other side, Jane wiped the blood from his lips, bowed to Hongjun, and retreated rapidly toward Mount Sumeru. It is fine if you wish to let this pass. Once the current combat rank and cultivation rankings conclude, deliver a chaos-level treasure to the Hongmeng Palace. Before Shen Ni could speak, the Hongmeng Palace itself trembled, producing an extraordinarily distant, ethereal, and profound voice. Hongjun's divine sense tightened, attempting to probe the cultivator behind that voice. Yet he was blocked by the might of the Hongmeng Palace, and nearly suffered a backlash. The sage's actions were rash and must accept this consequence. Upon the complete conclusion of the Supreme Hongmeng Rankings Cultivation and Combat Rankings, one Chaos-level treasure shall be presented. Before Hongjun could utter a word, the heavenly Tao, while just about to completely dissipate, trembled faintly and issued the heavenly Tao decree. As a part of the heavenly Tao, Hongjun could only nod slightly with no other recourse. Witnessing the heavenly Tao decree and Hongjun's nod, Shun and I, and the primordial phoenix exchanged a glance, and their phantom forms gradually dispersed. The terrifying Hongmeng Palace phantom quickly returned into the spatial rift. In that moment, the oppressive pressure across the entire prehistoric world instantly dissolved. At this very moment, the strong among the myriad races of the prehistoric world were stunned. The sages had retreated. Had they grown timid? The Tao ancestor had even smiled and accepted their terms. Had he grown timid as well? What's more, even the heavenly Tao power had withdrawn. Had the heavenly Tao itself grown timid? Naturally, none of them dared voice such thoughts aloud, fearing the Tao ancestors' sensing and subsequent punishment. They lacked Hongmeng-level treasures at their side, and had no qualification to contend with either the sages or the Tao ancestor. Tongtian, who was on the verge of returning to Kunlun Mountain, sensed the outcome of these events. His expression darkened and raging fury continuously surged from his body. Brother 3, do not act rashly. This is a heavenly Tao decree. We brothers cannot disobey. Laozi, sensing this scene, hurriedly urged Tongtian, afraid that his hot-tempered younger brother might provoke some disaster. Just as Tongtian was about to vent his frustration, a phantom of a fully bloomed 18-rank Deluo flower suddenly appeared above the location of Tongtian's disciples at Kunlun Mountain, faintly illuminating the entire prehistoric world. Moi! An 18-rank Deluo flower. Could it be my own disciple? Could it be Yin Xiao? The fury on Tongtian's face abruptly halted, giving way to a trace of joy. He hurriedly made his way toward Kunlun Mountain. Third brother, could you have misread the signs? Such a Dallo lotus must have been stirred by a disciple of our Chan sect. Yuan Shi was about to declare that this anomaly surely stemmed from a Chan sect disciple, when he suddenly sensed Cloud Raven breaking through to Dallo Golden Immortal on Kunlun Mountain. The words caught in his throat, forcing him to swallow them back. Second brother, haven't you always looked down on the disciples I took in? Now tell me, how does our Cloud Raven from the Chan sect compare? Tong Tian turned his head and cast a glance at Yuan Shi, a trace of smug satisfaction evident in his tone. Third brother, do not grow intoxicated over a single disciple. She has merely just reached Dallo Golden Immortal. Our Chan sect disciples will surely surpass this 18-petaled Dallo lotus in the days to come. Yuan Shi snorted coldly. His own disciples possessed unmatched aptitude and character. There was no reason they should fall short of Yuan Shao under Tong Tian. Second brother speaks wisely. The path of cultivation is fraught with hardship and peril. Present strength does not guarantee future supremacy. Just like those top-tier quasi-saints of our era, only Sister Nuwa and the two from the Western sect achieved Hunyuan and attained the Tao fruit of sainthood. As for the rest, are they not still trapped below the saints for countless kalpas, unable to realize the Tao way? Eliozi naturally sided with Yuan Shi at this moment, for his own disciple's combat prowess had also been surpassed by Yuan Shao. He could hardly admit his disciple was inferior. Elder brother, second brother, I only ask that you not be consumed by jealousy. As for what lies ahead, I shall make plans for her. She will become the first disciple among the three religions of our Xianmin to attain the Tao. Tong Tian felt displeased by Eliozi and Yuan Shi's words. If these two elder brothers refused to bless his disciple, so be it, but to speak only of things he found hard to accept. It was obvious they were simply jealous of his having such a disciple. Thus, with those words spoken, he no longer lingered in conversation with Eliozi and Yuan Shi. Gathering his speed, he made for Kunlun Mountain, the gathering place of the GS sect disciples. Cloud Raven's aura surged continuously around her, and the Dallo lotus above her head radiated an astonishing pressure. Besides Zichao Gongming and Duobiao, who were also breaking through, numerous GS sect disciples formed a protective circle around her, their expressions wary and cautious. When Cloud Raven had previously entered the Tai Golden Immortal Cultivation realm and claimed second place on the combat power rankings, Tong Tian had already shown great favor toward her. They did not wish for this top powerhouse of the GS sect to be disturbed by external forces during her breakthrough. Near the Sanqing Hall, the many disciples of the Chan sect had simultaneously halted their cultivation, their faces filled with astonishment as they gazed toward the GS sect disciples practicing on Kunlun Mountain. The lotus has bloomed to 18 petals. Since obtaining that Hongmeng purple chi, Cloud Raven has advanced relentlessly. Our Chan sect disciples' prestige has already been suppressed by her. Exactly. Even those creatures with fur and horns, those born from moisture and eggs, have grown conceited. The Chan sect disciples revealed their envy and jealousy, their words brimming with resentment. On the arena, I was denied the chance to challenge Cloud Raven. When I break through to Dallo Golden Immortal, my might shall eclipse all GS sect disciples, including her. Guang Qingzi spoke in a cold tone, silently pitting his ambitions against Cloud Raven in his heart. An 18-petaled Dalo Lotus. That must be Cloud Raven, who ranked second on the Tai Golden Immortal Combat Power list. Indeed, that Cloud Raven received extraordinary rewards. Her producing such an anomaly upon breaking through to Dalo Golden Immortal was only to be expected. It seems the waves of the primordial world push each other forward, and powerful talents emerge in every age. We too must strive to elevate our cultivation and combat power. At this moment, the gaze of all the powerful beings across the myriad races turned toward Kunlun Mountain. A faint trace of shock revealed itself within them. Though this 18-petaled Dalo Lotus was not as staggering as Kong Xian's 24 petals, they could not help but feel a deep envy. At this time, the figures of Liu Zi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian had also returned to Kunlun Mountain. Tong Tian paid no mind to the displeased expressions of Liu Zi, and Yuan Shi stepped forward and landed near Cloud Raven. Ha ha ha! Cloud Raven, swiftly stabilize your realm, then come to your master. I shall impart to you the supreme techniques alone. His voice, permeated with magical power, echoed across 1,000,000 miles of Kunlun Mountain, shaking heaven and earth. This caused Liu Zi and Yuan Shi, who had just arrived before the Sanqing Hall, to reveal traces of displeasure. Do you not yet hasten your cultivation, breaking through to Dalo Golden Immortal as soon as possible to uphold the glory of our Chan sect? Yuan Shi scolded his Chan sect disciples first, then stepped into the Sanqing Hall. We shall heed your teachings, master. We will break through to Dalo Golden Immortal as soon as possible and live up to your guidance. The many Chan sect disciples could naturally sense Yuan Shi's anger. They hastily bowed toward the Sanqing Hall, then immediately resumed their cultivation. Soon after, another enormous Dalo Lotus appeared above Kunlun Mountain. It was Guangji Qingzi, who had broken through to the Dalo realm. Once again, Kunlun Mountain. A saint's disciple has broken through once more. The lotus blooms to 9 petals. Only 9 petals. This. However, the Dalo Lotus above Guangji Qingzi's head ceased blooming at 9 petals. This left the powerful beings of the myriad races somewhat disappointed. Having witnessed 24 petals, and then 18, a mere 9 petals seemed hardly noteworthy. Not only Duo Bao, Yu Ding Zhenren Xian, Duda Fa Shi, and even Zichao Gongming all manifested 9-petaled Dalo Lotus as well. This made the powerful beings of the myriad races understand that merely breaking through to Dalo Golden Immortal did not guarantee exceeding the 9-petal limit. Even though the heavenly Tao recognized 24 petals as the ultimate limit, only beings whose innate endowment far exceeded the imagination could possibly attain it. Like Kong Xian, who had entered the Hongmeng Palace, or Cloud Raven, who had obtained the Hongmeng Purple Qi meritorious supreme treasures, and countless other benefits, while still at Tai Golden Immortal cultivation. It was only until Duo Bao broke through that the Dalo Lotus bloomed continuously to 12 petals, once again shattering the phenomenon of the 9-petal Dalo Lotus. Another existence surpassing the 9-petal Dalo Lotus. Look quickly, nearly the same position as Cloud Raven before. Is it another GS sect disciple? Indeed. That Duo Bao Dao Ren ranked third on the Tai Golden Immortal Combat Power list. This breakthrough must be his reaching Dalo Golden Immortal. At this very moment, the powerful beings of the myriad races cried out in astonishment once more. At this instant, whether Liu Zi or Yuan Shi, or even Jia Yin upon Sumo Mountain, their expressions all shifted subtly. They discovered that the fortune of the GS sect was gradually rising, while the fortune of the Ren sect, Chan sect, and Western sect was all diminishing. If this continued, would not the Taoist lineage fortune they had established be entirely crushed by the GS sect? Just as the various saints frowned in consternation, the supreme Hongmeng ranking that spanned the skies of the primordial world trembled ever so slightly. Immediately afterward, that ethereal voice resonated in the ears of all living beings across the myriad races. The Dalo Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power ranking is about to update. This time, only the top 10 shall be retained. The final ranking order shall be determined by combat power alone. Cultivation serves only as reference, and magical treasures shall not be factored in. Please stay tuned. It has begun. This Daluo Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power ranking has finally started updating. This lord has been suppressing his cultivation for nearly 1,000 years, not daring to break through. Exactly. After learning that this ranking appeared, I have been suppressing my cultivation all along. This time I will surely have a chance to enter the top 10. Our Wu clan will sweep the entire top 10 of the Daluo Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power ranking. Don't even think about it. This time it will be the Demon Clan's ranking to awe the primordial world. The immortals of the Immortal Court are certain to rank in the top 10 of the Daluo Golden Immortal list. At the sound of the Supreme Hongmeng ranking, the mighty experts of all races in the primordial world grew excited. Only the Daluo Golden Immortal was considered a true powerhouse of the primordial world, for it was the realm where one could truly comprehend the power of laws on one's own. Many mighty Tuo golden immortals of the primordial world had begun suppressing their cultivation after learning of the cultivation combat power ranking. Many beings who could originally have broken through to the quasi-sage realm instead stayed at the peak of the Daluo golden immortal realm. For them, entering the quasi-sage realm would naturally leave them unable to compare with those top quasi-sages, so they had no choice but to resort to this inferior plan. Inside the hall of the three pure ones, Yuanshi looked toward his disciple Nanji Xianwen. Nanji, you have suppressed your cultivation for a long time. This time you shall ascend this ranking and display the might of the Chan sect. This disciple will do his utmost. Nanji Xianwen could have entered the quasi-sage realm long ago, for he had once listened to the Dao ancestor Hongjun lecture at Zixiao Palace. He had originally planned to find a few powerful treasures and then slay a corpse, but the supreme Hongmeng ranking had appeared. Thus, following Yuanshi's instructions, he had been suppressing his strength all along, quietly waiting for the Daluo golden immortal cultivation combat power ranking. He still had some confidence in his own strength. Even if he could not become the top ranked, he should rank among the first few. Daluo golden immortal cultivation combat power ranking 10th place, Quafu. Great Wu of the Wu clan. Peak Daluo golden immortal. Rank reward high grade, innate spirit treasure, the 9 baleful demon god cane. 10 drops of Panga's essence blood. 1 mystic yellow earth spirit fruit. A great Wu of the Wu clan. Quafu. That fellow is only 10th. No, shouldn't he have entered the quasi-sage realm long ago? Could it be that none of those great Wus of the Wu clan have advanced to quasi-sage? Damn it. With that, how am I supposed to get on the ranking? At this instant, the mighty experts of all races were stunned. Many powerful experts knew the name Quafu. He was a great Wu of the Wu clan with extraordinary strength. However, he had reached the peak of the Daluo golden immortal realm long ago, and still had not advanced to quasi-sage. At this thought, the faces of the mighty experts from all races changed drastically. A possibility suddenly occurred to them that the ancestral Wu's many great Wus had not advanced to the quasi-sage realm either. After all, how could the Wu clan fail to think of what even they had thought of? During the treasure ranking, the Wu clan had fallen into a disadvantage, so those fellows would very likely stun everyone with a single outstanding performance. However, the Wu clan was already mighty in battle. Without using treasures, it was difficult to suppress Wu clan experts of the same level. If all the Wu clan's great Wus were like this, what were others to do? Only 10th. It shouldn't be. Quafu wore an expression of intense unwillingness. Fortunately, this reward included Panga's essence blood, otherwise that rank would have truly made him gloomy. Elder brother, it seems that our clan is not the only one prepared this time. That's right, elder brother. Perhaps even those demon gods of the demon clan will also make it onto the ranking. So what if the demon clan? The top spot this time will surely be occupied by a great Wu of our Wu clan. Exactly. Our Wu clan has schemed for 1,000 years and paid no small price. We will definitely suppress the demon clan. The voices of the ancestral Wu rang out one after another. They knew Quafu's strength. Among the great Wus of the Wu clan at the Daluo golden immortal realm, he could rank among the first few. Thus they vaguely suspected that within the demon clan, the immortal court, or the lineages of the sages, there were also people who had suppressed their cultivation, waiting to rise to fame in a single move. At this moment, in the demon god palace of the demon clan, Dijuan and Tai did not look pleased. Elder brother, the Wu clan has actually made its subordinates suppress their strength as well. With this, I fear our plan will be difficult to succeed. Tai hesitated a little. The Wu clan's physical bodies were powerful, though they did not cultivate the primordial spirit, and had few treasures. Their combat strength was indeed extraordinary. Do not be impatient. This is only 10th place. Next, our clan's demon gods will be able to suppress the Wu clan. Dijuan said calmly, sweeping his gaze over the many demon gods in the great hall of the demon god palace. No matter what, half of the 10 demon gods would surely make it onto this Daluo golden immortal cultivation combat power ranking. It has updated again. The 9th place is about to come out. Hurry, look. Daluo golden immortal cultivation combat power ranking 9th place, Kaifeng. Phoenix clan sage Nua's maidservant. Peak Daluo golden immortal. Rank reward innate extraordinary treasure, the fire spirit rainbow skirt. Void flame. 100 strands of fire law. 10 strands of void law. HM. Besides, Kong Xian Kaifeng is actually from the Phoenix clan too. And she is Sage Nua's maidservant. Could Sage Nua really have some connection with that Yuan Feng? But she is a remnant of the Phoenix clan and stays by Sage Nua's side. Yet she still has not entered quasi-sage. Upon seeing that the 9th-ranked expert was a member of the Phoenix clan and Sage Nua's maidservant, the mighty experts of all races in the primordial world cried out in shock. On Mount Kunlun, within the hall of the three pure ones, Yuanshi's expression turned slightly grim. This colorfully robed one by Nua's side can also ascend the Daluo golden immortal cultivation combat power ranking. Merely a remnant of the Phoenix clan. Because of the earlier matter of Yuan Feng, Yuanshi felt a trace of disgust toward this colorfully robed one. Second brother, let these words be heard only between us brothers. You must not let them spread. Lao Zi hurriedly cautioned Yuan Shi. From the matter of Hongjun, one could tell that Yuan Feng was extremely protective. If she found out that the sages were targeting one of the few remaining Phoenix clan members, she might act against their disciples. Yuan Shi's expression darkened, but he still nodded slightly and looked at the supreme Hongmeng ranking once more. Daluo Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power ranking 8th place, Hui. Great Wu of the Wu clan. Peak Daluo Golden Immortal. Rank Reward Top Grade Innate Spirit Treasure the Hongyuan God-Destroying Bow and Realm-Breaking Arrows. 30 drops of Panga's Essence Blood. 100 strands of Archery Dao Power. This. It is only 8th place, yet it already rewards a top grade Innate Spirit Treasure. It sounds like a complete set, not only a bow but arrows as well. Its might is astonishing just from hearing about it. For a time, waves of exclamations rose from all over the primordial world. If 8th place already rewarded a top-grade Innate Spirit Treasure, then did that not mean that anyone ranked in the top few might very well obtain a treasure at the level of an Innate Supreme Treasure? This was far too astonishing. I have heard that this Ho specializes in the way of archery and is at a disadvantage in close combat. If this sovereign steps forward to challenge him, it should be possible to take his place. That is Panga's Essence Blood. It is not only useful to the Wu clan. If we refine it, we can also raise our cultivation and combat power. Let us challenge this Hui. After the shock, many top-level experts at the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm let out roars one after another. They believed that Hui cultivated the way of archery and rarely fought in close combat. Perhaps they could use this opportunity to defeat Hui, becoming the first mighty expert in the primordial world to succeed in a challenge and shocking the entire primordial world in one move. In the heart of the Wu clan's encampment, Hui slowly lifted his head and gazed toward the supreme Hongmeng ranking. A breathtakingly beautiful woman hurried forward a few steps and said gently, "My husband has received such an astonishing reward, so why do you still wear a worried brow?" The reward is astonishing, but it is only 8th place. With my strength among the many Daluo Golden Immortals of the Wu clan, I should rank in the top 3. Now it seems that the Wu's combat power is still insufficient. Hui said calmly, his tone hinting at dissatisfaction with both his ranking and his own strength. Little did he know how many beings in the primordial wilderness now envied and coveted the reward he had obtained. Among the demon clan in particular, several demon gods had gathered together. What abilities do those insignificant great Wus truly possess that 2 of them have managed to enter the top 10 of the Daluo Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking? Brother Jiao speaks truly. Huafu and Hui cannot possibly be that strong. Why don't we go to the Wu clan and test them? Hearing Jiao words, Gui Che burst into sinister laughter, as if urging Jiao to accompany him to the Wu clan and eliminate Hui and Huafu in advance. This made Jiao heart stir. His 9 heads turned at once toward another demon god, Zhao. Gui Che, Jiao do not bring calamity upon the demon clan. Our sovereign is currently planning measures against the immortal court. The Wu clan is not weak. Without his majesty's command, we must not act rashly. Zhao's eyes flickered. He not only rejected Gui Che's proposal, but even tried to dissuade Gui Che and Jiao. This infuriated the 2 who ignored Zhao, and with a flicker of their forms flew out beyond the demon clan's domain. Seeing this, Zhao hurried to the demon god palace and reported the matter of Jiao and Gui Che to Dijun and Tai. Our clan's demon gods ought to have such boldness. They are merely 2 great Wus of the Wu clan. Kill them if need be. With the strength of Jiao and Gui Che, even without joining forces, they are more than enough to settle those 2 great Wus. Let the countless races of the primordial wilderness witness the supreme might of our demon clan. Tai, for his part, was full of admiration for the scheming of Jiao and Gui Che. He very much wanted to know whether, if they disposed of Hui and Huafu before the challenge tournament, the rewards belonging to those ranked on the combat power list would fall to the demon clan. Moreover, if this succeeded, the entire primordial wilderness would come to know the demon clan's supreme might. Very well, since that is the case, let them make their move. Baize go along with Ji Meng and Zhao. After Jiao and Gui Che have killed Hui and Huafu, you can provide support. Dijun nodded slightly as well. His and Tai Yi's original intention was naturally to contend for hegemony over the primordial wilderness. They were already plotting how to eliminate the immortal court, which had never seen eye to eye with the demon clan, but there was no harm in probing the Wu clan while they were at it. After all, once the immortal court was resolved, their next target would be the Wu clan. Atop Kunlun Mountain, as if stirred by some premonition, Lao Zi swept a glance toward the Wu clan and said calmly, "It seems that the Wu and demon clans will likely be drawn into conflict over this Daluo Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking." Elder brother, do you mean the Wu and demon forces will strike before the challenge tournament? Exactly. What I wonder is whether such an act will invite punishment from the supreme Hongmeng ranking. Elder brother, your younger brother thinks it is just as well if they fight. If killing those ranked on the combat list carries no punishment, then I shall act, and wipe out every ranked cultivator standing before the disciples of the Mystic Gate. Yuanshi said coldly, a faint baleful aura rising around him. When the Tai Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking had come out, he had already thought of striking down those outside the Mystic Gate. Yet he feared that the Supreme Hongmeng ranking would send down punishment and affect the rewards of his Chan sect disciples. Now, if a small-scale clash broke out between the Wu and Demon clans, it would allow them to verify this in advance. In truth, at this moment, Yuanshi was not alone in such thoughts. Many great powers also hoped that Zhou Ying and Gui Che would conduct the experiment for them. Outside the Hall of the Three Pure Ones, where the disciples of the Jie sect had gathered, Tongtian revealed a trace of icy coldness as he gazed toward the Wu clan. Although they could not deduce the heavenly secrets obscured by the Supreme Hongmeng ranking, they knew Zhou Ying and Gui Che's whereabouts all too clearly. It was only a pity that the Deluo Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking had already long been closed. Even if Yun Xiao and the others had broken through, they would have no opportunity to compete with those Deluo Golden Immortals this time around. At this moment, outside the Zishao Palace, amid the chaos, Jie Yin's figure slowly descended. Even he could not help turning his head to glance toward the primordial wilderness, a flicker of sharp light flashing through his eyes, as though he had conceived some scheme. After a few breaths, he bowed toward the tightly shut gates of Zishao Palace and said, "Master, your disciple Jie Yin has come to pay respects." "What is the matter?" Hongjun's voice slowly drifted out, but the gates of Zishao Palace did not open. "Master, your disciple's junior brother Zhuanti has been suppressed above the 33rd outer heaven for a long time. I beg you to step forward and rescue him." Jie Yin spoke hastily, stating the purpose of his visit. He truly could not bear to see Zhuanti kept suppressed above the 33rd outer heaven any longer. But before he could finish, a faint trace of the heavenly Tao's might stirred within Zishao Palace. Jie Yin's heart quaked, and he did not dare speak further. Zhuanti is fated to undergo this tribulation. 10,000 years is hardly unacceptable. Let this matter end here, but do not mention it again in the days to come. It was only after a full dozen breaths that Hongjun's voice emerged once more. Yet from start to finish, he showed no intention of opening the gate to allow Jie Yin to enter. Jie Yin's expression stiffened slightly, a complicated look flashing through his eyes. Then, bowing once more towards Zishao Palace, he turned and sped back to the primordial wilderness. Inside Zishao Palace, Hongjun sat high in the great hall, a trace of coldness surfacing on his face. The might of the heavenly Tao around him slowly faded away, as if his previous answer had been a decision made by the will of the heavenly Tao. In the central primordial wilderness at Ho Yi's tribe within the Wu clan, Ho Yi was waiting for the Supreme Hongmeng ranking to update again, eager to see exactly whose combat power had been placed ahead of his. Suddenly his brows knit slightly as he sensed two alarming auras speeding toward his tribe. "Who are you? State your names. If not, do not blame me for being merciless with my arrow." Ho Yi gave a cold shout, reached out to grasp the bow at his side, and fixed his gaze on the direction of those two alarming auras. "Humph. I am Jiaoying, demon god of the demon clan. I am Gui Che, demon god of the demon clan. We have come to learn just what capabilities you, a great Wu of the Wu clan, possess to have ranked 8th on the Deluo Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking." As soon as his words fell, Jiaoying moved forward to launch an attack on Ho Yi. At that moment, however, Gui Che spread both wings wide, and all 10 of his heads burst into laughter. "Brother Jiaoying, do not be anxious. This Ho Yi may well obediently hand over the reward from his ranking on the combat power list to us in due time. Let us first have a word with him." Whoosh! Before Gui Che could finish, an arrow radiating terrifying might streaked from Ho Yi's hand and landed in front of Gui Che in an instant. "Damn it! How dare a mere great shaman of the Wu clan raise a hand against us? Break apart!" Gui Che flew into a rage. The head at the center of his body quaked as he spat out a black beam of energy. At the same time, his other 9 heads trembled one after another, as if gathering an even stronger attack. Boom! In an instant, the arrow shot by Ho Yi and the black energy beam spat out by Gui Che slammed violently into each other. A tremendous boom resounded across heaven and earth, and wild might swept outward in all directions. Just as Gui Che thought he had suppressed Ho Yi's attack and was about to issue another threat, Ho Yi raised his hand and shot out a flash of light. That flash of light was incomparably fast. It landed directly on the first arrow and merged with it into one. Immediately, strands of arrow Tao force appeared upon the arrow. Its power surged explosively, and it shattered the black beam Gui Che had spat out. Puff! Before Gui Che could react, the arrow blasted straight into his central head. For an instant, black blood splattered in all directions. The fierce arrow burst Gui Che's central head apart, leaving only half a neck behind. "Oh, whoa!" Gui Che let out a miserable howl, his body shaking violently. After barely steadying himself, he gave his wings a fierce beat and lunged toward Ho Yi to kill him. But at this moment, Jiaoying had already charged out ahead of him. "Brother Gui Che, stay here and tend to your wounds. Wait while I slay this Ho Yi and avenge you." After all, Ho Yi was ranked before Quafu. If the two of them killed Ho Yi, who would receive the reward for 8th place? Thus, whether it was Jiuying now or Guiche who had blocked Jiuying moments before, both wanted to strike first. They simply had not expected that Hou-Yi would attack before they could. Humph. Hou-Yi let out a cold snort. He abruptly raised the bow in his hand, releasing an astonishingly sharp aura that faintly locked onto Jiuying's form. Hou-Yi, you wounded a demon god of our demon race. Your crime deserves death. If you take your own life now, this demon god will spare your tribe. Otherwise, every one of them will become prey for me to devour. Jiuying let out a sinister laugh that sounded like a child's. Demonic aura surged from his body and spread rapidly toward the tribe below. He intended to use the entire tribe to threaten Hou-Yi. Annoying. 9 arrows released together. Slay heaven and destroy the world. Alas, Hou-Yi ignored Jiuying's threat entirely and instead released an astonishingly fierce baleful aura. The power of his physical body converged swiftly into his arms, and arrow Dao force blazed upward from the bow in his hands. In an instant, 9 terrifying arrows condensed before him and shot toward Jiuying's 9 heads with incredible speed. You're seeking death. Jiuying's gaze darkened, and his central head let out an angry roar. Meanwhile, the 4 heads on his left opened their mouths, spewing terrifying flames, while the other 4 heads condensed astonishing columns of water. The power of water and fire interwove faintly, giving rise to a thick aura of destruction as it surged head-on toward Hou-Yi's 9 arrows. Boom! A violent roar resounded across heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, the water-fire power collapsed in all directions. Yet the 9 arrows tore through that terrible might and continued to blast toward Jiuying's heads. How is this possible? How could this demon god's supreme strike be shattered? Jiuying was greatly alarmed and hurriedly retreated, condensing layers of defensive barriers around his body. Unfortunately, before his voice had even died away, the 9 arrows arrived in an instant, shattered all the barriers before him, and slammed brutally into his 9 heads. Puff, puff, puff. All 9 heads burst almost simultaneously. Even his primordial spirit failed to escape, and he lost all signs of life. Watching Jiuying's corpse plummet toward the ground below, Guiche's expression changed drastically. He had not imagined that Jiuying would be annihilated by a single strike from that Hou-Yi. Was this the strength of the one ranked 8th on the Deluo Golden Immortal Combat Power Leaderboard? He was merely a beast. What difficulty would I have in killing him? Next, it's your turn, you demon bird. Killing intent surged across Hou-Yi's face. He took a sudden step forward, and the bow in his hands had already begun to gather supreme power for an attack. Seeing this, Guiche was seized by terror. He no longer cared about collecting Jiuying's corpse. He twisted around sharply and fled madly toward the demon race's territory. Meanwhile, his remaining 9 heads let out furious roars. Hou-Yi, you dared to kill a demon god of our race. I will surely report this to the demon emperor and ask him to come personally slay you and turn everyone in your tribe into prey. Just wait to die. Whoosh. Before Guiche could finish his words, the sound of something tearing through the air came from behind him. Following that, an arrow radiating supreme sharpness arrived in a flash, blasting toward Guiche's body. In panic, Guiche's 9 heads all twisted backward at the same time and spat out black beams of light, colliding with the arrow. Boom. An astonishing boom shook heaven and earth. The terrifying impact brought Guiche's body to a sudden halt. Blood seeped from the corners of all 9 mouths as he barely managed to dodge Hou-Yi's strike. But he dared not pause for a single moment. He frantically accelerated, about to vanish beyond the sky. Trying to flee, Hou-Yi's face hardened. With a leap, he chased after Guiche. If these creatures had targeted only him, he might not have been so ruthless. But whether it was Jiuying or Guiche, both had threatened his tribesmen. Hou-Yi would not give this fiend the slightest chance to escape. Did Hou-Yi just slay a demon god? And is he now hunting down another demon god? At this moment, countless mighty figures and supreme experts of the primordial world sensed the battle unfolding within Hou-Yi's tribe. Utter shock appeared on their faces. Hou-Yi's attacks were simply far too terrifying. Jiuying and Guiche were both great demons that had once intimidated the primordial world, each fully capable of fighting even a quasi-sage. Yet one had been shot dead on the spot while the other had fled wounded. Whether it could survive was still unknown. The demon race is nothing but a pack of beasts, yet they dare to provoke our clan's divine archer. Exactly. Forget those 2 demon gods. Even Dijuan and Tai are no match for our clan. If they dare to come, we brothers will personally take action and annihilate them. Many ancestral shamans burst into laughter, extremely satisfied with Hou-Yi's performance. Meanwhile, the countless warriors of the Wu clan shouted Hou-Yi's name. Their voices rolled like thunder, shaking the myriad races of the primordial world. On the opposite side, within the demon god palace, the 2 demon emperors' expressions turned extremely ugly. Damn it! A mere great shaman dares to shoot dead a demon god serving under this emperor. I myself shall act today and execute him. All demon gods hear my command. Follow me to the lands of the Wu clan, kill Hou-Yi and wipe out every living creature in Hou-Yi's tribe. Tai's face darkened and he bellowed in fury, terrifying killing intent flashing in his gaze. Tai Yi was seized with such fury, not because he harbored any deep affection for Jiu Ying and Gui Che. Ho Yi had shot down Jiu Ying and was still pursuing Gui Che. Was that not a blatant declaration that the demon gods of the demon clan were no match for the great wuss of the Wu clan? For the honor of the demon clan, he, the Eastern Emperor of the demon clan, could hardly stand by and do nothing. By the decree of Dongwang, at once the demon gods acknowledged the order and soared out of the demon god palace after Tai Yi in great haste. Wait, my second brother. This emperor will go with you this time. If those Wu clansmen dare to strike, we brothers shall teach them the supreme might of our demon clan. Di Jun hurried forward, intending to accompany them as well. A single Ho Yi was hardly worth the personal presence of two demon emperors. What he truly feared were the ancestral wuss among the Wu clan. Even though Ho Tu was still within the Hongmeng palace, there were 11 ancestral wuss holding the Wu clan in place. One could not afford to be careless. Good. Once we brothers make our move, we can suppress all the races of the primordial world. If those ancestral wuss dare to obstruct us, we shall suppress them all. Tai Yi's momentum blazed like a rainbow. Even if those ancestral wuss could assemble the 12 Dutian divine killing grand array, what of it? With a primordial supreme treasure in his hands, even saints harbored apprehension and dared not strike at him lightly. So he naturally did not take the ancestral wuss seriously at all. For a moment, the auras of the two demon emperors shook heaven and earth as like twin scorching suns they advanced toward the Wu clan. One after another, the demon gods also unleashed their auras, drawing the attention of all the races of the primordial world. At that very moment, the saints and the top quasi-saints of the primordial world, who had been watching the situation of the Wu clan, all revealed traces of shock upon their faces. Now that the two demon emperors had stepped forward, a conflict seemed truly inevitable. Di Jun and Tai Yi are leading the demon gods toward the Wu clan. Could these two great races be about to go to war? Even with one ancestral Wu in the Hongmeng palace, do Di Jun and Tai Yi still dare to go? Are they not afraid that Ho Tu might suddenly return? You people simply overestimate the Wu clan. The demon clan also has a saint in the Hongmeng palace who has yet to show himself. If he were to return, even the gathering of the 12 ancestral wuss would be useless. Nonsense. The 12 ancestral wuss can summon the true body of the great god Pangu, enough to contend with a saint. Then experts of all the races in the primordial world burst into waves of astonished cries. Many beings began to move toward the heart of the primordial world as if wishing to witness this battle between top quasi-saints. Among them, some believed the Wu clan could suppress the demon clan, while others believed the demon clan could suppress the Wu clan. Before long, their discussions turned into disputes, the disputes into shouting matches, and it seemed they might come to blows over the matter. The ancestral land of the Wu clan. The ancestral wuss abruptly raised their heads and looked toward the east. Are those demon clan members simply too arrogant? Do the two demon emperors actually dare to march so openly toward the Wu clan, deluded enough to try to kill Ho Yi? Eldest brother, we brothers cannot allow Di Jun and Tai Yi to act with such insolence. Exactly, eldest brother. We should strike and slaughter every invading demon clan member one by one. Right? If we behead Di Jun and Tai Yi, the Wu clan will become the sovereign of the primordial world. The ancestral wuss all turned their gazes toward the foremost ancestral Wu, Di Jiang. At this moment, Di Jiang slowly rose to his feet, and a sinister, ferocious aura surged straight into the heavens. Good. Let us, brothers, let those demon clan members taste the true power of the Wu clan. The moment his words fell, his fleshy wings gave a violent tremor, and he shot toward the east at tremendous speed. At this time, the other ancestral wuss also erupted with astonishing auras and swiftly followed Di Jiang. In the various tribes of the Wu clan, many great wuss sensed the disturbance and rushed toward the direction where Ho Yi was. Over a mountain range millions of li east of Ho Yi's tribe, Gui Che swept past with a thunderous roar. At this moment, Ho Yi was less than 10,000 zhang behind him, and he loosed a shocking arrow at Gui Che. Yet before Ho Yi's arrow could land upon Gui Che, a terrifying white light suddenly emerged from below and collided violently with the arrow. Immediately after, the figures of Baizhe Ji Ming and Ying Zhao shot into the sky and surrounded Ho Yi directly. Seeing this, Gui Che let out a huge sigh of relief and swiftly turned around. Brother Baizhe, brother Ji Ming, brother Ying Zhao, this Ho Yi slew Jiuing and then chased me for millions of li. As he spoke, Gui Che could not help but begin to sob. Do not fear, brother Gui Che. Together we are more than enough to kill this Ho Yi. Baizhe cast a glance at Gui Che and gave a slight shake of his head. He did not believe that Gui Che was the sort to be frightened into tears. But at this moment, since they had already surrounded Ho Yi, they naturally intended to slay him and avenge Jiuing. How dare you, Ho Yi? You killed Jiuing and even chased Gui Che. You deserve annihilation. Kill. The moment Baizhe's voice fell, he together with Ying Zhao and Ji Ming launched an attack on Ho Yi. Gui Che, however, did not make a move at this time. Instead, he instinctively retreated a few steps, as if fearing that Ho Yi might suddenly loose an arrow at him. Suddenly Ho Yi's brow slightly rose as he faintly sensed the auras of many ancestral wus. This caused his aura to surge tremendously. He took a sudden step forward and let loose one terrifying arrow after another, bombarding Bai Zhe and the other demon gods. Oomph! Our emperors are about to arrive. We must concentrate all our power on slaying this Ho Yi. Bai Zhe had naturally also sensed the terrifying auras of the many ancestral wus, but at the same time, he felt the auras of the two demon emperors closing in at great speed. This made him realize that perhaps the only chance to kill Ho Yi lay in this very moment. Kill! Even Gui Che, who had not dared to step forward moments ago, let out a furious roar and charged with Bai Zhe Jiming and Ying Zhao in a killing assault on Ho Yi. At that moment, the supreme Hongmeng ranking that spanned the heavens suddenly trembled and resumed, updating the Daluo Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power Ranking. Daluo Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power Ranking 7th place, Dongyue Great Emperor. Immortal Court Great Emperor. Peak Daluo Golden Immortal. Ranking Reward Primordial Spiritual Treasure Honghuang Reincarnation Pearl. 10 Wisps of Reincarnation Origin. Myriad Ages Reincarnation Grand Array. 100,000 Years of Dharma Power. Dongyue Sovereign. He seems to be the younger brother of that Dong Wanggong, doesn't he? That's right. He's the brother of the Lord of the Immortal Court. Shoo! Look over at Ho Yi's location. The ancestral wus and the demon emperors have all rushed over. What? Are they about to begin a war between the two races? Hurry and go. If this battle begins, it will affect the overall situation of the primordial world. Yes. Originally, the experts of all the primordial world races were still discussing Dongyue Great Emperor's ranking when suddenly they realized that the ancestral wus and the demon emperors were about to rush into each other's presence. The Wu and demon clans were the hegemonic races of the primordial world, and the demon emperors and ancestral wus were its top-tier powerhouses. Thus, they soon shifted their attention to this imminent conflict. As a result, Dongyue Great Emperor's ranking became the most overlooked entry on the Daluo Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power Ranking. Damn it. I suppressed my cultivation for 1,000 years, honed my combat prowess to madness, and with my eldest brother's full support, yet I only ranked 7th. At this moment within the Immortal Court, the roar of Dongyue Dijuan echoed, filled with bitter resentment. Yet at this moment, all the immortals of the Immortal Court turned their divine senses toward the central primordial realm, leaving Dongyue Dijuan completely ignored, which only deepened his frustration. But just then an astonishing pressure erupted from the main hall of the Immortal Court, a shaking heaven and earth. Then the figure of Dong Wanggong slowly emerged, but Shi Wangmu and Jiu Tianzuan were nowhere to be seen. The demon race and the witch clan dare to clash. They must not hold our Immortal Court in high regard. All warriors of the Immortal Court, heed my command. Follow me to the central primordial realm, and let the might of our Immortal Court awe all races. It was not that Dong Wanggong disregarded Dongyue Dijuan. Merely how could one's 7th place ranking rival the importance of awing all races? The central primordial realm. Ho Yi was already locked in a desperate battle against Bei's Jiming and Ying Zhao. Barrages of terrifying arrows continuously rained down the raging, killing aura, colliding with fearsome, demonic energy, creating devastating energy shocks that swept toward the mountain ranges below. Countless flora and trees perished, boulders shattered, and within moments the terrain below lay reduced to a barren wasteland of jagged peaks. Though Ho Yi's prowess could subdue Ying Zhao Jiming, and the wounded Guiche adding Bei's to the fray strained his strength considerably. Ho Yi, you had best yield. Then we might grant you a swift death. Refuse, and we shall tear your body into 10,000 fragments. Bei's and the others pressed their attacks with furious cries, seeking to slay Ho Yi as swiftly as possible. Yet Ho Yi showed no sign of surrender despite his body bearing countless wounds and his strength barely holding. You demon kin dare invade witch clan territory and assault our grand shaman. You deserve annihilation. A swarm of ants seeking death. At that instant, waves of heaven-shaking killing aura erupted from the direction of Mount Buzhou, striking Bei's Jiming, Ying Zhao, and Gui instantly. Ying Zhao, Jiming, and Gui Che were sent flying backward, as if struck by catastrophic blows. Only Bei's, summoning all his strength, managed to temporarily resist the overwhelming killing aura. Meanwhile, the ancestral shamans, including Di Jiang, revealed themselves with Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, unleashing heaven-rending flames and colossal tidal waves that crashed toward Bei's. Yet from above, a startling surge of chaotic primordial energy descended, meeting those terrifying fire rays and monstrous waves head-on. Boom! The thunderous explosion echoed across heaven and earth, its violent power radiating outward with devastating force. The terrifying force instantly leveled the mountain range below, causing even the surrounding space to tremble. You ancestral shamans dare strike at the demon god of the demon clan. Do you truly believe the demon and I are easy prey? Chaotic Bell emerge. Tai arrived first, immediately summoning the innate treasure, the Chaotic Bell, which released an incredibly terrifying power. Di Jiang, Your witch clan's grand shaman Ho-E slew our demon god. If you hand him over to my judgment, I might spare your lives. Otherwise do not blame me for showing no mercy. Dijun's figure followed, gazing at the assembled ancestral shamans not far off, letting out cold sneers. Your demon god invaded our witch clan tribe and sought to assassinate our grand shaman. Should he not die for this? Precisely. Your demon god is nothing but an ant, yet dares to target our archer god. His death is well deserved. Upon hearing Dijun and Tai's words, the ancestral shaman's presence erupted wildly, each letting out furious roars. In this primordial world, they were always the ones issuing threats, never the ones receiving them. Dijun stepped forward, abruptly unleashing terrifying spatial power and murderous aura. Dijun, today my brothers and I stand here. If you dare lay a finger on Ho-E, we shall slaughter billions of your demon clan. Eldest brother speaks truth. Dijun Tai, if you dare touch Ho-E, you shall perish here. You would murder our grand shaman before our eyes. You're simply courting death. As soon as Dijun's voice fell, the ancestral shamans began rallying in agreement, subtly closing in around Dijun and Tai. Do not overestimate yourselves. I possess the innate treasure, the chaotic bell, capable of subduing every one of you. My second brother speaks well. I too wield the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Hichu Luoshu. If you fail to surrender Ho-E, immediately all of you shall be annihilated. Tai and Dijun were already prepared. If the ancestral shamans wished to fight, they would gladly test their strength. At this moment, many top-tier experts of the primordial world displayed expressions of surprise and anticipation. They were eager to see whether the two demon emperors or the many ancestral shamans would prevail. However, the three pure ones atop Kunlun Mountain, along with Jane, who had just returned to the primordial world, showed slight changes in expression. The witch and demon clans were among the supreme races of the primordial world. If they truly fought to the death, it could unleash an incomprehensible tribulation. The immortal emperor descends. Kneel and pay your respects. Where the immortal emperor arrives, all races must make way. The immortal emperor. Before the saints could decide whether to intervene, cries echoed from the eastern direction of both the witch and demon camps. Immediately following, a colossal palace slowly materialized, its halls filled with celestial music and astonishing spiritual energy, crowded with figures from the immortal court. At the forefront of the palace stood Dongwang Gong with his hands clasped behind his back. Beside him rested the dragon-headed staff once bestowed by Hongjun, radiating an ominous and terrifying power. What does Dongwang Gong intend to do? Has he relocated the entire immortal court? Is he trying to stop the witch and demon clans? His cultivation seems insufficient to oppose either the witches or the demons. The dragon-headed staff beside Dongwang Gong was bestowed by the Tao ancestor, indicating he still holds the title of Supreme Male Immortal. However, this entrance is rather showy. Upon sensing this scene, the powerful beings of all races in the primordial world were taken aback. Was Dongwang Gong perhaps deranged? To appear at a time like this, was he not simply seeking humiliation? Dijun Tai and all the ancestral shamans. The demon clan has disregarded the immortal court's laws and must face punishment. As the supreme male immortal and immortal emperor bearing the treasure granted by the Tao ancestor, I shall administer this penalty on his behalf. The demon clan must surrender the chaotic bell, and the two demon emperors shall be sealed for 1,000 years. The witch clan must hand over Ho-E for my judgment. Dongwang Gong's voice rang out slowly, carrying an aura of dominance over the primordial world and suppression of all races. How dare this mere supreme male immortal appointed by Tao ancestor Hongjun demand our demon clan seal ourselves and crave my supreme treasure? Simply courting death. Unfortunately, before Dongwang Gong's words had even finished echoing, Dijun and Tai had already unleashed their furious shouts. Then their respective auras erupted wildly as they gathered, terrifying solar flames sweeping toward Dongwang Gong with devastating speed. Dijun and Tai, do you know the crime of daring to defy your superiors? Do you dare to strike at the sovereign of immortals? Are you not afraid that the Tao ancestor will mete out punishment? You are too insolent. The many powerhouses of the immortal court roared in fury. They had never imagined that Dijun and Tai would still dare to make a move. Unfortunately, no matter how they shouted, Dijun and Tai showed no intent of restraining their might. The scorching flames seemed ready to set heaven and earth ablaze, transforming into phantom after phantom of the golden crow that slammed against the immortal court's defensive formation. Boom! A succession of thunderous roars echoed across heaven and earth, and the terrifying shockwave caused the enormous immortal court to tremble violently. This immortal court was, after all, a top-grade innate spiritual treasure with formidable defensive power. With the many experts of the court continuously channeling the formations, might they ultimately manage to block the solar true fire released by Dijun and Tai. However, the surroundings of the immortal court had already become a sea of fire, and the solar true fire continued to surge recklessly against the court's defensive formation. Some weaker members of the immortal court could not help trembling, and traces of blood seeped out from the corners of their mouths. Dijun Tai, I am the sovereign of male immortals, personally appointed by the Tao ancestor, the master of the immortal court. To raise your hands against me is to disrespect the Tao ancestor and the heavenly Tao. You deserve annihilation. Dong Weigong's expression turned extremely grim. He snatched up the dragon head staff and unleashed a shocking surge of scorching power, blasting it beyond the immortal court. He himself had attained the Tao through primordial yang qi, and the aura around his body was enough to contend to some extent with the solar true fire. At this moment, however, Tai suddenly released the might of a peerless supreme treasure, pouring out surging chaos qi that shook the heavens and earth, and charged once more toward the immortal court. Elder brother, what should we do? Yes, elder brother, should we make a move? The ancestral witches had originally planned to come and do battle with Dijun and Tai, slaying the demon gods of the demon clan who had set foot in the witch clan to cause trouble. Yet Dong Weigong suddenly appeared and even wanted to punish the witch clan, which made it difficult for them to suppress the urge to strike out together with the demon clan. They planned to suppress Dong Weigong first, then deal with Dijun and Tai. No hurry. This time we only need to watch the show. Once the two sides begin fighting, we will strike with all our strength and suppress them together. In Dijung's view, the ancestral witches should suppress both the immortal court and the demon clan. Or rather, he had never taken either side seriously. Hearing this, the ancestral witches immediately led the many great witches in retreat. At this moment, Dijun's figure slowly ascended into the air. Astonishing divine runes appeared above his head, and the supreme grade innate spiritual treasure, Hichu Luoshu, released boundless stellar power. Merging with the solar true fire, it transformed into an enormous sun. Dong Weigong, you abuse your authority and have utterly disgraced the Tao ancestor. How could the Tao ancestor inflict punishment on us because of the death of a man like you? Today we brothers will suppress you and henceforth rule the entire Honghuang. As soon as Dijun's voice fell, the scorching sun blasted violently toward the enormous immortal court. Everywhere it passed, heaven and earth quaked, and terrifying firelight and stellar power seemed about to shatter the void itself. These words truly exposed his and Tai's real purpose, to make the demon clan rule over the Honghuang. Do the likes of you think you can kill me, this emperor? Dragon head startles heaven. Go. Dong Weigong let out a cold shout and hurled the dragon head staff in his hand outward. The dragon head staff immediately let out a roar, transforming into a colossal golden dragon that met the sun star condensed by Dijun head-on. Tai meanwhile surged forward. The might of the chaos bell above him grew more and more terrifying, and its power turned into countless demon god phantoms that also charged toward the immortal court. This caused Dong Weigong's expression to darken. He abruptly raised his hand and pressed it against the immortal court's defensive barrier, as if trying to withstand that blow. Boom! The giant dragon formed from the dragon head staff was the first to collide with the terrifying star condensed by Dijun. For a moment, stellar power scattered in all directions, and dreadful firelight covered the sky and hid the sun, as if it were about to ignite the entire Honghuang. The golden dragon let out one mournful cry after another, seemingly damaged as well. Before Dong Weigong could continue to drive the dragon head staff in another attack, the countless demon god phantoms condensed by Tai came crashing down with tremendous force. At this moment, the immortal court shook violently. The terrifying impact even forced Dong Weigong to take a step back. Within the immortal court, powerhouses below the Tai golden immortal realm were sent flying in all directions, and some low-level immortals, unable to withstand the terrifying force, had their bodies explode outright. What's going on? Are the demon emperor and the immortal emperor going to fight to the death? Weren't they about to wage war against the ancestral witches? Hey, this is too complicated, isn't it? Then who exactly are they going to fight? Sensing this, the powerhouses of the myriad clans all cried out in shock. They had thought this would be a war between the witch and demon clans, never expecting that the two demon emperors would start fighting the immortal court first. Judging by Dijun's tone, it seemed he had long been prepared to destroy the immortal court and take its place. Boom, boom, boom. Woo, woo, woo. Suddenly the sounds of war drums and horns came rapidly from the east. One colossal figure after another of the demon clan shot forth at incredible speed, and in an instant their numbers had already reached 10 million. When Dijun and Tai made their move earlier, they had secretly summoned the demon clan's great army, planning to suppress the immortal court in one fell swoop, slay Dong Weigong, and then seize the chance to deal with the witch clan. Dijun and Tai, so the two of you had long schemed to seize my position as the immortal emperor. It seems I have been far too lenient in punishing you. Today I will go to the Zixiao Palace and petition the Tao ancestor to completely wipe out your demon clan. A slight tremor crossed Dong Weigong's face. If it were just a battle against Dijun and Tai in front of him, even if he could not win, he was confident he could escape. But if the demon clan army arrived and trapped him, he would not find it so easy to leave. So as his words ended, Dong Wanggong immediately sent a voice transmission to the Immortal Court's people urging the enormous palace to withdraw rapidly. It seemed he wished to leave the Honghuang directly and go to the Zixiao Palace to petition the Dao ancestor. He hoped to use the prestige of the Dao ancestor Hongjun to intimidate the demon clan. Thinking of fleeing, Tai's expression darkened. The chaos bell above him gave a violent shake, and its terrifying might shot straight into the sky, speeding toward the heavenly court. At that moment, the supreme Hongmeng board trembled slightly, and a shocking power suddenly burst out from it, annihilating the violent forces that had charged toward the sky. Sensing this, the powerhouses of the myriad clans were deeply shaken. Could it be that the supreme Hongmeng board is about to intervene in this battle? Impossible. Even the saints have not moved to stop it, so how could the supreme Hongmeng board interfere? Did you not see that those violent forces that came near the supreme Hongmeng board were all annihilated? So let us just wait and see whether the supreme Hongmeng board will step into this battle. All the powerhouses of the myriad races stared at the supreme primordial chaos ranking in shock. Though this treasure had revealed its might only once, that once had suppressed even the Dao ancestor Hongjun. If at this moment the supreme primordial chaos ranking released its supreme might, it could easily suppress the three factions, the witch race, the demon race, and the immortal court. Hurry up and suppress them. Exactly. As long as they are suppressed, I might have a chance to get on the ranking. Right. Suppress the demon emperor, the ancestral witches, and the immortal emperor all at once. Then there will surely be a place for this seat on the quasi-saint cultivation and combat power ranking. That's right. Send down punishment. Soon the powerhouses of all races shifted from shock to excitement, eagerly staring at the supreme primordial chaos ranking and hoping it would erupt with supreme might to suppress all the experts of the witch race, the demon race, and the immortal court. Rumble. At that moment, as if answering the prayers of the myriad races, the supreme primordial chaos ranking flooded with supreme golden light, its might shaking the primordial wilderness. Even the many sages, even the Dao ancestor in Zixiao Palace, or the will of the heavenly Dao in the primordial wilderness, were shaken. The power of a primordial chaos supreme treasure exceeded their imagination. If it truly descended as punishment, even sages would barely be able to withstand it. Diju and Tai, it must be the two of you who provoked the supreme primordial chaos ranking. Wait to suffer its supreme punishment. Although Dong Wanggong's mind was still trembling, he still shouted angrily at Dijuan and Tai. At the same time, he secretly and hastily withdrew the dragon head staff, afraid of being implicated. Dijuan and Tai's expressions changed drastically. They naturally sensed the terrifying might above them. Even the innate supreme treasure, the chaos bell, began to tremble violently at that moment. Second brother, put away your treasure quickly. All right. Dijuan and Tai hurriedly put away their respective treasures and rapidly restrained the terrifying might. Then Dijuan stepped forward and bowed to the supreme primordial chaos ranking. Supreme primordial chaos ranking above, we did not intend to offend you this time. It was the witch race who went too far and killed our demon gods, and the immortal court has been oppressing our demon race. My brother and I had no choice but to fight back. Dijuan was genuinely afraid the supreme primordial chaos ranking would deliver punishment, for just now, when Tai had activated the chaos bell's might, he had indeed failed to show the supreme primordial chaos ranking any consideration. Before his words had even faded, several ancestral witches stepped forward with fury. Nonsense. It was clearly your demon god who provoked our great witch Hui, trying to disrupt the Deluo golden immortal cultivation and combat power ranking on the supreme primordial chaos ranking. And now you are trying to shift the blame onto us. How utterly shameless. The ancestral witches did not want to take the blame. They clearly had not made a move at all. Hearing the strife between the witch and demon races, Dong Wanggong did not speak in his own defense. He merely stared fixedly at the supreme primordial chaos ranking, terrified that this punishment might include him as well. Buzz. Just when the powerhouses of all races believed the supreme primordial chaos ranking would surely impose punishment, a buzzing sound came from the ranking. The daunting, terrifying might around it began to rapidly withdraw. Deluo golden immortal cultivation and combat power ranking 6th place, Nanji Xinwen. Disciple of the Chan sect. Peak stage, Deluo golden immortal. Ranking reward, top grade ultimate innate spiritual treasure, the chaos longevity cane. 20 wisps of life origin. Life spirit spring. 100,000 years of magical power. As a top-grade ultimate innate spiritual treasure, when driven to its utmost, it can exceed the power of an ultimate innate spiritual treasure. No punishment was sent down. Could it be that such a tremendous show was only meant to update the Deluo golden immortal cultivation and combat power ranking? That doesn't make sense. This is unreasonable. Why did it not deliver punishment? At that moment, all the powerhouses of the myriad races were stunned. That display was enough to shake the primordial wilderness. Could it really have been just to update the Deluo golden immortal cultivation and combat power ranking? No, look. What Nanji Xinwen obtained is a top-grade ultimate innate spiritual treasure. Top grade. It does seem to be truly different from the treasures those previous fellows got. A treasure that can unleash supreme treasure might. Although not as good as an innate supreme treasure, it is probably enough to match a post-heavenly merit supreme treasure right. After the disappointment, the powerhouses of all races in the primordial wilderness burst into exclamations. This time the treasure Nanji Xianwang obtained indeed had 2 additional words, top grade. At the very least, it indicated that this treasure absolutely surpassed the ultimate innate treasures that those before had obtained. Mount Kunlun Hall of the 3 Pure Ones. Yuan Shi's face sank involuntarily, revealing intense displeasure. 6th place. Nanji only ranked 6th. He had originally thought that Nanji Xianwang would gain him some face this time, yet he had not even entered the top 5. Was this actually gaining face or losing face? At this moment in the center of the primordial wilderness, Dijuan and Tai both breathed a sigh of relief. No punishment. Phew. Since that is the case, we brothers should continue to suppress that Dongwangong. They had truly thought they were about to receive supreme punishment this time, but it turned out to be only a ranking update. Wasn't this plainly toying with them? Unfortunately, they did not have the courage to argue with a self-aware primordial chaos supreme treasure. But before Dijuan and Tai could continue making their move, Dijiang and the other ancestral witches suddenly took several steps forward. Dijuan, Tai, you two even dared to slander the witch race just now. It seems we brothers cannot stand idly by. Exactly. Your demon race is too shameless. Today we brothers will suppress all of you. If Dijuan and Tai had not tried to shift the blame, they would not have entered the fray so quickly. But now they truly could no longer hold back their desire to suppress Dijuan, Tai, and Dongwangong together. Do you think we brothers are afraid just because you have more people? This emperor tells you. Today, whether it is the immortal court or your witch race, all shall be destroyed. Tai also roared in fury, his aura surging once more. Dijuan, Tai, Dijiang, you dare to underestimate this emperor. Then this emperor will strike out personally today and suppress the lot of you. Dongwangong's face sank. The witch and demon races clearly did not take him seriously. As the master of the immortal court, he was supposed to govern the primordial wilderness. Only by suppressing the witch and demon races could he awe all the races of the primordial wilderness. So the instant his words fell, the colossal immortal court suddenly charged murderously at the demon race. But at this moment Tai was already prepared. With a wave of his hand, he activated the chaos bell and placed it above the immortal court. Its terrifying might caused the colossal immortal court to tremble violently and come to a complete halt. However, before Dongwangong, Tai, and the others could continue their strike, a spatial rift suddenly appeared in the sky above them. Immediately after, an astonishing burst of sage might surged out. Nua's figure descended swiftly from within it and landed in the space between the demon race and the immortal court. Then from within the rift, another terrifying baleful aura surged forth. Huta's figure descended slowly and came to stand between the demon race and the witch race. Seeing this, the mighty beings of myriad races were taken aback. Could it be that Nua and Hutu had already come to an agreement? Dongwangong, standing at the very front of the celestial court, is suddenly stiffened. Nua had unmistakably blocked his attack. If he continued, he might end up making an enemy of a saint. At this thought, his expression changed rapidly. He hurriedly urged the celestial court to retreat backward. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Seeing this, Tai's figure shot up swiftly. Raising his hand, he pointed fiercely at the chaos bell above the celestial court. Violent power surged from the chaos bell and pressed down savagely upon the celestial court below. In an instant, the chaos bell descended at speed with dreadful pressure, about to suppress Dongwangong and the enormous celestial court beneath it. Activate the defensive formation at full strength to resist. Alarmed, Dongwangong hurriedly raised both hands, sending his surrounding mana surging wildly into the defensive formation. The many immortals above the celestial court, immediately receiving the order, also began to drive the grand defensive formation with all their might, hoping to withstand the might of the chaos bell. However, the power of the chaos bell also swelled up, threatening to suppress the celestial court completely. At that moment, Dongwangong hastily turned his head and roared at Nua. Sage Nuwak. This time the Yao race refuses to obey this emperor's rule and even seeks to commit slaughter. Are you not going to intervene? The saints of the Honghuang realm were not permitted to defy the will of the heavenly Tao. Since Dongwangong had been appointed by the Tao ancestor, and the Tao ancestor now represented the will of heaven, the saints naturally had to show him a measure of respect. Unfortunately, no matter how he roared, Nua showed no intention of stopping Tai. Seeing that he was about to be suppressed, Dongwangong called out once more, Sage Nua, are you going to be disrespectful to the Tao ancestor and to the heavenly Tao? Noisy. You are merely a petty chief of male immortals appointed by the teacher. What right do you have to represent the teacher or the heavenly Tao? Do you think the teacher appointed you leader of male immortals so that you could contend for dominance over the primordial world? Do you think all the myriad races of the primordial world should be your subjects? Nuwa shot a sharp glance in Dong Wangong's direction, a trace of icy coldness appearing on her face. She had not wanted to involve herself in this matter, letting Tai suppress Dong Wangong as he pleased. But now the entire primordial world was watching this battle, and she had been directly transported to this place. She could hardly let the Tao ancestor-appointed leader of male immortals die right before her eyes, could she? After all, she still had to preserve some face for the teacher. Thus, after reprimanding Dong Wangong, Nuwa turned her gaze toward Tai. Just suppress him a little. For the teacher's sake, spare his life for now. Hearing this, Tai's face darkened. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded slightly. Since Empress Hua has spoken, I will spare Dong Wangong's life this time. However, from now on, if the Celestial Court dares to meddle in the affairs of the Yao race again, I will lead the Yao race in an attack on Plunlai Island and utterly destroy your Celestial Court. After issuing a few harsh words, Tai once again drove the power of the Chaos Bell, striking at the Celestial Court. The impact caused the Celestial Court to tremble violently and plummet downward. Just as it was about to crash into the ground, Dong Wangong hurriedly activated the Dragonhead Staff, tore open a spatial rift, and drove the Celestial Court to flee into it. Alas, they didn't actually fight. I thought this time there would surely be a decisive victory. The mighty beings of myriad races who had been watching all showed looks of disappointment, never expecting that in the end there would still be no battle. But on reflection, what Nuwa had said made some sense. The Tao ancestor's prestige had to be considered after all. Moreover, Tai had made harsh threats. If the Tao ancestor remained silent this time, then next time the Celestial Court would probably truly be attacked. Moi. The Deluo Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking has updated again. It should be the 5th place. I wonder what rewards this time will bring. Now I feel that watching this ranking is far more attractive. Exactly. At least the rewards on this ranking will definitely be handed out. After their disappointment, the mighty beings of myriad races looked back at the supreme Hongmeng ranking. They knew that since Nuwa and Hodu had appeared together, it was unlikely that the Witch and Yao races would fight to the death, so there was no need to waste their attention on it. Deluo Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking 5th place, Poxin. Demon Race. Azura Demon King. Peak Deluo Golden Immortal. Ranking rewards Primordial Supreme Treasure Chaos Demon God Armor Low Grade. 30 Strands of Demon Path Origin. 1 Wisp of Hongmeng Purple Chi. 5th place gets a Primordial Supreme Treasure. Even if it's low grade, it is still a Primordial Supreme Treasure. That Poxin again. Didn't he acquire the Chaos Demon Scripture earlier? It was him. It seems that fellow cultivated that primordial art, otherwise he could never have ranked 5th. Never mind that. Since that fellow has a Primordial Supreme Treasure reward, let us return to the 9 Abysses and settle scores with him. Right? The Yao race has already proven that acting preemptively brings no punishment. We should kill that Poxin and take his place. Fellow Taoists, the 9 Abysses are dangerous. How about we join forces? At the sight of Poxin's rewards, the mighty beings of myriad races in the primordial world all trembled. This wisp of Hongmeng Purple Chi alone was enough to make many top-level quasi-saints scheme against Poxin, and he was also about to receive a Primordial Supreme Treasure. Although it was low grade, it still surpassed the might of an utmost grade Primordial Spiritual Treasure. Thus, groups of Deluo Golden Immortal level experts soon sped toward the 9 Abysses, as if intending to join forces to suppress Poxin. Many quasi-saint experts also entertained the idea, planning to take advantage of the standoff between the Witch and Yao races to go to the 9 Abysses and subdue Poxin. Even the Celestial Court, which had just fled into the void, now appeared at the entrance to the 9 Abysses, seemingly seeking Poxin to seize his combat ranking rewards. Elder Brother. Another Hongmeng Purple Chi. This is already the 3rd wisp of Hongmeng Purple Chi. It should belong to the Chan sect and the human sect. And that Primordial Supreme Treasure, the Chaos Demon God Armor, should also fall into our hands. Yuanshi immediately revealed a trace of icy coldness, intending to go to the 9 Abysses in person to subdue Poxin and claim the ranking reward. Now that junior sister Nuwa and Hodu have both returned, and Ancestor Mingi has not yet shown himself at the Hongmeng Palace. If that fellow has joined the Hongmeng Palace, we brothers might undertake a wasted journey. Laozi shook his head, slightly feeling that this trip might not go as they wished. What elder brother says makes sense. Then I, the younger brother, will go beyond the 9 Abysses and take a look. If Poxin submits willingly, then even those of the Hongmeng Palace will have no excuse to attack. As soon as Yuanshi finished speaking, his figure vanished from the spot. At that moment, at the center of the primordial world, Dijuan and Tai heard Nuwa's secret message and found it unseemly to continue their standoff with the witch race. After parting from Nuwa, they immediately headed for the 9 Abysses, seemingly also extremely interested in Poxin's rewards. On the other side, the 12 ancestral witches gathered, exuding astonishing ferocious aura, and all moved their bodies, heading straight for the 9 Abysses. Many powerful beings are rushing to Jiyo. Even the demon race and witch race have gone. These creatures, why can't they just fight for their lives properly instead of trying to compete with us for this business? Chill, do you want to lose your life? The 2 demon emperors and the 12 ancestral witches have all arrived this time. So what? Haven't you sensed that purple aura stretching tens of thousands of miles across the sky? A saint must have arrived. Then what should we do? We must find Poxin as quickly as possible. The powerful beings of myriad races who had stepped into the land of Jiuyou naturally sensed even more mighty figures descending upon Jiuyou. Among them were not only the Honghuang Gong who had fled in disgrace moments ago, but also top-tier powerhouses of the witch and demon races, and even the awe-inspiring might of saints. If they did not find Poxin as soon as possible and subdue him ahead of the others, then even if they did locate him, it would no longer be their turn to claim him. Ancestor Mingi was still within the Hongmeng Palace and had not returned together with Nuwa and Hudu, so this period of time was their final opportunity. Once Ancestor Mingi returned to Jiuyou, they would no longer have any way to make a move against the Demon King of the Azura race. The land of Jiuyou at the edge of the Sea of Blood. Honghuang Gong's figure slowly emerged from the void. He raised a hand and dragged one of the Azura warriors before him. Speak. Where is the Demon King Poxin? I do not know. If you refuse to speak, this emperor will annihilate you. If you dare kill me once the ancestor returns, he will surely avenge me. You? Obstinate fool. Honghuang Gong roared in fury and directly slaughtered the Azura warrior. But at that very moment, a series of astonishing auras erupted across the Azura race's domain. Shiva, Desire, Heaven, Brahma, the 4 demon generals, and the 72 Azura princesses all flew swiftly toward Honghuang Gong. How dare you trespass into Azura territory and slaughter our warriors? You must be destroyed. Kill. As their voices fell, hordes of Azura warriors converged at breakneck speed, swiftly forming a 1,000,000-strong army that charged at Honghuang Gong. Damn it! Honghuang Gong was greatly alarmed. His expression darkened as his figure flickered rapidly, fleeing far into the distance. Of course, it was not because he feared these creatures before him, but because he worried that members of the witch and demon races might discover his tracks and strike at him once more. Northern Jiuyou. The 2 demon emperors had slaughtered over 1,000 Azura warriors in succession, yet they still had not managed to extract Poxin's location. Meanwhile, the demon gods scattered in all directions, searching desperately for Poxin. Unfortunately, they all came up empty-handed in the end. Poxin, it seemed, had vanished without a trace after receiving his last reward. Demon race, how dare you slaughter the people of our Azura race? We will fight you to the death. At this moment, the 1,000,000-strong army that had just assembled charged toward northern Jiuyou, with more Azura warriors joining the ranks along the way. Since their ancestor had still not returned, they could only keep converging like this, hoping to overawe the powerful beings of all sides. And now it was not only the immortal court and the demon race who were pressing the Azura for Poxin's whereabouts. Every being among the myriad races of the primeval wilderness with any amount of strength was using the same methods to interrogate the Azura. Some of them had directly resorted to slaughter, while others, fearing Ancestor Mingi, merely pressed for answers without shedding blood. Beyond Jiuyou, in the open sky, the figure of Yuanshi slowly materialized. He cast his gaze across Jiuyou and finally fixed his eyes upon a mountain valley in the eastern part of the realm. Poxin, your whereabouts have already been exposed. If you now swear an oath and are willing to hand over all of your rewards, I may yet spare your life until the rewards are distributed. Otherwise, I shall announce your location to the world, and at that point you will be hunted by the mighty ones of every race. Yuanshi's voice transmitted directly into that mountain valley in eastern Jiuyou. At that moment, deep within the valley, from a spring of pitch-black water, astonishing demonic energy surged forth. Then Poxin's figure slowly emerged, a trace of panic flickering across his face. He had been elated at obtaining a supreme innate treasure, but he had never imagined that before the top 10 of the Daluo Golden Immortal Cultivation ranking had even been fully announced, the mighty experts of the primeval myriad races, and even saints, would already be coveting his ranking rewards. Poxin, the words of Yuanshi cannot be trusted. Once you have received the reward, he might suppress you the very first moment. Why not join our Western religion instead? From now on, this poor Taoist shall protect you. In all the primeval wilderness, who would dare lay a hand on you? Just then another voice sounded beside Poxin's ear. His expression tightened, and he began to probe his surroundings. Demonic aura. My Emperor Poxin is here. Come quickly. What? Poxin has been found. That fellow shall surely submit to the witch race. Before Poxin could make a decision, his traces were discovered by a demon god, who shouted out loud. In an instant, powerful beings of countless races and mighty experts throughout Jiuyou began moving swiftly, racing toward the east of Jiuyou. What am I to do? Could I truly have to rely on a saint? At this moment, Poxin naturally sensed that countless formidable existences were rapidly closing in on his location. With his current battle prowess, dealing with Daluo Golden Immortals was still no problem. But this time, those coveting his rewards included not only Daluo Golden Immortals, but also quasi-saints, and even the supreme saints themselves. He could not possibly withstand them all. Thus he fled toward the outside of Jiuyou, while sinking deep into thought. No, If I fall into the schemes of those saints, not only will I have to hand over my rewards with both hands, but even my life may not be guaranteed. This time perhaps I can only beg the sect master to appear and save me. In the end, Paksin decided to first plead to Ancestor Mingi for help. If Ancestor Mingi would lend his aid, perhaps he could still preserve his life. After all, Ancestor Mingi had been in the Hongmeng palace for so long. Even the saints would likely be wary of him. With that thought, he abruptly raised his hand, blood-colored energy swirling around him as he secretly made his way toward the sea of blood. Sect Master, above this is the Demon King Paksin speaking. I am now willing to offer you the reward I shall receive in the future. The supreme innate treasure, primordial chaotic demon armor. If only the Sect Master will rescue me in time. Otherwise it will not only be me. The entire Azura race will suffer a dreadful catastrophe. Paksin's voice, carried by the blood energy he had emitted, transmitted into the sea of blood. Unfortunately, before he received any response from Ancestor Mingi, terrifying figures had already arrived swiftly behind him. Paksin, this emperor has come in person. Why have you not yet kneeled in submission? Paksin, pay no heed to the demon race. You should submit to us, brothers. The witch race can guarantee your survival. Paksin. At this moment, the two demon emperors, the 12 ancestral witches, Xinyuan Zikuanpun, countless top-tier quasi-saints, all called out to Paksin one after another. Even Dongwang Gong, who had concealed his form and was watching from afar, secretly transmitted his voice, hoping Paksin would submit. But the more these beings pressed him, the more uncertain Paksin became. After all, the witch race bore a deep grudge against the Azura race, and the demon race had always looked down upon them. If he were to submit to these creatures, he might as well submit to a saint. Paksin, you cannot escape. The 9 nethers are sealed off from all sides now. If you do not submit to this sovereign, death is your only end. Paksin, if you still refuse to submit, we brothers shall have no choice but to slay you. The myriad race powerhouses pursuing Paksin began to threaten him one after another. This caused Paksin's heart to tighten, and a wisp of fury stirred within him. Paksin, your opportunities are running out. If you do not submit to this venerable one, you shall completely fall. Paksin, you share an affinity with the Western teachings. Eventually you will join them. Joining a little earlier would do no harm. Once you enter the Western teachings, who in the entire primordial wilderness would dare lay a hand on you? In Paksin's ears, the voices of Yuanshi and Jane rang out once more, seemingly having lost their patience. Hearing Jane's words, Paksin's heart wavered somewhat. He had worked so hard to obtain so many treasures, and naturally did not wish to fall here. Just as the grand pursuit was unfolding in the 9 nethers, the supreme primordial ranking updated once again. 4th place on the Great Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power ranking, Chiyu. Wu Clan Great Shaman Peak, Great Golden Immortal. Ranking reward, 9 Demon Annihilation God Spear, low grade, Primal Supreme Treasure. Divine Ability, Demon God, 9 Transformations. 30 Strands of the Source of Strength. Wah! Another Wu Clan member. Another Supreme Treasure. How is this possible? How can there be so many Supreme Treasures? And the Source of Strength. This is only the 4th place. These are only the Great Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power rankings. The powerful beings of all races in the primordial wilderness were utterly astonished. None of them had expected another Wu Clan powerhouse to step into the top 10 of the Great Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power ranking. Most crucially, this reward once again included a Primal Supreme Treasure. Although it was of the same level as the treasure rewarded to Paksin, the Source of Strength was clearly even more terrifying than the source of demonic Tao. Chiyu, the great shaman of the Wu Clan. Within the 9 nethers, the gazes of countless powerful beings all turned toward Chiyo, who stood behind the 12 ancestral shamans. Especially the 2 demon emperors. Their eyes practically blazed with fury. So far, no demon clan divine spirit had appeared on the Great Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power ranking, yet 3 Wu Clan great shamans had already emerged. Could it be that their demon clan divine spirits truly could not compare to the Wu Clan great shamans? This Wu Clan is likely to become only stronger. In the days to come, could the true hegemon of the primordial wilderness really be the Wu Clan? Many sages also felt faint shocks stirring in their hearts. They were unwilling to become enemies of the Wu Clan, not because they feared it, but because the 12 ancestral shamans could summon the true body of Pangu. Pangu was the founder of the primordial wilderness, the god of creation. If his true body emerged, who could say whether it would trigger strange changes across the primordial wilderness and unleash unimaginable might? Finally, someone can share some of my burden. Presumably these fellows should no longer cling to me relentlessly, right? Hearing the ethereal voice emanating from the supreme primordial ranking, Paksin could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Surely those top-tier great beings and sages would no longer keep staring at him. Paksin, submit at once, or you will die without a doubt. Paksin, submit at once. However, at this moment, instead of relaxing their pursuit, those powerhouses became even more ferocious, seemingly poised to obliterate Paksin on the spot. Compared to Chiyo, who stood under the menacing aegis of the 12 ancestral shamans, Paksin was naturally a far easier target to subdue. None of the myriad race powerhouses wished to provoke the Wu clan right now. Patriarch, please come quickly and save me. Patriarch. This made Paksin's expression change once more as he continued sending desperate pleas toward the Blood Sea. Yet just as his voice faded, waves of terrifying might rapidly surge toward him. His speed was instantly hampered, and he seemed on the verge of being surrounded by the many pursuers behind him. Rumble. However, at that very moment, terrifying booming sounds suddenly came from upon the Blood Sea. Astonishing, baleful blood energy shot into the sky and instantly inundated the entire Nine Nethers. A colossal blood wave surging straight to the summit of the Nine Nethers arose at breakneck speed, sweeping toward the place where Paksin stood. Mingi. Could it be Patriarch Mingi? At that instant, the myriad race powerhouses were all stunned. Even the 2 demon emperors and the 12 ancestral shamans revealed traces of wariness. Especially Hutu, who had observed the birth and extinction of primordial chaos in the Hongmeng Palace. Even though she did not cultivate a primordial spirit, she had gained tremendous insights and vastly increased her power. It went without saying that Patriarch Mingi, who had obtained a special quota to enter the Hongmeng Palace, had benefited even more. Pretentious. Mingi still has not returned at this moment. This can only be a massive wave stirred up by some of his blood god avatar clones. Tai let out a cold snort first. Flames soared all around him as the primal supreme treasure Chaos Bell slowly emerged, releasing boundless might to shield all members of the demon clan. On the other side, the 12 ancestral shamans also activated their powers, protecting the Wu clan. The remaining powerhouses of the myriad races each summoned their treasures, raising defensive barriers one after another. They too hoped that, as Tai had said, Mingi had not actually returned. If that were the case, they would not need to retreat immediately. Is that so? Tai, are you perhaps a little too overconfident? Yet at this very moment, a spatial rift suddenly tore open above the place where Paksin stood, and terrifying, baleful blood energy and killing intent surged forth violently. The violent might instantly forced back some of the weaker primordial wilderness powerhouses. Paksin pays respects to the Patriarch. Patriarch, these fellows stormed into the Nine Nethers, slaughtered countless Azura warriors, and even sought to seize your subjects' treasures. I beg the Patriarch to seek justice for me. Seeing Patriarch Mingi, Paksin immediately stepped forward, knelt down, and poured out his grievances. As for your affairs, the Patriarch will settle accounts with you later. Patriarch Mingi cast a glance at Paksin and could not help but snort coldly. Last time, when he had been besieged by the myriad race powerhouses, and even the sages had made their moves, Paksin had already gone into hiding. If not for the fact that Paksin was quite formidable and had obtained a treasure capable of enhancing the strength of the Azura clan, Patriarch Mingi would not have bothered with him at all. The instant Patriarch Mingi's words fell, the astonishing blood wave had already descended before the myriad race powerhouses. Just then, the blood wave suddenly halted, rapidly evolving into countless blood god avatar clones. 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, 480 million, 960 million, 1,440 million. Patriarch Mingi had condensed a full 1,440 million blood god avatar clones, 960 million more than his previous limit of 480 million. In an instant, the myriad race powerhouses found themselves completely surrounded by a dense mass of blood god avatar clones. Wah! How can there be so many? Are we surrounded? At that moment, the hearts of the myriad race powerhouses trembled. They had not expected that upon setting foot in the Nine Nethers once more they would be surrounded by Patriarch Mingi alone. At this point, Patriarch Mingi's true body suddenly stepped forward. The 12-grade karmic fire lotus beneath his feet emerged with astonishing speed, and terrifying karmic fire swept out in all directions. You invaded the Nine Nethers, slaughtered the Patriarch's people, and even tried to seize the treasure of the Demon King under the Patriarch's command. Is it not time for you all to give the Patriarch an explanation? At this moment, Diju and Tai, the 12 ancestral witches, Jun, Yuanzi Kuanping, and other peak quasi-sages all looked at Ancestor Mingi with solemn expressions. Even Dong Wangong, who was hiding far away, suddenly had a drastic change in expression. They all knew that this Ancestor Mingi possessed 480 million incarnations, but they had not expected that after his return from the Hongmeng Palace his blood god incarnations would have increased by so many. But to them, Ancestor Mingi was after all only a single person. Unless he had actually joined the Hongmeng Palace, there was no real need to fear him excessively. Little sister, you and the sage Nuwa once entered the Hongmeng Palace together with this Mingi. Did you see the Taichu Dao Lord? Did he ask you to join the Hongmeng Palace? Did he give you any instructions? The ancestral witches hurriedly asked Hudu. Since Hudu had returned to the Honghuang, they had not yet taken the initiative to ask about what had happened inside the Hongmeng Palace. They took advantage of this moment to inquire. If Mingi truly had connections with the Hongmeng Palace, and they continued to make a move, the consequences might truly be beyond what they could bear. Remember, above the 33rd heaven a sage was still being suppressed. Big brother, when I entered the Hongmeng palace this time, I did not see the Taichu Dao Lord. Oh, I only witnessed the scene of the birth and destruction of Hongmeng. As for joining the Hongmeng palace, no one mentioned it. I did not dare to ask either, and was directly sent back to the Honghuang. Hoda shook her head slightly. She was not certain whether simply entering the Hongmeng palace once had already entangled her with the Hongmeng palace. At the moment she returned to the Honghuang, only Nuwa had secretly transmitted a message to her arranging certain matters, which was what prevented the conflict among the Wu, the demon race, and the immortal court. She didn't join. Zhejiang showed a hint of disappointment. Moreover, Hotu's words just now had not been concealed. Many powerhouses in Jiuyou had overheard them. When they once again looked at Ancestor Mingi, they gained a bit more confidence. Since Hotu had not joined the Hongmeng palace, it was possible that Mingi had not joined either. If that was the case, could the combined force of them all not deal with a single Mingi? Mingi, don't try to bluff. They are merely some blood god incarnations. Could it be that you can shatter this emperor's supreme treasure? Tai was the first to reveal a trace of icy intent, angrily shouting at Ancestor Mingi. What fellow Taoist Tai said is absolutely right. This is not the first time we have set foot in this land of Jiuyou. Mingi, do you think that because you witnessed the birth and destruction of Hongmeng in the Hongmeng palace, and gained a trace of enlightenment, you can threaten all of us fellow Taoists? Mingi, this seat advises you to hand over that Poxin. Otherwise we will suppress you as well. Right, I remember this Mingi also possesses the Hongmeng purple qi. How about we join forces, suppress him, and extract the Hongmeng purple qi? At this moment the powerhouses from all sides spoke out one after another, looking as if they intended to suppress Mingi together. In their view, no matter how many blood god incarnations Ancestor Mingi had, it was merely a slight nuisance. With so many powerhouses gathered, how could they possibly fail to resolve it? Is that so? Since all of you are so confident, this ancestor will let you experience what I gained in the Hongmeng palace. Ancestor Mingi coldly gazed at the many powerhouses, a flicker of madness flashing in his eyes. At the same time, the 1,440,000,000 blood god incarnations trembled slightly, each releasing wisps of destructive force. You. What are you going to do? Mingi, are you planning to self-detonate your blood god incarnations? Are you tired of living? This is Jiuyou. Are you going to destroy Jiuyou as well? Feeling this, whether it was the 2 demon emperors, the 12 ancestral witches, or Dongwangong, and the powerhouses of all races, all of their hearts trembled. Each of these blood god incarnations had nearly 1/10 the strength of Mingi's true body, and could at least unleash the might of a late-stage quasi-sage, or even a peak quasi-sage. Once they detonated, not to mention the rest, even Tai, who possessed a primordial supreme treasure, might not be able to withstand it. With all of you here to accompany this ancestor in death, what does this ancestor have to fear? Besides, even if this ancestor detonated all my incarnations and my true body, I might not necessarily be annihilated. What will be annihilated is only all of you. As Ancestor Mingi spoke, an astonishing destructive force erupted from his true body as well. At the same time, the 12-petaled karmic fire red lotus beneath his feet stirred slightly and began to move step by step toward the powerhouses of all races. Damn it, retreat. Get out of here. The powerhouses of all races were greatly alarmed and wished to leave immediately. But as soon as they moved, countless blood god incarnations radiating destructive force surged in front of them. This ancestor advises all of you not to move. If just one blood god incarnation detonates, all blood god incarnations will be triggered. By then, even if you don't want to die, it will be hard to avoid it. At this moment, Mingi let out peals of laughter, looking extremely complacent. He was not a fool. Before unleashing such a self-detonation move, he had already secretly sent several blood god incarnations out of Jiuyou. Even if Jiuyou was utterly annihilated, he would not fall alongside those fellows. This Mingi actually possesses such a ruthlessly decisive presence. And from the look of it, he truly intends to self-detonate. If Jiuyou really is turned into a void, even Tai may not be able to escape. Outside Jiuyou, Yuanshi and the hidden Jin both revealed looks of shock. Meanwhile, above Kunlun Mountain, Laozi Tongtian and even Nuwa, who had just returned to Honghuang Palace, all had their faces involuntarily tighten. Could Mingi have truly obtained some extra benefit? No, we must not clash head-on this time. Nuwa frowned slightly and hastily shot a beam of light speeding toward Jiuyou. At present, most of the demon race's powerhouses were inside Jiuyou. If they were to suffer damage, the entire demon race would likely fall into complete decline. In Jiuyou, all the powerhouses stopped in their tracks. If they wanted to charge out, they would inevitably annihilate a vast number of blood god incarnations. But after hearing Ancestor Mingi's words, they did not dare to take the risk. After a silence lasting more than 10 breaths, Hotu slowly stepped forward and said to Mingi, "Mingi, my Wu clan will withdraw from Jiuyou and no longer trouble Poxin. Open a path and let my brothers leave." Right, Mingi, open a path and my brothers and I will leave at once. Mingi, this emperor does not want to be your enemy either. You should stop this tactic of wounding the enemy 1,000 times while wounding yourself 1,000 times. Mingi, we of the demon race are willing to leave. Open up a passage. Hearing Hotu's words, the many powerhouses spoke out one after another. At this juncture, leaving this land of Joyo first was the wisest course. If Mingi truly went mad, it was estimated that less than 1 in 10 of them would survive. Outside the Nine Nether, the mighty beings of the primordial world who had not gone into the Nine Nether quietly breathed sighs of relief. Greed truly leads to no good end. That's right. Look, even the Demon Emperor and the ancestral witches are trapped in the Nine Nether. Has that patriarch Mingi gone mad? Does he truly not fear death? It is impossible for him not to fear death. Otherwise, why would he hide himself in the Nine Nether and seldom appear in the primordial world? Exactly. He must have gained tremendous benefits from the Hongmeng Palace, enough to preserve his life, before he would resort to such an extreme move. Fortunately, they had held back and had not stepped into the Nine Nether. Otherwise, they might now be under the control of that maddened patriarch Mingi. If they had failed to subdue Buoxuan and instead fallen within the Nine Nether, where could they seek justice? Buzz. Just then a succession of humming sounds emanated from the supreme Hongmeng ranking. For a moment, the mighty experts from all races, including those within the Nine Nether, raised their heads and probed toward the supreme Hongmeng ranking. The third place is out. Could there be another supreme treasure reward? There must be a supreme treasure. This time the third place reward can't possibly be inferior to Chi-Yu's. Deluo Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power Ranking. Third place, by Zay. Demon God of the Demon Race Peak Deluo Golden Immortal. Ranking reward Chaotic Void River Middle Grade Innate Supreme Treasure. Moses Root and Bone. 50 Wisps of Water Origin. Divine Ability World Destroying Strike. Phew. There really is a supreme treasure. A middle grade innate supreme treasure no less. Its power far surpasses those previous ones. Could this Chaotic Void River be the legendary Heavenly River hidden within the primordial chaos? Hard to say, but this treasure is certainly extremely powerful. Besides, Baizé also obtained the root and bone of Mose the Chaos Demon God. Once he fuses with it, his innate foundation may well rival that of the top supreme experts of the primordial world. Shocked cries rang out from all over the primordial world, their tones filled with envy and jealousy. Baizé's prestige was known to many living beings among the myriad races. Now that he had taken third place on the combat power ranking, not many experts harbored much dissatisfaction. After all, those who were truly dissatisfied were still trapped in the Nine Nether with life and death uncertain. Mount Kunlun. Tongtian's brows furrowed slightly, and a grave expression appeared on his face. None of this venerable one's disciples were fated to appear on the Deluo Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power Ranking. What a great many benefits they have missed. It seems that in the days to come I must teach them well, and have them raise their cultivation as quickly as possible. In any case, the Chan sect still had Nanji Xianwing enter the top 10 of the Deluo Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power Ranking, which made Tongtian rather unwilling to concede. If the combat power ranking had not ended early this time, disciples like Yun Xiao and Duo Bao under his command would surely have made it onto the ranking and obtained even more astonishing benefits. At this moment, Tongtian was not the only one who felt disappointed. Laozi in the Hall of the Three Pure Ones and Jane outside the Nine Nether all wore grim expressions. Even Yuanshi revealed a trace of icy coldness. He was greatly displeased that the people of the Wu and Demon races were ranked ahead of Nanji Xianwing. Inside the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun's brow furrowed slightly, and a complex expression appeared in his eyes. After a few breaths, he cast a glance toward the Nine Nether in the primordial world, a cold look on his face. Buzz. At that moment, a burst of telepathic transmissions suddenly sounded beside the ears of Yuanshi and Jane outside the Nine Nether. The two sages tensed slightly, each condensing a wisp of divine sense that shot rapidly into the Nine Nether. At this moment within the Nine Nether, even the mighty experts of all races and Patriarch Mingi, who were locked in a tense standoff, all revealed traces of astonishment. Patriarch Mingi in particular could not help sweeping his gaze back and forth over Baizé and the several great shamans of the Wu race. Some of the treasures he had obtained during that prior reward were still inferior to Baizé's. This made Dijuan's and Tai's expressions change drastically. Their demon race had finally, after much difficulty, seen one of its demon gods ascend the Deluo Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat Power Ranking and suppress several great shamans of the Wu race. Naturally, they had to protect him. They absolutely could not allow Baizé to fall into Patriarch Mingi's hands. The expressions of the 12 ancestral witches also turned grave as they instinctively summoned the 12 formation banners of the Dutian Divine Fiend Grand Formation. If Patriarch Mingi truly meant to self-destruct, they might only be able to withstand it by summoning their father god's true body. Just then, two shocking waves of sage might faintly emerged. The divine sense of Yuanshi and Jane arrived at extreme speed, condensing into two Dharma bodies. The reason they had not entered was their fear that Patriarch Mingi might truly detonate his blood god incarnations. If that happened, they would bear no small responsibility, and they might even lose face. Greetings, Sage Jane and Sage Yuanshi. At the sight of the sages, many mighty experts felt a measure of relief. Except for those of the Wu race, the demon race, and the immortal court, all the other mighty experts clasped their hands and bowed. At that moment, Yuanshir's Dharma body suddenly stepped forward, stirring up astonishing sage might. Seeing this, Jane stood above the assembled mighty experts, seemingly intent on forming a good karmic bond with them. Patriarch Mingi, are you perhaps trying to destroy the Nine Nether and disrupt the workings of the heavenly Tao? Mingi, if you dare to destroy the Nine Nether, you shall suffer the punishment of the heavenly Tao. This humble Taoist and fellow Taoist Yuanshir will also act to scatter your self-destructing blow. The two sages spoke one after another, their words full of displeasure. You two are joking, fellow Taoists. How could this old ancestor destroy the Nine Nether for no reason? But these people entered the Nine Nether to cause trouble. How could this old ancestor simply let them leave? If they do not offer compensation, no one will leave here today. In the past, Patriarch Mingi would never have been so aggressive, offending so many mighty experts, and even two sages. But after being pursued before and having witnessed the birth and death of primordial Hongmeng, Mingi's mindset had already changed. At these words of Mingi, the faces of the Dharma bodies of Yuanshir and Jane sank. This was a blatant refusal to give face to the two sages. The many mighty experts trapped in the Nine Nether wore unpleasant expressions as well. Could Patriarch Mingi actually be trying to extort them? Mingi, this venerable one, mindful that your cultivation has not been easy, that you are the patriarch of the Azura race, and that you once listened to the Tao at Zixiao Palace, is unwilling to annihilate you outright. However, if you dare to show disrespect to this venerable one, that is another matter altogether. Yuanshir could not help roaring in anger, and the might of his Dharma body began to surge rapidly. Fellow Taoist, Yuanshir's words are most correct. Mingi, extorting so many mighty experts of the primordial world like this is hardly appropriate, is it? Why not have your Azura race join my Western sect? Then this humble Taoist will act as your advocate and demand an explanation from them. How about it? Jane's eyes flickered, as if a measure of cunning had arisen, and his words were filled with temptation. He is but a mere menial servant outside the official roster of the Hongmeng Palace. How could the likes of you threaten him? Just at that moment, an icy voice came from the spatial rift from which Patriarch Mingi had stepped out. A pressure no weaker than that of a sage's Dharma body faintly surged out, causing the faces of the many mighty experts and the two sages' Dharma bodies to change drastically. What exactly is a menial servant? Someone who does odd jobs. Could it mean an attendant? No, that can't be right. It must be even lower in status than an attendant. So the old ancestor Mingi actually agreed to become a menial servant of Hongmeng Palace. And an extra one at that. Meaning they're just a replacement worker. He's at least a top-tier quasi-sage. Yet for the sake of entering Hongmeng Palace, he reduced himself to a mere extra menial servant. Absolutely disgraceful. At that moment, the powerful ones among the myriad races of the prehistoric world, even the saints, showed traces of astonishment. After all, the old ancestor Mingi was a presence capable of dominating the netherworld, considered one of the top quasi-sages in the prehistoric realm. Such a figure willingly serving as a humble extra servant at Hongmeng Palace left them utterly astonished. How dare you look down on Hongmeng Palace's servants? Do you not understand what kind of beings dwell within Hongmeng Palace? The mere fact that Mingi has forged even the slightest connection with them constitutes an extraordinary fortune. Precisely. If Hongmeng Palace still accepts extra servants, I too would gladly enter their ranks. Did you not observe how confident Mingi has grown? He now dares to challenge even the saints. A wave of envy rippled through the assembled cultivators of the primordial world. The beings dwelling within Hongmeng Palace were so formidable that even saints, the ancestor of the Tao and the heavenly Tao itself, regarded them with trepidation. To ally with such a towering power, allowing them to perform menial tasks, was a price they would gladly pay. Deep within the netherworld, old ancestor Mingi immediately withdrew his aura. For this matter to require the head to personally intervene, Mingi deserves death 10,000 times over. Amid the piercing gazes of countless powerhouses and saint incarnations, a faint smile crossed his face as he darted toward the spatial rift, offering a respectful bow to the presence lurking within. What head? I am merely a humble servant. Though you serve as an extra hand, you were recommended by this one. We cannot afford to embarrass Hongmeng Palace. Tell them, if they seek death, I will grant it. A chilling voice echoed from the rift, yet no figure emerged, leaving the assembled cultivators unable to fathom who this so-called formal servant truly was. What manner of divine being is this? Why has their name never appeared on the supreme Hongmeng rankings? True, the treasury rankings mention nothing about Hongmeng Palace holding such a position. Perhaps because as a mere servant they lack worthy treasures to merit a place on the treasury rankings. That seems unlikely. Mingi himself, though but an extra hand, possesses several top-tier artifacts. The powerhouses and saint incarnates gathered in the netherworld felt silent confusion washing over them. They distinctly recalled no such figure appearing on the treasury rankings. How could a servant materialize so suddenly? What manner of existence was this? Had they only recently joined Hongmeng Palace within the past millennium? Despite their mounting bewilderment, none dared risk approaching the spatial rift. After all, Hongmeng Palace had already left an indelible impression of awe upon them. Should this figure prove equally ruthless, their fate would undoubtedly far surpass the extortion they had already endured from old ancestor Mingi. Could they have joined Hongmeng Palace while we were comprehending the cycles of creation and dissolution? A sudden realization struck Hotu, her expression darkening slightly. She urgently transmitted her words to Di Jiang and the others. Brothers, our Wu clan cannot afford to antagonize Hongmeng Palace. Upon hearing this, Di Jiang and the rest frowned, reluctant to concede that the Wu clan feared even a mere servant of Hongmeng Palace. Yet after a moment of deep reflection, Di Jiang stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon old ancestor Mingi. Old friend Mingi, my brothers acted recklessly in this matter. The compensation you mentioned, we shall surely have it delivered to the netherworld. We implore you to let this incident pass. No sooner had the words left his lips than Di Jiang led the Wu clan in rapid retreat. The blood god clones made no move to intercept them, allowing each to withdraw in turn. Upon witnessing the 12 ancestral Wu depart, Di Jun and Tai were left with no choice but to step forward, reluctantly offering certain forms of compensation. The momentum of Dongwang Gong, Xinyuanzi, and the multitude of powerhouses who had entered the netherworld alike began to wane. Bowing their heads one by one, much like the Wu and Yao clans, they pleaded with old ancestor Mingi for leniency. Though resentment, fury, and cold, killing intent churned within their hearts, Hongmeng Palace was simply beyond their ability to confront. None wished to share Juni's fate, still trapped and suppressed beneath the 33 heavens to this day. Unnoticed by the crowd, the Yuan Shi and Jiayin physical forms had vanished without a trace, as though they had never manifested at all. Oomph! From within the spatial rift came a derisive snort, and the crack sealed shut with alarming speed, vanishing from the netherworld entirely. Old ancestor Mingi, his face alight with smug triumph, gathered his numerous blood god clones and made his way cheerfully toward the Blood Sea. Witnessing these powerhouses, and even saints, forced into retreat, he found himself glad that his earlier crying and tantrums demanding admission to Hongmeng Palace had proven so wise. The Wu clan has backed down. Is this truly the overlord who once dominated the prehistoric world and suppressed all clans? Look closely, it's not just the Wu clan. The Yao tribe, the Immortal Court, even Xinyuanzi seem to have surrendered as well. It's not only them. All those who charged into the netherworld have withdrawn. Where have the saint incarnations gone? Weren't they intent on subduing old ancestor Mingi just moments ago? Outside the netherworld, the myriad races of the prehistoric realm erupted in successive waves of astonishment as they observed the unfolding events. They had expected at least some resistance from the Wu Yao and Immortal Court factions, but their swift capitulation, without so much as a saint dare to intervene, left them profoundly disillusioned. Could such a spectacular spectacle conclude so abruptly? At that very moment, the cultivators of all races felt a sudden tremor in their spirits and looked upward toward the supreme Hongmeng rankings. The supreme Hongmeng rankings have updated once more. They've reached second place on the Daluo Jingxian cultivation and combat power rankings. Which clan could claim this second place? It must be mine. Stop dreaming. That Baizhe only ranks third. It certainly won't be any of us. Can't a man entertain himself with fantasies? As murmurs rippled through the crowd, golden characters materialized once more upon the supreme Hongmeng rankings. Second place on the Daluo Jingxian cultivation and combat power rankings, Haoyan, a youth attendant of the Purple Void Palace Peak, Daluo Jingxian. Rank rewards chaotic function, steel high-grade primal chaos, divine treasure. 30 strands of sealing origin. 3 strands of heavenly Dao origin. Primal chaos cultivation technique, chaotic sealing art. What? Second place belongs to that youth Haoyan from the Purple Void Palace. And they earned a high-grade primal chaos divine treasure, along with a primal chaos cultivation technique. Not only sealing origin, but also heavenly Dao origin. The real question is, Haoyan doesn't seem particularly formidable in combat, does he? Exactly. I've never seen that brat lift a finger in battle. I refuse to accept this. How can a mere youth attendant secure second place? Who would have imagined that the boy who opens the gates of the Purple Void Palace for the 3,000 worldly travelers could ascend to second place on the Daluo Jingxian cultivation and combat power rankings? Beyond the Juyo netherworld, high above the sky, the faces of the 2 demon emperors and the many demon gods turned extremely grim. Their demon race had cultivated painstakingly for 1,000 years, only to find that Baizhe, their mightiest demon god, and a Daluo golden immortal, could not even match an attendant boy of the Zixiao Palace. How could they possibly accept this in their hearts? However, Haoyan was after all an attendant by the side of the Dao ancestor Hongjun, and no matter how resentful they were, they had no way to change it. If the Hongmeng Palace had not appeared, the Zixiao Palace would be the most revered sanctum for all the mighty beings of the primordial world. Damned Patriarch Mingi, damned Wu clan, damned Dong Wanggong of the Immortal Court. Our demon race will never be done with you. Since he could not vent his anger at the Zixiao Palace attendant boy Tai, could only direct his fury toward Patriarch Mingi, the Wu clan, and the Immortal Court. Do not be angry, my second brother. Patriarch Mingi cannot be moved for the time being, and dealing with the Wu clan requires careful planning. But there is absolutely no need to wait when dealing with the Immortal Court. We should first destroy the Immortal Court, and take its place, though afterward we can suppress the Wu clan and look down upon the primordial world. By then, even Patriarch Mingi will not dare to contend with us brothers. Dijuan quickly stepped forward to offer a word of counsel. The matter of Dong Wanggong's oppression of the demon race had not yet been fully settled. Besides, this was a perfect opportunity to topple the Immortal Court or replace it, and awe the myriad races of the primordial world. What the elder brother says is right. As soon as we return to the Yaoshan Palace, we should immediately muster our army and destroy that detestable Dong Wanggong. As his voice fell, Tai and the others headed straight for the Yaoshan Palace. At this time, the faces of the 12 ancestral witches were also unpleasant, faintly radiating an astonishing killing intent. This was not only because of Hao Yan's ranking, but also because of what had occurred in the Jiuyo Netherworld earlier. They had always harbored enmity with the Azura clan, suppressing them and keeping them from ever setting foot out of the Jiuyo Netherworld. Now that Mingi had unexpectedly become a member of the Hongmeng Palace, even if merely an extra menial, he had mighty experts to come to his rescue. As such, it would no longer be so easy for them to suppress the Azura clan in the future. At this very moment within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun's gaze rested upon Hao Yan, who stood guarding the palace gates. During that 1,000 years, he had not simply done nothing. He had specially taught some cultivation arts and divine abilities to Hao Yan and Yao Qi. Otherwise, Hao Yan would truly have found it difficult to rank before the many mighty beings of the primordial world. At this time, Hao Yan naturally sensed Hongjun's attention, so he hurried forward, bowed to Hongjun, and gave a loud voice of gratitude. In the primordial world, the gazes of the mighty beings from all tribes once again fell on the supreme Hongmeng, ranking high in the sky. It is not unreasonable for the second place to be the attendant boy beside the Dao ancestor. Then who do you think the first place is, eh? Could it still be someone beside the Dao ancestor? Impossible. The Dao ancestor does not have many attendants, and Hao Yan is already the one with the highest cultivation among them. Exactly. Back when I was listening to the Dao at the Zixiao Palace, I investigated and noticed that Hao Yan indeed had the highest cultivation among the attendants. This means, could the first place be someone from the Hongmeng Palace? Impossible. Why impossible? Isn't the weakest member of the Hongmeng Palace just Patriarch Mingi? That is a peak quasi-saint. He might even enter the top 10 of the quasi-saint combat power ranking. Nonsense. Have you all forgotten that Kong Xian is still there? Waves of heated debate rose across the primordial world. Now that the Deluo Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking had updated to second place, while the top spot had yet to appear, they were all curious to know who exactly would be the name at the very top. At that moment, some guessed it was still an attendant of the Zixiao Palace, but they were quickly refuted. Others guessed it was someone from the Hongmeng Palace, but there were also countless voices of objection. Quick look. Golden light is emerging from the supreme Hongmeng ranking. It's about to update. The top name is going to be revealed. All the mighty beings from every race, the great powers of all factions, and the many saints turned their eyes toward the supreme Hongmeng ranking at that instant. In particular, the Wu clan, the demon race, and the Immortal Court all hoped that the first place would be one of their subordinates. If so, their faction would surely see a great increase in fortune and awe the myriad races. In the future, even if the number one could not attain the Dao, he would still add a top-tier quasi-saint to the strength of their faction. Deluo Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking first place, Xingtian, Great Witch of the Wu Clan, Peak, Deluo Golden Immortal. Ranking reward top grade, Primordial Supreme Treasure, the Heaven Opening Divine Axe. A vat of Panga's essence blood. 100 strands of the Source of Power. The 3 styles of Heaven Opening. My. Quick look. It is someone from the Wu Clan. Could it be the Great Witch Xingtian? That shouldn't be right. Is his strength really greater than mine? Have you forgotten? That fellow previously obtained a top-level cultivation art, right? It was even on the first volume of the Supreme Hongmeng ranking. Look at the rewards. These rewards. Upon seeing Xingtian's name, the mighty beings of all races were utterly shocked and burst into loud shouts. But the moment they saw the rewards below, each and every one of them was stunned. Heaven Opening Divine Axe. A top-grade Primordial Supreme Treasure. Could it be the divine treasure that Panga used to open the heavens, eh? And the 3 styles of Heaven Opening. It must also have something to do with Divine Pangu. This Pangu's essence blood. A whole vat. Just how much essence blood does Divine Pangu have to reward it again and again? It took a full 10 odd breaths before any mighty being snapped back to their senses and let out cries of astonishment. No divine Panga's treasure is the Pangu axe. That is a chaos-grade supreme treasure. This treasure, though also bearing the words heaven opening, absolutely cannot be mentioned in the same breath as a chaos treasure. Who says it cannot? A top-grade primordial supreme treasure is probably comparable to a chaos spiritual treasure. After the shock had subsided, someone finally raised a query. In their opinion, the heaven-opening divine axe was still far from comparable to the Pangu axe, yet some mighty beings believed the word top-grade was enough for it to rival a chaos spiritual treasure. They still insisted that this treasure was entangled with Pangu. Within the Wu clan, the 12 ancestral witches and the various great witches had just returned to their ancestral land. When they suddenly saw the number 1 on the supreme Hongmeng ranking, faint smiles crept onto their faces. Excellent. In this the Luo Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking, top 10 4 great witches of our clan are on the list, and Xingtian has even won first place. This deserves a proper celebration. Don't be hasty. What comes next is probably the arena challenge. As long as we hold through the arena challenge, our Wu clan should celebrate for 100 days. The ancestral witches all burst into laughter. This time the prestige of their Wu clan would surely astonish the myriad races of the primordial world. Of course, no one was more excited than Xingtian. Ever since he obtained the War Heaven art, he had trained day and night, and could be said to have made a spectacular rise. Even Xiao, who had once surpassed him by a margin, was now ranked behind him. Within the chaos inside the Zixiao Palace, a top-grade treasure has appeared after all. It seems Hao Yin was after all a notch weaker. Hongjun's expression hardened slightly, and he gave a faint shake of his head. However, in a moment, he closed his eyes, as if settling the surging waves in his heart. Kunlun Mountains. The 3 pure ones once again sat cross-legged together in the Sanxing Hall, their expressions growing extremely grave. In this primordial world, it was no longer just the 3 brothers who controlled supreme treasures, not to mention the terrifying treasures held by the attendants, page boys, guards, and Taichu Daojun within the Hongmeng Palace. This golden immortal cultivation power list alone has already awarded several primordial supreme treasures. Elder brother, should we brothers find an opportunity to intimidate those 2 clans, the Wu and Demon? Exactly, elder brother. The Wu clan previously sought to seize our claim to Panga's orthodox lineage. Now that they have received so many rewards, I fear they will stir up trouble. At this moment, Yuanshi and Tong Tian held surprisingly unanimous opinions. However, Laozi gently shook his head. We sages must not act rashly. What should we do then? We cannot simply allow the Wu clan to run rampant everywhere, can we? No hurry. When the final ranking list is updated, the might of US brothers will be enough to awe all races and all orthodox traditions in the primordial world. No matter how many rewards the Wu clan obtains, they will not dare to provoke us. Above Shumi Mountain, Jie Yin's face darkened and a startling light flickered in his eyes as he gazed toward the Wu and Demon clans. So far, his Western sect had yet to obtain any treasure that truly stirred his heart. If things went on like this, they would gradually be unable to stand on par with the Wu and Demon clans. Moreover, these were merely the rewards of the Golden Immortal Cultivation Power list. The rewards of the Quasi-Sage Power list would likely be even more terrifying. But none of his Western sect disciples could rank among them. He could only hope that when the power list above the Sage level was updated, he and Juni would obtain some astonishing rewards. Inside the Honghuang Palace, Nuwa's brow slightly furrowed as she cast a glance toward the Wu clan. As the sage of the Demon clan and the sect leader of the Heavenly Demon sect, she ultimately hoped that the Demon clan could suppress the Wu clan. In this way, she as a sage could also share the glory. Fortunately, her attendant Sai had also made it onto this ranking list. That was not in vain. Before she departed for the Zixiao Palace, she had entrusted her elder brother with the task of teaching the girl wholeheartedly. Within the Demon clan's Yaoshan Palace, the 2 demon emperors were seated high within the palace, their expressions slightly quivering, the atmosphere utterly different from that of the Wu clan. A great shaman of the Wu clan actually occupies the top of the list. Could that Xingtian really be a match for our clan's demon god? Tai was the first to sneer, yet he dared not let his voice travel beyond the Yaoshan Palace, fearing that the supreme Hongmeng ranking would sense it and inflict punishment. Second brother, do not be angry. It is merely the Golden Immortal Cultivation Power list. Next, there will still be the arena challenges. Our demon god will personally deal with Xingtian. As for now, what we brothers should plan for is that fellow on Penglai Island in the Eastern Sea. Dijuan persuaded Tai, a startling light faintly flickering in his eyes, as if some scheme were brewing. His Majesty has decreed that the Demon clan's army shall assemble immediately. His Majesty has decreed that all demon gods, demon kings, demon marshals, and demon generals of the Demon clan shall proceed to the Yaoshan Palace to gather. Before long, one decree after another was issued from the Yaoshan Palace, and instantly spread throughout the entire Demon clan. Numerous mighty figures within the clan began summoning warriors from all tribes and swiftly converged toward the Yaoshan Palace. Could the Demon clan be about to start some great war? Weren't these fellows extorted by Patriarch Mingi not long ago? Could they be seeking revenge? I think the Demon Clan is definitely going to declare war on the Wu clan. Impossible. If they were going to fight, they would not stop so easily. Remember, the arena challenges for the Golden Immortal Cultivation Power list have not yet begun. At this moment, the mighty figures of all races in the primordial world sensed the Demon Clan's unusual movements and revealed expressions of shock one after another. The Demon Clan was a hegemon race of the primordial world with warriors numbering in the hundreds of millions. A convergence on such a massive scale had perhaps only been seen when Dijun and Taiyi unified the Demon Clan in the past. At this moment, the many sages all wore slightly tense expressions and turned to look at the Demon Clan. The top 10 of the Golden Immortal Cultivation Power list has been fully updated. Rewards will be distributed 1 year later. Next, the arena challenges will begin. Any Golden Immortal Realm being who refuses to accept the ranking may go to the arena and issue a challenge. During the challenge, the use of treasures is forbidden. The victor shall obtain the corresponding rank of the arena. At that moment, the voice of the Supreme Hongmeng ranking slowly resounded, and the gazes of many peaked Golden Immortal experts all sharpened. The rewards were far too tantalizing. Even though they knew the top 10 on the power list were extremely formidable, they were still eager to try their luck. As a result, they no longer paid as much attention to the unusual movements of the Demon Clan. The 10 arenas beneath the Supreme Hongmeng ranking trembled slightly, each emitting a dazzling beam of light that shot rapidly toward various parts of the primordial world. Soon the top 10 figures on the Golden Immortal Cultivation Power list were all enveloped by the astonishing light and swiftly transported to their respective arenas. Arena No. 10th on the Golden Immortal Cultivation Power list, Kwafu has arrived and is ready to accept challenges. Arena No. 9th on the Golden Immortal Cultivation Power list, Sai has arrived and is ready to accept challenges. Arena No. 8th on the Golden Immortal Cultivation Power list, Hui has arrived and is ready to accept challenges. Arena No. 2nd on the Golden Immortal Cultivation Power list, Hao Yin has arrived and is ready to accept challenges. Arena No. 1st on the Golden Immortal Cultivation Power list, Xingtian has arrived and is ready to accept challenges. It has begun. Let us go at once. I will defeat those fellows at the earliest opportunity. Moved. The mighty figures of all races moved swiftly, racing toward the challenge arenas. The 12 ancestral witches led numerous mighty experts of the Wu clan as they arrived first. Patriarch Mingi also hurried over with the strong masters of the Azura race. Soon figures one after another appeared in the air, not far from the 10 arenas. This time, in order to bolster his brother's prestige, Dong Wenggong once again urged the colossal immortal court into motion, leading all the immortals of the court as they rushed over at great speed. Once this matter is over, we should properly congratulate the Dongyue Great Emperor, right? Because of the affairs of the Wu and Demon clans, we truly overlooked the Dongyue Great Emperor's ranking. We should make it up to him one by one. The many immortals standing behind Dong Wenggong chatted and laughed, as if at last they cared about the Dongyue Great Emperor's ranking. Dong Wenggong likewise released wisps of divine power, trying to accelerate the immortal court so they could reach the challenge arenas as quickly as possible and cheer for his brother. At the same time, he had also selected a number of challengers, ordering them to challenge the arena holders among the Demon and Wu clans. However, just as they were about to leave the Eastern Sea region and ascend into the air toward those colossal challenge arenas, Dong Wenggong's expression suddenly changed. What insignificant whelp dares to spy secretly on this immortal emperor's whereabouts? Get out here at once. Dong Wenggong immediately roared in fury and glared at the clouds above. Dong Wenggong, you have repeatedly oppressed our demon clan. We brothers will settle the old karma with you properly. Kill. At this moment, the figures of Dijun and Taiyi appeared first. One wielded the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, Hichu Luoshu, while the other held the primordial supreme treasure Chaos Bell, and they lunged straight at Dong Wenggong to slaughter him. How dare you? Dijun and Taiyi, do you truly dare to strike against the immortal emperor? Have you forgotten that the immortal emperor was personally appointed by the Tao ancestor as the sovereign of all male immortals? Above the colossal immortal court, a chorus of furious shouts erupted from the assembled immortals. Within their hearts, they could sense the boundless killing intent radiating from Dijun and Taiyi. Unmistakably, these two had come to slaughter them all. The Tao ancestor is unaware of how unjustly the Eastern Prince Gong conducts himself. He is utterly unfit to govern the myriad immortals of the primordial wilderness. Today we brothers shall petition heaven's Tao itself to strip away the Eastern Prince's divine seed and annihilate him utterly. Dijun and Taiyi had of course found their justification, insisting that they were carrying out heaven's will. That way, even if the Tao ancestor did take offense, the punishment they would face would not be too severe. Do you truly believe that the two of you can suppress this emperor? Dragonhead staff appear. The Eastern Prince flew into a rage. With a sweep of his hand, he summoned the dragon head staff, which transformed into a streak of flowing light, and shot forth to meet Dijun and Tai. 2. No. This time the entire Yao clan shall follow heavens while slaughtering you, the wicked immortal emperor, and restoring a bright and just world to the primordial wilderness. Tai let out a cold sneer as the might of the chaos bell surged explosively, and he surged forward to smash the Eastern Prince with it. The moment his words fell, countless Yao figures materialized from the clouds above, dense and innumerable, blotting out the entire sky. Even the form of Hongmeng was concealed amongst the horde of Yao warriors, its presence stealthily locking onto the Eastern Prince's aura. Slay the wicked immortal emperor, and let the might of our clan resound through the ages. Kill. With one roar after another, hundreds of millions of Yao warriors charged downward in a frenzy, gathering their supreme attacks and bombarding the immortal court and the Eastern Prince. Damn it. Diju and Tai, your Yao clan shall be utterly annihilated. Shaken, the Eastern Prince hurled the dragon head staff forward to intercept the chaos bell, then rapidly retreated and slipped back into the immortal court. Immediately afterward, the power of the defensive formation over the entire immortal court soared. Boom. A succession of thunderous roars shook heaven and earth. The dragon head staff was the first to be overwhelmed and suppressed by the chaos bell. Then the attacks of hundreds of millions of Yao warriors all crashed against the immortal court's defensive barrier. The entire court shook violently, its immortals struggling to keep their footing. The court's defensive formation was formidable indeed. However, the Yao forces were simply too numerous, and with Hongmeng and countless Yao gods converging within their ranks, cracks began to appear across the barrier in little more than 10 breaths' time. Crack. Splintering sounds rang out ceaselessly. After holding on for a few more breaths, the defensive barrier surrounding the immortal court shattered with a colossal crash. Countless immortals were sent flying backward. Even the Eastern Prince's form trembled, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. What? Dijun and Tai actually brought their entire clan to attack the immortal court. How terrifying. Do they not fear the Dao ancestors' punishment? They're truly fighting now. Look, the Eastern Prince has begun to fight for his life. Quick look. The immortal court's defensive barrier has been breached. It's over. The court has too few people. They're no match for the Yao clan. The myriad race powerhouses who had been watching the challenge matches beneath the supreme primordial ranking all turned their gazes toward the shores of the Eastern Sea. They had already noticed the Yao army gathering earlier, but none had expected Dijun and Tai to truly dare launch an assault against the being personally appointed by the Dao ancestor as the sovereign of male immortals. Judging by the current momentum, if neither the saints nor the Dao ancestor intervened, the Eastern Prince and the immortals of the court would likely be annihilated. Damn it. Diju and Tai, your entire Yao clan deserves extinction. At the 7th arena, the great emperor of the Eastern Peak displayed a crazed killing intent. At that moment, he desperately longed to charge off the platform and aid his elder brother in battle. But just then the Eastern Prince's voice echoed in his ears. I shall fight the Yao clan to the death, making the might of the immortal court shake all races of the primordial wilderness. Yet this battle is far too perilous. You must remain on the arena, hold your position, and claim your reward. Upon hearing these words, the great emperor of the Eastern Peak trembled slightly. Several times he tried to step forward, yet he could not move his feet. It was not that he feared the Yao army. He simply dared not defy his elder brother's command. Dijun and Tai have struck against the immortal court first. Elder brother, should we take this opportunity to wipe out both sides at once? Indeed, elder brother. We cannot allow the Yao clan to run rampant. At this, the many primordial ancestral witches all turned to look at Dijiang. But Dijiang did not respond immediately. Instead, he subconsciously glanced toward Hodu. Now that Hodu had returned with greatly increased power, he could sense that his little sister's strength was no weaker than his own. The Wu clan had always revered the strong, so he naturally wished to know Hodu's thoughts. Elder brother, all my elder brothers. This time the Yao clan has launched a full-scale assault on the Eastern Prince of the Immortal Court. They must have made thorough preparations. We should quickly assemble our armies to prevent the Yao clan from coming after us after they have slain the Eastern Prince. As for the Eastern Prince, let the Yao clan slaughter him. In the end, they will have to pay the price for this karmic debt. After pondering for a few breaths, Hutu spoke calmly, laying out her thoughts. There was indeed no need for them to intervene now. Why not simply watch the show from the sidelines? Of course, they had to be wary of the Yao clan's schemes lest they themselves fall into a trap. Little sister's words are most wise. Once our Wu army is assembled, if the Yao clan dares to provoke us, we shall simply slaughter them all. Dijiang nodded slightly, swept his gaze across the ancestral witches, and issued orders according to Hutu's advice. Hearing this, the ancestral witches nodded one after another, sending decree after decree into the Wu clan. In an instant, countless Wu warriors began to gather at breakneck speed. Within a short time, tens of millions of troops had assembled and were converging toward the 12 ancestral witches. At Mount Kunlun, within the Hall of the Three Pure Ones, The expressions of Yuanshi and Tongtian were grim. Elder brother, are we truly going to let the Yao clan slay the sovereign of male immortals appointed by our master? If so, should master ever hold us accountable, would we not be subject to punishment? As they spoke, the two rose to their feet, preparing to soar toward the shores of the Eastern Sea. But at this moment Laozi gently waved his hand, stopping them both. Second brother. Third brother. The Eastern Prince was indeed the one at fault first. Now that he is besieged by the Yao clan, and our master has not even issued a single decree, perhaps he has already tacitly approved of all this. If we were to intervene, not only would we fail to protect master's dignity, but we might also disrupt some of his plans. Laozi speculated that their master must surely have sensed the Yao clan's attack on the immortal court, yet had still issued no decree. Perhaps he already intended to replace the Eastern Prince. Therefore he had no desire to meddle in this affair. Just as Laozi had guessed, deep within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun naturally sensed this scene. He did not, however, have the slightest intention of speaking out. He only glanced at it once, and then dismissed it, as if everything was already a part of his calculations. At this moment in the sky, millions of li beyond the shores of the Eastern Sea, a figure advanced slowly, heading straight for the place where the demon race and the immortal court were locked in battle. Daoist Jane, are you attempting to interfere in the battle at the Eastern Sea's shore? Just then Nua's figure gradually materialized, blocking that person's path. Daoist Nua, it would be inappropriate for you to engage in this battle. I must go and rescue the people of the immortal court and bring them back to the Western teachings. Jane showed a faint smile, seemingly unconcerned by Nua's questioning. If he could gather every member of the immortal court into the Western teachings fortune would certainly rise greatly. Daoist Jane, it would be best if you did not meddle in matters that are not your concern. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking action. Nua abruptly stepped forward, radiating an astonishing aura from her entire being. This made Jane's expression turn solemn. Daoist Nua, do you not fear punishment from the teacher and the heavenly Tao? Daoist Jane, you jest. Affairs below the sages should be resolved by themselves. The teacher has yet to issue a decree, so he must have tacitly allowed this matter. Why not stay here and discourse on the Tao with me? Nua did not actually want the demon race and the immortal court to fight to the death. However, now that things had already developed to such a point, if the immortal court were not wiped out, it would certainly be of no benefit to the demon race. She had also already probed the situation. The three pure ones had shown no signs of movement. Therefore, as long as she stopped Jane, no sage-level combat strength would intervene in this affair. At the Eastern Seas, shore Dongwengong radiated boundless scorching might, blocking countless attacks. All the many immortals had by now gathered together, vainly attempting to rely on the treasures in their hands to hold back the demon race's army. Unfortunately, aside from Dui Perfected, who managed to hold on with the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the treasures of the other immortals could barely withstand the onslaught. Dui Perfected, however, had only broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm. His cultivation was far too low. It was already fortunate enough that he could preserve his own life. Immortal Emperor, save me. The many immortals all cried out, hoping that Dongwengong would make a move to shield them for a moment. But at this moment, Dongwengong himself had already been surrounded by three top-tier great powers, Dijuan Tai and Kunping, and he had become precarious himself, so he naturally could not go to aid the immortals. Hello. Soon, one by one, the bodies of immortals burst apart under the bombardment of the hundreds of millions strong demon army. Before death, they could only unleash wave after wave of unwilling roars. Dongwengong, you cannot withstand our attacks. It would be better to end your own life quickly. Perhaps this emperor might still grant you an intact corpse. Seeing this, Dijuan could not help but laugh coldly, and the attacks he sent at Dongwengong became even more dreadful. Meanwhile, Tai and Kunping had also unleashed their ultimate might, forcing Dongwengong back again and again until he could barely remain standing. Chaos Bell annihilate. River chart and Luo writing suppress. A moment later, Tai, Dijuan, and Kunping combined their strength and launched a supreme strike. The terrifying Chaos Bell struck savagely against Dongwengong's body, gravely wounding him and causing him to spew several mouthfuls of essence blood. The attacks of Dijuan and Kunping followed immediately, leaving Dongwengong completely unable to steady himself. One dreadful wound after another split open across his body. Damn it. Even if this immortal emperor dies, I will definitely drag all of you down with me. In that moment, Dongwengong's power was already nearly exhausted. He faintly understood that he had perhaps truly been abandoned by the Tao ancestor and was fated to fall here. So the instant his words fell, strands of terrifying destructive force emerged around him. Chaos Bell suppress everything. But by that time, Tai had already driven the Chaos Bell to hover above Dongwengong. Streams of primordial chaos chi surged out rapidly, instantly enveloping Dongwengong within. Boom. At that very instant, Dongwengong's body exploded directly, and the dreadful destructive force swept swiftly outward in all directions. The surrounding space shook violently, as if all things were about to be annihilated. The barrier that the chaos bell had condensed around him immediately developed tiny cracks barely holding. Tai, however, flickered and landed on the chaos bell. His magical power surged madly out from his body, dramatically increasing the bell's might. Dejuan likewise spurred the might of the river chart, and Luo riding, adding to the barrier condensed by the chaos bell. In the end, the two demon emperors joined forces and completely suppressed the terrifying power of Dong Wanggong's self-destruction. At that moment, Dong Wanggong's dragon-head staff suddenly let out a string of humming sounds, turned into a streak of light, and vanished into the horizon. Several figures of the immortal court took advantage of the moment, while Dejuan Tai and Kunpeng were suppressing Dong Wanggong, and using the power of the immortal court, they broke through the encirclement of the demon army, speeding toward Penglai Island. Dong Wanggong is already destroyed. Where do you think you can flee? Second brother, take 10 million troops with Kunpeng to Penglai Island. Slaughter every immortal of the immortal court. Leave none alive. As eldest brother commands. Tai and Kunpeng led an army of 10 million demon troops and sped toward the eastern sea. Dejuan, on the other hand, led an army of hundreds of millions of demon troops toward the arena beneath the supreme Hongmeng ranking. Dong Wanggong died just like that. Didn't the Tao ancestor appear even when he was dying? Could it be that the Tao ancestor had long since abandoned Dong Wanggong? Shoo! Look, the demon army is coming toward us. Should we leave this place first? Seeing Dejuan leading the demon army over the powerhouses of all races were startled. At this moment, only the 12 ancestral witches Xinyuanzi and other top-tier quasi-sages remained in place, watching the rapidly approaching demon army with solemn expressions. At that very instant, waves of terrifying, ferocious aura blotted out the sky, and earth rushing swiftly toward the 12 Wu tribes. A Wu clan army. Did the Wu clan prepare for this long ago? These two races aren't going to wage war right here, are they? When they saw the dense lines of Wu clan troops rushing toward the 12 ancestral witches, the expressions of the powerhouses of the primordial world all changed slightly. Dejuan's brow also tightened abruptly. His advance halted, and he came to a stop 10,000 li away. Above the eastern sea, an army of 10 million demon troops arrived outside Penglai Island under the leadership of Tai and Kunpeng. Army, prepare. Today we shall raze Penglai Island to the ground. Every last member of the immortal court will be slaughtered. Not one shall be spared. We obey the Eastern Emperor's decree. Kill. As Tai's voice fell, the demon army let out wave after wave of furious shouts, and had already completely surrounded Penglai Island. Tai and Kunpeng led the charge, erupting with astonishing might as they launched attacks against the defensive grand formation above Penglai Island. It seemed they intended to slaughter every last member of the immortal court on the island. On Penglai Island, the heavenly court members who had fled back all wore expressions of extreme panic. Shi Wangmu, Jutian Xuannu, and those who had originally stayed behind to guard the heavenly court were all solemn and grim-faced. Now Dong Wanggong had fallen, and numerous heavenly court powerhouses had been blasted to death. Of those who escaped back to Penglai Island, only 1 in 10 remained, and they had exhausted nearly all their magical power, barely able to fight again. Shi Wangmu knew full well that with so few people left in the heavenly court, they were no match for the demon army. At a time like this, even if they defended with all their might, they could not hold on for long. After a moment of deep thought, Shi Wangmu's body suddenly burst forth with an astonishing aura, condensing a colossal Dharma body outside the great defensive formation. Tai, Kunpeng, by slaughtering our fellow Taoist Dong Wanggong, you have already violated the decree of the Tao ancestor, and heaven and earth will never tolerate you. Now you have even surrounded Penglai Island. Are you still determined to commit murder? Though there was no hope of victory, Shi Wangmu refused to watch the last members of the heavenly court be utterly wiped out. Shi Wangmu, Dong Wanggong deserved his death, and the people of your heavenly court should be utterly annihilated as well. Of course, if you are willing to submit to this sovereign and serve as my female slave, I might just consider it. How dare you? Tai, do you truly think you can do whatever you please just because you have a single primordial supreme treasure? Even if I have to self-destruct, I will never agree to your filthy scheme. Shi Wangmu was furious, letting out a series of roars as she cut off Tai's words. At the same time, her enormous phantom quickly retracted as she intended to pour all her strength into supporting Penglai Island's defensive formation. Now you are in no position to bargain with this emperor. Even if you refuse, you will have no say in the matter. Kill. Tai gave a cold snort and violently activated the chaos bell, sending it crashing toward the defensive formation around Penglai Island. At his side, Kunpeng stirred the 10 million strong demon army and launched an attack simultaneously. Boom. In an instant, thunderous explosions resounded across heaven and earth. The defensive formation above Penglai Island trembled unceasingly, and one shocking crack after another appeared. It was clearly on the verge of collapse. Shi Wangmu's body jolted violently, and streaks of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Around her, the heavenly court members were forced back again and again by the terrifying shockwaves transmitted through the defensive formation. Master, I will help you. At that moment, Zhou Tianxuanu hurriedly activated her treasure to assist Shi Wangmu in stabilizing the formation. Shi Wangmu, however, raised a hand to stop her. Tai and Kuanpeng are extremely formidable, and their 10 million strong army is eyeing us like tigers. In a moment, the formation is bound to shatter. When that happens, I will use my own life as the lure to hold them off. You and the Heavenly Court members must take this chance to escape. After that, go into hiding. Once Dongyue has received his rewards, you can enter the Nine Nether with him and seek refuge with Patriarch Mingi. Perhaps there will still be a chance. Before Shi Wangmu's words even died away, a tremendous boom suddenly came from above. At last, the defensive formation of Penglai Island could no longer hold and collapsed with a thunderous roar. By then, Tai and Kuanpeng had already transformed into two streaks of light and were swooping down to kill Shi Wangmu. Go! Shi Wangmu immediately let out an angry shout. An astonishing destructive force surged from her body. She intended to hold back the two mighty experts and buy time for Zhou Tianxuanu and the members of the Heavenly Court. It's no use. With the chaos bell in my hand, you cannot even. Before Tai's voice had faded, his figure suddenly halted, and he instinctively looked toward the sky not far away. Not only him, Kuanpeng also showed a look of shock. He hurriedly raised his head, a trace of disbelief flickering in his eyes. At that moment, wisps of terrifying blood fiend energy appeared above Penglai Island. Two swords radiating unrivaled killing intent descended at extreme speed, one blasting toward Tai and the other toward Kuanpeng. Tai was greatly alarmed and hurriedly activated the chaos bell, shielding himself and Kuanpeng within it as he rapidly retreated. Seeing this, a spark of hope suddenly rose in Shi Wangmu's eyes. Daoist Mingi, we are willing to join the Nine Nether. Please lend us your aid and suppress these petty demon scoundrels. She had not expected that Patriarch Mingi would suddenly come to their rescue. Regardless, she had originally intended for Zhou Tianxuanu and the others to defect to Mingi. Of course, what she valued was not Patriarch Mingi's power, but the Hongmeng palace behind him. After all, Zhou Tianxuanu had once observed the birth and destruction of primordial chaos within Hongmeng Palace, and it was highly likely that she could obtain the protection of the people of Hongmeng Palace. Moreover, at present, the only one from Hongmeng Palace they could reach was this unofficial handyman Mingi. Patriarch Mingi, do you intend to meddle in the feud between our demon race and the Heavenly Court? At this moment, Tai and Kuanpeng's expressions both turned grim. Patriarch Mingi was an unofficial handyman of Hongmeng Palace, so they were not eager to make an enemy of him. If this fellow were to intervene in their conflict, they might no longer be able to exterminate the Heavenly Court members. Tai, Kuanpeng, Daoist Shi Wangmu, and that Zhou Tianxuanu are under the protection of Hongmeng Palace. If you get out of Penglai Island right now, you may still have a way to live. Otherwise, this old ancestor will not be courteous. As soon as Mingi's voice fell, countless blood spirit clones descended from the sky, densely packed with over 100 million of them vaguely surrounding the demon army. Seeing this, not only Tai and Kuanpeng were stunned, but even the mighty experts of all races in the primordial world were greatly astonished. Is Hongmeng Palace going to meddle in the Heavenly Court's affairs? Why would they protect Shi Wangmu and Zhou Tianxuanu? Could it be that Patriarch Mingi has also taken a fancy to the beauty of Shi Wangmu and Zhou Tianxuanu? That shouldn't be. Mingi and the Heavenly Court have had some grievances before, haven't they? Shi Wangmu and Zhou Tianxuanu, this master-disciple pair, could not help but sigh in relief. The Heavenly Court members behind them also felt relieved. If the prestige of Hongmeng Palace could protect them, they might truly keep their lives this time. Patriarch Mingi, are you really going to interfere in this matter? Naturally. What do you want to test this old ancestor's current strength? In the face of Tai's interrogation, Patriarch Mingi retorted without hesitation. If you were dissatisfied, then strike. He would never be timid. After all, the decree to protect Shi Wangmu and Zhou Tianxuanu had been issued by Hongmeng Palace. Not to mention Tai and Kuanpeng. Even if a sage descended, he would not yield. Besides, if anything happened, there were always others to bear the responsibility for him. You. Fine. This emperor will remember this karma. These ants of the Heavenly Court can be considered compensation to you from our demon race. However, you had better keep a close watch over them. If they fall into my hands again, I will kill them directly. Tai pondered briefly, but ultimately did not dare to cross hands with Patriarch Mingi. After making those threats to Mingi, he immediately led the demon army and retreated into the distance. If he did not leave now, he would probably only invite a repeat of what had happened in the Nine Nether. Witnessing the spectacle above Penglai Island, the powerful experts of all races in Honghuang all wore expressions of faint disdain. Is this it? TCH. I thought the demon tribe's grand mobilization would sweep across Honghuang, yet they were driven back by mere words from Ancestor Mingi. Dull, utterly dull. Haven't you noticed Emperor Dijun still commands an army of billions of demons eyeing us with predatory intent? Should they set their sights on us, we shall be in grave trouble. Even as they mocked, the powerful experts of all races harbored deep wariness toward the demon tribe. After all, the demon tribe's billion-strong army was no mere decoration. They possessed no standing to summon Ancestor Mingi for rescue. Should the demon tribe target them, they would surely perish. The challenge may begin. Each contest shall not exceed 3 days, and this trial shall span 1 full year. At this moment, an ethereal voice echoed from the supreme primordial ranking. This drew the attention of Honghuang's powerhouse factions back to the 10 platforms ahead. The Luo Golden Immortal level experts surged forward, racing onto the platforms to seek their opponents. Among them, the platforms of Dongyue Great Emperor Haoyan and Cai attracted the most challengers, especially around Dongyue's platform, which was nearly encircled by the Luo Golden Immortals at their peak. Many challengers believed that the fall of Dongwangong would inevitably affect Dongyue Great Emperor, and seizing the opportunity might yield victory. Meanwhile, Haoyan, as the Dao Ancestors' attendant, and Cai, as Nua's handmaiden, were viewed as easy targets by many challengers. Of course, other platforms also attracted fighters, and the higher the ranking, the stronger the opponents. Even fully aware that those on these platforms possessed formidable strength, they were willing to risk everything for the astonishing rewards. My, look at Platform 3. Isn't that where the demon god base stands? Why would another demon god challenge him? That demon god appears to be Jimeng. Suddenly the gaze of countless Honghuang powerhouses converged upon Platform 3. They discovered that the one challenging base was Jimeng, another demon god of the demon tribe. Could these two harbor enmity? As two paramount demon gods of the same tribe, they must surely know each other's relative strength. On Platform 3, after a few exchanges between Baze and Jimeng, Baze was struck and sent flying backward, remaining motionless for a long time. This? So fast. How could Jimeng defeat Baze so swiftly? Could Jimeng be a hidden powerhouse of the demon tribe? That cannot be. Even if he concealed himself, he could not hide from the supreme primordial rankings assessment, could he? All the powerful experts of the myriad races displayed expressions of astonishment. They simply could not comprehend how Jimeng, who did not even rank on the leaderboard, could defeat Baze, the third-place contender, so swiftly. My, is the demon tribe hatching some scheme? At this moment, the 12 ancestral Wu and numerous top-tier powerhouses all showed traces of suspicion. They vaguely felt that the matter was far more complex than it appeared. The many sages furrowed their brows. Did Baze deliberately yield third place to Jimeng? No, Jimeng could never have remained undefeated on Platform 3. It seems Di Jun and Tai Yi's machinations run even deeper than we imagined. After deduction, they had already grasped the demon tribe's scheme. Yet how could they not fear exposure by employing such tactics beneath the supreme primordial ranking? At that moment on Platform 3, Baze voluntarily descended in acknowledged defeat to Jimeng. However, his movements showed no hesitation whatsoever. He sped directly toward Platform 7. At this juncture, a demon standing before Platform 7 stepped aside to yield his position to Baze. No way. Did Baze deliberately lose to Jimeng just now? The demon tribe slaughtered Dongwangong and still isn't satisfied. They look to eliminate Dongyue Great Emperor as well. There is another possibility: their target extends beyond merely Dongyue Great Emperor. Not possible. Why not? By all accounts, Baze's strength should overwhelm every expert ranked below third place, should it not? All the powerful experts of the myriad races stood frozen in astonishment. They had never anticipated such cunning from the demon tribe. This was blatant rigging. How could they not fear retribution from the supreme primordial ranking for orchestrating such a fixed match? What calculating minds the demon tribe possesses. But if they dare harm the Wu clan, we shall command Xingtian to strike down Baze personally. Numerous ancestral Wus chimed in, their voices surging and echoing across Honghuang. They were warning the demon tribe any attempt to meddle with the Wu clan would seal Baze's fate. Of course, they also wished to see whether the supreme primordial ranking would respond. If it did not, even if Baze refrained from provoking the Wu clan, they would make the demon tribe feel the might of the Wu clan's great witches. Next challenger stepped forward. Baze. Damn it, weren't you on Platform 3? At this moment, Dongyue Great Emperor had barely concluded his first battle, his spirit not yet fully stabilized, when he spotted Baze soaring through the air. His expression shifted instantly. Dongyue blamed your brother's arrogance for daring to suppress our demon tribe. Today this demon god comes by imperial decree to slay you. Before Baze finished speaking, he had already stepped onto the challenge platform. Just as everyone assumed Dongyue Great Emperor would fall, an astonishing radiance erupted from Platform 7 and struck Baze directly. Bang! In an instant, Baze's body twisted violently as he was blasted backward off the platform, transforming into a streak of light, hurtling eastward at desperate speed. Trails of blood scattered through the air, indicating grievous wounds. My, what happened? Dongyue defeated Baze without even striking. No, it was not Dongyue. It was the power emanating from the platform. Baze's scheming has earned him punishment. Exactly, it must be the supreme primordial ranking discovering the demon tribe's deception and meting out punishment. The powerful experts of all races paused, then broke into smug satisfaction. Demon God Baze colluded with Demon God Jimeng to sabotage the platform challenges. He shall be punished. During this trial period, Platform 3 shall be sealed and all rewards for bays ranked 3rd on the Deluo cultivation power ranking are hereby revoked. As soon as the voice fell, Jimming on Platform 3 was forcibly ejected by an overwhelming force, his face etched with shock and bewilderment. Revoked? Such a severe punishment. Why does hearing of this penalty bring me such joy? Indeed, the demon tribe has suffered a complete loss this time. They failed to slay Dongyue and have lost their 3rd place rewards. Absolutely. Bays is in an awful predicament, Powerhouses of countless races burst into laughter. Even those who feared the might of the demon clan could no longer hold it in. At the same time, it made them understand that scheming before the Supreme Primordial ranking was not a wise move. Supreme Primordial ranking, I know I was wrong. I beg you to remove the punishment and spare me this once. My reward. At this moment, Baizé, who had been blasted hundreds of thousands of li away, barely managed to steady himself. Hearing the voice of the Supreme Primordial ranking, his face instantly turned ghastly pale, and he could not help spitting out several mouthfuls of vital blood. He was, after all, the 3rd-ranked powerhouse on the Daluo Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking. His reward included an innate supreme treasure, divine abilities, the source of the great Tao, and even a demon god's bone constitution. These were all supposed to be his treasures. How could they be cancelled just like that? He had not intended to abandon Arena No. 3 forever. He merely let that Jimeng occupy it temporarily and planned to return after killing Emperor Donghua. Why then did punishment fall directly upon him? Unfortunately, no matter how he confessed his errors, or even wailed and screamed, the Supreme Primordial ranking gave no response whatsoever, filling his heart with resentment and fury. Why? What was wrong with our scheme? Why revoke the reward for the demon clan's demon god? Supreme Primordial ranking, what crime has our demon clan committed? There is no such rule on the arena. At this moment, Tai, who had just reunited with Di Jun, roared again and again. This scheme had been devised by him and Di Jun together in order to slay Emperor Donghua and intimidate all the rankers after Baizé. They had not expected that Baizé would be blasted out of the arena before he could even make his move, and the Supreme Primordial ranking directly cancelled his reward. This was unreasonable. If Baizé had truly been defeated by some mighty expert, and then still wanted to continue obtaining a reward, could he not challenge those ranked behind him? This makes no sense. Damn it. Only one demon god of our demon clan had made it onto the ranking, and now the reward is cancelled. Where is our demon clan's face supposed to go? Di Jun also let out repeated roars, and his aura surged wildly around him. Baizé was the only demon god among the demon clan to ascend the Daluo Golden Immortal Combat Power ranking. If the reward was gone, would the demon clan not end up with no benefit at all? Where was the demon clan supposed to put its face? Unfortunately, even commanding a countless army, they still did not dare to attack the Supreme Primordial ranking at this moment. They were not even sages. If the Supreme Primordial ranking displayed its might, their demon clan's countless army would likely be directly suppressed. But the Supreme Primordial ranking still did not respond. This made Di Jun and Tai faintly feel that it was targeting the demon clan. Who could they even turn to for justice now? I was merely defeated by that Jimeng, and then I wanted to find a suitable ranking before eventually fighting my way back onto Arena No. 3. I am not wrong. Why does it punish me? At this moment, Baizé's body began to tremble violently as his aura surged wildly, and he unleashed roar after roar. Immediately afterward, he walked step by step toward the Supreme Primordial ranking. He is insane. That Baizé has gone insane. He should consider himself fortunate to have survived, yet he dares to provoke the Supreme Primordial ranking. That is simply seeking his own death. There is no helping it. Who told them to harbor devious intentions? The powerhouses of the myriad races in the primordial wilderness shook their heads at this sight. Baizé's strength was merely at the peak of the Daluo Golden Immortal realm. Even if he could fight a quasi-saint, what qualification did he have to provoke the Supreme Primordial ranking? Even peak quasi-saints and sages did not dare to act this way. Even the Tao ancestor had been punished. And Emperor Dongyue on Arena No. 7 finally revealed a faint smile. Keep on going, mad. It would be best if those two demon emperors attacked together to provoke it. I want to see them suppressed. Of course, Emperor Dongyue did not voice such thoughts aloud. He too feared that if he violated some ill-defined rule of the Supreme Primordial ranking, he would be punished as well. The Supreme Primordial ranking has indeed brought down punishment. This punishment is probably even crueler than killing Baizé. The demon clan tried to play tricks, so how do they like this now? They must be regretting it. Look, that Baizé is even trying to provoke the Supreme Primordial ranking. Courting death. They are simply courting death. Even if your entire demon clan army attacks, you will still be courting death. The many ancestral shamans had no such scruples. They laughed one after another, their voices shaking heaven and earth. The demon clan had given them a live demonstration, so they immediately abandoned the scheme of having Xingtian defeat the many powerhouses on the ranking. Hearing those remarks, Di Jun and Tai in the distance changed expression drastically. Baizé, return at once. Do not be incited by those shaman clan ants. Yes, return at once. As he spoke, Tai mobilized the might of the Chaos Bell, sweeping it toward Baizé. After all, this scheme had been ordered by the two demon emperors themselves, otherwise Baizé would not so easily have lost his reward. Although they could not admit the scheme was wrong, they could not simply let Baizé go to his death. If Baizé died, that would be a small matter. The demon clan's loss was the greater concern, and if it implicated them, the trouble would become even worse. I must demand an explanation. Why did that Donghua have the right to reject my challenge? What? By this time, Baizé's mind had been completely clouded by rage and unwillingness. His eyes had turned blood red. But before he could continue, a shocking surge of chaotic energy enveloped him and dragged him back beneath the Chaos Bell. Tai, did you call our clan ants? Tai, are you looking for death? Do not think that just because your demon clan has an army of countless millions, we brothers dare not make a move against you. You are the ants. You and your brothers, no, the entire demon clan, are ants. Not only are you ants, you are also fools, letting a reward that was already in your hand slip away. Ha ha, fifth brother, stop mentioning that matter. I am dying of laughter. Many ancestral shamans naturally heard Tai's words and began shouting loudly. Another ancestral shaman even brought up the earlier incident and let out mocking laughter. Once they started, the many great shamans and shaman clan warriors behind them joined in the ridicule. For a moment, the entire primordial wilderness echoed with the shaman clan's mockery. Damn it! Do you of the shaman clan truly believe you can look down on this emperor? Today we brothers will let your shaman clan know who is the true overlord of the primordial wilderness. Kill. Upon hearing those piercing words, Dijun and Tai could no longer suppress their rage. Unleashing supreme might, they charged at the ancestral shamans. Behind them, the demon clan's countless army also rushed forward, turning into a surging flood bearing down on the shaman clan. Seeing this, the powerhouses of the primordial wilderness all changed expression. No way. Are the demon clan and shaman clan really going to go to war? Look, the demon clan has already begun charging and slaughtering. And the shaman clan, the 12 ancestral shamans, seem to be forming a supreme formation as if about to summon the true body of the great god Pangu. Damn, they really are about to fight. Fellow Taoists, do not stir up strife over a trifling matter. Once your two clans go to war, the operation of the heavenly Tao will likely be affected. At this time, Xinyuanzi, not far away, looked toward both sides, as if wanting to offer some words of persuasion. However, his strength was not taken seriously by either the Wu or demon clans, and no one paid him any heed. Seeing this, the mighty figures of the myriad races in the Honghuang were unwilling to step forward and court humiliation, so they all retreated another stretch of distance. Meanwhile, the Wu and demon clan experts around the challenge arena shifted their bodies and returned to the front of their respective armies. Once this battle began, it was probably not going to end so easily. In the chaos within Zixiao Palace, Hongjun's gaze turned slightly grave as he looked in the direction of the Wu and demon clan armies in the Honghuang. He naturally knew too that Dong Wanggong had been slain by the demon clan. However, Dong Wanggong had indeed been unfit to continue managing the Honghuang. Heaven's decree being as it was, he would not interfere. But the Wu and demon clans still had other uses, and this was not the time to let them fight to the death. So he lightly waved his hand and sent forth a divine decree, which hurtled swiftly toward the Honghuang. Before long, the sages of the Honghuang sensed Hongjun's decree. On Kunlun Mountain, Laozi Yuanshi and Tong Tian's expressions turned slightly grim, and they hastily rose and flew toward the place where the Wu and demon clans confronted each other. In the west of the Honghuang, Jane and Nuwa, who had been sitting cross-legged in midair in a stalemate, also had their expressions turned slightly grim. Fellow Taoist, Nuwa, you have been far too permissive with Dijun and Tai. Now that the teacher's decree has been issued, will you not hurry along with me to stop this? Jane rose first, cast a glance at Nuwa, and then his figure flickered as he sped toward where the Wu and demon clans were. Nuwa had never imagined that Dijun and Tai, after dealing with the immortal court, would actually go to war with the Wu clan. This went beyond the promise those two had made to her at the outset. Now that Hongjun had issued a decree ordering the sages to go and halt the war, she had no choice but to make the trip. At this moment, the 12 ancestral witches and the 2 demon emperors had already clashed. The hundreds of millions of demon clan and Wu clan soldiers, 2 torrent-like armies, had already converged at one point. For a time, cries of slaughter, roars of rage, and wails of agony filled heaven and earth. Chaos bells shatter time and space, suppress heaven and earth, and destroy all races. For this emperor suppress. Hichu and Luoshu summon billions of stars, annihilate heaven and earth, and wipe out all things. Kill. Tai and Dijun each drove the treasures in their hands, blasting viciously toward the 12 ancestral witches. This made the faces of the 12 ancestral witches extremely grave. Their opponent Tai had already fully mastered the Chaos Bell, so its might was naturally extremely fearsome. And the Hichu and Luoshu stirring countless stars also made hearts tremble. Boom, boom, boom. Wave after wave of thunderous roars resounded through heaven and earth. After one clash, the 12 ancestral witches were faintly suppressed by the terrifying might of the Chaos Bell. At this moment, one huge star after another descended from the sky, smashing toward them with dense power of destruction. This made Dijian's expression change drastically. He roared, "Form the 12 Dutian divine fiend formation. Form the formation. Invoke the Father God's true form." Hearing Dijian's words, all the ancestral witches shouted loudly. In each of their hands they raised a black banner emanating supreme, baleful energy. As soon as the banners appeared, the auras of the 12 ancestral witches were instantly linked together. Astonishing baleful energy and 12 streams of terrifying might interwove rapidly, forming a vast figure a full 100,000 zhang in size. From that figure spread an incomparably fearful presence enough to rival the authority of a sage. In an instant, the power of heaven and earth in the surroundings was stirred and swiftly converged. Pengu's true form. Elder brother, strike with all your might and shatter that true form. Seeing this titanic figure take shape, Tai's face sank involuntarily, and a hint of shock rose in his heart. The chaos bell before him immediately sent out a bell chime that shook heaven and earth, releasing supreme chaotic chi and condensing countless demon god phantoms that veiled the sky, charging to slay the just-formed Pengu true form. Dijuan could also sense the might of that Pengu true form, so he urgently drove the Hichu and Luoshu, hastening the descent of the terrifying stars above. Behind the two demon emperors, Kunpeng's eyes shifted slightly. Originally, he had intended to charge forward together with Dijuan and Tai. But after seeing the Pengu true form, he could not help retreating a few steps, as if unwilling to risk his life there. This is truly the aura of the great god Pengu. This imprint from the bloodline cannot be wrong. I have sensed it with absolute clarity. That true form has probably already surpassed the peak of the quasi-sage realm, and it really can contend with the sage. If so, even if Tai has an innate supreme treasure, he may not necessarily win, right? Shoo, those two sides have already gone mad for blood. If they drag us into it, we will not be able to withstand it. The mighty experts of the myriad races in the Honghuang sensed the aura of that Pengu true form and all revealed traces of shock. They could also feel that the Wu and demon clans were about to descend into a mad frenzy of slaughter. At this moment, the countless demon clan soldiers and the tens of millions of Wu clan soldiers began to fall one after another without cease, corpse after corpse, plunging rapidly downward. The whole sky was faintly stained blood red. Roar! At that very moment, a furious bellow resounded through heaven and earth. The Pengu true form, towering 100,000 zhang, abruptly stood up and swelled once more, seeming to support heaven and earth. Its arm rose swiftly and struck furiously toward the sky. In that instant, a terrifying pressure surged in all directions like tidal waves, and its fist, wreathed in supreme, baleful energy, smashed toward the stars, filling the sky and the might of the chaos bell. Boom! The tremendous boom shook heaven and earth, causing the whole Honghuang to tremble. Violent chaotic chi and the aura of ferocious beasts collided madly, immediately generating terrible streams of air that raged across the surroundings. Wherever it passed, all things ceased to exist, rocks and boulders flew, and every blade of grass and tree was destroyed. Very soon this power spread toward the Wu and demon clan armies. Sensing this violent might, Diju and Tai and the 12 ancestral witches all shouted out, ordering the two armies to retreat rapidly. Before long, the demon clan army and the Wu clan army pulled apart and entered a stalemate. The previous exchange was only the prelude to the great battle. In the eyes of the Wu and demon clans, what truly decided victory or defeat was still the battle between the two demon emperors and the 12 ancestral witches. At this moment, the Pengu true form, condensed by the Wu clan, struck out again and again, unleashing supreme attacks that made the Chaos Bell and the Hichu and Luoshu tremble violently. It seemed to be on the verge of suppressing Dijuan and Tai. Diju and Tai, 12 ancestral witches. Both of your clans stop immediately. At this moment, the figures of Laozi, Yuanshi, Tong Tianjian, and Nuwa arrived one after another. The might of the 5 sages swept across heaven and earth, directly suppressing the aftershocks of the collision between the Pengu true form and the 2 demon emperors. The saints have arrived. As this great immortal foretold, this war between the 2 races will disrupt the workings of heaven's Tao. The saints shall surely intervene to stop it. The immortal speaks truly. Yet with the billion-strong armies of the Wu and Yao races gathered here, even a saint may find it difficult to mediate. Indeed, the Pengu true body is no weaker than any saint. And that supreme innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, possesses power enough to suppress the primordial wilderness. Zhen Yuanzi let out a cold snort, as if eager to voice his own opinion. Yet the moment his words faded, waves of doubt arose among the assembled mighty beings of the myriad races. They knew the saints were incredibly formidable, their power terrifying beyond measure. But the Wu and Yao races were no longer what they once were. Both the Wu and Yao races had in varying degrees reaped benefits from the supreme primordial ranking. In particular, the Yao race's Tai had fully mastered the Chaos Bell, making his combat prowess far greater than before. As the mighty beings of all races said at this moment, Laozi, Yuanshi, Tong Tianjin, and Nuwa all spoke out, calling for a cessation of hostilities. But Diju and Tai and the Panga true body formed by the 12 ancestral witches showed no sign of stopping. This caused the faces of Laozi and the other saints to darken slightly. Nuwa in particular suddenly realized that Jane's earlier words had not been without merit. It was clear she had not fully controlled Diju and Tai. These two were now disregarding even her words. Saints, this battle is between our Yao race and the Wu race. It is also a war for our clan to rule the primordial wilderness. We beseech you not to interfere. If we brothers suppress the Wu race this time, we shall elevate Empress Nuwa as the supreme sovereign of the Yao, commanding reverence across the entire primordial wilderness, with all races paying tribute. Dijuan's eyes shifted, subtly seeking to draw Nuwa into the fray. Unfortunately this time, even Nuwa, despite siding with the Yao race, dared not speak. So what if a saint? Nuwa, if you dare involve yourself in this struggle, we brothers will gladly take you on. From within the Panga true body came the voice of Dijiang, his words deliberately aimed at Nuwa, almost as if provoking her. This caused Nuwa's countenance to sink slightly. She seemed barely able to restrain herself from striking out. After all that mattered was stopping the war, and Hongjun's decree did not forbid teaching the Wu race a lesson. Senior sister Nuwa, do not act rashly. At that moment Tong Tian suddenly stepped forward, blocking Nuwa's path. Laozi and Yuanshi also wore grave expressions, shaking their heads slightly. Senior sister Nuwa, there is no need for haste. Allow me to first proclaim the teacher's decree. Nuwa's gaze sharpened, but in the end she withdrew her step and returned to her original position. Dijiang, we saints have come here this day bearing the teacher's decree. You are commanded to cease hostilities at once. Should you refuse, you shall face the punishment of heaven's Tao. What fellow Taoist Laozi has spoken is indeed the teacher's decree. Diju and Tai, you two must withdraw immediately lest heaven's Tao descend its punishment, at which point even I would be unable to save you. As Laozi's voice faded, Jane hastily chimed in agreement. It was almost as if he rather than anyone else were the saint of the Yao race. But at this moment the Panga true body had already gained a tentative upper hand over the two Yao emperors. The 12 ancestral witches were naturally unwilling to stop. In their view, the Yao race had slain Dong Wenggong without suffering any punishment. Thus, if the ancestral witches were to annihilate the two Yao emperors, they too would surely face no great repercussion. The Tao ancestor has issued his decree and they still refuse to stop. Impossible. Do they not fear heaven's punishment? Have the Wu and Yao races both gone mad? The mighty beings of the myriad races all wore expressions of profound shock. Although the Tao ancestor had once been suppressed by the supreme primordial ranking and cowed by the figures of the Hongmeng palace, he remained the voice of the primordial wilderness's heavenly Tao. He was also the teacher of all saints and the supreme sovereign of all races. His power was far more terrifying than that of Laozi and the other saints. If Hongjun wished to punish the Wu and Yao races, it would be a trivial matter. Dijuan, Tai, 12 ancestral witches. Do you dare defy the teacher's decree as well? If so, do not blame us for acting to suppress you all. Seeing that the Wu and Yao races continued their battle, Laozi and the others wore exceedingly grim expressions as the saintly might radiating from their bodies surged violently outward. In an instant, an oppressive pressure spread across the entire primordial wilderness, causing the mighty beings of all races to tremble in fear. The surrounding space itself began to quake, and the lands of the primordial wilderness shook unceasingly, as if mountains were crumbling, the earth splitting, and the very sky might shatter. Within the chaos in the Zishao palace, Hongjun's form abruptly rose, releasing terrifying might. Then with a flicker of his form, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the Zishao palace. It has now been 9 days since anyone set foot on the challenge platform. If no challenger still steps forward, this Daluo Golden Immortal Combat Power Ranking Challenge will come to a complete end. That's actually possible. A challenge. Who would go up there to challenge? I nearly forgot about this matter. With such enviable rewards, I should go give it a try. Don't go. You can't beat them. Haven't you seen that the mighty experts of the Wu and Yao races have all gone off to fight? It's better for us to just watch this Wu-Yao war. Who knows, we might gain some insight. But those rewards. Quiet. Can't you sense the killing intent radiating from that Wu race cultivator on the arena? Whoever goes up right now might well be marked for death by the Wu race. Exactly. Even if one obtained the reward, they would be hunted down by the Wu race. The mighty beings of the myriad races alternated their gazes between the Wu-Yao battlefield and the 10 colossal arenas. On those platforms, figures like Xing Tian and Shi Yu naturally wished for the challenge battles to end as quickly as possible so they could join the massive clash between the Wu and Yao armies. Buzz. Before long, a startling celestial might materialized above the Wu and Yao races. Then Hongjun's form gradually emerged, radiating a terrifyingly oppressive pressure. For a moment, the Panga true body and the two Yao emperors could not help but pause, each retreating several steps. We, your disciples, greet the teacher. Teacher, the Wu and Yao races have defied your decree. We were just about to intervene and suppress them both. The saints hurried forward, bowing to Hongjun. The massive armies of the Wu and Yao races below likewise lowered their heads and bowed, not daring to show the slightest disrespect at this moment. The Dao ancestor has descended in person. Is he about to pass judgment? Best if he directly annihilates the Wu and Yao races. Yes, then our race shall flourish. The mighty beings of the myriad races nearby all bowed toward Hongjun before murmuring among themselves in low voices. Even the powerful experts on the arenas turned to face Hongjun, cupping their fists in salute. Regarding the Wu and Yao races, Heaven's Dao has already rendered its judgment. Within the span of 1 yuan, the Wu and Yao shall not wage war. The Yao shall govern the heavens, and the Wu shall govern the earth, jointly upholding the workings of Heaven's Dao. Whosoever disobeys the will of heaven shall be annihilated. Hongjun's voice carried an astonishing force of heavenly Dao resounding throughout the entire primordial wilderness. In that instant, the celestial might above churned fiercely, radiating supreme authority. Wisps of violet lightning coalesced, seemingly on the verge of striking down upon the Wu and Yao races. Upon hearing this decree from Hongjun, the primordial true form of Pangu trembled slightly, and the figures of the 12 ancestral witches materialized. Neither they nor the 2 demon emperors dared to make another move, fearing that they might truly provoke Hongjun into striking against their side. If that happened, their entire clan would likely be annihilated. The demon clan obeys the decree of the Dao ancestor. The witch clan is willing to honor the Dao ancestor's decree. At this moment, facing Hongjun defiance was futile. They could only accept the decree. After all, Hongjun's power was overwhelming, and as the spokesperson of the heavenly Dao, blessed by its might, even the primal true form of Pangu and the Chaos Bell could not contend with him. Should he truly act to suppress them, both the witch clan and the demon clan would be utterly annihilated without any hope of resistance. Seeing this, Hongjun nodded slightly, the stern expression on his face gradually fading. The arena challenge for the Daluo Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat ranking has concluded. Rewards will be distributed shortly. As the voice of the supreme primordial list faded, a wave of mighty power descended upon the arena. Except for Baizhe, all the top 10 ranked powerhouses were enveloped and sent off to various parts of the primordial world. Reward distribution for the 9th place on the Daluo Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat ranking. Reward distribution for the 8th place on the Daluo Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat ranking. Reward distribution for the 8th place on the Daluo Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat ranking. Reward distribution for the 2nd place. Reward distribution for the 1st place. Is it over just like that? This demon god haven't even had the chance to challenge yet. What's going on? Wasn't it supposed to last a full year? My reward. That 2nd place reward should have been mine. I could have definitely defeated that Kwafu. Why has it ended already? Countless powerhouses of the myriad races voiced their confusion. They had just been fixated on the battle between the ancestral witches and the demon emperors, and thus had not paid attention to the announcement from the supreme primordial list. This filled them with extreme unwillingness. Without even attempting a single challenge, the arena competition was already over. Ha ha ha. Excellent. All those on the list from the witch clan have defended their rewards. From now on, our witch clan shall also possess supreme treasures to suppress our destiny. That's right. Within 1 yuan, our witch clan will surely be able to completely annihilate the demon clan. The ancestral witches burst into laughter. In this arena challenge for the Daluo Golden Immortal Cultivation Combat ranking, all the great witches of their clan who were on the list had obtained rewards. This meant that their witch clan would also possess innate supreme treasures. Given enough time, they would surely destroy the demon clan. Thus, the 1 yuan period set by Hongjun greatly satisfied them. The expressions of the demon clan, however, were far from pleasant. Baizhe's ranking reward had been revoked, and they had gained no advantage from the witch clan. The 2 demon emperors were filled with boundless rage and murderous intent. Unfortunately, with Hongjun and the sages present, they dared not continue their assault. The cultivation combat ranking has now been announced up to the Daluo Golden Immortal level. The quasi-sage cultivation combat ranking will be postponed. Postponed? What does that mean? Could it be that they'll also set a 1 yuan period? That can't be right. The powerhouses of all races in the primordial world were stunned. They had not expected that the highly anticipated quasi-sage ranking would be postponed. If the top 10 of the Daluo Golden Immortal ranking were almighty figures of the primordial world, then those on the quasi-sage combat ranking would undoubtedly be overlords of the primordial world. They were eager to know whether the demon emperors or the ancestral witches were stronger. Was there still a gap in combat power between Patriarch Mingi and Hudu? Would a being like Zhen Yuanzi be able to make it onto the combat ranking? At this thought, the faces of top-level quasi-sages, such as Dijuan, the 12 ancestral witches Kunping, and Zhen Yuanzi, also sank slightly. They too wished to know who among them was stronger or weaker and what rewards they might obtain. It was actually postponed. Could something have happened? Even the sages revealed traces of surprise and instinctively turned their gazes toward Hongjun. The moment Hongjun appeared, the supreme primordial list announced the postponement of the quasi-sage combat ranking. Could it be related to their teacher? At this instant, the supreme primordial list trembled slightly, emitting an astonishing might that caused all living beings of the myriad races to look up. Due to the schemes of Baizhe, demon god of the demon clan, the primordial conspiracy ranking will be announced ahead of schedule. The primordial conspiracy ranking will only list the top 10. Stay tuned. What? A conspiracy ranking? Could it be ranking who is the most treacherous in the primordial world? Wouldn't it be those two from the west? Chill. The sages are right there. How dare you speak nonsense? At this moment, the powerhouses of the myriad races exclaimed in shock and instinctively looked toward Jain. It was not that they disrespected Jain, but rather that they felt he was highly likely to appear on the ranking. I have always acted openly and honorably, as has my sect. You ants dare show disrespect to me. Jie Yin's expression turned stern as he stepped forward with a cold snort. Could this ranking not have been called a scheming or plotting list instead? The name conspiracy ranking sounded like a list of evil beings. Who would willingly appear on it? And if there were no rewards but punishments instead, who would they even complain to? I, this great immortal, think that the one who will surely appear on this ranking is that Kunpeng of the demon clan. Back then, Kunpeng struck out treacherously and ambushed my old friend Hongyun. Although Hongyun had not died, Jin Yuanzi still harbored deep resentment toward Kunpeng's actions back then and directly mocked him. Jin Yuanzi, do not spout baseless slander. I made my move openly and legitimately. Besides, wasn't Hongyun spared from death? He even turned misfortune into fortune and entered the Hongmeng palace. Shouldn't he be thanking me? Kunpeng was furious. If the sages did not wish to have their names on this conspiracy ranking, neither did he. Did they want all living beings of the myriad races to know that he excelled at schemes? Conspiracies. In any case, neither our teacher nor my brothers and I will appear on this conspiracy ranking. As the Tao ancestor, our teacher acts in accordance with the mandate of heaven. There is no such thing as conspiracy in his deeds. My eldest brother, second brother, and I have all been instructed by our teacher. Likewise, it is impossible for us to appear on this ranking. At this moment, Tang Tian also stepped forward, seemingly warning all living beings not to doubt the three brothers, nor to be so audacious as to suspect their teacher. The primordial conspiracy ranking has now been activated and will reveal the 10th place. It's beginning. So soon. Who could this 10th place be? That sinister and cunning existence. Such beings must be avoided at all costs. If we fall victim to their schemes, we'll be in deep trouble. The powerhouses of the myriad races all turned their gaze toward the supreme primordial list, curiosity shining in their eyes. In their view, this conspiracy ranking was far more useful than the cultivation combat ranking. If there was a treacherous and cunning fellow beside them, they would immediately keep their distance lest they be schemed against and turned into stepping stones for others. If any being atop the conspiracy ranking exists, they must all be annihilated lest they disrupt the workings of the primordial heavenly Tao in the days to come. Above the heavens, a trace of ice-cold severity surfaced on Yuanshir's face, as if to prove that his Chan sect could never contain such a sinister and cunning existence. But the moment his words fell, a patch of black text emerged on the supreme Hongmeng ranking. Primordial conspiracy ranking 10th place, Shen Gongbao. Nominal disciple of the Chan sect. Ranking reward top grade, innate spiritual treasure. Primordial chaos, demon wolf claw. 3 innate spirit nourishing fruits. Divine ability, voice of enchantment. Shen Gongbao. A nominal disciple of the Chan sect. 10th place, earns a top grade innate spiritual treasure. An innate spirit fruits and a divine ability. What are those things? Never heard of them, yet they can make it onto the conspiracy ranking. Exactly. Could an ant like that be more sinister than I? Right, how could he be more cunning than I? No, the lower his cultivation, the more venomous he must be. Otherwise, how could he have reached 10th on the conspiracy ranking? As soon as the 10th name on the conspiracy ranking appeared, the powerhouses of the myriad primordial races were all astonished. Who could have imagined that a mere nominal disciple of the Chan sect could ascend the primordial conspiracy ranking? The most crucial part was that the Chan sect sage had just declared he would annihilate every being on the conspiracy ranking. So what would he say now? At that thought, the gazes of the myriad primordial powerhouses all turned toward Yuanshir, each pair of eyes filled with a subtle, indescribable look. Taoist brother Yuanshir, you actually have such a disciple. It seems this poor Taoist has underestimated your ability to teach disciples. Jane's lips curled into a faint smile. He clasped his hands toward Yuanshir in what appeared to be congratulations, yet was in fact laden with mockery. Jane, do you dare provoke me in front of the teacher? Every disciple under my command has been personally taught by me. How could any of them be sinister and crafty? Yuanshir's expression changed drastically, and his aura surged faintly around him. Was the contest between sages not simply a comparison of disciples' cultivation, the fortune of their lineages, and their own prestige? How could Yuanshi allow Jane to mock him in such a manner? At that moment Laozi and Tantian also subconsciously glanced at Yuanshi. Tantian in particular. Had there not been outsiders present, the words Jane had just spoken might well have come from his own mouth. His second brother, who always looked askance at the GS sect's disciples and scorned those beneath his younger brother's banner, had never imagined that he too could make such a misjudgment. Yuanshi naturally noticed the peculiar eyes of his eldest and third younger brothers. He abruptly turned his head and swept his gaze over the powerhouses of the myriad races. Shingongbao, your disciple is here. Then roll yourself over to your master at once. As the teacher commands. At that moment, a gaunt creature riding a black sky tiger sped over from afar and landed before Yuanshi. Shingongbao immediately knelt down before Yuanshi, his body trembling slightly. He too had never expected to appear on the primordial conspiracy ranking. He had a few petty thoughts and a somewhat twisted heart, but with his cultivation, no matter how he schemed, how could he possibly shake the entire primordial world? He had thought that bearing a rank was fine. He could simply claim the rewards in secret. Yet who could have expected Yuanshi to summon him of his own accord? Was this not exposing him to the eyes of the myriad powerhouses of the primordial? Shingongbao, today before the myriad living beings of the primordial, tell your teacher exactly how you managed to ascend the primordial conspiracy ranking. This teacher, your disciple, has no idea either. I have devoted my heart to the Tao and have never schemed against anyone. Your disciple may be somewhat clever, but I have never once defied the teachers, will never schemed against fellow disciples, and never employed any scheme at all. Upon hearing Yuanshi's accusation, Shingongbao could not help but wail, snot and tears streaming down his face in a most pitiful manner. The powerhouses of the myriad primordial races, however, did not believe a word he said. This fellow with his pointy mouth and flowing fur is clearly no good. Exactly. Look at those eyes, full of cunning. He must be hiding some astounding scheme. One will burst into tears the moment he opens his mouth. An utterly deceitful act. Does he think sage Yuanshi will let him off just because of that? Waves of disdainful remarks rose, causing Yuanshi's face to darken once more. At this point, however, many powerhouses of the primordial began to think otherwise. Can a person like him also obtain rewards? Exactly. He is merely a nominal disciple of the Chan sect with a shallow foundation. No matter how he schemes, can he truly shake the primordial? Am I not far more sinister than that fellow? Exactly. Should there not be a place on this ranking for me? Come now, fellow Taoists. Who would actually want to be included in such a ranking? What does it matter? As long as there are treasures and rewards, even a despicable ranking is worth fighting for. In the end, the numerous powerhouses of the primordial could not resist the temptation of the rewards. The reward for 10th place was already a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. The further up the ranking, the more astonishing the rewards must surely be. These voices once more drifted into Yuanshi's ears, making his expression even uglier. Had Hongjun not been present, he would undoubtedly have unleashed the authority of a sage today and slaughtered the powerhouses of the myriad races to prove the Chan sect's might. After pondering for more than 10 breaths, Yuanshi's gaze once again fell upon Shingongbao. Before me, you still refuse to tell the truth. Teacher, what would you have me say? Your disciple truly has never done anything sinister. You still refuse to speak. If you have done nothing, why does your name appear upon the primordial conspiracy ranking? Since you will not admit it, I shall carry out heaven's justice and execute you to prove the boundless might of the Chan sect. Yuanshi immediately flew into a rage, his aura soaring wildly, and he raised his palm to blast Shingongbao into nothingness. Taoist brother Yuanshi, why must it come to this? If the Chan sect no longer wishes to teach this child, this humble Taoist will take him back to the Western sect and keep him under strict watch. Perhaps he can still be turned from evil to good. At this, Jane stepped forward with a beaming smile, releasing a gentle radiance to shroud Shingongbao. No matter how treacherous Shingongbao might be, Jane was confident of controlling him. Moreover, what he coveted was Shingongbao's reward. It was also meant as a precedent. If the remaining 9 figures on the conspiracy ranking were rejected by all factions, perhaps they could all be recruited into the Western sect. Jane, this is a disciple of the Chan sect. How I punish him is my own affair and none of your business. Are you really going to stop me? Yuanshi was already displeased. Jane had made snide remarks time and again, and now he was attempting to interfere in the internal affairs of the Chan sect. If Yuanshi still made no response, would he not become a laughingstock to the powerhouses of the myriad races? Jane, my second brother may have blundered in choosing disciples, but Shingongbao is still a disciple of the Mystic Gate. Is it not inappropriate for you to recruit him so openly? At this moment, Tantian advanced a step as he spoke. His words carried a hint of mockery toward Yuanshi and a shade of intimidation toward Jane. This caused both Jane's and Yuanshi's faces to sink, and they could not help but turn their eyes toward Tantian. Third brother, what do you mean by these words? Second brother, pay it no mind. I merely wish to inform this Jane that even as saints, when we accept disciples, we are bound to encounter those with crooked hearts. Second brother, simply slay this Shingongbao. We must absolutely not let him enter the Western sect and bring disgrace upon our Xianmen. Tong Tian wore an air of righteous indignation, yet neither he nor Yuan Shi nor even Lao Zi could fail to perceive that their third brother was delivering an open and blatant mockery. Third brother, speak not foolishly at such a moment. Lao Zi hastily stepped forward, positioning himself between Tong Tian and Yuan Shi. Should their brothers' discord become manifest now, it would make them the laughingstock of all the myriad races in the primordial world. And their master Hongjun might also harbor resentment. Master, this disciple's loyalty is unwavering. I vow to defend the Chan sect unto death. I am truly without fault. I implore Master to let me understand how I shall perish. Sensing the gambit unfolding between the saints, Shen Gongbao gritted his teeth and once again wailed bitterly toward Yuan Shi. If he did not stir up some commotion, now he might truly perish at Yuan Shi's hands according to the Honghuang conspiracy ranking. Oomph. You have disgraced Xianmen to its core, yet you still seek to cling to life. Master, it was Ran Deng who misjudged. He failed to uncover this Shen Gongbao's wretched deeds. Once this disciple dispatches him, I shall personally await your punishment. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in Sion Daoist robes sped toward them from afar. He first paid his respects to Yuan Shi and the other saints, as well as Grandmaster Hongjun, then pointed at Shen Gongbao and roared, conjuring a flash of pale white flame intended to obliterate Shen Gongbao utterly. However, before Yuan Shi could give his assent, the supreme Hongmeng ranking updated once more. Here it comes. The conspiracy ranking has updated. I wonder who ranks above Shen Gongbao this time. Quick look. Honghuang conspiracy ranking 9th place. Chong Er Ding Guangxian. Disciple of Jia sect. Ranking reward top grade. Innate spiritual treasure 9 rank Yin-Yang Lotus. 3 strands of Yin-Yang primordial essence. Technique Great Bliss Sutra. Moi. How can it be someone from Jia sect? What? A disciple of Jia sect. Just moments ago that saint from Jia sect was urging Saint Yuan Shi to execute that Shen Gongbao. And yet the 9th rank conspirator is one of his own disciples. This promises to be quite the spectacle. Indeed, he ranks even higher than that Shen Gongbao, though the rewards are remarkably splendid, a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, no less. There are also Yin-Yang primordial essence and a technique, but the name alone suggests it is hardly an orthodox method. Precisely what manner of bliss is this? Does it not plainly refer to the affairs between the sexes? At this moment, the powerful beings of all races emitted waves of gasps, exclamations of astonishment, and derisive scoffs. These voices carried directly into the ears of the supreme experts, the saints, and even Grandmaster Hongjun. Tong Tian, who had seemed so triumphant moments before, felt his expression freeze. He never anticipated that his own words persuading Yuan Shi to eliminate Shen Gongbao would somehow serve as the very basis for Ding Guang's appearance upon the conspiracy ranking. Whether such rewards were favorable or not was secondary. The crucial matter was that having one burdened by such conspiracy remain among his disciples made him deeply uncomfortable. Ding Guang. Master, this disciple is here. I truly know nothing. I am unaware of what has occurred. Before Tong Tian's voice could fade, Ding Guang began crying out no less loudly than Shen Gongbao. His voice carried greater resonance, for his cultivation far exceeded Shen Gongbao's, granting him ample spiritual energy to sustain his wailing. Third brother, your words earlier were quite reasonable. A disciple such as this need not be retained. Simply execute him. Let Ran Deng handle this matter. Order him to annihilate your Ding Guang as well. Yuan Shi spoke in a cold tone, and though his voice was not loud, it was enough to darken Tong Tian's expression considerably. Why had he spoken out at all? Even if this Ding Guang had appeared on the conspiracy ranking, he could have investigated slowly and eliminated him only after confirming the danger. Yet now his own earlier words had placed him in this predicament. Was he to personally deal with Ding Guang himself? From afar, Jane's faint smile deepened as he secretly transmitted words to both Ding Guang and Shen Gongbao, further sowing discord. If both entered the Western sect would stand to claim their rewards, and whether they lived or died would be entirely his decision. Especially regarding Ding Guang, he sensed a profound affinity between that disciple and the Western sect, perhaps one who could truly cultivate in peace there. Meanwhile, far away, the powerful beings of all races along with the myriads of Wu and demon armies all revealed faint expressions of astonishment. The 10th rank belongs to a registered disciple of the Chan sect. The 9th rank is a disciple of Jia sect. This is already the 2nd disciple of a saintly lineage. The rest appear to follow. How on earth are these saints teaching their disciples? What manner of teachings are these? In that instant, thick confusion arose within the hearts of all the powerful beings of the myriad races. When saints accept disciples, do they not conduct some examination? Having recruited so many skilled in conspiracy, did they intend to raise these individuals to scheme against all the races of the primordial world? At this point, Yuhua turned to Hongjun and bowed with folded hands. Master, this disciple shall first lead the demon army back to return, commanding them to guard the heavenly realm. Go then. In the eastern sky lies an ancient imperial court established by a ferocious beast clan which the demon race may claim for their use. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Niwa hastily performed another bow, then transmitted words to Di Jun and Tai Yi with urgent instructions. Di Jun and Tai Yi had long harbored intentions to withdraw. Remaining here was hardly a wise course. Since they could not engage the Wu tribe in battle, it was far better to withdraw, promptly strengthen the demon race, and make further plans. Besides, these two figures on the conspiracy ranking were disciples of saintly lineages. If they were to be calculated and destroyed by their own saints, what then? They would be well advised to keep their distance and avoid falling into the saints' schemes. Venerable Dao ancestor, the Wu clan shall now withdraw. Go then. The Wu clan shall govern the earth, but within the unified realm no act of aggression shall be permitted. This humble one and his brothers shall obey the Dao ancestors' decree. Wu clan army retreat. Hearing Hongjun's words, Di Jiang and the other ancestral Wus nodded slightly, then immediately led their great army into retreat. Their thoughts mirrored those of the demon race, fearing they too might fall victim to the schemes of the saints before them. Moi. Jane, were you transmitting words to Dingguang? You truly do not hold my brothers and me in any regard. At this moment Tongtian's countenance suddenly darkened, and he raised his head sharply to glare at Jane. Jane merely smiled and replied, Friend, Tongtian speaks in jest. This poor one simply could not bear to see these juniors perish at your hands. Jia sect disciples are to be dealt with by this venerable one alone. What business is it of the Western sect? It seems that unless this venerable one acts, you truly believe the Western sect can contend with my Jia sect. No sooner had the words left his mouth than an overwhelming killing intent erupted from Tongtian's body. For terrifying swords slowly emerged, faintly condensing into a supremely formidable formation. Third brother speaks rightly, Jane, you have overstepped. Yuan Shi likewise swept his hand forcefully, at that moment conjuring a long banner radiating terrifying might, and pointed it directly at Jane. Even Laozi at this juncture fiercely strode forward a step, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yuan Shi and Tongtian, as though prepared to confront Jane in battle. Could it be that the saints are about to wage war? Surely not. If the saints go to war, I fear even the primordial world would be shattered. With Dao ancestor Hongjun present, they won't come to blows. That's not necessarily so. What if they step into the chaos to do battle, leaving the primordial world untouched? If that truly happens, Saint Jane will likely be suppressed. Taoist friend, why not speak more plainly? Can Jane possibly defeat the three pure ones? I wager Jane will definitely not follow the three pure ones into the chaos for a fight. As the mighty beings of the myriad races in the primordial world witnessed this scene, overwhelming shock surfaced on their faces. Who could have imagined that a few words could provoke a struggle among saints? What's more, they also wished to observe a battle of this magnitude. Perhaps they might harvest many profound insights from it. Naturally, the precondition was that the primordial world could not be shattered, otherwise they, along with the races behind them, would have no chance of survival. At this moment, the oppressive might of Yuan Shi, Tongtian, and Laozi ceaselessly surged toward Jane. This caused Jane's countenance to turn exceedingly grim. He had originally intended to covertly sow discord between Yuan Shi and Tongtian, so as to recruit these top 10 figures of the scheme ranking into the Western faith. Yet before he could even begin his machinations, the three brothers had already joined forces to exert their oppressive pressure upon him. If Junyi were at his side, with the two of them joining hands as fellow disciples, they might have been able to contend with the three pure ones. But now Junyi remained suppressed beyond the 33rd outer heaven, leaving Jane to face the three pure ones alone, a battle in which victory seemed far from assured. However, the myriad races of the primordial world were all watching. If he retreated, his dignity would be utterly obliterated, and the fortune of the Western faith would suffer a tremendous blow as well. Perhaps he could invoke his master's authority and have a decree issued to rebuke the three pure ones. With this thought, the aura around Jane began to surge violently, as his awe-inspiring saintly might collided with the oppressive force of the three pure ones. The dreadful power raged outward in every direction, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Following that, the might of the 12-grade golden lotus of merit beneath Jane's feet skyrocketed, condensing hundreds of millions of defensive barriers around him. Yuan Shi, Tongtian, everything this poor Taoist has stated is the truth. Could it be that you dare not refute the supreme Hongmeng ranking, and instead seek to reclaim a shred of face from this poor Taoist? Though this poor Taoist stands alone, if you push me too far, I am fully willing to battle you and determine who stands superior. Even as Jane spoke, he was carefully sensing the fluctuations in Hongjun's aura. However, up to this very moment, Hongjun seemed to have no reaction at all. He merely raised his head and gazed at the supreme Hongmeng ranking. Hongjun's conduct instilled a sense of confidence in the hearts of Yuan Shi and Tongtian. They took this to mean that Hongjun had tacitly sanctioned their right to suppress Jane. Jane, since you desire battle, then leave the primordial world, step into the chaos, and settle who is superior. Yuanshi abruptly raised his hand, unleashing the Panga banner to tear open a spatial rift poised to depart from the primordial world. Second brother speaks truly. Jane, do you dare to wage battle in the chaos? At this, Tongtian's killing intent soared dramatically, and he too issued a challenge to Jane. Although Laozi had not spoken a word, his figure likewise advanced toward the spatial rift that Yuanshi had opened. If you dare to fight, then settle the outcome right here in the primordial world. This poor Taoist has no inclination to accompany you into the chaos for battle. Jane immediately let out a cold snort. He was hardly a fool. Once in the chaos, the three pure ones would have no scruples whatsoever, which would place him at an extreme disadvantage. You cowardly wretch. You actually lack the courage to step into the chaos for battle. Indeed. Earlier when you mocked this sovereign's disciples, I thought you were already prepared to be suppressed. A timid creature like you, honored equally as a saint alongside this sovereign, is nothing less than an insult to me. Seeing that Jane dared not enter the chaos to fight, Yuanshi and Tongtian directly began to heap scorn upon him. Buzz! Yet at that very moment Hongjun's figure trembled faintly, emitting a series of resonant hums. Immediately after, a terrifying might slowly materialized above his head, stirring the power of the heavenly Tao in the heavens, converging into an incomparable oppressive pressure that instantly engulfed the four great saints. In an instant, the figures of the three pure ones and Jane all quivered, traces of astonishment emerging on their faces. Merely because of the rankings on this so-called scheme, ranking you would unleash your saintly might to wage war, disrupting the operation of the heavenly Tao. Is this how your master taught you in the beginning? This scheme ranking is merely a fusion of calculation and strategy. What is there to dispute? Hongjun's voice rang out ceaselessly as the astonishing might of the heavenly Tao enshrouded the primordial world, and a terrifying pressure began radiating in all directions. This sent a tremor through the hearts and minds of all living beings among the myriad races of the primordial world, who no longer dared to gaze toward the place where the saint stood. Master, this disciple has erred this time. This disciple should not have mocked the two Taoist friends. I beseech Master to mete out punishment. Jane stepped forward, first bowed to Hongjun, and candidly admitted his fault. This left Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian taken aback, their gazes toward Jane burning with fierce indignation. Yet with Hongjun right there, they dared not strike out directly. They could only do the same as Jane and bow to Hongjun. Master, we brothers were rather thoughtless this time. We beg Master not to be angered. After the three pure ones likewise confessed their faults to Hongjun, they promptly withdrew their respective saintly might and treasures. How dull. They still didn't fight. Honestly, this sovereign was hoping to observe a battle among saints. Shill. The Tao ancestors' decree has already been issued. Do you still dare to spout nonsense? Are you not afraid of being annihilated on the spot? Though the mighty figures of the myriad races felt somewhat disappointed remembering that Hongjun was present, they quickly sealed their lips lest they be directly erased. Enough. Let this matter be put to rest here. Do not assume that this scheme ranking is filled solely with sinister individuals. Perhaps it is merely a means for the supreme Hongmeng ranking to bestow its treasures. Do not allow this affair to disrupt the operation of the heavenly Tao. Hongjun spoke once more, offering earnest admonishments to the four saints. How could the four saints dare to refute? They immediately bowed, accepted the decree, and expressed their gratitude for Hongjun's teachings. Primordial scheme ranking 8th place, Randang. Deputy leader of the Chan sect. Ranking rewards supreme primordial spiritual treasure, the wheel of time, heaven, and earth. 5 strands of the origin of time. 1 strand of the origin of the heavenly Tao. 1 western spiritual vein. Moi. Is the 8th place winner also someone from a saint's lineage? It's actually the deputy leader of the Chan sect, Taoist Randang. No way. That fellow is the highest authority in the Chan sect beneath Saint Yuanshi, isn't he? I heard he's also one of the 3,000 red dust guests of the Purple Firmament Palace. For an existence of his caliber to appear on the scheme ranking, who could he possibly scheme against? Could it be that he harbors some scheme against the Chan sect? Look, this reward includes a western spiritual vein among its items, just like the reward given to Duobao, the chief disciple of the Jie sect back then. No way. Could it be connected to the western faith again? Upon seeing Randang's name appear, the mighty figures of the myriad races were profoundly shaken and could not help but break into waves of astonished exclamations. This Randang was far more renowned than Shun Gongbao or Dingguang. Among the mighty experts of the myriad races, many had heard tales of Randang. Yet a deputy master of the Chan sect actually had a ranking on the scheming list. This was utterly beyond their expectations. Could it be that the Chan sect truly harbored such scheming figures within its ranks? At this moment, it was not just the mighty experts of the myriad races in the primordial wilderness who harbored such thoughts. Laozi, Yuanshi, Tongtian, Jane, and even Hongjun could not help but turn their gazes toward Randang. Yuanshi in particular had 2 sharp glints gleaming in his eyes, locking onto Randang's figure in an instant. Now a trace of anger stirred in his heart. Had he known this would happen, he would never have proposed slaying Shin Gongbao. If Shen Gongbao was to be slain, would Randang not have to be exterminated as well? This was a primordial being who had pledged allegiance to him before he even established the Chan sect, a deputy master who ordinarily helped instruct his disciples. Yet he had not yet divined whether it was Randang's machinations that had allowed Shen Gongbao to ascend the scheming list. Randang, master, your disciple is here. Your disciple truly harbors no schemes. It must be that when I acted, I was overly calculating, and thus I ended up on this scheming list. Randang hurried forward, bowing to Yuanshi with respect, while also not forgetting to pay his respects to Hongjun and Laozi. Only before Jin did he dare not bow. In his previous reward, there had actually been Western spiritual veins. Was this not openly telling everyone that he might have ties to the Western sect in the future? Jane, far from being angered, instead revealed a faint smile. If such an existence could be drawn into the Western sect, then in the days to come the West could rely on the spiritual veins in his hands to gradually recover and even obtain an opportunity for flourishing prosperity. Just as Yuanshi was staring at Randang, with an icy expression, eager to learn what schemes this fellow had to ascend the primordial wilderness scheming list, Nuwa, Dijuan, and Tai had already led the great army of the demon race to the eastern skies. Guided earlier by Hongjun, they quickly discovered a colossal palace concealed within the clouds and mist. The palace was resplendent and magnificent, with spiritual energy flowing throughout clusters of buildings, immortal fruits, and spiritual herbs faintly growing, and celestial beasts flickering in and out of view. It was like a small world unto itself, stirring a deep sense of longing within the hearts of the demon race army. My master is actually angered. It seems my 3 senior brothers and Jane are about to be punished this time. Before Nuwa could focus on this treasured land, she sensed a scene beneath the supreme Hongmeng rankings. Hongjun furiously rebuking the 3 pure ones and Jane. Fortunately, she had led the demon race away in advance, otherwise she too might have been caught up in it. Yet she had never imagined that the Chan sect and the Jie sect could have so many disciples skilled in scheming and intrigue. It seemed that she would have to keep her distance from the Chan and Jie sects in the future. At this moment, however, the 2 demon emperors and the many demon gods were staring fixedly at the treasured land ahead. So this is the ancient heavenly court that the Dao ancestor spoke of. I never imagined such a place existed. In the days to come, this shall surely serve as the foundation of our race. Dijuan stepped forward, first a faint smile playing on his lips, intending to lead the army into this treasured land. What the elder brother says is most true. Our demon race shall use this ancient heavenly court as our foundation to increase our power, and after one cosmic epoch we will annihilate the Wu race and dominate the primordial wilderness. Tai also nodded, leading the demon gods to follow Dijuan. Hold on. But at this moment Nuwa's brow furrowed slightly, a trace of doubt appearing on her face. Was this treasured land not simply too astonishing, even far surpassing her own Nuwa palace on Fengqi Mountain? A place of such splendor by all reason the Dao ancestor would not lightly bestow upon the demon race, would he? Empress Nuwa, have you discovered some problem with this place? Or could it be that this is not the ancient heavenly court the Dao ancestor pointed us toward? Dijuan and Tai were both taken aback, instinctively halting and turning toward Nuwa. Nuwa spoke. There is a restriction here. We must proceed with caution. Hearing this, Dijuan and Tai immediately extended their divine sense, swiftly probing the area ahead. Indeed, there truly is a layer of restriction. This emperor nearly failed to detect it. As Tai probed the edge of the ancient heavenly court, a faint look of solemnity emerged on his face. Around this treasured land there was indeed an extremely terrifying restriction. However, a mere restriction like this, did it truly think it could stop the demon race from setting foot in this treasured land? Chaos Bell. Shatter this restriction for this emperor. With a cold snort, Tai directly summoned the Chaos Bell and sent it thundering toward the restriction ahead. Do not. Something is amiss here. Nuwa was greatly alarmed and cried out hastily, wanting to stop Tai. But at this moment Tai was utterly focused on breaking through the restriction and entering the treasured land, and did not immediately halt. Boom. In an instant a thunderous sound erupted. Astonishing chaotic energy and terrifying power slammed violently against the restriction, causing it to tremble fiercely. Yet the restriction was not shattered by the might of this primal supreme treasure. In fact, it even managed to push back the power of the Chaos Bell by some distance. Immediately afterward, a terrifying wave of energy materialized upon the restriction and came surging toward the demon race army. My, what is happening? It actually blocked the attack. And it can even counterattack. This caused Tai's expression to change drastically as he hastily urged the Chaos Bell to suppress the impact of this energy wave. At this moment, however, his body began to stagger backward repeatedly. This surge of force was utterly terrifying. Had he not completely mastered the Chaos Bell, he would likely have been unable to hold his ground by now. Humph, this place already has its master. Have you lot of the demon race come to offer compensation to this old ancestor? Or do you intend to invade this territory of the Hongmeng Palace? Suddenly, a blood-red figure shot out from the ancient heavenly court. In an instant, a terrifying aura of bloody slaughter and killing intent swept forth, shaking heaven and earth. Mingyi, Hongmeng Palace territory. How is this possible? The two demon emperors and the many demon gods underwent a dramatic change in expression, profound shock apparent in their eyes. Was Mingyi not in the Nine Abysses? How could he appear here? Did the Tao ancestor not say this place was suited for the demon race to rule the heavens? How could it already have a master? Mingyi, this is the treasured land the Tao ancestor guided our demon race to find. Do not use the name of the Hongmeng Palace to seize the foundation of our demon race. Dijun and Tai exchanged a glance, then let out thunderous roars that rolled across heaven and earth, spreading rapidly throughout the primordial wilderness. Had Nuwa not hurried forward to hold back the two demon emperors, those two would likely have already charged into battle. At this moment, the Tao ancestor Hongjun, the four great sages, and some top-tier experts of the primordial wilderness all sensed the terrifying bloody slaughter aura arising in the eastern skies and heard the roars of Dijun and Tai. Moi, has this place already been occupied by someone from the Hongmeng Palace? Laozi Yuanshi, Tong Tianjian, and several top-tier quasi-sages all revealed astonished looks. Even Hongjun's brow furrowed slightly. He had never imagined that someone from the Hongmeng Palace would secretly occupy the ancient heavenly court right under his very nose. The aura of Patriarch Mingyi. Has the ancient heavenly court become territory of Hongmeng Palace? Could it be that Mingyi, secretly flying the banner of Hongmeng Palace, led the Azura race to occupy the ancient heavenly court? Most likely. So what? With Hongmeng Palace backing them, the demon race probably cannot set foot in the ancient heavenly court. I recall that this ancient heavenly court was created by the fierce beast race. Right. Even Shun Ni has become a guard of Hongmeng Palace, so it is not an exaggeration to call the ancient heavenly court Hongmeng's territory. Those slow to catch on, the powerhouses of the myriad races in the primordial world sensed what had just happened in the eastern sky. Especially the 12 ancestral witches who had returned to their ancestral land all revealed faint smiles when they looked toward the eastern sky. In their view, the demon race was destined to suffer a humiliating setback this time. Even with Sage Nuwa present, they probably would not dare to turn hostile toward Patriarch Mingyi. In the eastern sky, Dijun and Tai exuded murderous intent, their faces icy as they stared at Patriarch Mingyi ahead. Nuwa, however, stood before them. She lightly clasped her hands toward Patriarch Mingyi and asked, Taoist Mingyi, this ancient heavenly court should be the territory granted by the teacher to the demon race for governing the heavens. May I ask, did you occupy it on your own, or was it by the decree of Tao Lord Taichu that this ancient heavenly court was incorporated into Hongmeng Palace? Nuwa did not wish to offend anyone from Hongmeng Palace, but this matter concerned the foundations and future development of the demon race, so she had to take it seriously. Taoist Nuwa, the ancient heavenly court is merely your name for it. This place is the sanctum that Senior Shun Ni discovered and forged long ago, leading the fierce beast race. It is called Huangshan Palace. Now that Senior Shun Ni serves as a guard in Hongmeng Palace, this Huangshan Palace naturally belongs to Hongmeng Palace. Whether your demon race rules the heavens or the earth, this old ancestor will not ask. But if you want a sanctum, go build one yourselves. Do not be too greedy, otherwise even you Sage Nuwa cannot protect the demon race. Patriarch Mingyi responded calmly, his words carrying a hint of menace. Now that his every word and deed represented Hongmeng Palace, even sages had to tread carefully in dealing with him. He naturally did not take the demon race seriously. I see. It seems I have been presumptuous. Since this place belongs to Shun Ni, you indeed have the right to occupy it. Although Nuwa was unwilling to give up this precious land, there was no need for her to offend the unofficial errand servant of Hongmeng Palace, let alone Shun Ni, the palace guard over a sanctum. At worst, she could help the demon race forge a new sanctum. Empress Nuwa, stand aside. This Mingyi dares to despise our demon race. We should advance together as a race and let this wretch taste the boundless might of the demon race. Exactly, Empress Nuwa. We cannot easily give up such a precious land. Dijun and Tai showed traces of anxiety. How could they simply abandon such an unparalleled sacred land? Could it be that even together with Nuwa they could not break this restriction or suppress Patriarch Mingyi? Nonsense. Dijun and Tai, are you too trying to offend Hongmeng Palace? Have you forgotten Juanti, who remains suppressed above the 33 outer heavens? Nuwa's expression changed as she sharply rebuked Dijun and Tai. These two seemed to have been bewitched by some entity. Why were they so impulsive today? It seems Sage Nuwa does not dare to offend Hongmeng Palace. This demon race is too cowardly. If you are not a coward, then go and try. I already have my own sanctum. Why would I go there seeking death? The powerhouses of the myriad races in the primordial world all showed signs of shock. At that moment, Hongjun's expression turned rather cold. He had told the demon race to seek the ancient heavenly court, believing it to be the will of the heavenly Tao, yet Mingyi had stopped them. If the demon race retreated now, not only would he, the Tao ancestor, lose face, but the heavenly Tao itself would also suffer a loss of prestige. This Tao ancestor shall personally handle this matter. You shall accompany me. Hongjun glanced at the four sages, his tone carrying an unmistakable note of authority. As the teacher decrees, we shall go with you, teacher. Laozi, Yuanshi, Tongtian, and Jian hurriedly acknowledged the order and followed Hongjun speeding toward the eastern sky. The Tao ancestor and the sages have all gone. Now that the Tao ancestor is the voice of the heavenly Tao, every word and action is the will of heaven. Could he really be planning to stand up for the demon race? Hard to say. Last time the Tao ancestor and the sages did not dare to clash with Hongmeng Palace. This time one cannot be sure. Do you even need to ask? Have you forgotten that a sage is still suppressed above the 33 outer heavens? It is true. When that Junti was suppressed, I was watching from a distance and saw it with my own eyes. Seeing Hongjun lead the three pure ones and Jian speeding toward the eastern sky, the powerhouses of all races showed astonished expressions. For a time discussions rose one after another. Some felt it extremely likely that Hongjun would stand up for the demon race. After all, it was Hongjun who had told the demon race about the ancient heavenly court. Others felt that even the Tao ancestor could not forcibly seize the ancient heavenly court. If he truly dared to act, he would not have allowed Sage Junti to be suppressed above the 33 outer heavens and remained indifferent to it till now. Look, the Hongmeng conspiracy rankings have updated again. Who is it? Someone even more sinister than Randang. Exactly. We must stay away from those who appear on the primordial conspiracy rankings, otherwise we could be schemed to death without ever knowing how. Sensing the supreme Hongmeng ranking tremble slightly, the powerhouses of the myriad races in the primordial world turned their heads toward it. Primordial conspiracy rankings, 7th place Haoyan. Tao Ancestors Page Boy. Ranking reward, top grade ultimate innate spiritual treasure, the divine emperor, heaven suppressing armor. 10 strands of imperial Tao source essence. 5 strands of immortal Tao source essence. It is actually the Tao Ancestors Page Boy. No wonder that fellow's combat strength ranks second on the Deluo Golden Immortal Combat Strength ranking. So he is an insidious and cunning man. That is certain. The question is, how could someone so insidious and cunning receive so many rewards? That top-grade ultimate innate spiritual treasure is comparable in might to a supreme treasure, right? I remember how Ian previously obtained a high-grade innate supreme treasure, didn't he? Good heavens. A page boy actually carries 2 supreme treasures. I am more insidious and cunning than he is, so why have I not made the rankings? I am the most cunning, the most sinister, the most vicious. I deserve to be on the primordial conspiracy rankings. Seeing this ranking, the powerhouses of the myriad races in the primordial world first revealed intense shock and disgust. But when they saw how Ian's rewards, their expressions changed drastically, revealing deep envy and jealousy. Why did Hao Ian get to ascend the conspiracy rankings again? This truly made them refuse to accept it. They were even willing to admit that they were insidious, cunning, utterly wicked, expert in schemes and skilled in calculations. Was that not enough? At this moment, the 4 sages following behind Hongjun could not help but change their expressions. They truly had not anticipated that Hao Ian would be ranked higher than their own disciples, Shun Gongbao Dingguang and Randang. No wonder their teacher had previously defended this scheme ranking. This so-called scheme ranking could easily be mistaken for a list of the most treacherous and villainous figures. Even Hongjun's figure trembled slightly at this moment. His gaze instinctively drifted toward the direction of the Zhixiao Palace. When the arena challenge ended, Hao Ian had been sent directly back to Zhixiao Palace by the might of the supreme Hongmeng ranking. Hongjun had originally planned to guide Hao Ian into the quasi-sage realm upon his return. Now doubt stirred in his heart. How could Hao Ian, such an obedient attendant, be capable of scheming and plotting? Or was this ranking deliberately concocted by the supreme Hongmeng ranking to diminish the prestige of him and the many sages? Could it be that its purpose was to weaken the heavenly Tao's control over the primordial wilderness? This was not merely Hongjun's speculation. It was also the wariness stirring within the will of the heavenly Tao itself. At present, there were 2 forces that could threaten the heavenly Tao. One was this supreme treasure of chaos that had suddenly appeared in the primordial wilderness and continuously updated various rankings, the supreme Hongmeng ranking. The other was the Hongmeng Palace, which lay beyond the 33 heavens and was ruled by the Taichu Tao sovereign. The might of the supreme Hongmeng ranking was astonishing. Hongjun had clashed with it once before, and it was indeed extremely terrifying. Moreover, Taichu Tao's sovereign master of the Hongmeng Palace possessed treasures even more powerful than the supreme Hongmeng ranking. Even though the heavenly Tao did not know his true strength, it regarded him with immense apprehension. With this in mind, Hongjun immediately quickened his pace. This time he intended to intimidate Mingyi and see whether he could draw Taichu Tao's sovereign out into the open. In the eastern sky of the primordial wilderness outside the ancient heavenly court, Nuwa was just about to lead the great army of the demon race together with Dijuan and Tai to relocate and help them build a new heavenly court. But before Dijuan and Tai could issue their decree to the demon army, they sensed the auras of Hongjun and the 4 sages speeding toward them. Could it be that the teacher has brought the three senior brothers and Jane here to deal with Mingi? Nua's brows furrowed slightly, a trace of doubt gleaming in her eyes. Yet the moment her words faded, the figures of Hongjun and the four great sages arrived in an instant, landing behind the demon army. The Tao ancestor has come. Nua, could you be planning to use the might of the Tao ancestor to conquer this ancient heavenly court? Dijuan and Tai had no idea why Hongjun and the others had come, but seeing the fierce auras radiating from the four great sages, they vaguely guessed that they had come to make trouble for Mingi. Therefore they suspected that Nua had secretly invited the Tao ancestor and the four sages to restore some dignity to the demon race. No, I do not wish for the demon race to offend the Hongmeng Palace. The pressure within the Hongmeng Palace is even greater than within Zixiao Palace, so you must not act rashly. Nua hastily sent a warning to Dijuan and Tai through divine telepathy. However, Dijuan and Tai did not immediately respond. By this time, Hongjun and the four sages had already passed through the demon army and arrived before Nua and the two demon emperors. We respectfully welcome our teacher. We respectfully welcome the Tao ancestor. Nua and the two demon emperors hurried forward to pay their respects, and the many demon gods along with Kunpeng also hastily bowed. At this moment outside the ancient heavenly court, Mingi's body could not help but tremble. He had barely dealt with the demon race when the Tao ancestor and the four sages arrived together. Could it be they intended to stand up for the demon race? Mingi, when you see the teacher, do you still not bow? Could it be that after joining the Hongmeng Palace you have forgotten the grace of Zixiao Palace's teachings? Indeed, Mingi, you have been far too insolent this time. The teacher has come in person, yet you do not step forward to pay respects. This is sheer disrespect. Why do you not hurry over here at once? Upon seeing Mingi, Yuanshi, Tongtian, and Jane all began to berate him. Hearing their words, Mingi's expression shifted again and again, but in the end he still bowed respectfully to Hongjun. It was not out of fear of the sage's threats, but rather in remembrance of the scene of listening to the Tao at Zixiao Palace in the past. Thus, when facing Hongjun's heavenly might, he could not act the same way he had toward those two demon emperors. If the three pure ones and Jane had come on their own, without Hongjun's deterrence, he would never have lowered his head. May I ask what business the Tao ancestor has at the Wilderness God Palace? Wilderness God Palace. This is the heavenly court personally designated by the teacher. Where does Wilderness God Palace come from? Yuanshi suddenly stepped forward, his aura soaring sharply as it surged toward Mingi. This caused Mingi to frown. The 12-petal karmic fire lotus swiftly materialized beneath his feet, forcibly blocking Yuanshi's assault. Taoist Yuanshi, this Wilderness God Palace was established by the legendary Sheni, who led the ferocious beast clan. Could it be that you sages intend to forcibly seize it? From Yuanshi's words, Mingi had already discerned Hongjun's intention. Since they sought to occupy the Wilderness God Palace, he could not back down. Mingi, this is the foundation that the teacher left for the demon race, so that they may govern the skies of the primordial wilderness. The one who has seized it is you. Indeed, Mingi. Though this place was originally built by the ferocious beast clan, it was founded upon an unparalleled innate immortal mountain of the primordial wilderness, and therefore it belongs to all the primordial wilderness. Mingi, this is the will of the heavenly Tao. How dare you try to obstruct it? Yuanshi, Tongtian, and Jane all spoke out one after another, and even Laozi joined in the chastisement. With the four great sages stepping forward, faint hope of seizing this treasured ground once again stirred within Dijuan and Tai's hearts. Mingi's expression, however, grew even uglier. His lips moved slightly as he transmitted his voice toward the Wilderness God Hall Senior. I fear I can no longer hold on. No need to worry. I have already sent word to Brother Sheni. He will make his move. From within the Wilderness God Palace, a mass of black chi trembled slightly, replying to Ancestor Mingi. This restored Mingi's confidence. He suddenly waved his hand, summoning all the treasures around him. Tao Ancestor, this time it is not Mingi who blocks you. My lord has decreed that this place shall be subordinate to the Hongmeng Palace. Outsiders are not permitted to enter. As he spoke, a terrifying wave of blood suddenly rose behind Mingi. Countless blood spirit clones surged forth from within it, densely packed, numbering as many as 144 billion. Teacher, this Mingi dares to defy the will of heaven. Should your disciple capture him? Seeing this, the four great sages hesitated instead. They cared not for Mingi himself, but for the Hongmeng Palace. Without Hongjun's explicit command, they truly did not dare to act. At that moment, the power of the heavenly Tao surged violently above Hongjun. This place shall henceforth be the heavenly court, temporarily governed by the demon race. An extremely icy voice swiftly echoed forth from above Hongjun. At the same time, an astonishing force of the heavenly Tao swept toward Ancestor Mingi before the Wilderness God Palace. A decree from the heavenly Tao, the might of the heavenly Tao. It seems that Mingi's life is truly in jeopardy this time. You worry too much. The might of the heavenly Tao will not directly annihilate the river Styx. Do you wish to die? Once the decree of the heavenly Tao is issued, even the sages must act, and even Nuwa cannot defy it. Can Mingi alone withstand the 5 sages? Exactly. And do not forget the Tao ancestor. The expressions of all the mighty beings in the primordial wilderness changed drastically. Many felt their hearts tremor subtly, intending to fly toward the eastern sky to fulfill the decree of the heavenly Tao. Nua's expression also darkened slightly. She had no choice but to walk over to Laozi and the others, and together they turned their gazes toward Ancestor Mingi. The heavenly Tao protects our demon clan. We must obey heaven's will and slay Mingi. Kill. Dijuan and Tai were overjoyed, and they began summoning the demon clan army, preparing to launch an assault on Ancestor Mingi. At this moment, all 1,440,000,000 blood god avatar clones around him trembled, their sanguine killing aura directly suppressed by the might of the heavenly Tao. Ancestor Mingi's figure also shook, and traces of blood seeped from the corners of his mouth. Even the power of the 12-petaled karmic fire red lotus around him was suppressed, one barrier after another collapsing in succession. I am merely a menial odd-job servant of the Hongmeng palace. Tao ancestor, if you insist on making a move today, then I can only risk my life to fight you to the death. It matters not if I die, but I fear this primordial wilderness. At that point, Ancestor Mingi's voice came to an abrupt halt as waves of sanguine killing aura began to spread with alarming speed. Upon the 1,440,000,000 blood god avatar clones, astonishing destructive aura immediately surfaced, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Are you pulling that trick again? Dijuan and Tai's expressions changed dramatically. In the land of Juyo, they had been threatened by exactly this move of Ancestor Mingi and had no choice but to lower their heads and retreat. But now with the Tao ancestor and the 5 sages present, perhaps they would no longer be needed. With that thought, they hastily sent voice transmissions to the demon clan army behind them, ordering them to halt their charge. Mingi, do you truly believe this move is of any use against us sages? Mingi, this lord advises you to withdraw immediately and await the punishment of the heavenly Tao. Perhaps you may still save your life. Otherwise, even if you detonate hundreds of billions of blood god avatar clones, you cannot harm us, let alone influence the heavenly Tao. Yuanshi, Tongtian, and Jane stepped forward one after another, each activating their treasures, locking onto the billions of blood god avatar clones. If Mingi detonated his countless blood god avatar clones, they would indeed have to exert their full strength to suppress that terrifying destructive force. Although Laozi and Nuwa did not step forward, the aura around them also began to surge outward. If they did not act now, they would inevitably suffer the punishment of the heavenly Tao. Mingi, this Tao ancestor will not make things difficult for you. Go and notify that Taichu Daojuan and have him come here in person to speak with me. If Taichu Daojuan speaks, I may stay my hand and allow the demon clan to find another location to establish their Tao arena. Otherwise, this ancient heavenly court is mine. Hongjun's voice was extremely cold, faintly merging with the will of the heavenly Tao. The reason he valued this ancient heavenly court so highly was not merely to help the demon clan. This place also concerned the operation of the heavenly Tao and the future calamity tribulation. At the same time, he also wished to take this opportunity to meet the Taichu Daojun and sense the true extent of the other's strength. What if after all he had a chance to suppress him? I myself have never even met the Daojuan, so what right do you have to seek an audience with him? In any case, today I shall fight with my life on the line and see if you can withstand the detonation of my 1,440,000,000 blood god avatar clones. Ancestor Mingi roared in fury, forcibly activating the power of the 12-petaled karmic fire red lotus, advancing step by step toward the enemy. Just at that moment, the supreme primordial list trembled slightly, and a new ranking swiftly refreshed upon it. Primordial Wilderness Conspiracy ranking 6th place, Yuanshi, Sage of the Chan Sect. Rank reward, Demon God Cloud Realm Tao Robe Low Grade, Innate Treasure. 10 strands of Immortal Tao Origin. 10 strands of Heavenly Tao Origin. What? Yuanshi the Sage made it onto the conspiracy ranking. No way, right? I always believed the 2 masters of the Western faith were the scheming ones, acting without regard for their dignity. Is Yuanshi the Sage just the same? I have always felt the Chan sect had problems. Look, Shun Gongbao and Randan Daoist are both members of the Chan sect, surely both taught by Yuanshi himself. Exactly. I never expected Yuanshi the Sage to be such a sly old fox. Quiet. Do you wish to die? The sages are acting right now. A single thought from them can annihilate you all. The mighty beings of all clans who had planned to watch the sages suppress Mingi were stunned momentarily. They turned their heads, glanced toward the supreme primordial list, and burst into exclamations. Of course, some among them also began shouting admonishments, worrying that these reckless fellows would invoke the sage's title and draw his attention. If that Yuanshi sage were to strike out with a single palm, they too would likely suffer along with them. At this moment, Yuanshi, who stood outside the ancient heavenly court, also had a slight change in expression, his brows instantly knitting tightly together. It was true that he had often resorted to scheming, but to have himself openly placed upon the primordial wilderness conspiracy ranking, how could he retain any face? If not for the reward, his mind could hardly have remained calm at this moment. Beside him, Tontian glanced sideways at Yuanshi, seemingly recalling something, and revealed an exceedingly complex expression. At the same time, he deliberately moved several steps away from Yuanshi, drawing closer to Laozi. At that moment, Laozi's gaze was almost identical to Tongtian's, casting a glance at Yuanshi. Yuanshi sensed this and hurriedly looked toward Tongtian and Laozi, only to catch their complex expressions, causing a subtle tremor in his heart. He wanted to explain himself, but now truly words could not make it clear. As for Nuwa, she was already quite far from Yuanshi, and at this moment, she had resolved to keep her distance from him in the future. Only Jane simply smiled faintly at Yuanshi without the slightest unusual movement. Thus from now on, Yuanshi would never again have the qualification to call him cunning. Truly a renowned master raises a renowned disciple. At this moment, Mingi was drawing closer and closer to the five sages, while over 1 billion blood god avatar clones had also begun to surround them. Mingi, you seek death. Panga banner, shatter all things, destroy it. Yuanshi flew into a rage and immediately activated the Panga banner, hurling its power toward Ancestor Mingi's true body. In an instant, the terrifying aura of a supreme treasure swept across heaven and earth, and its violent force directly suppressed the presence of Ancestor Mingi. Ancestor Mingi's gaze darkened, and he prepared to self-detonate. Buzz! But at that moment, a rift suddenly tore open in the sky above. How dare you few seize the Dao arena built by this emperor? A voice filled with terrifying baleful aura shot forth with extreme speed. Immediately afterward, primordial baleful source power surged down like a tide, condensing into an astonishing suit of war armor that encased Ancestor Mingi's true body. Sheni. That is the voice of the Beast Emperor Sheni. Now this will be a good show. Perhaps this time we will witness Taichu Daojun appear in person. Seeing this scene, the mighty beings of all clans were all stirred with excitement. The Hongmeng palace had reacted. Did this mean they would soon see the true face of the Taichu Daojun? Boom. In that instant, the Pango banner slammed into the armor condensed from the primordial baleful aura, unleashing a thunderous roar. However, that war armor merely trembled faintly before returning to calm, as if nothing at all had happened. As for the Pango banner, it was sent flying backward with a series of shrill, trembling whines, dragging Yuanshi's figure into a rapid retreat. Had it not been for Hongjun, who stood nearby and swept a hand out to unleash a surge of divine power and stop it, Yuanshi would probably have already been forced back 1,000,000 li by now. How is this possible? Even my Panga banner cannot shake that armor. Yuanshi's expression twisted into extreme disbelief. The Panga banner, after all, had been transformed from the axe blade of Panga's axe. Even among innate supreme treasures, its offensive power was regarded as exceedingly fearsome. Yet it had failed to shatter even a suit of armor. What was worse, the full force of that strike had been reflected straight back. Nearby, Laozi, Yuanshi, Nuwa, and Jane's faces flickered slightly. Fortunately, they had not struck directly just now, otherwise it would have been they who were humiliated. All the mighty beings of the myriad races who sensed the battle in the eastern sky were astonished in that moment. No way. Even Sage Yuanshi has been forced back. Is the Panga banner really this weak? Think about what level of treasure that armor is. Have you all forgotten the 10th rank treasure on the treasure ranking? That is, the primordial baleful divine armor ranked 10th on the treasure ranking. It must be so. Otherwise, how could even Sage Yuanshi have been sent flying? They had never imagined that Sage Yuanshi's supreme strike would be reflected back by a mere treasure. They quickly recalled the 10th rank treasure on the treasure ranking of the supreme Hongmeng ranking, the chaos level supreme treasure, primordial baleful divine armor. And at this moment, from the spatial rift surged an astonishing aura that condensed into Shun Ni's Dharma body. He gestured toward the primordial baleful divine armor below, and it immediately hovered before him. A presence that faintly suppressed the sages surged out from the armor, causing the entire primordial wilderness to tremble. Even the heavenly Dao's oppressive pressure above involuntarily retreated some distance. Shin and I, do you intend to fight all of us? Laozi abruptly stepped forward and rebuked Shin and I. As Hongjun's chief disciple and Yuanshi's elder brother, he had to win back some dignity for his younger brother. With mere beings like you, are you worthy to battle this emperor? I'm afraid that fellow hiding in the desolate god palace would be more than enough to deal with you all. Shun and I swept his gaze across the many sages one by one, then turned his head and let out a cold snort toward the ancient heavenly court behind him. In that moment, the ancient heavenly court shuddered violently and erupted with an aura not in the least weaker than a sage's. Brother Shin and I am only a menial servant. I can barely manage such tasks as serving tea and pouring water. Fighting and killing do not suit me. This matter will still have to trouble you. Immediately after, an extremely grim voice drifted out from the ancient heavenly court, faintly laced with traces of demonic energy. This made Hongjun's countenance change drastically as if he had already guessed the identity of the menial servant of the Hongmeng Palace within the ancient heavenly court. However, as long as that person did not appear, he could not be absolutely certain. Moreover, the ancient heavenly court had been shrouded by some mighty power, making it impossible to detect even the slightest information from within. Humph. Shin and I gave a cold snort, clearly dissatisfied with the one who had just spoken. Still he stepped forward, raising terrifying baleful aura that swept toward Hongjun and the 5 sages. Shin and I, how dare you defy heaven's will and act so arrogantly before us sages? Are you truly not afraid that we will disperse your Dharma body and enter the Hongmeng Palace to demand an explanation from Taichu Daojun? Exactly. You are only a guard. The sole reason we have not lowered ourselves to bicker with you is for the sake of Taichu Daojun's face. If you do not know your limits, do not blame us. Seeing Shun and I so arrogant, Laozi Tongtian and Jian all spoke up one after another. Nuwa did not speak, but she had already summoned the red embroidered ball and locked onto Shun Ni's form. As for Yuanshur, though his rage had soared to the heavens, he was far more restrained now, perhaps because the shock from that earlier strike had not yet dissipated. Humph. I, this emperor, do not dare to claim greater cultivation than all of you, but even if you join forces, I fear you cannot break this primordial baleful divine armor of mine, can you? That being so, what right do you have to clamor before this emperor? Shin and I replied coldly, his tone brimming with mockery. You. Hearing this, Laozi and the other sages' faces changed drastically. One after another they activated their treasures and blasted them at Shin and I. In an instant, horrifying attack power condensed supreme yin-yang force interwove, an astonishing sword intent slashed out. The surrounding power of heaven and earth was stirred and rapidly converged toward the 5 sages' assault. The entire primordial wilderness trembled with it. The 5 sages' attacks merged into one, and wherever they passed, space collapsed, as if on the verge of turning into the void. Shin and I naturally saw this, but instead of fear, a faint smile appeared on his face. The primordial baleful divine armor vibrated rapidly, releasing the supreme origin of baleful aura. It transformed into countless ferocious beast phantoms, raising a terrifying beast tide that surged to meet the 5 sages' attack. In the same moment, a power that surpassed the chaos-level supreme treasure suddenly emerged from the spatial rift above him. Then waves of terrifying primordial power surged out, turning into primordial torrents like heavenly rivers. They swept past Shin and I and rushed straight toward the 5 sages. This power, could it be the might of the Hongmeng Palace? How terrifying. It feels as if the primordial wilderness is about to shatter. A treasure at the Hongmeng level, truly terror beyond measure. When the mighty beings of the myriad races sensed those primordial torrents descending, their minds trembled. Even though they were 100 million li away, reverence and dread arose in their hearts. Damn it, you actually borrowed the might of the Hongmeng Palace. If you have real skill, fight us without using treasures. Jane was the first to roar repeatedly in anger. His treasure had always been weak, and against the might of this Hongmeng numinous treasure, he was already struggling to withstand it. If this went on, he feared he would not only fail to harm Shin and I, but might also end up suppressed like his junior brother. The 3 pure ones and Nuwa also wore dark expressions. They were already under considerable pressure dealing with a single chaos-level supreme treasure. Now the might of the Hongmeng Palace had appeared as well. How could they keep fighting? My apologies, but as the guardian of the Hongmeng Palace, I happen to be able to stir a mere sliver of its supreme might. If you are dissatisfied, then go past me and enter the Hongmeng Palace to settle this with the Daojun. If you have the ability, go right ahead. If not, get lost, lest this emperor accidentally use the supreme might of the Hongmeng Palace to suppress every single one of you. Sheni, do not push us too far. Indeed, Sheni, do you take us sages for mere ornaments? Even if we must shatter this very heaven and earth, we shall destroy your Dharma body and suppress your true form. Even if that Taichu Daojun arrives, he cannot save you. Sheni's earlier words had completely enraged the 5 great sages, and even Nuwa bore a countenance darkened with barely contained fury. Hongmeng Palace was indeed fearsome, yet this Sheni was but a humble guardian. They could not believe that with the might of the heavenly Tao bolstering them, they would still fail to subdue their opponent. Moreover, what faced them was merely a Dharma projection. Did he truly believe a single such form could overcome 5 sages? As the words of the 5 sages faded, the power of the heavenly Tao surged wildly above them, sending torrents of terrifying force rushing toward the sages. The sages' presence skyrocketed dramatically, their treasure weapons blazing with power as they advanced step by step to surround Sheni. Hongjun suddenly lunged forward several paces, sweeping his hand as he summoned the Beast Emperor halberd and pointed it at the 5 sages. Do you truly believe yourselves worthy of disturbing the Tao Lord? Just as the 5 sages prepared to unleash their full power against Sheni, Hongjun's figure flickered. The overwhelming force of the heavenly Tao surged toward him, propelling him instantaneously before Sheni. Sheni, I have come personally to reclaim this ancient heavenly court. Do you not fear I shall banish you from the desolate realm? Naturally, if you were to send the Taichu Daojun in person, I might petition the heavenly Tao to overlook this matter. Otherwise, whether it be you Minghe or the cowards lurking within the ancient heavenly court who dare not show themselves, all shall be suppressed this day. Hongjun's body radiated with the power of the heavenly Tao, and with a subtle tremor it sent shockwaves through all living beings across the desolate realm. The Tao Ancestor strikes. The Tao Ancestor has finally moved. Not since that great battle against the demonic path when the Tao Ancestor emerged victorious has he truly engaged in combat with another. Wait, didn't the Tao Ancestor clash with the supreme Hongmeng rankings just recently? You know nothing. That was merely a probing strike. Now the Tao Ancestor merges with the heavenly Tao's might. His true power is about to unleash. This pressure transcends even the sages. The myriad racial heroes of the desolate realm wore expressions of shock, gazing with reverent awe toward Hongjun, the Tao Ancestor, in the eastern sky. So what if he's the Tao Ancestor? So what if he channels the heavenly Tao? Without summons from his sovereignty, not even you Hongjun are worthy to enter Hongmeng Palace. Shinny sneered, his lips curling with disdain, a trace of ice coldness crossing his features. Is that so? Then let this Tao Ancestor test it. Hongjun's gaze darkened as he slammed forward, unleashing the full might of the desolate realm toward Shinny's Dharma body. Shinny's expression shifted slightly, and he drove his god-slaying rod forward with concentrated force. Boom. The seemingly ordinary strike shattered the surrounding space, unleashing torrents of chaotic void currents. Shinny's god-slaying rod trembled violently, emitting a mournful wail as it was sent flying backward at tremendous speed. Yet at that critical moment, the primordial fiend god armor flared with intensified power, firmly resisting Hongjun's assault. But the instant that attack dissipated, Hongjun's figure had already surged past Shinny, rocketing toward the spatial rift above him. Hongmeng Palace. Suppress. Shinny cried out in alarm, desperately invoking the palace's supreme authority to halt Hongjun. Yet before his words fully resonated, the five sages descended upon him like a storm, their five terrifying assaults colliding devastatingly against the primordial fiend god armor. Moi. Suddenly Shinny's Dharma body quivered slightly, as though receiving some invisible directive, and his form froze mid-motion. Above, Hongjun's entire being blazed with terrifying heavenly Tao energy, the supreme power intertwining endlessly with the might of Hongmeng Palace. The palace's protective aura faltered momentarily, and Hongjun seized the opening, summoning the creation jade disc pulsing with the power of 3,000 cosmic laws to breach through the spatial rift. Senior Shinny, I shall hold them off. Pursue that. Not far away, Ancestor Minghe's expression darkened as he activated his 1,440 million blood god avatar, clones launching himself toward the five sages. Yet Shinny merely shook his head slightly, a faint smile crossing his lips. It matters not. His sovereignty has issued a decree to fulfill Hongjun's desire to enter Hongmeng Palace. Otherwise, does he truly believe he can escape my presence so easily? Shinny let out a cold laugh before turning his gaze toward the five sages. Hearing Shinny's words, the five sages' expressions tightened with outrage. Shinny, you dare speak such arrogance? If Master hadn't shown mercy, your Dharma body would have been annihilated long ago. Precisely. Master has now reached the heavenly Tao realm. Do you truly think you can stop him? The sages, including Laozi, erupted in anger, unable to tolerate Shinny's brazen attitude. Ignorant fools. Had his sovereignty not wished to spare this desolate realm from destruction, you would have been crushed by Hongmeng Palace's power long since. Shinny snorted coldly, his aura intensifying once more. Yet he did not press his advantage against the sages, appearing to wait for Hongjun's return. Has he entered? Tao Ancestor Hongjun has crossed into Hongmeng Palace. Was it the Taichu Daojun's design, or did the Tao Ancestor force his way in? Hard to say. Such beings transcend our judgment. The myriad heroes of the desolate realm fell silent, stunned by Shinny's words. Could it truly be that the Tao Ancestor's entry into Hongmeng Palace was permitted by the Taichu Daojun, with Shinny deliberately holding back? At this moment, Hongjun's figure had already passed through the spatial rift's passage and directly entered the massive vortex above the 33 heavens beyond. Gently raising his gaze, he beheld the towering, majestic Hongmeng Palace, its surface etched with mysterious patterns radiating supreme primordial power, and his expression inevitably hardened. Around the palace, 10,000 streaks of crimson light floated while the primordial power of the 3,000 great Taos surged. Its entrance was colossal, spanning the breadth of heaven and earth, carved with scenes of battles among the 3,000 demonic gods. For a moment, Hongjun felt as though he stood within those ancient scenes, recalling how the myriad demonic gods had clashed with Pengu in days of old. Simultaneously, wisps of Hongmeng energy slowly spread, causing Hongjun's spirit to tremble slightly. Even with the supreme might of the heavenly Tao bolstering him, he could sense the terrifying pressure emanating from within. A deep resonance echoed as the colossal doors began to part, and overwhelming pressure surged toward Hongjun like a tide. Hongjun's face contorted in shock as the power of the heavenly Tao swirled frantically around him. The creation jade disc above his head unleashed its supreme authority, forming a protective barrier around his body. Yet even with this defense, his figure staggered backward repeatedly, on the verge of being drawn into the terrifying vortex of energy. Hongjun barely managed to steady himself, a faint trace of envy glimmering in his eyes. Had he possessed a treasure of the Hongmeng level back, then perhaps by now he would have cast off the heavenly Tao, or even refined it completely. He would not have ended up in such a sorry state. To put it kindly, he was the supreme sovereign of the heavenly Tao, its mouthpiece. To put it bluntly, he had been utterly controlled by the heavenly Tao, reduced to a mere puppet. How dare you intrude into the Hongmeng palace? Are you courting death? At that moment, one thunderous rebuke after another burst forth from the Hongmeng palace, carrying terrifying primordial power that caused Hongjun's body to tremble once more. He gritted his teeth and strode forward several paces. I, Hongjun, in the name of the heavenly Tao of Honghuang, have come specially to call upon fellow Taoist Taichu. I request that Taichu Daojun come forth and speak with me. No matter how formidable Taichu Daojun might be, Hongjun had come bearing the supreme might of the heavenly Tao. How could he be cowed by mere messengers? As Hongjun's voice rang out, the Hongmeng palace fell into silence. After more than 10 breaths, Hongjun slowly emerged, casting a glance at Hongjun. Tao ancestor, forcing your way into the Hongmeng palace is rather reckless. The great master, mindful that you are currently under the control of the heavenly Tao and acting against your will, is willing to spare you this once. I advise you, Tao ancestor, to leave at once, lest the great master change his mind and suppress you here in the Hongmeng palace. The moment his words fell, he turned to return to the Hongmeng palace. At the sight, Hongjun's face darkened. After the struggle between the demonic and immortal ways, the immortal way had come to rule over Honghuang, and all living beings in that primordial world revered him as the Tao ancestor. Who would dare show him such disrespect? Moreover, this Hongjun was once a disciple who had sat at his feet listening to the Tao. Now that he had merely become an attendant of the Hongmeng palace, was he really going to look down on him? At that thought, he abruptly lunged forward, transforming into a streak of light that shot straight toward the Hongmeng palace. Hongyun's expression stiffened, and he hurriedly summoned his treasure, ready to block the way. Enough. Since he is so bent on entering the Hongmeng palace, give him a chance. At that moment, a cold and ethereal voice drifted forth, as if crossing several layers of space. Tao ancestor, the great master invites you in. No need to force your way out, come with me. Hearing this, Hongjun hastily withdrew the treasure he had summoned and clasped his hands toward Hongjun. Hongjun was taken aback, never expecting that Taichu Daojun would actively invite him into the Hongmeng palace. Could it be that the other party harbored some apprehension toward him? With that, he immediately fell in behind Hongjun and passed directly through the black gate. The moment he stepped into the Hongmeng palace, Hongjun's mind gave a sudden shudder. He hastily raised his head and swept his gaze around. He now found himself in an immensely long corridor that seemed to stretch without end. Above it, the sun, moon, and stars wheeled in a wondrous dance, as if he were suspended in the boundless starry heavens. On both sides of the corridor, as if at the very source of the Tao, countless streams of Tao origins surged all around. A single casual grab would suffice to seize innumerable strands of the great Tao's essence. At the same time, clusters of golden light floated about, slowly churning like a breathtaking formation. Within each cluster a world seemed to lurk, filled with faint visions of spirit beasts and spirit plants, exuding a dense aura of vitality. A soft hum resonated. At that moment, a curtain of light suddenly materialized within the boundless starry sky and descended swiftly before them, forming a glowing portal. Hongjun turned, gave Hongjun a slight nod, and stepped into the portal. Hongjun's brows knit slightly with apprehension, but since he had already come this far, retreat was out of the question. Gritting his teeth, he followed Hongjun into the luminous portal. In an instant, he arrived within a vast hall that seemed to float amid the boundless starry sky. Stars churned all around, while the origin of the great Tao swirled about, radiating an indescribable supreme majesty. At the head of the hall stood an enormous throne, fully 100,000 zhang in height. Upon it, a black figure shrouded in primordial power sat cross-legged. Several times Hongjun tried to probe the figure's cultivation, yet he vaguely sensed that the other seemed to exist outside this very time and space, utterly impossible to discern. Flanking the throne were Zhu Long, Shiqilin, and Yuan Feng, all in human form, standing with their hands clasped behind their backs and staring coldly at Hongjun. Behind Hongjun, at the entrance of the Hongmeng palace, Shen Ni's true body gave a slight tremor, a flicker of fierce displeasure lurking in his eyes. Even though his incarnation was still confronting the 5 sages in Honghuang, he nonetheless spared a sliver of his consciousness to bellow at Hongjun. Hongjun, do you not know to bow before the Tao sovereign? The instant his voice fell, an astonishing pressure surged forth and swept toward Hongjun. Hongjun's face darkened. With a violent wave of his hand, he summoned the jade disc of creation and used all his strength to withstand the overwhelming pressure. Steadying himself, he shot a cold glare at Shen Ni's true body. Shen Ni's true body had indeed stepped into the Hunyuan realm, and its aura seemed even more terrifying than that of Laozi, his own disciple. Of course, it was also possible that Shun and I had borrowed the might of the Hongmeng Palace to wield such imposing pressure. Thereafter his gaze swept over Shi Qilin Zulong and Yuan Feng in turn finally, coming to rest on the black silhouette. He clasped his hands toward the figure in greeting. Hongjun pays his respects to fellow Taoist Taichu. I have come regarding affairs of Honghuang, and I seek an explanation from you Taichu Daojun. Now the outer menial servants of the Hongmeng Palace have occupied the ancient heavenly court, disrupting the operation of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, Shun Enai, the guardian of the Hongmeng Palace, even intends to wreak destruction upon Honghuang as the supreme sovereign of the heavenly Tao. In Hongjuan's view, be it Shi Qilin, Zulong Yuan Feng, or Shun Enai, none of them were his match. By this reckoning, this so-called Taichu Daojun was perhaps only at the heavenly Tao realm not much stronger than himself. It was precisely this that gave him the confidence to demand an explanation. Of course, this was also related to the will of the heavenly Tao. The decree of the heavenly Tao compelled him to speak thus, and he could not disobey. Come to the Hongmeng Palace to demand an explanation. Hongjun, have you gone muddled from merging with the Tao? Do you truly think that the Hongmeng Palace is your Zixiao Palace? At Hongjuan's words, Shi Qilin immediately roared in fury, and beside him Zulong and Yuan Feng also stepped forward shouting rebukes at Hongjun. This caused the heavenly Tao's might around Hongjun to tremble violently. The ancient heavenly court of Honghuang shall for the time being be controlled by the Yao race. Those of the Hongmeng Palace shall withdraw from Honghuang and never enter it again. Taichu Daojun shall submit to the unified rule of the heavenly Tao. Suddenly wisps of heavenly Tao power surfaced in Hongjuan's eyes, as if even his consciousness had been utterly seized by the heavenly Tao. This made his voice grow even colder as he recited the decree of the heavenly Tao in a tone utterly devoid of emotion. The heavenly Tao dares to issue edicts in the presence of this Tao sovereign. At this moment, the figure seated upon the throne within the primordial palace emitted a cold snort. In an instant, the stars surrounding the primordial palace began spinning with great speed, and supreme primordial power bore down upon Hongjun. Hongjun was greatly alarmed and hurriedly activated the heavenly Tao power encircling his body along with the chaotic supreme treasure, the creation jade slip, to erect successive defensive barriers. Even so, his aura was suppressed by the might of the primordial palace. Hongjun, how dare you act so recklessly? Do not think that because you represent the primordial heavenly Tao you may behave arrogantly within the primordial palace. Chaotic great Tao furnace appear. Chaotic overlord shield emerge. Chaotic 10,000 thunder mountain suppress. At this very moment, Yuan Feng, Shi Qilin, and Zulong all leaped into the sky, seemingly preparing to activate their respective treasures to suppress Hongjun, who had shown disrespect toward the Taichu Tao sovereign. Meanwhile, Hongyun, who stood not far from Hongjun, also summoned the chaotic cloud tribulation flywisk and launched it toward Hongjun. As for Shun Enai, his gaze darkened, and his colossal figure had already blocked Hongjun's path. This Tao patriarch is a guest, and yet you would all move against me. Taichu Taoist friend, is this your way of treating guests? Suddenly Hongjun's gaze returned to normal, his face filled with shock as he let out a tremendous roar. Moments ago, everything he had done was controlled by the heavenly Tao, and those words were nothing but the will of the heavenly Tao. He had been utterly powerless to change it. Yet engaging in combat within the primordial palace against its inhabitants, he would likely gain no advantage whatsoever, and would instead face suppression from the palace's formidable might. This was extremely disadvantageous for him. Even if he intended to act, he should first leave the primordial palace. Unfortunately, no matter how loudly he called out, the dark shadow cast no response. The Tao sovereign permitting you entry into the primordial palace was merely granting you a shred of face. Do you truly consider yourself a guest? How absurd. On the contrary, Zulong and the others saw their attack power steadily rise, accompanied by echoing sneers. Hearing these words, wrath surged through Hongjun's heart. Yet facing attacks from several chaotic grade treasures, he found himself barely able to maintain his defenses. Moreover, the barriers he sustained through heavenly Tao power and the creation jade slip were already showing fractures, and it seemed only a matter of time before they shattered. In the primordial world beyond the ancient heavenly court, Dijun and Tai had already led their armies into a rapid retreat. At this moment, Shun Enai and the 5 great sages were locked in a fierce stalemate, terrifying auras constantly surging outward in all directions. Carelessness would result in certain death. Suddenly Shun Ni's Dharma body trembled, and he took a sudden step forward, causing the 5 great sages poised to advance to freeze mid-step and exchange glances with one another. Hum. At this moment, a resonant humming sound echoed across heaven and earth. Immediately, an astonishing power manifested upon the supreme primordial ranking, compelling the powerful beings of all races in the primordial world to instinctively turn their gaze toward it. Even Yuanshi Sage has appeared on this primordial conspiracy ranking. Who do you suppose is even more treacherous than him? I speculate it must be Jane and Junti's turn now. Impossible that pair of sworn brothers should claim the top spot. At this moment, many powerful beings muttered among themselves, seemingly already convinced that Jane and Junti would inevitably appear on this primordial conspiracy ranking. Primordial conspiracy ranking 5th place, Lousy. Human education sage. Ranking reward chaotic void vessel. Mid-tier innate supreme treasure Pangu divine origin. 20 strands of yin-yang primordial source. Pangu divine origin pure Pangu primordial soul power that can complete the primordial soul of those bearing the Panga bloodline and summoned the Panga Dharma body. Unexpectedly, it is Lousy. The human education sage. Elder brother Yuanshi. I never expected that the human education sage who appeared so detached and desireless would rank higher than Yuanshi on this conspiracy list. It makes sense. If disciples of Chan sect and Jie sect are on the list, human education cannot be omitted. However, these sages cannot be trusted so easily from now on. Exactly, we must keep our distance from them. Look, this time Lousy sage has obtained the Panga divine origin reward. Trouble will surely follow. The powerful beings of all races in the primordial world were greatly shocked, having never expected that even Lousy would appear on this conspiracy ranking, surpassing Yuanshi. Thus, among the 3 pure ones, only Tongtian remained absent from this conspiracy ranking. This old man. At this moment, Lousy, who had been about to contend with Shun Ni's Dharma body, paused mid-step, a hint of astonishment crossing his features. Yuanshi and Tongtian beside him could not help but exchange uneasy glances before turning toward him. Elder brother. Did not Master previously state that this conspiracy ranking is not solely for the treacherous and deceitful, but rather reflects the severity of one's calculations and schemes? Yuanshi hastily spoke to Lousy, ostensibly to calm him, but actually hoping to use the opportunity to convey Hongjun's definition of this conspiracy ranking. Lousy nodded slightly, tacitly accepting this. However, Tongtian and Nuwa beside them took several cautious steps backward. This time, confronting Shun Ni might require them to pay a heavy price to achieve victory, so they had no intention of becoming the ones calculated against. Brother Yuanshi speaks correctly, brother Lousy. Such trivial matters need not concern you. Nearby Jane chuckled softly. In his view, how could either Yuanshi or Lousy compare to him and his sworn brother? Yet both of them now appearing on the conspiracy ranking meant they had lost any right to mock him and his brother henceforth. Ancestral land of the Wu tribe. The 12 ancestral Wus felt their expressions darken, a faint sense of unease stirring within them. Father God's divine origin. Could it be the pure primordial soul power capable of summoning Father God's Dharma body and supplementing the insufficiency of our primordial souls? Elder brother, it appears to be so. This sister's bloodline power feels a faint resonance. Excellent. If we can obtain Father God's divine origin, we might be able to complete our primordial souls and directly step into the Honghuang realm. For a moment, all 12 ancestral Wus received some information from their bloodlines and could hardly contain themselves from flying toward the eastern sky. Not so fast. Currently, the 5 great sages are outside the ancient heavenly court along with billions of demon race troops. Even if we go, their success would be difficult to achieve. Why not listen to this sister's counsel? While the rewards are being distributed, we could ambush Lousy beyond Kunlun Mountain and perhaps still have a chance to seize Father God's divine origin. Ho-Tu spoke up, urgently halting the various ancestral Wus and explaining her plan to them. After 100 breaths, all the ancestral Wus understood Ho-Tu's plan, and their figures flickered before vanishing from their original positions. Dijong journeyed alone toward Mount Buzhou, as if harboring his own designs. Meanwhile, Ho-Tu and the other ancestral Wus moved stealthily toward Kunlun Mountain, appearing to prepare in advance for ambushing Lousy. Primordial conspiracy ranking 4th place, Zhuani. Sage of the Western Teachings. Ranking reward Chaos World Tree. A Chaos grade spirit root, and mid-grade innate supreme treasure. 100 strands of profound yellow merit. 10 strands of heavenly Tao origin. Primordial conspiracy ranking 3rd place, Jane. Sage of the Western Teachings. Ranking reward Chaos Annihilation Pearl. A high-grade innate supreme treasure, along with 50 strands of annihilation origin and 10 strands of primordial fortune. The supreme Hongmeng ranking kept updating, and the names of 2 sages appeared in succession. As expected, both of those fellows are on the conspiracy ranking. It seems that from now on the Western Teachings will also have innate supreme treasures. Tisk tisk tsk. Aren't they afraid of being mocked for obtaining treasures from a ranking like this? Ridicule. If I were put on that ranking, I would willingly bear the scorn of all living beings in the primordial wilderness. Have you truly not seen how astonishing those rewards are? But shouldn't those 2 from the Western Teachings be ranked 1st and 2nd? Could there really be beings in the primordial wilderness more shameless than those 2? I'm also puzzled. Who could be even more sinister? Waves of startled cries and discussions rose among the mighty beings of the myriad races. In their eyes, Jane and Junti should have been the outstanding representatives of treachery, cunning, and shamelessness in the primordial wilderness. Yet they had not even become the top-ranked. Never mind all that. In any case, I have seen clearly now, sages cannot be trusted lightly. Right sages cannot be trusted lightly, or you may well be schemed against. Fortunately, we did not become disciples under a sage. I had originally planned to go and seek a master after this matter was over. Don't go. Be careful, or you'll be absolutely ruined. At the same time, a faint conviction took shape in their hearts. All sages were sinister, and the farther one could stay from them the better. As for those who had originally intended to become disciples of sages, they now secretly harbored different thoughts. In the eastern sky outside the ancient heavenly court, a trace of excitement flickered in Jane's eyes, and he could not help breaking into peals of laughter. Little did he expect that his and his junior brother's proficiency in scheming would become a way for them to obtain rewards. In this way, the Western teachings would also have an innate supreme treasure to anchor their fortune. At this moment, Laozi and Yuanshi could not help smiling bitterly inwardly. In the end, when it came to intrigue, the two of them were still no match for those two fellows of the Western teachings. Tontian and Nuwa, however, could not help exchanging a glance and seeing the doubt and worry in each other's eyes. Now among the 6 sages of the primordial wilderness, Laozi, Yuanshi, Jin, and Junie had all appeared on the primordial conspiracy, ranking leaving only the two of them, the 2 great sages, off the list. And the more this was so, the more concerned they became. When a sage works his schemes, it is no small matter. Just how far would one have to go to be listed on the primordial conspiracy ranking? It couldn't be that they intend to scheme against fellow sages like us, could it? Jane, your Western teachings have already appeared on this conspiracy ranking, yet you are still so delighted. Truly shameless. Seeing Jane's smug expression, Shinny's Dharma body let out a cold snort, a trace of disdain appearing on his face. At the same time, he abruptly stepped forward, causing the primordial evil god armor before him to tremble slightly as wisps of baleful origin surged forth and swept toward Jane and the other sages. Taoist Laozi, our master has been inside for a long time and still hasn't come out. Should we first disperse Shinny's Dharma body, suppress the Mingyi ancestor, and clear away the Hongmeng palace servants in the ancient heavenly court? Exactly, elder brother. Waiting here like this is no solution. Why not act on Taoist Jane's suggestion? At this moment, Jane and Yuanshi hurriedly gathered closer to Laozi and began asking him in low voices. Meanwhile, Tontian and Nuwa instinctively moved closer together, holding up their treasures to withstand the terrifying might stirred up by Shinny. Third brother, junior sister Nuwa, what do the two of you think we should do? Laozi did not make an immediate decision. Instead, he looked at Tontian and Nuwa, feeling faintly that the two were growing distant from them. Elder brother, you make the call. Just don't scheme against your younger brother. Laozi, senior brother, I share the same view as senior brother Tontian. Nonsense. Would I ever be the kind of shameless wretch who schemes against his own brothers and junior sister? As soon as Laozi said these words, he felt something was off. How had he ended up becoming the object of mockery? At that thought, he couldn't help glancing at Jane. It had been Jane who spoke first, yet Laozi had become the one in charge, and had been mocked by his third brother and Nuwa. It seemed that in the art of scheming, he was still slightly inferior to Jane. Enough. Since third brother and junior sister Nuwa are unwilling to speak, then we shall hold on for a while. Believe in the master. He will definitely walk out of Hongmeng Palace. Laozi waved his hand and summoned the profound yellow exquisite pagoda to envelop himself, looking very much as if he would no longer make a move. Do you still delude yourselves that Hongjun will step out of Hongmeng Palace to deal with this emperor? Let me tell you plainly, Hongjun's situation is far more dangerous than yours. Hearing this, Shinny across from them could not help roaring with laughter. Impossible. This time the master is empowered by the heavenly Tao, and his might is sufficient to suppress even heavenly Tao realm beings above the sage realm. How could his situation be more dangerous than ours? Exactly. Shinny, could it be that you're afraid, and so you use such words to threaten me and these Taoist friends? The 5 sages all shouted in anger. Even Tontian and Nuwa were unwilling to admit at this moment that Hongjun had encountered a crisis. In the great hall of Hongmeng Palace, the defenses around Hongjun could no longer withstand the furious bombardment from the 3 attendants, 1 guard, and 1 boy of Hongmeng Palace. At the instant the defenses around him completely collapsed, a sharp glint flashed through his eyes, and his form swelled violently. You actually dare to try to suppress me, the Tao ancestor? It seems that I, the Tao ancestor, must show you the true might of the heavenly Tao realm. Having been bombarded for so long, Hongjun had long since been unable to hold back. If not for the might of Hongmeng Palace suppressing him, he would have charged out long ago, even with Shinny and Hongyun blocking his way. Now not only was anger rising in his heart, but the will of the heavenly Tao seemed to be enraged as well. The heavenly Tao power around him began to burn violently, releasing terrifying might that blasted toward primordial phoenix, primal Qilin, ancestral dragon, Hongyun, and Shinny's true body. It seems that unless this Tao Lord makes a move, you truly believe you can run wild in Hongmeng Palace. Get out. At that very moment, the black figure seated on the throne in the great hall of Hongmeng Palace let out a cold snort. He slowly raised a single finger and pointed it lightly at Hongjun. In an instant, waves of terrifying power appeared before him, drawing wisps of origin force that rapidly converged and condensed into a colossal phantom finger 1,000,000 zhong in size. Divine runes surged on that giant finger as it radiated extremely frightening power, striking down before Hongjun in an instant. At that same instant, Hongjun's pupils abruptly contracted. Damn it, Taichu Daojun, you actually made a move against me. Do you show not even the slightest respect? You. Hongjun was stunned. This Taichu Daojun had actually launched an attack at him directly, genuinely, without the slightest fear of him or the heavenly Dao. Besides, was Taichu Daojun not being utterly shameless? He was at this very moment locked in battle with the 5 mighty experts of Hongmeng Palace. These 5 fellows had already stepped into the Hunyuan realm enough to rival the sage disciples beneath him. If Taichu Daojun struck as well, was that not blatant bullying? Silence. Suppress. Yet the black figure on the throne paid no heed to Hongjun's roar. The giant finger erupted with terrifying might, instantly forcing back the heavenly Dao power around Hongjun. This made Hongjun's heart and mind tremble, a faint sense of crisis rising within him. The immortal Dao stands tall, the heavenly Dao reinforces, shaping all heavens, suppressing chaos. With a furious roar, the jade disk of creation above Hongjun suddenly erupted with astonishing power. The force of the 3,000 great Daos flowed, the might of the heavenly Dao surrounded it, and countless beams of light condensed and shot toward the giant finger. At the same time, his figure retreated rapidly, transforming into countless phantoms. Every phantom erupted with supreme might and charged toward the countless beams condensed by the jade disk of creation. The countless beams rapidly transformed, manifesting countless phantom treasures that radiated even more terrifying might. Boom! In an instant, the giant finger collided with the treasures in the hands of the countless phantoms. For a time, the terrifying source power of the great Dao rapidly annihilated those phantoms, sending out wave after wave of booming sounds. In just half a breath, half of Hongjun's countless phantoms had vanished. All Daos unite as one. The heavenly Dao is supreme. Condense. At that moment, the remaining phantoms roared in unison and rapidly converged into one place. In an instant, they condensed into a colossal primordial chaos WIRM phantom, a full 10 million li in size, that roared and charged at the giant finger. Boom. Another thunderous crash. The giant finger and the primordial chaos WIRM phantom collided head-on. Instantly, the entire Hongmeng Palace trembled slightly. The surrounding stars and celestial bodies shook violently, sending terrifying might spreading outward into the distance. The primordial chaos WIRM phantom lasted only one breath before being blasted into fragments. This forced Hongjun's true body to stagger back again and again, spitting out a mouthful of golden essence blood, his face turning livid. He did not dare to linger. His figure flickered rapidly as astonishing heavenly Dao might surged around him once more, and he frantically shot out of Hongmeng Palace. Bang! But before he could reach the edge of the great hall, the giant finger had already landed on him. At that moment, Hongjun could only madly burn the power of the heavenly Dao, causing his body to swell rapidly. And yet he simply could not move, leaving the giant finger to press him down by sheer force. Just then, a spatial rift suddenly split open beneath him. Before he could react, his body was blasted into the spatial rift. At that moment, a spatial rift 1,000,000 zhong wide split open in the sky above the primordial world. Violent might surged wildly out from within it, and the dreadful force shook the primordial world furiously, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Astonishing heavenly Dao power converged beneath the rift like a tide, making the hearts of mighty beings from all races tremble. Even the sages paused in their confrontation with Shun and I, and stared in shock at the colossal spatial rift. Immediately after, Hongjun's figure shot out. Above him, the giant finger bearing supreme might shook heaven and earth. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with boundless power from the origin of the great Dao. The terrifying might made the surrounding space collapse wildly, and even the chaotic currents of the void could not flow in. Everything dissolved into absolute nothingness. Is that Hongjun, the Dao ancestor? What happened? The Dao ancestor was actually struck down by a single finger. A finger that huge. Could it be about to obliterate the primordial world? The heavenly Dao's power has all gathered there. Could it be that the primordial world can no longer withstand it? The faces of the mighty beings of the primordial world's myriad races changed drastically. They could faintly sense that the giant finger in the sky held might beyond imagination. Even Hongjun, the Dao ancestor, could not resist, and was blasted back to the primordial world by a single finger. If that terrifying finger truly struck the lands of the primordial world, it would indeed be unable to endure it. At this moment, the heavenly Dao power of the primordial world whirled like a surging tide, transforming into a colossal vortex that soared upward to meet the giant finger. Just as the giant finger was about to collide with the heavenly Dao vortex, it suddenly halted. Then the might upon it rapidly withdrew and returned toward the spatial rift above. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment Hongjun coughed up several mouthfuls of essence blood and barely stabilized himself. He abruptly raised his head to glance at the rift above, then gritted his teeth and shot away towards Zixiao Palace. Has the Dao ancestor been wounded? I saw the Dao ancestor spit blood. So even the augmentation of the heavenly Dao was useless. Could this be Taichu Daojuan's doing? How terrifying. If that strike just now had truly landed, we would probably all have been buried with him. Impossible. It must be that Taichu Daojuan feared the might of the heavenly Dao and did not dare to strike. I do not believe the heavenly Dao would lose. Among the mighty beings of the myriad races of the primordial world, many trembled inwardly, vaguely suspecting that this was Taichu Daojuan's doing. However, there were also many beings who would rather die than believe that Taichu Daojuan could severely wound the Dao ancestor. The two sides stood in silent opposition, neither able to persuade the other. At the great hall of Hongmeng Palace, the black figure slowly withdrew his finger as if nothing had happened at all. At this time, ancestral dragon founding Qilin primordial phoenix, Hongjun, and Shun and I stepped forward one after another to pay their respects. Daojuan, how dare Hongjun be so insolent? Should we suppress him completely? Indeed, my lord, those sages also look unconvinced. Why not suppress them all at once? Shun and I spoke first while ancestral dragon and the others echoed in agreement, appearing extremely displeased with Hongjun and the sages. No matter. This Daojuan has no intention of becoming enemies with mere juniors. After this, I believe Hongjun will remain quiet for some time. The black figure on the throne said indifferently. Then his figure flickered lightly and vanished on the spot, as if he had never appeared at all. Chaos, within Zixiao Palace. The moment Hongjun stepped inside, he fiercely waved his hand and sealed the great hall of Zixiao Palace. Damn it. Taichu Daojuan, this Dao ancestor has noted this account. I will definitely find a chance to repay you. Waves of roars echoed through the great hall of Zixiao Palace, causing the entire palace to tremble. In the primordial wilderness outside the ancient celestial court, the countenances of Laozi Yuanshi, Tongtian Yuhua, and Jian all turned exceedingly grim. Taichu Dao Lord. Our master didn't even have a chance to resist. This is too terrifying. Even the heavenly Dao trembled, almost compelling us to rush forward and block that dreadful blow. The powerful beings of the myriad races in the primordial world might only have witnessed the scene of the Dao ancestor being blasted into the primordial wilderness and wounded, but these sages sensed the very tremor of the heavenly Dao. That phantom finger from earlier had not unleashed its full power at all. Otherwise, not to mention their master being unable to withstand it, even the heavenly Dao itself would scarcely be able to endure it. Eldest brother, our master is injured. Should we not go to the Zixiao Palace to pay our respects? Indeed, eldest brother, let us hurry to the Zixiao Palace. Perhaps our master has important matters to announce. Yuanshi and Tongtian both looked toward Laozi and transmitted their voices to inquire. Laozi did not respond immediately, but instead cast a glance at the divine manifestation of Shun and I not far ahead. I have no time to keep accompanying you all. Now let me ask you, do you still want your so-called ancient celestial court? The divine manifestation of Shun and I had already begun strolling slowly toward Laozi and the other sages, letting out chilling sneers. This caused the countenances of Laozi and the other sages to sink. They were unwilling to be forced back by a mere embodiment. But now that Hongjun had been blasted back into the primordial wilderness, they had utterly no confidence left. How could they continue to fight? What if several more existences like Shun and I emerged from that Hongmeng Palace? How would they cope? Daoist Shun and I will no longer take part in this affair. Unless ordered by the heavenly Dao or our master, I will not oppose the Hongmeng Palace. Niwa was the first to clasp her hands toward the divine manifestation of Shun and I, and without waiting for Laozi and the others to react, she sped off directly toward the distant army of the demon race. She had obtained considerable benefits from Hongmeng Palace earlier and had never truly wished to participate in this affair, but with the will of Hongjun and the heavenly Dao pressing upon her, she could not defy them. Now that Hongjun had retreated in defeat, and the heavenly Dao no longer forcibly issued its decree, she naturally chose to withdraw first. Shin and I, today we still have important matters to attend to, so we will not cross blows with you. However, if you ever dare show disrespect to our master again, we will not forgive you. Laozi Yuanshi, Tongtian, and Jian understood by now that remaining here would only deepen their humiliation. Thus, after hurling a few harsh words, they rapidly retreated into the distance. I fear that when the time comes you still won't dare to cross blows with me. Shin and I let out a cold snort and wore an expression of utter contempt. Then with a flicker of his form, he headed toward the ancient celestial court. The Netherworld River ancestor had originally intended to step into the ancient celestial court only to discover that Shin and I had laid down another barrier around it, preventing him from drawing near. Even the sages have retreated. These are the 5 great sages. Did they really back off so easily? Were they frightened away by a single divine manifestation of Shun and I? What do you know? It wasn't because of a mere manifestation that they retreated. They were plainly scared out of their wits by that terrifying finger. When the mighty beings of the myriad races witnessed the retreat of the sages, their expressions all changed. The Tao ancestor had been blasted back into the primordial wilderness and had withdrawn into the Zishao palace, while the 5 great sages had been forced back by a single divine manifestation of Shun Inai, a guard of the Hongmeng palace. This primordial world was truly about to change. Shu, this great immortal thinks you lot don't want to live much longer. Is the retreat of the sages some glorious affair? Do you think the sages wouldn't erase you all with a single strike if you keep gossiping here? Exactly. This seat also feels that if you continue discussing this, you might not live much longer. Several quasi-saint powerhouses with considerable strength surged with mighty aura and issued reprimanding shouts. Having benefited from Hongjun, they naturally wished to defend him at this moment. However, there had simply been too many voices speaking just now, and even they could not easily strike out. Look, the Supreme Hongmeng ranking is about to update again. Who will be second on the primordial conspiracy ranking? At this moment, upon the Supreme Hongmeng ranking, mighty power surged, and a new ranking faintly began to emerge. Sensing this, the powerful beings of the myriad races turned their heads one after another toward the Supreme Hongmeng ranking. Primordial conspiracy ranking, second place, Hongjun, sovereign of the heavenly Tao, Tao ancestor. Ranking reward, top grade, innate treasure, primordial chaos, immortal divine sword. 100 strands of immortal essence. 100 strands of heavenly Tao essence. Superb innate spirit treasure. 9 immortal mountains. No way. Even the Tao ancestor is on this conspiracy ranking. Could it be that the Tao ancestor is plotting something? Every being paying attention to the Supreme Hongmeng ranking had their expression change. Although Hongjun had just been blasted back into the primordial wilderness by a terrifying phantom finger, he was still the Tao ancestor of the primordial world and the spokesman of the heavenly Tao, deserving the reverence of all races. For an existence like him to appear on the conspiracy ranking was truly shocking to the heart. Master is ranked second on the conspiracy ranking. No wonder it was said before that those on the conspiracy ranking are not necessarily evil. But what schemes could Master possibly have? Nuwa, who was leading the demon race army in search of a suitable place to establish her Tao field, felt her expression darken slightly. A strange sensation suddenly welled up in her heart, and she could not help but raise her head to look toward the direction of the Zishao palace. Equally shaken were Laozi, Yuanshi, Tongtian, and Jian, who were hurrying toward the Zishao palace. Especially Yuanshi, Laozi, and Jian, who had previously appeared on the conspiracy ranking, all had their expressions changed slightly. In their hearts they knew well that this conspiracy ranking was far more profound than merely ranking those skilled in scheming and plotting. Yet now their master had actually ranked even higher than they had. This caused them all to reveal strange looks and cast glances toward the Zishao palace. Moreover, their pace of advance had clearly slowed considerably, as if they were pondering what exactly had caused Hongjun to ascend the conspiracy ranking. Eldest brother, is there something among Master's schemes that we do not know about? Tongtian, who had been maintaining a certain distance from Laozi, Yuanshi, and Jian, could not hold back after hearing Hongjun's name and asked Laozi directly. Our Master's schemes are surely the will of heaven. Why should we need to know? Third brother, once you enter the Zishao palace, you must never mention such matters. Laozi hurriedly waved his hand at Tongtian. If this matter were mentioned now and Hongjun came to know of it, they would surely be punished. Inside the Zishao palace, Hongjun, who had been burning with rage only moments ago, suddenly revealed a faintly complicated expression in his eyes. But before he could react, wisps of astonishing heavenly Tao might surged forth above him. This caused Hongjun's body and mind to tremble violently, and he was soon enveloped by the might of the heavenly Tao. Within that might of the heavenly Tao was contained a sliver of will, seemingly probing every secret he possessed. In that instant, the creation jade disc inside Hongjun's body trembled slightly and gave rise to a trace of extraordinary power concealing the most secret place within his sea of consciousness. At the eastern sky of Honghuang, the ancient Tianting was trembling faintly. Shin Inai, who had just stepped inside, seemed to be arguing with the Hongmeng palace menial servant hidden within. Outside the Hongmeng palace, patriarch Mingi grew anxious, yet he still did not dare to enter rashly. The anomaly here faintly attracted the gazes of some top powerhouses of Honghuang, who extended their divine senses and probed toward the ancient Tianting. Even the saints do not dare to linger. How dare you pry? Sensing this, Mingi gave a cold snort, and with a slight tremor of the aura around his body, he severed those powerhouses probing. This Mingi is truly arrogant. Exactly. Back then when we entered Juyo with various fellow Taoists, we should have killed him in advance. Who would have thought that this fellow has actually joined the Hongmeng palace? Alright, it is only natural for Mingi to be a bit arrogant this time. If I myself had joined the Hongmeng palace, I would be even more domineering than he is. Exactly. Let us guess who is at the top of the Honghuang intrigue ranking. Not even I imagine that the Tao ancestor would only be ranked second. Just what kind of sinister and dangerous existence could the first place be? Many powerhouses who wanted to probe the anomaly of the ancient Tianting kept speaking. Quite a few were extremely furious, but after being shaken by Mingyi they no longer dared to continue probing. After all, the five saints had all retreated, and even the Tao ancestor Hongjun had not taken back the ancient Tianting. They truly did not qualify to spy on it. The many powerhouses of all races who had gathered together began to guess at the top of the Honghuang intrigue ranking. Since the second ranked was the Tao ancestor, the top ranked must be even more adept at scheming than the Tao ancestor, more sinister and cunning in his actions, and perhaps even superior in cultivation. I think it should be that Shin and I. After all, it was he who shook the five saints just now. Impossible. Shin and I is merely a guard of the Hongmeng Palace. If we are to guess, it should be that Taichu Daojun. Right, I also think it is Taichu Daojun. Before long, waves of discussion arose everywhere in Honghuang. The top of the supreme Hongmeng ranking had not yet been announced, and many living beings felt that the top-ranked person would certainly be more powerful than the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Therefore, they speculated that it might be Taichu Daojun. Of course, there were also those who considered themselves and thought they might enter the top of the intrigue ranking. Above the Eastern Sea, the two demon emperors, Kunping, numerous demon gods, and hundreds of millions of demon clan soldiers slowly descended. Previously, by Hongjun's decree, the Wu governed the earth, and the demon race governed the heavens. But now the demon race had no place to settle. Since they could not easily return to their original territories, they could only remain here for the time being, quietly waiting for Nuwa to return from the Hongmeng Palace and help them build a new dwelling. Big brother, there is still no one from our demon race on this intrigue ranking. Could the final top spot be one of our demon race? Tai whispered to Dijuan. However, his gaze was directed at Kunping not far away. This matter I too find hard to determine. However, I feel that if Kunping truly ascends to the top spot, we brothers must move first to suppress him. Dijuan raised his eyebrow. This Kunping did have some scheming ability and was even more sinister than him and Tai. If Kunping truly made it to the top of the intrigue ranking and obtained powerful treasures, their position as demon emperors might be shaken. Therefore, if the top of the intrigue ranking really was Kunping, they would have to strike first and suppress Kunping to seize the others' ranking reward. Outside Mount Kunlun, the 12 ancestral Wus concealed their auras and propped up a blood-colored space underground, waiting for Laozi to return. At this time, the Panga divine essence that Laozi was about to obtain was too tempting for them, rattling their hearts and minds, making them willing to fight even against a saint. Big brother, do you think the top spot could be us brothers? That's right, big brother. This time we have even schemed against the saints. Surely it is time for us to be listed. They now earnestly hoped to ascend to the top of the intrigue ranking, for perhaps they could obtain a top-grade innate treasure and use it to fight Laozi. If they could not suppress Laozi, they could also use the treasure to exchange with Laozi for that Panga divine essence. At this time, the three pure ones, Jin and Nuwa, who had temporarily settled the demon race above the Eastern Sea, landed one after another outside the Zixiao Palace. Only they vaguely sensed that the Zixiao Palace was enveloped by the might of the heavenly Tao and did not dare advance rashly. After a moment, the terrifying might of the heavenly Tao gradually faded, and the gates of the Zixiao Palace opened as well. All you great lords, the Tao ancestor invites you in. With solemn expressions on their faces, Haoyin and Yaoqi walked out of the Zixiao Palace, bowed to the saints, and invited them inside. Laozi and the others cast a glance over Haoyin, their eyes revealing a subtle, meaningful look. But just as they stepped into the Zixiao Palace and paid respects to Hongjun, they suddenly felt an alarming tremor spread through Honghuang. The final name on the Honghuang intrigue ranking is about to be updated. Let us see who is at the top. Hongjun spoke first, lifting his head toward the supreme Hongmeng ranking. The saints nodded hurriedly, and all looked toward the supreme Hongmeng ranking. Naturally, they were curious in the way of scheming who could surpass their master. It was not just them. At this moment, powerhouses of all races in Honghuang were the same. It updated. The most sinister and cunning fellow in Honghuang is about to appear. Quick look. The rankings have already begun to appear. Honghuang intrigue ranking first place, Luo Hu. Hongmeng Palace menial servant. Ranking reward, chaos, spiritual treasure, endless fiend abyss. 300 strands of fiend Tao origin. 3 chaos myriad fiend bloodthirst fruits. What? Luo Hu. The fiend ancestor Luo Hu. That guy isn't dead. He is actually at the top of the intrigue ranking. So this intrigue ranking is really based on one's sinister nature. And this guy is also a menial servant of the Hongmeng Palace. Was it this fiend ancestor Luo Hu who intimidated us in Jiuyo before? This fiend ancestor's reward actually includes a chaos spiritual treasure. When the top of the Honghuang intrigue ranking appeared after the supreme Hongmeng ranking, the powerhouses of all races in Honghuang were stunned. This was the fiend ancestor Luo Hu, the culprit who had secretly instigated the 3 ancient clans in ancient times and stirred up the supreme war. He had not perished, but had actually joined the Hongmeng Palace and become a menial servant. That fellow's disposition was in no way inferior to the Tao ancestor Hongjun's. How could he be willing to become a menial servant? And how could the ancestral dragon, the primordial Qilin, and the original phoenix be willing to let Luo, who joined the Hongmeng palace? In particular, the surviving experts of the Dragon, Qilin, and Phoenix clans wished they could ask their ancestors at once why exactly had Luo, who been able to join the same faction as their ancestors. Most importantly, after Luo, whose name appeared on the Honghuang intrigue ranking, the powerhouses of all races felt that this was indeed a ranking of intrigue, not the planning and calculation that the Dao ancestor had mentioned. What was compared was indeed who was more sinister and who was more cunning. It would seem that even the Dao ancestor's insidiousness is no match for that of the demon ancestor Luo Ho. Alas, I had once believed that the Dao ancestor, the sages, and the disciples of their Dao lineages were merely adept at machinations. Exactly. Who could have imagined that the Dao ancestor's line would produce so many masters of conspiracy? Look, apart from the demon ancestor Luo Ho, everyone upon this primordial conspiracy ranking is of the Dao ancestor's line. Indeed, apart from the demon ancestor and the Dao ancestor, there are the 4 sages, 3 sage disciples, and even the Dao ancestor's page boy. Does this mean that to enter a sage's lineage one must be well-versed in sinister plots and devious cunning? The mighty experts of the myriad primordial races began to murmur among themselves in low voices. Even the top-tier quasi-sages could not help but cast their gazes toward the Zixiao Palace. In the primordial chaos, the Zixiao Palace, the countenances of the 5 great sages all darkened in unison. They too had never expected the top of the conspiracy ranking to be Luo Ho. Since the conflict between the demonic and Taoist paths, both Hongjun and the many sages had instilled into the myriad races of the primordial that the demon race was inherently evil, and that the demon ancestor Luo Ho was a being born of pure malevolence. Now that they had beheld this primordial conspiracy ranking, what had they all become? Were they devious, treacherous scoundrels sharing a roster with unforgivable villains like Luo Ho? They had to remember, the one directly beneath Luo Ho was none other than their own master Hongjun. Master, was that Luo Ho not already slain back then? Why has he risen again? Could there be some deeper conspiracy concealed within this? And could there be something wrong with this conspiracy ranking itself? Tong Tian could contain himself no longer. He rose first and posed his questions to Hongjun. Within the Zixiao Palace, perhaps only he and Yuhua were qualified to ask. An illusory ranking. Why should you concern yourselves over it? What matters is that there are rankings and thus rewards. This supreme Hongmeng ranking is a supreme treasure of the primordial. Even your master cannot yet refine it, and even the might of the heavenly Tao cannot sway it. Its rankings cannot be changed. Nevertheless, you shall issue a decree once again informing the myriad races of the primordial that the conspiracy ranking measures one's strategies and calculations alone. It has nothing to do with wickedness. Hongjun's voice carried threads of anger, threads of helplessness, and threads of murderous intent. It was true that he had eradicated Luo Ho back then, but he had been unable to purge the demonic path itself. Even at that time, he had foreseen the day when Luo Ho would revive. And earlier, outside the ancient heavenly court, he had faintly sensed a wisp of demonic qi and had guessed that the lowly servant of the Hongmeng Palace might well be Luo Ho. He simply had not expected that Luo Ho's ranking would precede his own. Now that the other was about to obtain a chaos spiritual treasure and had entered the Hongmeng Palace, if he wished to slay him again, it would likely be far from easy. Your instruction is correct, master. This disciple was too attached to outward appearances. Hearing Hongjun's response, Tong Tian promptly bowed in salute. Though his heart still harbored defiance, challenging Hongjun at this moment was hardly a wise choice. After all, his 2 elder brothers and his disciples were also listed upon this primordial conspiracy ranking. Primordial conspiracy ranking. The rankings have concluded. Our rewards are about to be distributed. Primordial conspiracy ranking 10th place, reward distributed. Primordial conspiracy ranking 9th place, reward distributed. Primordial conspiracy ranking 2nd place, reward distributed. Primordial conspiracy ranking 1st place, reward distributed. Ethereal voices continued to chime from atop the supreme Hongmeng ranking. 10 beams of light surged forth from the ranking, 6 of which shot straight toward the Zixiao Palace. Seeing this, the mighty experts of the myriad races all revealed most peculiar expressions. Though they repeatedly declared they had no wish to draw near any being on the conspiracy ranking, the envy and jealousy in their hearts could not be concealed. Just as the myriad race experts were still reeling in shock, slender threads of demonic qi and ferocious malevolence began to seep out from within the ancient heavenly court. Outside the ancient heavenly court, a striking beam of light came at tremendous speed, pierced directly through the court's outermost restrictions, and plunged within. Inside the grand hall of the ancient heavenly court, Shun and I was in pursuit of a handsome young man whose body radiated demonic qi. Brother Shin and I. Elder brother Shin and I have already said I was wrong. Is that not enough? You know well that those 3 within the Hongmeng Palace would love nothing more than to tear me limb from limb. This ancient heavenly court of yours is idle anyway. If you grant it to me as a place of cultivation, I would be incomparably grateful. Luo Ho's words gushed out without pause, lacking any hint of the joy of receiving a reward. Instead, an agonized wail escaped him from time to time. Humph! Do you think this sovereign cares about such a dilapidated palace? You have only been revived for a mere millennium, and already you scheme over the Hongmeng palace. Were it not that the Dao sovereign pays your petty little thoughts no mind, I would snuff you out completely today. Shun and I laughed coldly again and again, then abruptly raised his foot and kicked Luo Ho straight out of the desolate god hall. The Dao sovereign knows. How could he not know? The very moment that thought stirred in you, the Dao sovereign knew it with perfect clarity. The Dao sovereign has been gracious enough to save you some face this time. Otherwise, with but a single thought from the Dao sovereign, let alone tearing you into 10,000 pieces, even your true spirit could be utterly extinguished. However, this sovereign and those 3 fellow Taoists cannot stand idly by. Get back to the Hongmeng palace right now and confess your wrongs to the Dao sovereign. Yes. Elder brother Shinanai is absolutely right. Little brother merely acted on a sudden impulse, yet I swear I never had the slightest intention of scheming against the Dao sovereign. Besides, I would never dare. Luo Ho rapidly nodded and forced an apologetic smile. He then followed Shun and I as the two transformed into twin streaks of light, flying toward the spatial rift above. Within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun and the 4 great sages had already received their rewards. With a slight frown, he waved his hand, producing the pinnacle-grade, innate spiritual treasure, 9 Immortals Mountain, and let it fall before Nuwa. Take this treasure back with you. You may build a heavenly court upon it to be temporarily governed by the Yao race. Thank you, Master. Nuwa was overjoyed. A new heavenly court formed upon a pinnacle-grade, innate spiritual treasure might well rival the ancient heavenly court. She promptly stepped forward, accepted the 9 Immortals Mountain, and hurried away from the Zixiao Palace. As she was leaving, Hongjun's expression sank in an instant as he looked toward Laozi Yuanshi, Tongtian, and Jane, who were about to bid farewell. Wait a moment, all of you. Your master has important matters to impress upon you. The conflict between the Wu and Yao races has erupted far earlier than your master anticipated, and this great tribulation has likewise arrived far sooner than your master expected. Once the great tribulation arises, the primordial is bound to be thrown into turmoil, and the operations of the heavenly Tao will be obstructed. I shall entrust the task of dispelling the great tribulation to you, and to Junti, to devise together. Before the tribulation is resolved, should no great matter arise, and the primordial, your master shall not leave the Zixiao Palace. Hongjun's voice echoed in the ears of Laozi and the other sages, committing all the arrangements for dispelling this great tribulation into the hands of Laozi Yuanshi, Tongtian Jane, and also Junti, who was confined beyond the 33 heavens, yet present at the assembly. This time, he deliberately kept the matter from Nuwa. As for what would happen hereafter, it would be for Laozi and the others to decide themselves. We shall obey your divine decree, Master. We shall all do our utmost to dispel the great tribulation and safeguard the workings of the heavenly Tao. Laozi and the others hurriedly bowed to Hongjun. The sages had more or less sensed this great tribulation, but they had not anticipated that the master would entrust this task to them. Moreover, since learning that Hongjun ranked second on the primordial conspiracy ranking, rather complicated sentiments had quietly grown in their hearts. Tongtian in particular was pondering why Hongjun had entrusted something so significant to them. Could it be that having been driven back into the primordial once before, he had no wish to reveal himself in the primordial again? Or was there some unseemly scheme hidden within all of this that he had yet to discern? Within the primordial world, upon the supreme Hongmeng ranking which towered across the horizon, strands of divine might radiated outward. Then an ethereal voice drifted into the ears of the myriad races of the primordial world. The rewards for the primordial conspiracy ranking have all been distributed. 1 year hence the primordial faction ranking shall be updated. Please stay tuned. The primordial faction ranking. Why not update the previous cultivation ranking? We all wish to know exactly what realm that Taichu Dao Lord, who managed to suppress even the Dao ancestor, has reached. Our which clan was counting on this cultivation ranking to receive treasures. Why is it no longer being updated? Exactly. I would also like to see what cultivation those attendants, guards, servants, and page boys of the Hongmeng Palace, the ones who dare to bandy words with sages, have reached. You are truly ignorant. Once we know the strength of the factions in the future, we shall likewise know which side can be offended and which cannot. Right. Exactly. Our Wood clan also wishes to find a faction to pledge itself to. The myriad races of the primordial world were all stunned. Some let out waves of discontent, while others stared at the supreme Hongmeng ranking with faces full of surprise, eagerly wishing to learn the strength and weakness of the primordial world's many factions. Above the eastern sea of the primordial world, the 2 great demon emperors heard the ethereal voice from the supreme Hongmeng ranking and finally revealed faint smiles. Big brother, this faction ranking almost seems to have been prepared for our race. Even if we cannot compare with the Hongmeng Palace and the Zixiao Palace, we should at least surpass the sage lineages and become the third greatest faction of the primordial world. Tai believed that the demon race was surely the supreme faction of the primordial world, aside from the Hongmeng Palace and the Zixiao Palace, which were hard to match. None of the remaining factions deserved to be taken seriously. Even the sage lineages could not rival their demon race. If so, they might obtain even more rewards. After one cosmic cycle, dealing with the witch clan would surely be an easy task. What the second brother says is true, but this emperor is worried about those few sages and the Tao ancestor on the previous conspiracy ranking. Dijun was just about to voice the concern in his heart. However, before his words faded away, Nuwa arrived in haste. Greetings, Empress Hua. Dijun and Tai stopped their discussion and hurriedly stepped forward to salute Nuwa. There is no need for ceremony. This time this empress has found a new foundation for the demon race. Nuwa nodded slightly, waved her hand, and brought forth the supreme grade primordial spirit treasure, the 9 immortal mountains. This is the supreme grade primordial spirit treasure, 9 immortal mountains bestowed by the master. It contains astonishing spiritual energy and possesses formidable defensive power. It can serve as the foundation of the demon race to establish a new heavenly court. Its prestige is not necessarily inferior to that of the ancient heavenly court. Nuwa explained to Dijun and Tai. But upon hearing that the treasure was a gift from the Tao ancestor, an odd glint flickered in the eyes of both Dijun and Tai. Even Kunping and the several great demon gods nearby could not help but shudder. Empress Hua, our demon race could actually use this river chart and Luo script of mine to construct the sacred ground. There is no need for the Tao ancestor to bestow a treasure personally. Empress Hua, Big Brother is absolutely right. I think Big Brother should refine this treasure, and afterward we can use the river chart and Luo script to refine the sacred ground. Dijun and Tai deliberated for a moment before whispering these words to Nuwa. Why are all of you so fearful of this treasure? Nuwa was startled. She had not expected that Dijun and Tai, and even the many demon gods, would all step back, showing none of the joy she had imagined. Instead, they seemed rather resistant. Could it be that these fellows have been influenced by their rankings on the primordial conspiracy ranking? Empress Hua, it is not that we brothers are disrespectful to the Tao ancestor, but we fear falling into some scheme. In the end, it was Dijun who spoke, voicing their concerns. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Nuwa's face sank as she released a formidable sage's might. Humph! How dare you question the master? If the master wished to destroy the demon race, would he even need to resort to scheming? This treasure shall be the foundation of the demon race. If you oppose it, this empress will no longer concern herself with the matter of the witch clan. Solve it yourselves. Nuwa was truly enraged this time. Unfortunately, she did not know that the concerns of the two demon emperors were justified. Nor could she discern the arrangements Hongjun had made for Laozi and the other sages after she left the Zixiao Palace. Had she known, her reaction might have been even more intense than that of the two demon emperors. Seeing Nuwa's anger, the two demon emperors and the many demon gods could only obey, ultimately using the ninefold mountain as the foundation to establish a new heavenly court above the Eastern Sea. This would not only intimidate the dragon race and keep the ancient heavenly court under observation, but also maintain some distance from the witch clan's territory. Meanwhile, the three pure ones had likewise departed from the Zixiao Palace and were now heading toward Mount Kunlun in the primordial world. Just as they were about to approach Mount Kunlun, Laozi's figure suddenly came to a halt, and a sharp intent immediately rose within his eyes. Immediately afterward, he sent a voice transmission to Yuanshi and Tongtian. Second brother, third brother, there is an anomaly ahead. The two of you go forward first, then turn back. Big brother, do you mean someone is lying in ambush for us brothers? How is that possible? When we three brothers join forces apart from the master, only those people of the Hongmeng Palace possess the capability. The Hongmeng Palace. When Yuanshi and Tongtian mentioned the Hongmeng Palace, their expressions changed drastically and their bodies trembled involuntarily. Still, they were sages after all, and thus they followed Laozi's voice transmission and sped toward Mount Kunlun. Laozi, on the other hand, slowed his pace and surreptitiously parted with a strand of divine sense, urgently probing ahead. Just at that moment, a terrifying might erupted from beneath the earth, surging skyward and faintly shaking the entire primordial world. In the next breath, a colossal figure, 100,000 zhang in height, soared up and pounced at Laozi. 12 ancestral witches. You dare to waylay this venerable? Are you courting death? Laozi's face darkened as the sage's might around him surged madly, instantly enshrouding the stretch of heaven and earth. The exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth, radiating boundless merit, swiftly materialized and hung above his head. Roar! Laozi, hand over the Father God's divine essence. Otherwise today we brothers will suppress you right here. From within the Panga true body came the merged voice of the 12 ancestral witches, shaking heaven and earth. Humph! With a mere pack like you still presume to rob treasure from this venerable? Laozi's face darkened. With a sudden wave of his hand, he summoned the coiled dragon staff to meet the colossal fist of the Panga true body. At this moment, the mighty experts of the myriad races in the primordial world all sensed the disturbance swiftly probing toward the vicinity of Mount Kunlun. The 12 ancestral witches. The Panga true body. Are these 12 ancestral witches really going to seize the treasure from Sage Laozi? It seems that it was the Pangu divine essence Sage Laozi obtained earlier that has lured the 12 ancestral witches over. But can they truly snatch the treasure from Sage Laozi? No, from the hands of 3 sages. Marveling exclamations rose one after another from the mighty experts of the myriad races. At this moment they could sense not only Laozi and the Panga true body poised to collide, but also Sage Yuanshi and Sage Tongtian, who were speeding back from Mount Kunlun. At the outer reaches of Kunlun Mountain, the 12 ancestral witches naturally sensed the auras of Yuanshi and Tongtian as well, and immediately understood that Laozi had deliberately allowed Yuanshi and Tongtian to set out ahead. He must have already discovered them. However, the arrow had already been knocked and had to be loosed. They had to seize Pangu's divine essence first. Boom. In that moment, the colossal fist of Pangu's true form collided fiercely with Laozi's coiling dragon staff. The terrifying impact force wreaked havoc upon the coiling dragon staff, surging through the treasure in an attempt to shake Laozi's form. Useless. This old man has the Honghuang exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth in hand. Even if you summon Pangu's true form, you cannot suppress me. Laozi gave a cold snort. The might of the Honghuang exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth above his head instantly surged boundless, Honghuang merit virtue flowing forth to meet the sweeping impact head-on. The Honghuang exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth had already ascended from a post-heavenly merit supreme treasure to a pre-heavenly merit supreme treasure. Its might was naturally beyond compare with former days. Even though Pangu's true form possessed exceedingly terrifying power capable of unleashing sage-level combat strength, it was still difficult to easily breach its defenses. Is that so? Then let us brothers allow you sages to truly experience the supreme might of Father God's true form. Power of space. Power of time. Power of metal. Power of wood. Waves of roars swiftly rang out from within Pangu's true form. Immediately after, waves of terrifying great Dao power faintly surfaced around Pangu's true form, converging the might of 12 great Daos, and blasting toward the Honghuang exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth. Break! With another furious roar, Pangu's true form's arm swung violently, striking with the combined might of the 12 great Daos squarely against Laozi's defenses. Laozi's expression darkened. He hurriedly waved his hand, summoning the power of heaven and earth around him to surge furiously into the Honghuang exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth. Useless. With 2 supreme treasures in hand, this venerable one can let you exert all your strength. For without supreme treasures of your own, you cannot break through my defenses, and in the end you shall be completely suppressed. As his words fell, Laozi swept his hand forth. A colossal Taiji diagram rapidly materialized in the sky, condensing into a golden rainbow bridge. Might surged upon the rainbow bridge as it instantly blasted toward Pangu's true form. At the same time, waves of shredding force emerged, seeking to suppress Pangu's true form. Sensing this, Pangu's true form trembled violently, releasing supreme might. Following that, it raised its other arm, and streams of astonishingly keen power rapidly manifested. Who said our clan has no supreme treasure? Heaven opening divine axe. Shatter chaos, extinguish all laws, annihilate all things. A furious roar rang out, and in Pangu's true form's hand materialized the top-tier, pre-heavenly supreme treasure, the heaven opening divine axe. This treasure had been obtained by the great King Xingtian. The 12 ancestral witches had deliberately ordered Xingtian to deliver it here precisely to break through Laozi's defenses. 3 styles of heaven opening. First style, opening heaven. The moment his voice fell, violent might surged swiftly from the heaven-opening divine axe, instantly swelling to a colossal size of 1,000,000 zhong. Afterward, Pangu's true form swung its arm, and the colossal heaven-opening divine axe slashed ferociously toward the Honghuang exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth in the Taiji diagram. The terrifying might caused the surrounding space to collapse, wisps of chaotic void currents faintly churning. An astonishing primordial source of power surged rapidly from within Pangu's true form, swirling around the heaven-opening divine axe. Sensing this, Laozi's expression could not help but darken. It had to be said, the Pangu true form condensed by the 12 ancestral witches indeed possessed supreme might not inferior to that of a sage. Moreover, the might of the top-tier pre-heavenly supreme treasure, the heaven-opening divine axe, was in no way inferior to his Taiji diagram and Honghuang exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth. Its attack power was even one notch more formidable than the Panga banner. Yin and Yang twin paths, the 5 elements cycling in turn, all things evolving, endless and unceasing. Taiji diagram, go. At the dawn of Xuanhuang, the pagoda suppresses all heavens, chaos is inexhaustible, and all laws remain unassailable. Honghuang exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth, suppress. Waves of furious roars rapidly resounded from Laozi's mouth. Immediately after the Taiji diagram began to spin unceasingly, yin-yang power surging, causing the golden rainbow bridge at its center to swell rapidly as it advanced to meet the heaven-opening divine axe. At the same time atop the Honghuang exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth, Honghuang merit virtue surged, carrying supreme and terrifying power as it too slammed toward the heaven-opening divine axe. Boom! The heaven-opening divine axe struck the golden rainbow bridge first, unleashing a thunderous roar and cleaving the golden rainbow bridge into fragments. Next, the heaven-opening divine axe collided with the Honghuang exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth. For a time, sage authority, Honghuang merit virtue, and yin-yang power surged, unceasingly condensing into an unparalleled defensive barrier. Yet no sooner had the barrier condensed than it was hewn to pieces by the keen assault. Condense, shatter, condense once more, shatter once more. A ceaseless cycle desperately holding back the might of the heaven-opening divine axe. However, the defensive barrier coalesced more and more slowly. The heaven-opening divine axe's keen attacks, meanwhile, faintly penetrated the obstruction of the Honghuang exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth, striking Laozi's body. Though only the faintest wisp of power, it still caused Laozi's expression to darken, his form forcibly staggering back several steps. Sage Laozi is being suppressed. No way. Even with two supreme treasures, he cannot withstand that Pangu true form. Are the 12 ancestral witches truly so terrifying? Impossible. Back when I watched the battle between the 12 ancestral witches and the demon race, I never noticed they had the ability to suppress a sage. All of you, can you not think? The Wu race has developed for so long, how could they not possess some hidden methods? Exactly. I have always felt the Wu race is not as simple as they now appear. Sensing this scene, the mighty experts of all races across the primordial wilderness revealed traces of shock. 12 ancestral witches. You lowly ants dare to ambush our elder brother. Panga banner, shatter the void, kill. Immortal slaying sword formation, slaughter gods, and immortals kill. In that moment, Yuanshi and Tongtian arrived at lightning speed, letting out wave after wave of furious shouts. The moment their voices fell, two keening killing intents converged sharply. The Panga banner and the 4 immortal slaying swords shot forth, instantly hovering directly above Panga's true form. They seemed poised to strike together and shatter Panga's true form. Not good. Channel all power into Father God's true form to withstand these two attacks. This is merely the beginning. We must obtain Father God's divine essence. From within Panga's true form, Dijiang's voice rang out urgently. The faces of all the ancestral witches drastically changed. They hastily mobilized every ounce of their power, causing Panga's true form to surge with immense might. 9 Demon God Slaying Spear. Demon God 9 transformations. At the same time, a startling black spear materialized behind Panga's true form. Supreme demonic chi surfaced upon the spear, and with a slight tremor it evolved into countless phantom images ready to blast toward the Panga banner and the 4 immortal slaying swords. Panga's true form, meanwhile, gave a violent shudder, condensing 10,000 defensive barriers around its entire body. You ants of the Witch Clan, how dare you stand against us, brothers? Do you really think that a single broken spear can hold back this sovereign's Panga banner? Annihilate. Yuanshi let out a series of cold laughs as the saintly might along his arms surged violently into the Panga banner, causing its power to soar wildly before it smashed into countless spear phantoms. Boom. In an instant, demonic chi scattered in all directions, and the spear phantoms shattered. The Panga banner paused briefly, yet its momentum did not diminish, and it slammed violently into the main body of the 9 demons' God-slaying spear. This caused the 9 demons' God-slaying spear's power to tremble and let out a succession of mournful wails. Even so, the spear still managed to withstand most of the Panga banner's strike, though it was faintly on the verge of collapse. On the other side, the 4 immortal slaying swords had already condensed into a formation, and an unsurpassed killing power surged outward from it, sweeping toward the Pangu true body below. On the Pangu true body, 12 strands of great Tao power rapidly manifested, transforming into astonishing waves that collided with that supreme killing intent. The supreme killing intent and the 12 strands of great Tao power clashed and intertwined, wildly radiating violent and terrifying might. Such might swept across heaven and earth, appearing ready to annihilate everything. You ensure Tongtian, even if you 3 pure ones join forces, we are not afraid. What we ask is simple: so long as Laozi hands over Father God's primordial spirit, we will withdraw at once. Otherwise, today we will not only fight you, the tens of millions of mighty warriors of our Witch Clan will also set foot on Kunlun Mountain and sweep away your Tao lineage disciples once and for all. The Pangu true body's lips parted slightly, and a series of stern rebukes came forth. The 12 ancestral witches had prepared for the worst before coming, as since things had not yet reached that worst-case scenario, how could they be willing to concede? Nonsense. Do you really think that by relying on a single true body, you can dominate the primordial wilderness? Eldest brother. Today let your younger brother make his move and annihilate these ants who have no idea of the height of heaven or the depth of earth. At this moment Tong Tian let out a series of cold sneers. The origin of the sword Dao surged around his body, condensing into one terrifying attack after another that slashed toward the Panga true body. Third brother, no need to annihilate them. Suppression is enough. Laozi said hurriedly, still thinking of what Hongjun had instructed earlier. If they made their move and slew the 12 ancestral witches, how could the strength of the witch and demon races remain balanced? But since these fellows wanted to seize the Panga divine essence in his hand, they could not be easily forgiven. They should all be suppressed to awe the myriad races. As soon as Laozi's words fell, his figure shot straight into the air. Yuanshi and Tong Tian also moved, each taking a position, and condensed the three Pure Ones world-suppressing grand formation. Do you think that you are certain to win this time? Even if you three great saints join forces, Father God's true body is enough to defeat you. Heaven opening 3 moves. The second move break earth. The Pangu true body trembled, and the 12 ancestral witches let out thunderous roars. The heaven opening divine axe in its hand swung once more, still hewing toward Laozi. However, with the aid of Yuanshi and Tong Tian, Laozi's aura became even more terrifying, and his defensive power soared as well. Faintly mobilizing the supreme power of heaven and earth, he infused it into the Taiji diagram and the heaven-earth mystic yellow exquisite pagoda, and withstood the Panga true body strike. It's not over yet. Flash. The strike failed, but the Panga true body did not give up. It kept swinging the heaven-opening divine axe. But the Panga true body not only had to attack Laozi, it also had to fend off the attacks of Yuanshi and Tong Tian time and again. This gradually suppressed the Panga true body's momentum. Even with 2 supreme treasures and unparalleled divine powers, it could barely withstand the frenzied bombardment of the 3 Pure Ones. Boom. Above Kunlun Mountain, the might of primordial supreme treasures clashed endlessly, and the surrounding space was blasted into fragments by the terrifying power. Below, all things were ceaselessly wiped out, and heaven and earth trembled violently, as if they were about to be shattered. Terrifying energy storms emerged around Kunlun Mountain and swept toward every part of the primordial wilderness. Wherever they passed, all creatures and things were drawn in and torn to pieces. Such dreadful might stirred up strange upheavals across the primordial wilderness. Boom! Peals of thunder resounded through heaven and earth, and terrifying lightning streaked across the sky, like an ominous vision before the destruction of the world. Upon the 4 seas, towering waves a full 100,000 zhang high suddenly arose, sweeping ferociously toward the primordial wilderness. From the undying volcano in the south, endless earthly fire surged out violently, as if to flood all heaven and earth. Countless living beings perished because of such catastrophes. Even when mighty experts acted, it was difficult to calm the chaos. We're done for. We were too busy watching the battle among saints. This primordial wilderness is about to be smashed apart. Why hasn't the Tao ancestor intervened to stop the fighting yet? Is he really going to let the primordial wilderness be shattered? The mighty experts of the myriad races all cried out in shock. They had thought that even if this battle required risking their lives, it would be fought in the chaos and could not shatter the primordial wilderness. That was why they had not considered the consequences of the 2 sides coming to blows in the first place. Now heaven and earth were faintly on the verge of breaking. If this continued, the primordial wilderness would surely perish. Primordial earth, steady all things. Let the primeval membrane shroud all, bestowing supreme defense. At this moment, Xinyuanzi was the first to offer his top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Book, channeling its power and sending it surging into the primordial earth. We must act to stabilize this heaven and earth. Act together. We must act now. Otherwise, once the primordial wilderness is shattered, we will not survive either. At this moment, the mighty experts of the myriad races also made their moves, striving with all their strength to stabilize the primordial heaven and earth. 9 Immortals Mountain. Nuwa, who was forging a new heavenly court for the demon race, let her expression darken slightly. A fight like this? Are they simply disregarding the myriad races of the primordial wilderness? Diju and Tai continue forging this 9 Immortals Mountain. I shall personally make a trip to Kunlun Mountain. As soon as her words fell, Nuwa's figure flickered and vanished from the spot. Mount Sumeru. Jane had just sat down cross-legged, preparing to scheme over the resolution of this great culpa tribulation and see how the Western teachings might gain some advantage. At this moment, he too sensed what was happening outside Kunlun Mountain, and his gaze darkened. The 12 ancestral witches actually dare to provoke the 3 Pure Ones. Do they really think that by condensing Panga's true body they can suppress saints? He shook his head slightly, rose again, and also headed toward Kunlun Mountain. In the chaos within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjuan's brows were tightly knitted. He did not care how the 3 Pure Ones and the 12 ancestral witches had started fighting, but the will of the heavenly Tao absolutely would not allow them to shatter the primordial wilderness. With that thought, he looked at the boy attendant in the great hall, and said in a deep voice, Hongjun, carry this Tao ancestor's decree to the primordial wilderness and put an end to this battle. I shall obey the Tao ancestor's decree. Hongjun hastily accepted his orders, received Hongjun's decree, and sped toward the primordial wilderness. Beyond Kunlun Mountain, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian all sensed the surrounding space collapsing. Dijiang, if you ancestral witches wish to fight, follow us brothers into the chaos, and let us battle to our heart's content today. If you still will not leave the primordial world, it may be shattered by your hands. Laozi's voice sounded first. He did not wish to see the primordial world broken and the myriad races annihilated. Why should we brothers heed your words? Either hand over the Father God's divine origin, or fight us here. If not, Dijiang let out cold snorts. In his view, under any circumstances the sages were more anxious than they were. If Laozi had to respect the will of the heavenly Tao, then perhaps they could truly use this threat to obtain Pangu's divine origin, the supreme opportunity to attain the Tao. Yet before his voice had fully faded, terrifying streams of void turbulence emerged around them and swept toward the ancestral witches and the three pure ones alike. Fellow Taoist Laozi, fellow Taoist Yuanshi, fellow Taoist Tongtian, and all you ancestral witches, this battle must stop. If it continues, the primordial world will shatter. At that moment, a shocking sage's might arrived from afar and forced the void turbulence back. At the same time, Jane's figure arrived swiftly and landed outside the battle between Laozi and Panga's true body. Fellow Taoist, Jane has spoken well. Senior brother Laozi, senior brother Yuanshi, senior brother Tongtian, you cannot keep fighting. Nuwa's figure flickered, appearing on the other side of the battle between the three pure ones and Pangu's true body with a faint hint of worry on her face. She did not like the 12 ancestral witches and would rather the three pure ones slay them. But if this battle continued, the primordial world would surely be damaged and countless creatures among the myriad races would die. At this moment in the Hongmeng Palace above the 33 heavens, Zhu Long, Shiqilin, Yuan Feng, Hongyun, Shen, Inai, and Luoho, who was kneeling in the great hall, all looked at the black silhouette slowly appearing upon the throne. Tao Lord, the 12 ancestral witches, and the three pure ones are now fighting, stirring up a supreme calamity in the primordial world. Should we suppress them? Tao Lord, if this continues, the primordial world may be shattered. Zhu Long and the other sages bowed toward the black silhouette and voiced their questions. No need to rush. Since the supreme Hongmeng ranking has been revealed to the primordial world, it must be part of a plan. How could it allow the primordial world to break apart? Wait a little longer. That little one will handle it. The black silhouette on the throne gently waved a hand, cutting off Zhu Long and the others' questions. Then he looked at Luoho. Return to the cultivation abode you chose for yourself. The debt of gratitude that ought to be repaid must still be repaid. As soon as the words were spoken, the black silhouette ignored Luoho and slowly lowered his head to gaze at the primordial world. At the instant Taichu Tao Lord's voice faded, waves of rumbling sound resounded through the entire primordial world. The supreme Hongmeng ranking standing across the sky trembled slightly and released an extremely terrifying might. Could the supreme Hongmeng ranking be updating its power ranking ahead of schedule? Isn't there still some time before the scheduled update? The might of this supreme treasure of Hongmeng is truly terrifying. I feel as if I am being suppressed. The mighty beings of all races in the primordial world, the many sages, and even Hongjun within Zhixiao Palace all had grave expressions as they gazed toward the supreme Hongmeng ranking. The three pure ones and Panga's true body, who had been fighting moments before, also subconsciously stopped their attacks and extended their divine senses toward the supreme Hongmeng ranking. During the ranking update, the primordial world must not be shattered. An ethereal voice sounded in the ears of the myriad races, the many sages, and even the Tao ancestor. Immediately, waves of terrifying power shot out from the supreme Hongmeng ranking and raced in all directions across the primordial world. In an instant, the colossal waves, tens of thousands of zhang high and the four seas, collapsed with a thunderous roar, and the entire ocean became utterly calm. The scorching earth fire that radiated immense heat also retreated like a tide at that moment, once again suppressed beneath the undying volcano. The shattered space around Kunlun Mountain rapidly restored itself, and the dreadful void turbulence withdrew from the primordial world. Gradually, the entire primordial world calmed, and the ominous portents of imminent annihilation dispersed one after another. Is the supreme Hongmeng ranking protecting the primordial world? It must be. Can you not feel that the disasters of the primordial world have already ceased? A single treasure has actually managed to suppress the calamity caused by the fierce battle between sages. How terrifying. Indeed, if this terrifying power were used against the sages, I fear even they could not withstand it. The mighty beings of all races in the primordial world were deeply shocked. They had never imagined that the supreme Hongmeng ranking would actively suppress the disasters all over the primordial world and prevent it from breaking apart. Thus, countless living beings bowed down toward the supreme Hongmeng ranking. It seemed they felt the supreme Hongmeng ranking was far more reliable than those sages. Rumble. At that moment, a burst of thunderous noise came from the west of the supreme Hongmeng ranking. A massive arena slowly rose into the air, shot toward Kunlun Mountain, and hovered above the three Pure Ones and Pangu's true body. Is this providing a battlefield for the three Pure Ones and the 12 ancestral witches? Could it be that it wants them to fight to the death? Seeing this, the mighty beings of all races in the primordial world were taken aback. They had thought the supreme Hongmeng ranking would directly forbid a battle between the three Pure Ones and the 12 ancestral witches, but it had already prepared a stage. Was it determined to drive one side to death? You ancestral witches, do you dare to fight in the arena? Dijiang, do you dare to fight in the arena? Yuanshi and Tongtian let out repeated shouts of rebuke, their figures flickering as they prepared to step onto the arena first. But Pangu's true body did not follow them at all. The moment the two sages stepped onto the arena, Pangu's true body lunged directly at Laozi, seeking to kill. You insignificant ants. Do you not fear the wrath of the supreme Hongmeng ranking? Laozi's face darkened, and he urgently summoned a treasure to defend in front of himself. Dijiang, you ancestral witches are too shameless. How dare you harm my eldest brother? Yuanshi and Tongtian were also stunned. They had not expected the 12 ancestral witches to be so reckless as to strike at Laozi even after the supreme Hongmeng ranking had intervened. We are not as cowardly as you sages. Opening heaven, three forms. Third form, the birth and death of all things, reincarnation, without end. Under the stunned gaze of the mighty beings of all races, Pangu's true body swung its great hand, condensed boundless might, and slashed out. In an instant, phantom silhouettes of countless living beings appeared all around. The demon race, the witch race, the human race, the ferocious beast race, and even projections of demon gods, all charging straight toward the heaven and earth Honghuang exquisite pagoda. The violent might made the heaven and earth Honghuang exquisite pagoda tremble. Laozi's figure was forced back again, and a trickle of golden blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Dijiang, you have forced this old man's hand. Second brother, third brother, join me, your elder brother, in condensing our supreme Dharma bodies to suppress this Pangu true body. Pangu's divine origin suppresses chaos. The boundless Dharmakaya manifests in the primordial wilderness. As Laozi's voice fell, his aura surged violently, and the terrifying might of a saint exploded forth. In the next moment, he traced a semicircle in the air with both hands, and a golden orb radiating fearsome energy shot out. Law runes surged upon the source of the light, faintly connecting with the primordial wilderness. Instantly, the power of heaven and earth converged, rapidly surging toward the golden orb. The orb trembled slightly, evolving into a Dharmakaya identical to Pangu's true form, enveloping Laozi's figure within it. Big brother, I shall aid you, and me, your younger brother. Yuanshi and Tongtian transformed into streaks of light, dashing toward the ever-expanding Pangu Dharmakaya, and vanished into it in an instant. In that moment, the Pangu Dharmakaya's might swelled enormously. Its colossal head quivered, releasing thunderous roars. A Pangu Dharmakaya? Why does it feel even more terrifying than Pangu's true body? Its power is indeed astonishing, but what difference is there between this Dharmakaya and the true body? The mighty beings of the primordial wilderness's myriad races stared in shock. Meanwhile, several peak quasi-sane existences were the first to snap out of their daze. Do you not know? The three Pure Ones were born from Pangu's primordial spirit, and may be said to be incarnations of that divine soul. As for the 12 ancestral sorcerers, they were born from Pangu's essence blood, inheriting the power of flesh and blood. So what this fellow Taoist means is, this Pangu Dharmakaya is the power of the primordial spirit, while Pangu's true body is the power of flesh and blood. Exactly. I once heard my clan's ancestor speak of this matter. Hearing this explanation, many mighty beings quickly grasped the distinction between the Dharmakaya and the true body. Dijiang, since you ancestral sorcerers seek to seize Pangu's divine origin, we brothers shall use that very divine origin to wipe you out completely. Kill. At this moment, the Pangu Dharmakaya had fully taken shape. Before it floated the various treasures of the three Pure Ones, and it erupted into thunderous roars. Then its arms swept fiercely across the void. A supreme might that shook the primordial wilderness surged toward the heaven and earth mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda, the Pangu banner, and other treasures. Their power soaring, the treasures hurtled toward Pangu's true body. Within Pangu's true body, Dijiang's form trembled slightly, astonished by the Pangu Dharmakaya conjured by the three Pure Ones. Big brother, leave everything to me, your little sister. This battle shall be led by me. At that moment, Hotu's position suddenly radiated an astonishing might, as if she were about to take command of Pangu's true body. Very well. Everything is yours to command. The other ancestral sorcerers understood well that Hotu's strength had soared greatly since her return from the Hongmeng Palace. Among the 12 siblings, she had already begun to surpass their eldest brother Dijiang, and become the strongest of them all. It was precisely because of Hotu that they had mustered the confidence to ambush Laozi. Pangu Axe. 9 Demon Soul Destroying Spear. When Pangu's true body spoke again, it was with Huta's voice. The remaining 11 ancestral sorcerers yielded all their power to Huta's command. This caused Pangu's true body's might to surge dramatically. One hand gripped the heaven-opening divine axe and smashed it toward the Panga banner. The other held the 9 demon soul-destroying spear and thrust it at the heaven and earth mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda. At the same time, boundless baleful aura radiated from its form, clashing head-on against the terrifying killing intent condensed from the immortal slaying sword formation. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, thunderous collisions shook the primordial wilderness as countless treasures clashed violently against one another. Violent energy swept in every direction, threatening to spread rapidly across the primordial wilderness. Decree of the Tao Ancestor. 12 ancestral sorcerers, Sage Laozi, Sage Yuanshi, Sage Tongtian, received the decree at once. At that moment, Hao Yin had just arrived near the battlefield, holding high the decree of Hongjun and shouting at the top of his lungs. Unfortunately, the 12 ancestral sorcerers had already been consumed by bloodlust, showing no intention of stopping. The 3 pure ones wished to stop and receive the decree, but whenever they halted, Panga's true body would charge fiercely at them, forcing them to activate the Panga Dharmakaya in defense. As a result, Hao Yin shouted from midair for a long time, yet received no response. Seeing this, Jane and Nua's expressions darkened as they hastily turned toward Hao Yin. Nua immediately spoke. Since it is the teacher's decree, read it directly. Decree of the Tao Ancestor, order the 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestral sorcerers to cease fighting at once. Should you disrupt the operation of the heavenly Tao, you shall suffer supreme punishment. Hao Yin hurriedly began voicing the decree of Hongjun at the top of his voice. Boom. What answered him, however, was only the thunderous roar of collisions. This made him knit his brows tightly, and he was about to rebuke them when the terrifying shockwaves of the clash came sweeping toward his position. Alarmed, Hao Yin hastily retreated, relying on the might of the decree in his hand to escape the violent energy. 3 senior brothers, 12 ancestral sorcerers, the teacher's decree has been issued. Why do you not stop at once? 3 fellow Taoists, ancestral sorcerers, if you do not cease this instant, I shall have no choice but to invite the teacher himself to appear. Nua and Jane grew extremely anxious. The space barrier that had barely been restored by the supreme primordial ranking was trembling, once more cracks emerging across its surface as if it were about to shatter again. The 2 exchanged a glance and hurriedly stepped forward, channeling the might of saints to envelop the surrounding area in an attempt to seal off the region. Yet the collision force of those 2 colossal figures was far too terrifying. Jane had barely activated the 12-product merit Golden Lotus before he was forced back over 10,000 li. Nua did not fall back, but only because she relied on the might of numerous treasures. Even so, the dozen or so treasures before her held on for only a few breaths before trembling violently and letting out faint, mournful cries. Just as Nua was about to be forced back, the colossal challenge arena above suddenly trembled, overturning completely. An astonishing might descended at terrifying speed, directly enveloping the violent collision shockwaves within it. Sensing this, Nua, Jane, and even the mighty beings of 10,000 races all sighed in relief. Is that challenge arena really that terrifying? It can actually suppress the collision might of saint-level beings, eh? Indeed, this arena's power has probably already surpassed that of innate supreme treasures, even reaching the level of chaos treasures. Nonsense. This supreme primordial ranking is a primal chaos supreme treasure. Even the slightest trace of its power can transform into a chaos treasure. Seeing this, the mighty beings of the myriad races all revealed expressions of shock. Before they could dwell on it, however, the Panga Dharmakaya had already unleashed supreme might and blasted Pangu's true body flying. This Panga Dharmakaya gathered the might of 3 saints, manifesting the supreme power of Pangu's primordial spirit. As for the 12 ancestral sorcerers within Panga's true body, even the strongest had yet to reach the Honghuang realm, and so they were ultimately still a notch weaker in power. In the end, you are no match for us, brothers. Converge origin essence. Condense yin-yang force. Condense the might of the heavenly Tao. Condense the might of the sword Tao. 3 Taos unite. Annihilate all things. Kill. At this moment, Pangu's Dharma body let out a series of furious roars. Its hands moved continuously, unleashing astonishing primordial power that surged toward the Panga banner, the immortal slaying sword formation, and the heaven-earth Taiji diagram. In an instant, the might of the numerous supreme treasures soared wildly, smashing fiercely toward Pangu's true body, as if to scatter it directly and slay the many ancestral witches within. Boom, boom, boom. A succession of thunderous roars resounded as the attacks launched by Pangu's Dharma body relentlessly struck Pangu's true body. At this moment, the 3 pure ones seemed to have finally mastered the true might of Pangu's Dharma body, blasting Pangu's true body into the air time after time. Meanwhile, the 12 ancestral witches within Pangu's true body seemed gravely wounded, each spitting out mouthfuls of essence blood in succession. Meanwhile, Panga's true body began to shrink rapidly, as if on the verge of collapsing. It seems the 12 ancestral witches are ultimately no match. Indeed, all beneath the sages are mere ants. It is not so easy to win by defying the ranks. Exactly. The 3 pure ones' strength far exceeds that of the 12 ancestral witches. These 12 ancestral witches are overconfident. If they had launched a sneak attack on Laozi alone, perhaps they might have had a chance to obtain the treasures they desired. Exactly. Challenging the 3 sages at once was indeed overestimating their own strength. But somehow we feel the Wu clan still has a trick up their sleeve. Look, even under such circumstances they haven't conceded. Friend, you think too highly of them. Had Hutu the ancestral witch not entered the Hongmeng palace to witness the rise and fall of Hongmeng, an opportunity not even the Dao ancestor could obtain, the 12 ancestral witches probably wouldn't even qualify to challenge the 3 sages. This battle has already shaken the primordial world, though it remains uncertain whether they will survive. That's not certain. The 12 ancestral witches haven't admitted defeat yet. The mighty beings of myriad races gasped in astonishment at the scene. In their eyes, a sage was after all a sage. Although the Pangu true body formed by the 12 ancestral witches was formidable, how could it compete with the Pangu Dharma body conjured by the 3 sages? In the purple firmament palace, Hongjun's countenance was grim. Although he knew full well that the 3 pure ones would triumph, he was displeased that these beings had openly defied his divine decree. He gently raised his hand, intending to invoke the might of the heavenly Tao to put an end to this heart-stopping struggle in the primordial world, preserving the Wu clan for the coming tribulation. Yet at that very moment, the Pangu true body formed by the 12 ancestral witches suddenly began to tremble. Inside the Pangu true body, Hutu suddenly waved her hand toward Dijiang, channeling the Pangu true body's gigantic arm to point at the very spot where Dijiang stood. In an instant, a blood-red light emerged from within Dijiang's body. As the light faded, a massive, wildly beating heart surfaced and swiftly merged into the chest of Pangu's true body. Thump, thump, thump. The rapid heartbeat resounded, shaking the minds of all races. With every beat, the entire primordial world trembled in response. Suddenly, an overwhelming, baleful power radiated from the heart of Pangu's true body, instantly flooding the entire area enclosed by the arena. This caused the might of Pangu's true body to soar precipitously, and its form, which had been on the verge of collapse, rapidly solidified. So this is the trump card of your Wu clan. Do you think that with Pangu's heart you can challenge us, the orthodox heirs of Pangu? You failed back then, and you will fail now. Within Pangu's Dharma body, Laozi's voice reverberated across heaven and earth. The raging might caused even the inverted arena above to tremble slightly. Then his arm swung violently, and the Pangu banner slashed straight down at Pangu's true body, as if to end this battle in one stroke. However, just at this moment, a startling divine sense suddenly appeared above Mount Bujo in the primordial world, shooting swiftly toward Pangu's true body and Dharma body. The auras of both Pangu's true body and Pangu's Dharma body faltered as though affected by it. This? Whose divine sense is this? Look, the aura of Pangu's true body is soaring. Impossible. Could the Wu clan have another trick besides Pangu's heart? But before the exclamations of myriad races faded, a shocking mass of demonic chi suddenly burst forth from the desolate god palace in the eastern sky, speeding toward Mount Kunlun. At the same moment, a colossal abyss suddenly opened beneath the Pangu Dharma body, formed by the 3 pure ones, causing the Dharma body to halt abruptly. Luoho, are you going to help the Wu clan? Laozi bellowed furiously from within the Pangu Dharma body. Neither he nor Yuanshi nor Tongtian had ever imagined that Luoho would aid the Wu clan. Though the other party had merely summoned one treasure, it was a chaos-level treasure. You may continue your battle under the coercion of this treasure. Consider this my repayment of a small debt to that old friend. At this moment, bursts of sinister laughter suddenly echoed from within that terrifying demonic abyss. In that instant, not only did the 3 pure ones' hearts tremble, but even Jane Yuhua and the mighty experts of all races in the primordial world turned pale with shock. Is this the demon ancestor making his move, eh? Why is he helping the Wu clan? Has the Hongmeng palace interfered in this conflict? No, Luoho said it was to repay a favor to some existence. Who could it be? Could it be the 12 ancestral witches? Impossible. What could the 12 ancestral witches possibly have done for Luoho to owe them a favor? Could the one Luoho referred to be the owner of that mysterious divine sense from earlier? Exclamations arose one after another. The mighty beings of all races, and even the sages, were utterly bewildered. Inside Pangu's Dharma body, the faces of the 3 pure ones darkened. They vaguely sensed that that wisp of divine sense was intimately connected to them, just like the divine sense of Pangu the Great. And now Luoho had suddenly acted to restrain the Pangu Dharma body they had formed. By doing so, their power was suppressed by more than half. Roar! At that moment, Pangu's true body charged, howling toward the Pangu Dharma body, formed by the 3 pure ones. Leaping with its colossal frame, the massive figure slammed the heaven-opening divine axe and the nine-demon god-slaying spear violently against the heaven-earth mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda and the Taiji diagram. It completely ignored the might of the Panga banner and the immortal slaying sword formation. You seek death. Annihilate. This delighted the three pure ones who drove the Panga banner to smash straight toward the head of Panga's true body. Yet Panga's true body merely tilted its head slightly, causing the Panga banner to blast against its shoulder instead. It's over, it's over. The 12 ancestral witches are done for. That strike would have cleaved Panga's true body in two even if it possessed sage-level combat power. Not over yet. Look, it dodged. Huh. While the mighty beings of myriad races were stunned, the head of Panga's true body suddenly lashed out. It passed over the Taiji diagram and the heaven-earth mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda, which were pinned down by the heaven-opening divine axe and the nine-demon god-slaying spear, and bit directly into Pangu's dharma body. Did they do all this just to take a bite out of Pangu's dharma body? No way, that's useless.